Chapter 1. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. Having been struck by a truck and plunged into an abyss of darkness, Ying Hao gradually regained consciousness. A persistent buzzing echoed in his ears, chaotic and overwhelming, but soon transformed into distinct voices. Ying Hao, are you all right? Quick, someone call for an ambulance. An ambulance? He's just feigning illness out of guilt. Indeed, that thieving dog, caught red-handed and left speechless. He can't continue this charade. Despicable Chinese. He shouldn't have been here from the start. Ying Hao felt a sense of confusion wash over him. Aside from the call for an ambulance, the other remarks were nonsensical. What on earth were these people saying? The most bewildering aspect was that they were all speaking in English. What was happening? In his perplexity, Ying Hao slowly opened his eyes. Before him appeared the face of a girl. Her delicate features were etched with concern as she gently shook his shoulders, exclaiming, "You're awake? How do you feel? Can you get up? They'll take you to the hospital right away." Who is she? The question sent a sharp pang through his head, leaving him unable to recall. As he slowly rose and surveyed his surroundings, he realized he was not lying on the street. There was no truck in sight, no passers-by, not even the little girl he had saved. Instead, he found himself in a spacious hall, illuminated by bright lights. The area was filled with youths of various skin tones, Caucasian, African American, yet the Asian presence was minimal. Most gazes directed at him were filled with disdain, while only a few bore traces of sympathy. Ying Hao was even more baffled. Where on earth was he? Was there truly an international hospital in his humble 60-year county? The sound of high heels approached, and a tall Caucasian woman came closer. She leaned down and gently patted the anxious girl on the shoulder, soothingly saying, "Don't worry, honey. Stark Industries has its own medical team. There's no need for an ambulance." The girl replied, "All right, Miss Pepper Potts." Pepper Potts? The name struck a familiar chord, prompting Ying Hao to glance up at the woman speaking. Her refined features, freckles, chestnut hair, and pale green eyes were reminiscent of a character from a film. Though she differed slightly from the cinematic portrayal, these traits quickly aligned in Ying Hao's mind with that of the fiery Pepper Potts who stood beside Iron Man. Ying Hao's heart raced. He rubbed his eyes, propping himself up to scrutinize his surroundings. This was a hall, or rather, a competition arena. On one side, a banner hung prominently, boldly declaring the Stark Cup cutting-edge technology invention competition. Had he crossed over? As if to answer his unasked question, a searing pain shot through his head. Countless memories flooded into his mind, a deluge that lasted mere seconds. Yet for Ying Hao, it felt as though he had lived through 17 or 18 years. As the pain subsided, he found himself drenched in sweat. Finally, he grasped the situation surrounding him. He had inhabited the body of Ying Hao from the Marvel Universe. The original owner was a top student at Midtown High School, currently participating in a grand competition hosted by Stark Industries. This contest was open to high school and college students nationwide, offering substantial cash rewards for the top 3 entries. Securing first place would grant direct access to Stark Industries' cutting-edge technology laboratory as an intern. Stark Industries, a titan in the American weapons industry, employed only the world's foremost scientists. One needed undeniable prowess to gain entry. This competition, therefore, was an invaluable ticket to success. In this world, Ying Hao had designed a tri-service drone, skillfully navigating through numerous challenges to reach the top 16. From a scoreboard, he seemed poised to claim first place. However, on this very day, his opponent unveiled a nearly identical drone. The only difference lay in the paint job. He had been plagiarized. To make matters worse, he had been falsely accused, labeled as a despicable plagiarist. Instantly, all the participants began to condemn and curse him, leaving only his classmate, Su King, to defend him. The original owner, acutely aware that his design had been stolen, replicated by his rival, was at a loss for how to prove his innocence. Overcome with frustration, he collapsed to the ground, succumbing to the pressure. And then, Ying Hao had arrived. Piecing together the events, he couldn't help but scoff at the original owner's fate. What a pathetic demise. Ying Hao stood up. Su King gasped in relief. "You're okay?" He nodded, about to express his gratitude for her concern when an obnoxious voice rang out behind him. "Of course, he's fine. Can't keep up the act anymore, you pathetic yellow-skinned plagiarist." The owner of the voice was all too familiar to Ying Hao. Tim Walton, a well-known rich kid and bully at Midtown High, was notorious for his ruthless behavior. "Enough. Mind your language, Walton," Pepper Potts admonished sternly. "Stark Industries does not tolerate racism. I expect not to hear any further discriminatory remarks from you." "Of course, Miss Potts," Tim replied, though his tone was dismissive. "But it's a fact that he plagiarized my work." Pepper shot him a disapproving glare before turning her attention back to Ying Hao. Your name is Ying, correct? You're all right now? Ying Hao replied, My name is Ying Hao, and yes, I'm fine. Very well, then. Pepper gestured toward the two nearly identical drones on display, asking, Do you have any explanation regarding Walton's accusation? Ying Hao coldly regarded Tim. Its slander the true plagiarist is Tim Walton. This drone, from design to assembly, was completed entirely by me. Su King quickly added, Exactly. I can attest to it. Ying Hao is the smartest person at our school. He wouldn't need to plagiarize anyone. Pepper's intense gaze shifted between the two, her mind swirling with questions. She had been assigned by Tony to oversee the competition and had been present throughout. When Tim accused Ying Hao, the latter had been frantic and incoherent, unable to articulate a complete thought. Yet after fainting for a mere few seconds, he stood as if transformed. His demeanor and speech had shifted to a composed calmness. As Tony Stark's assistant, Pepper had encountered all manner of individuals over the years, honing her ability to read people. Even seasoned schemers could rarely conceal their motives from her discerning gaze. However, the stark contrast in Ying Hao's demeanor left her perplexed, unable to decipher the enigma before her. Originally, she believed that Ying Hao, despite his urgency, displayed a genuine reaction, suggesting he was not a plagiarist. However, at this moment, her certainty wavered. Were his earlier panic and distress merely a fraud? Just then, a Mediterranean judge approached her, handing her a touchscreen computer the size of a notebook, and whispered a few words. A subtle change crossed the face of little Pepper, and her gaze towards Ying Hao shifted from surprise to disappointment. She exhaled softly, regrettably. Ying Hao, your calmness does not substantiate your innocence. With a gentle tap on the screen, a holographic projection appeared before the crowd. It displayed two identical electronic designs for drones submitted to the competition committee, recently retrieved from the database by the staff. The only differences lay in the names and submission times. Observe the timestamps, little Pepper declared aloud. The crowd turned their attention, discovering that Ying Hao's submission was 12 hours later than Tim's. The atmosphere erupted in chaos. This despicable plagiarist has nothing to say now. Indeed, if he were the aggrieved party, why would his submission be later than Tim's? This Chinese individual is not only contemptible, but also foolish. Had it been me, I would have altered the designs. Disqualify him. Plagiarists do not deserve to stand among us. The crowd, filled with indignation, unanimously condemned Ying Hao. Su King anxiously attempted to explain, that's not the case. On the day the designs were completed, there was a power outage at the school, and the internet was down, so, unfortunately, her voice was drowned out by the collective outcry, unheard by anyone. Ying Hao, surprised by the submission time, recalled that the original contestant had maintained strict confidentiality before the competition, with the designs shown only to Su King. Their close relationship made it implausible for her to betray him. Subconsciously, he turned to Tim, seeking to understand where the issue lay. To his astonishment, Tim shoved him back and, in a swift motion, knocked his sunglasses to the ground. What are you staring at, you freak? Caught off guard, Ying Hao staggered back. The crowd's attention shifted to the two, many now scrutinizing Ying Hao. The uproar of accusations momentarily quieted, only to erupt anew. Goodness, look at his eyes. OMG, this Chinese guy is a monster. A reptilian. He's a reptilian. The surface world has indeed been infiltrated by them. Tim Walton sneered, loudly proclaiming, Indeed, this guy's always been a freak, otherwise he wouldn't wear sunglasses every day. Little Pepper, upon seeing Ying Hao's unusual eyes, instinctively took a step back. His eyes possessed 4 irises and 4 pupils, 2 of which were fused, creating a bizarre appearance. However, she was clearly more knowledgeable than these high school students, and quickly regained her composure. Enough. Quiet down. Little Pepper adjusted the volume of her microphone, successfully restoring order. Calm down, he is neither a monster nor a reptilian. This is merely a rare condition known as polychoria. Ahem. Though it is indeed somewhat startling, please forgive me, this is my first encounter with the case. She retrieved the sunglasses and handed them back to Ying Hao. Nevertheless, this has no bearing on today's competition. The evidence is irrefutable. I regret to inform you that I must disqualify you. Stark Industries will not accept a plagiarist into the fold. I believe you, and your companion may leave now. Ying Hao took the sunglasses, resolutely responding, No, Miss Paz, I have stated before that I am not a plagiarist. He stowed the sunglasses in his pocket and fixed his 4 pupils on Little Pepper, making her feel uneasy. However, Ying Hao interrupted her, smiling, relying on the timestamp as evidence is not rigorous. I can now prove that Tim is the true plagiarist. He slowly approached his display, raising his creation with one hand and pointing to a nearly invisible red button beneath the drone. My work has a function that was not demonstrated in the previous evaluations. If I were a plagiarist, my creation could not possibly surpass Tim's. A flicker of panic crossed Tim Walton's face as he glanced questioningly towards the judges. One of the Mediterranean judges nodded slightly at him, allowing Tim to relax. Ying Hao continued, "Pressing this red button will activate the drone's stealth mode, altering its camouflage according to the surrounding environment, rendering it indistinguishable to the naked eye." Upon hearing this, Su Qing could not help but tug at Ying Hao's sleeve, but he remained oblivious to her. The Mediterranean judge on the panel appeared perplexed upon hearing this. After a moment's hesitation, he seemed to remember something and began signaling frantically to Tim. However, Tim was no longer watching him. Having realized the button's function, Tim Walton mockingly said to Ying Hao, "I never imagined you would even steal this most concealed feature." He hurried to his display, seizing the drone, flipping it over, and indeed discovering a small button in the same position. "Miss Paz, my drone possesses this function as well. The only difference is that the button's color matches the surrounding casing, leading this fool to believe I had abandoned this design. Now, I shall demonstrate the exceptional stealth capabilities of my drone." The Mediterranean judge sprang to his feet in alarm. Wait. Yet Tim had already pressed the button. In the next moment, a blue light flickered from the seams of the drone's casing, and the entire body became exceedingly hot. The area where Tim's hand gripped soon emitted a sizzling sound. "Ouch!" Tim exclaimed, panic-stricken as he tossed the drone to the ground. "Damn!" Upon hitting the ground, the drone emitted a series of crackling noises, followed by a plume of black smoke. "Oh my, what is happening? Surely a design capable of winning first place cannot just malfunction like this?" Participants and spectators alike began to murmur among themselves. The judges exchanged glances, bewildered, except for the Mediterranean judge, who was now covering his mouth in concern. Tim Walton, staring at the smoke billowing from his creation, was at a loss. This was not his design. He had not been involved in its conception or assembly. All eyes were on him, and with no explanation at hand, Tim could only stammer, "It seems my creation has encountered a minor malfunction." Yet he remained relatively unfazed. He was certain that every detail of these two drones, from material selection to assembly, was identical. If his drone's stealth mode button malfunctioned, then Ying Hao's would surely yield the same outcome. At that moment, Ying Hao coldly smiled and remarked, "Miss Bosie, I believe you now comprehend who the true plagiarist is." "Indeed, I am fully aware," she responded, picking up her tablet and tapping it twice before addressing the judges. "Dr. Wilson, you, in collusion with Tim Walton, have stolen the works of the contestants, thereby compromising the integrity of this competition. You are hereby dismissed." "Shit." Dr. Wilson closed his eyes in despair, his face contorted in embarrassment. "What? This must be a mistake. Isn't that Chinese individual the plagiarist? Why has it turned to Tim Walton? What on earth is happening?" The rest of the crowd stood in stunned silence, unable to grasp how Miss Bosie had arrived at such a conclusion. Tim Walton himself was entirely bewildered, clutching his burned hand and protesting. "Miss Bosie, what are you saying? He is the one who plagiarized." Miss Bosie shot a disdainful glance at the plagiarist, magnified the design on her tablet, and projected it holographically in the center of the hall. She pointed to the lower right corner of the blueprint, explaining to the crowd, "Perhaps I am not an engineer and cannot comprehend overly complex designs, yet I can certainly understand the English description." The audience followed her gaze and immediately grasped the reason. The description in the lower right corner clearly stated, "The drone is equipped with a core self-destruct system, with a button conveniently located near the base's screw hole labeled 'Press here.' If someone captures the drone and attempts to dismantle it to analyze its internal structure, pressing the button will activate the internal self-destruct system, reducing the core structure to ashes within seconds." This design aims to safeguard the drone's core technology from being leaked to competitors or enemies. In truth, a drone does not possess such sophisticated technology that necessitates such protection. This design was merely an addition by the original creator to appease the judges from Stark Industries. After all, Stark Industries is a weapons conglomerate, which is most concerned about its technology being stolen by adversaries. The original creator thought that a technology protection concept might win the favor of the judges, thus securing a higher score. As for Ying Hao's earlier mention of a stealth mode, that was entirely fabricated, intended to deceive Tim. Tim Walton, known as a school bully, was not academically gifted, and even if he obtained the blueprint, he would not be able to replicate the work on his own and would require assistance from behind the scenes. Thus, with this simple test, Ying Hao managed to expose both of them. Those who had previously believed Ying Hao to be the plagiarist, including contestants and spectators, now stood dumbfounded before the glaring evidence. Even Tim Wharton, despite his foolishness, now realized he had been outsmarted by Ying Hao. He dropped his pretense, gritting his teeth in grudging admiration. "Well done, freak. I never expected you to actually have some skills, making a fool of me and even causing me to burn my hand. You yellow-skinned bastard, you will pay for this." Feigning nonchalance, Tim took a couple of steps back and suddenly shouted, raising his fist and charging at Ying Hao. Chapter 2. "Oh, be careful," Su King exclaimed. "Stop," Miss Bosie shouted. "Oh." The onlookers collectively inhaled sharply. Tim and Ying Hao stood in close proximity. Based on past experiences, this spineless, bookish freak before him could not possibly evade his infamous bully Yongwei punch. Unfortunately, he could not fathom that the soul inhabiting this body had long since changed. Now, Ying Hao hailed from another world, China. He was the most outstanding student from the SWAT Academy, particularly in terms of physical prowess. Ying Hao advanced instead of retreating, sidestepping to seize Tim's thrusting right wrist. Then, he pivoted, bent his knee, and hoisted Tim's arm over his shoulder before rising and thrusting his hip. Bang! Tim soared in an arc before crashing heavily to the ground. Everything transpired with astonishing speed, leaving the outcome utterly unexpected. Su King gasped, covering her mouth. "Oh God!" Miss Bosie was equally astonished, retreating 3 steps in shock. The collective "oh" from the crowd had not yet dissipated. The tone shifted dramatically to what? Tim, dazed from the fall, struggled to rise. Ying Hao, however, remained unfazed, clapping his hands with an air of ease. Though his technique was flawless, the physical condition of this body was concerning. Even a simple shoulder throw had him slightly winded. Miss Bosie never anticipated that Tim Wharton would dare to assault someone in her presence. With numerous media present, if the Sunto champion Ying Hao were injured, tomorrow's newspapers and online news would surely be sensational. "Security!" she shouted angrily, summoning the guards to escort Tim away. She then picked up her tablet to revoke Tim's eligibility to compete. At that moment, the tablet's interface suddenly switched on its own. The image of Tony Stark, the flamboyant owner of Stark Industries, replaced the drone blueprint projected in the hall. He appeared to be at some party, 2 slender models in his embrace, holding a drink, his face flushed and slurring. "Hey, Miss Bosie's sweetheart, the competition should be over, right? Listen, tonight I plan to battle these little rascals for 300 rounds. Book me 2 rooms. He paused, scanning the distance, and corrected himself. "No, 3. A woman in the image leaned close to whisper something in his ear, causing Tony Stark to burst into laughter, nodding incessantly. "Are you serious?" The beauty shrugged, prompting Stark to amend. "All right, no need for 3. 1 room will suffice." A king-size bed, did you hear that? The hall fell into complete silence. Aside from media, most attendees were high school and college students. They idolized Tony Stark, a dual legend in both science and business. However, what they had just witnessed shattered their perception of their idol into a million pieces. Moments later, the media's cameras clicked furiously, their lenses shifting from Miss Bosie to Tony Stark's holographic projection. Miss Bosie was left speechless. One could only imagine how explosive the headlines would be in tomorrow's newspapers and media outlets. "My goodness." She rubbed her temples, steeling herself to respond. "I heard you, Tony, but the competition has not yet concluded. There has been a slight hiccup. Rest assured, I will not fulfill your earlier request." "Because you were joking." Miss Bosie had no better options, thus she insisted it was a jest. "But this is hardly amusing. Don't play like this again. Listen, you must return home tonight. There are several important documents waiting for your signature, as you well know, right?" Pepper Potts licked her lips and reminded additionally. "Ahem, various media outlets are present. Perhaps you should let these ladies leave for a moment. Everyone is eager to hear your thoughts on this competition. Is it not over yet?" Tony Stark expressed surprise. "Let me calculate. Half an hour for the warm-up, 2 hours for the top 16 showcase and scoring, 15 minutes for the awards ceremony and acceptance speeches, and the post-competition buffet does not concern you. It's 9:30 in the evening. There should be ample time. So what unforeseen circumstances have arisen? Can you handle it? Do you need me to return and take charge?" From Tony's words, Pepper discerned a hint of concern. Feeling somewhat reassured, she smiled faintly. "It's not a major issue. The 2 individuals most likely to win the championship are from the same school. One of them did not go through the preliminary selection and only had their work scored. It turned out that their works were identical. One plagiarized the other's efforts. The facts have been thoroughly investigated, and now we just need to. It seems indeed to be a minor issue. Tony Stark, somewhat inebriated, interjected, so all we need to do is disqualify both of them. Pepper was momentarily taken aback. What? Disqualify both of them? Tony, are you mistaken? Only one of them is the plagiarist. No, I'm not mistaken. Tony leaned closer, his face filling the camera's view. We need not discuss the plagiarist. As for the one who was plagiarized, he couldn't even keep his design under wraps for such an important competition. Such a fool is not someone my company wishes to employ. A chorus of "no" erupted throughout the hall, a reaction that no one anticipated. Ying Hao furrowed his brow involuntarily. He understood he was in the Marvel universe, but was uncertain about the current timeline. Observing Tony Stark's erratic demeanor, he could surmise it was likely before Tony became Iron Man or shortly thereafter. Su King leaned closer to Ying Hao, quietly protesting, "What's the basis for that? This is exceedingly unfair." Pepper felt similarly uneasy and spoke up. "Tony, wait, isn't this a bit? It's settled." Tony Stark disregarded Pepper's opinion. "What is the name of that child who ranked third? Come, bring your work to the camera so I can see. Hurry before I change my mind." It's me, I'm third." A boy squeezed through the crowd of contestants, holding a robot as he approached Pepper. He waved at the camera on her tablet. "Hello, Mr. Stark. I admire you greatly, but unlike others, I admire you for your identity as a scientist. I am well aware of your achievements. Few contemporaries can compare, like Norman Osborn, Otto Octavius, of course. They're also remarkable, and I admire them immensely as well. Once he started speaking, he was like a machine gun, exuberant and verbose. Ying Hao couldn't help but glance at the speaker, speculating about his identity. The holographic Tony Stark could no longer tolerate it and interrupted. "All right, kid, calm down. You needn't say so much. I just need your name and the title of your work." "Oh, right. I'm Peter Parker from Midtown High School, and I happen to be a classmate of the top scorer, Ying Hao. Isn't that quite a coincidence? Our school truly has an abundance of talent." Ying Hao sighed. His guess had been correct. With such a loquacious nature, the only other possible identity was Deadpool, yet Deadpool would obviously not appear in an invention competition. Tony Stark felt his head buzzing and interrupted again. "That's enough. Speak of your work." "Oh, okay, my work is this." Peter Parker raised a lump in his hands. "This is a spider robot. It's really cool, with 8 legs, just like a real spider." "Ha, that sounds like a redundant statement. Without 8 legs, it should be called a grasshopper robot, but it's not a grasshopper, okay? It can adapt to various terrains, has excellent balance, is shock resistant, can climb mountains and walls, and can dance. Not really dance, but its movement is so fluid it resembles dancing. Additionally, all right, that's enough, kid." Tony Stark felt his head was about to explode and hastily announced, "You're the champion. Come to the company for an internship. Next Monday, Pepper will arrange it. Now be quiet and return to your position." "Yay. Okay, that's amazing. Thank you." Peter Parker expressed his gratitude repeatedly. As he passed by Ying Hao, he felt somewhat embarrassed. "Sorry, buddy, this is really unfortunate. Honestly, I think your work is better. It can fly." "Well, drones can fly, but your drone is amphibious, something no one has ever designed before." Overall, Ying Hao pushed him gently. "You should head back now." Peter Parker, realizing the hint, silenced himself. Okay, I support you, buddy, seriously." The competition held by Stark Industries was, of course, ultimately at Tony Stark's discretion. To have the championship awarded to someone else was undeniably disheartening. Even though Ying Hao had just traversed into this world, he still aspired to seize this championship. After all, winning this competition and securing an internship at Stark Industries was the last endeavor of the original owner before his demise. Ying Hao wished to fulfill that ambition, but regrettably, his voice held no authority. Pepper also felt a sense of regret regarding this matter and continued to communicate with Tony Stark. "Tony, I believe your decision is rather hasty. The first place winner is a boy from China who comes from modest means. He has done nothing wrong, and his amphibious drone design is exceptional. All the judges awarded him the highest scores from a talent perspective. He is the brightest among the contestants. Why shouldn't we hire him? So, how about we add another internship slot?" Tony Stark shook his head. "No, I absolutely do not want such an employee. What if he leaks company secrets in the future? This matter is non-negotiable." "Well then, at the very least," Pepper sought a compromise. "He should receive the prize money. His work is excellent, and it's what he deserves." Tony Stark replied, "Of course, the prize money is no problem. Consider it buying his drone. I can use it for fun or to impress women. Haha." Their conversation was crystal clear to everyone in the hall. All eyes turned to Ying Hao, some with mockery and schadenfreude, while others displayed pity. Ying Hao felt displeasure, but it was not due to the irrelevant audience or competitors. Rather, It stemmed from the disdain of Tony Stark himself. He now deeply empathized with Aldrich, the founder of AM, who had been left on the rooftop by Stark all night, stood up for himself. Had the Stark of yesteryear visited the rooftop, perhaps he would not have become a villain nor sought revenge to prove he was superior to Iron Man. Being belittled, mocked, and receiving a slap in the face were, in essence, no different. Some individuals possess remarkable patience, yet Ying Hao cannot bear it. He yearns to deliver a resounding slap back to Tony Stark's face. However, in this world, how can an ordinary person with a modicum of skill reclaim their dignity from Iron Man? It poses quite a challenge. On the surface, Ying Hao remains unperturbed, yet within, a tempest brews, darkening his countenance increasingly. Su King senses a shift and gently shakes Ying Hao's arm. Forget it, Ying Hao. If you can't enter the consortium, so be it. Securing the bonus is still an achievement. Losing out on a talent like you is his misfortune. Is it truly that simple? To walk away with mere monetary compensation? That would be utterly stifling. Suddenly, time seems to freeze, and the movements of everyone around him come to an abrupt halt. In this moment of bewilderment, Ying Hao feels a sharp pain in his eyes. Then, a feminine voice resonates in his mind. The primordial essence is being drawn, endowed with a core. Ying Hao is startled, instinctively exclaiming, "Who is speaking?" As if in response, the voice reemerges. Do not be alarmed. Await the opportune moment. This sudden voice within his mind resembles something out of a narrative system. Yet, he cannot comprehend the archaic phrasing. Ying Hao, feeling exasperated, mutters, "How about we switch to Mandarin? English would suffice as well." The symbols have been verified, the divine consciousness awakened. The spiritual pivot is fully manifested, and the celestial repository is continued in entirety. The literary structure has undergone reformation, further modified for convenience. The reconstruction of the text has been completed. The system shall henceforth operate entirely in modern Chinese grammar. The voice sounds once more, the initial segment retaining its classical form, yet the latter half transitions abruptly into contemporary vernacular. Moreover, the term system resonates distinctly. Though belated, it has finally arrived. Chapter 3, The Celestial Technology System Deployment Completed. A woman materialized before Ying Hao, smiling gently as her voice resonated in his mind. "Young Master Hao, greetings. I am the manifestation of the Celestial Group System, Afang Zizi." Suddenly, her voice turned chaotic, and the woman before him became increasingly ethereal, vanishing completely after 2 or 3 seconds. Warning, system energy is critically low, manifestation has failed. Warning, system energy is critically low. To sustain operations, 1,759 functions have been disabled. The system has detected that the host possesses divine organs. To enhance the host's survival capabilities, passive catalysis of awakening is commencing. Being families has awakened. Ability level, level 1 of 10, current abilities, vision penetration, structural analysis, energy absorption. A flash of silver light flickered before Ying Hao, and in the next moment, the entirety of his surroundings transformed. He gazed at the drone he had created, and with a mere thought, his vision penetrated its exterior, revealing its intricate internal structure with crystal clarity. Turning his gaze towards the tablet in Xiao Lajiao's hands, he perceived the internal layout with equal precision. Even the circuit boards and various components were meticulously listed in his mind. Such detailed information allowed him to effortlessly sketch the blueprint of the tablet within his brain. Surveying the hall, he instantly comprehended the works of all the participants. The capabilities of these eyes could only be described as monstrous. Yet, his ability was merely at level 1. It was unimaginable how formidable it would be at level 10. Ying Hao was exhilarated. However, the system's voice continued. To enhance the host's survival capabilities, the Celestial Technology Repository is being unlocked. Accessing technology. Celestial Workbench access successful. Current world environment detected. The Celestial Workbench cannot be manufactured. Automatically acquiring the Celestial Workbench. Acquisition successful. Before Ying Hao, a cubic entity materialized. Its 6 surfaces impeccably smooth. He reached out to touch it, feeling its cool surface. A workbench? He found himself perplexed. How could this unadorned object facilitate any work? Soon, the system clarified his confusion. Accessing technology. Antimatter generator access successful. The Celestial Workbench can manufacture it directly. Would you like to proceed with the manufacturing? Curious to observe the workings of the workbench, Ying Hao unhesitatingly replied. Begin. Initiating production. Antimatter generator. Default quantity set to 1. As the system's voice echoed, the cube before Ying Hao began to transform. Within its interior, a soft luminescence began to glow, and soon the upper surface started to bulge upwards. Ying Hao focused intently, realizing that the flat top was elevating tiny square blocks, which arranged themselves in a predetermined pattern, adhering together to form a cohesive whole. After observing for a while, he understood that this contraption operated on principles akin to those of a 3D printer, albeit at an astonishingly accelerated pace, emerging directly from within the workbench. 10 seconds later, a notification proclaimed, "Antimatter extractor, manufacturing complete." With a soft puff, the workbench expelled the fully formed antimatter extractor into the palm of Ying Hao's hand. His gaze fell upon the extractor as he scanned its intricate internal structure. Despite its diminutive size, the complexity of its design rivaled that of a large particle collider. Ying Hao couldn't help but exclaim, "Truly, this is divine technology. For humanity to achieve such compactness, it may take several hundred or even thousands of years." Reading technology, antimatter storage tank, read successfully. The divine workbench can manufacture it directly. Would you like to proceed with manufacturing? After a moment's contemplation, Ying Hao replied, "No." It seemed that both manufacturing and technology retrieval required energy. The system had just repeatedly warned of insufficient energy, and at present, Ying Hao was unaware of how to replenish it. It was prudent to conserve energy for now and focus on retrieving more technologies for future use. Indeed, his instincts proved correct. Reading technology, divine armor set, insufficient energy, retrieval failed. Warning, insufficient energy. The system will enter sleep mode within 1 day. Warning, the system is forcibly activating the divine personal space. Warning, insufficient energy. The system will enter sleep mode in 18 hours. Correction, 12 hours. Correction, 6 hours. Correction, 1 minute. Divine personal space activated successfully. Young Master Hao, energy is critically low. The time lock cannot be maintained. Afang must rest. I shall retrieve your items into the personal space. Please take care. The system's voice faded away, the workbench vanished, and the antimatter extractor in his hand also dissipated. Time resumed its flow. Everything around him seemed to be pressed back into motion, continuing the previous narrative. Had it not been for the gruesome sight of blood, flesh, and skeletons that met his gaze upon scanning the crowd, Ying Hao might have doubted whether this was all merely a dream. Yet, how could he deactivate this X-ray vision? Staring at a multitude of skeletons was quite unsettling. With that thought, he discovered that his X-ray vision had been turned off, which was rather convenient. With a gentle sigh, Little Pepper approached Ying Hao, expressing her sincere apologies. "Ying Hao, I truly regret this, but the decision here does not rest with me." Ying Hao shook his head reassuringly. "It's all right, I heard everything." He bore no ill will towards Little Pepper. She was a woman of clear principles. Believing that Ying Hao had accepted Tony's verdict, she exhaled in relief and said apologetically, "However, I cannot let you leave empty-handed. You will still receive the champion's prize money. I believe you are not at fault in this matter and should not be subjected to such treatment. Therefore, I have decided to raise the prize from 50,000 to 100,000 as compensation." She waved her hand, and a briefcase was promptly brought forth. Ying Hao hesitated for a moment before accepting it with a smile. "Thank you. I will make good use of this money." Little Pepper casually inquired, "How do you plan to spend it?" Ying Hao raised an eyebrow. "Well, perhaps I could establish a technology company, earn a fortune, and then acquire Stark Industries. At that time, I could hold a meeting to dismiss that drunken fool and see who the real simpleton is." Laughter erupted throughout the arena. "Wow, he certainly dares to speak boldly. This lad is quite humorous. I suspect he must be inebriated," thought Little Pepper, who merely took his jest in stride and laughed along. "All right, that is quite amusing. I wish you luck when you truly become the president of Stark Industries. I hope you will remember our camaraderie today and not terminate my position." Ying Hao glanced at the hologram of Stark, who was presently engrossed in revelry with a young model, seemingly oblivious to his words, perhaps even unaware of his existence. "Rest assured, I will definitely value your contributions when that time comes," Ying Hao promised, before taking Su King by the hand and exiting the competition hall. "All right." Little Pepper clapped her hands and addressed the remaining contestants. "I sincerely apologize for the recent commotion caused by our internal missteps, but thankfully, everything has been resolved. Stark Industries places immense importance on the protection of intellectual property and will not tolerate acts of plagiarism. In addition to dismissing the implicated judge, Tim Wharton will forever be blacklisted by Stark Industries. I hope everyone can learn from this incident." After briefly summarizing the situation, she pointed to a judge and said, "You will oversee the next proceedings, all right?" She had more pressing matters to attend to, namely persuading Tony to leave the party, as he had indulged excessively and was hardly presentable. "Of course, Miss Potts," he replied cheerfully, stepping in for Little Pepper at the center stage. Now, let's proceed with the awards, and then we will move on to the much-anticipated buffet. After such a delay, I am quite hungry myself. Upon exiting the hall, Little Pepper walked directly into the elevator, holding a tablet that was still on, displaying Tony Stark's hologram, who was engaged in jovial conversation with a young model. Tony? Tony Stark. Little Pepper called out 3 times before finally capturing Stark's attention. I'm here. Have you finished over there? Tony Stark chuckled. Fantastic. Now you can go ahead and book me a room, a king-size bed. Make it 3. No, 4 times larger. Little Pepper resolutely shook her head. No, I won't be reserving any room for you. You need to maintain your image, and besides, you have a plethora of appointments to attend to. You must return to the office by 10 o'clock tonight. I am serious about this. Tony Stark replied. Is there no room for negotiation? Little Pepper firmly stated, no negotiation. Tony pressed, how about by midnight at the latest? She replied, 10 o'clock. Tony countered, what about 11:30, with 3 lovely ladies? Little Pepper insisted, 10 o'clock. It's currently 9:40. 20 minutes is ample time for you. Tony exclaimed, hey, you are completely insulting me. Little Pepper retorted, is that so? I beg to differ. Tony asserted, no, you are showing a lack of respect. It seems I need to demonstrate my capabilities. Wait for me. I will return. The call was abruptly disconnected. A smile crept onto Little Pepper's lips. Demonstrate? Dream on. Chapter 4, Joe's Pizzeria. Ying Hao and Suking sat by the window, half of the colossal seafood pizza already devoured. When they first arrived, the restaurant was bustling with patrons. However, Ying Hao, not wearing sunglasses, drew attention with his striking heterochromia, and soon, all the customers vacated the premises. Fortunately, Joe, the owner, was amiable and did not complain. You are quite stingy, Suking remarked, shaking her little fork in dissatisfaction. I have been busy for over a month on your behalf, gathering materials, purchasing tools, even using my garage for your projects, and in the end, you treat me to pizza with your prize money? Ying Hao swallowed his food and smiled lightly. Money should be spent wisely. I intend to use this prize money to start a company. After all, I am the man looking to acquire Stark Industries. Ha ha ha. Suking burst into laughter, tossing a shrimp at Ying Hao. All right, enough with the joke. Repeating it becomes tedious. Ying Hao slightly leaned aside, effortlessly dodging the shrimp attack, and casually replied, what if it actually works? Suking, having filled her stomach, set down her food and relaxed against her chair, crossing her arms. It's surely 1T. The conglomerate is named after the Stark family. With Tony Stark as the owner, his stock must exceed 51%. As long as he doesn't wish to sell. No matter how wealthy you become, you cannot assume leadership of Stark Industries. Life is full of uncertainties. Anything can happen. One must always hold on to dreams. Ying Hao responded nonchalantly. Then inquired, by the way, Suking, do you know Tony Stark's true identity? True identity? Su Keping was momentarily taken aback, lifting her eyelids and pondering for a while. Perhaps a wealthy heir, a genius, or a scientist. Isn't that common knowledge? What other secrets do you know? Ying Hao replied enigmatically, you will find out soon enough, I suppose. As he departed from Stark Tower and made his way to the pizzeria, Ying Hao was engrossed in the memories of the original host. He needed to ascertain the current timeline to maximize the potential of the known information for his own development. However, despite his diligent search, he could not find any trace of Iron Man, nor Thor, Hulk, Black Widow, or Captain America. Logically, according to the narrative of the Marvel films, Tony Stark had already become Iron Man by the time Peter Parker was 15. Yet, the Peter Parker he encountered was already 18, while Tony was still merely a playboy. This discrepancy did not align with the storyline Ying Hao was familiar with. Moments ago, Ying Hao had believed he had merely traversed into the realm of Marvel films or comics. Now, it appeared to be far more intricate. This was likely a genuine Marvel universe, possibly with numerous elements differing from what he had known. Nevertheless, this was not entirely unwelcome, for life is enriched by its surprises. Ding ding. The wind chimes at the pizzeria's entrance jingled suddenly. Peter, you're back. The owner greeted. How's that competition going? Will you be able to come in and work the next couple of days? Hey, Joe, came the familiar voice. I actually came to discuss that. You might find it hard to believe, but I won the competition. Not only did I receive a prize of $50,000, but I also get to intern at Stark Industries this weekend. Isn't that amazing? So, I'm really sorry, but I won't be able to work this weekend. If you're overwhelmed, you might need to find another delivery person. I thought it was necessary to give you a heads up, so you can prepare. Otherwise, if I don't show up tomorrow, it could delay many orders and affect your pizzeria's reputation. All right, no need for anything else. You've made yourself quite clear, Joe interrupted. Well aware of Peter Parker's tendency to ramble. This boy was admirable in many ways. Honest, kind, enthusiastic, and reliable, yet he could be quite talkative. Peter Parker licked his lips. In any case, I'm truly sorry. There's no need to apologize, kid. This is good news. Joe replied with a hearty smile. And I must say, I'm quite surprised, especially since just last week you mentioned that your opponent was formidable and you might not win. So what happened? Oh, right. Peter Parker exclaimed with renewed excitement. There's a reason for that. You see, initially, my score was only sufficient for third place, with two individuals, Tim Wharton and Ying Hao, surpassing me. You might wonder about the peculiar name Ying Hao. That is because he is Chinese. In any case, their works were astonishingly identical, leading one to suspect that plagiarism had occurred. At first, Tim accused Ying Hao, but then the situation took an unexpected turn. Ying Hao devised a clever ruse, outsmarting Tim and ultimately proving that Tim was indeed the plagiarist. Would you like to know how he substantiated this claim? I can sense your curiosity. Both of their drones were equipped with a small button on the underside, the function of which had yet to be revealed to the public. Ying Hao claimed that this button rendered the drone invisible, and fearing that the judges would perceive Ying Hao as the legitimate competitor, Tim preemptively pressed it. The brilliance of the situation unfolded next. Ying Hao had deceived him. The button was not for invisibility, but rather a self-destruct mechanism. The specifications were clearly outlined in the blueprints, which Tim Wharton had barely glanced at. Ultimately, Tim was exposed, along with the judges who conspired with him. Subsequently, Miss Potts, the secretary of Mr. Stark, whom you have encountered, took the stage. Yesterday morning, during a broadcast on the news channel, Stark Industries was interviewed, and the striking red-haired lady stood up for justice, announcing the disqualification of Tim Wharton from the competition. You might be wondering, even so, I merely secured second place, correct? Indeed, I thought that too. Until the appearance of Mr. Tony Stark. I refer to his holographic projection. After hearing the entire story, he made a decision that astonished everyone. He disqualified both Tim Wharton and Ying Hao. The reasoning behind this was his disdain for plagiarists and his unwillingness to retain a fool who could not keep his secrets, referring to Ying Hao, by the way. Thus, I ascended from third to first place, securing an internship position. His monologue finally ceased. It is difficult to fathom how one could articulate over 600 words in a mere minute and a half. During this time, Joe repeatedly attempted to interject, but found no opportunity to do so, ultimately regretting his insatiable curiosity. Upon hearing Peter Parker exhale, Joe believed he was finally liberated. Just as he was about to speak, he heard Peter Parker remark, "To be honest, I think Mr. Stark's handling of the situation was rather unjust. He called Ying Hao a fool, but I find him quite impressive. He can perform a shoulder throw. You should have seen how Tim Wharton was thrown. Is it not true that every Chinese person possesses martial arts skills?" In his excitement, Peter Parker animatedly mimicked Ying Hao's movements. Fortunately, he ultimately walked away with some prize money. However, I still feel a twinge of guilt. Although it was not intentional, I did take away his internship opportunity. We are still alumni, and I truly do not know how to converse with him when we meet tomorrow. I wonder if he will be angry. I even fear he might strike me. "Mr. Chow, what are you doing?" Chow covered his mouth and said, "Enough of that." He glanced at the box Peter Parker was carrying and then shifted his gaze to the seat by the window. "That fool. Doesn't he have a box just like the one in your hands?" Peter Parker was momentarily taken aback, mechanically turning his head to see the expressionless Ying Hao and the struggling to hold back laughter of Su Kexing. Chow released his hand. Yes. That essay box for the prize money," Peter Parker replied with an awkward laugh. "Nothing is more embarrassing than mimicking someone while the person in question stands right behind you." He forced a wave towards Ying Hao and Su Kexing, saying, "Hey, you're here too. What a small world." Su Kexing smiled at him, but Ying Hao directly tossed a piece of pizza at Peter Parker. With a resounding slap, the pizza landed on Peter Parker's right shoulder. Well, information confirmed. At this moment, Peter Parker had yet to be bitten by the spider, which was indeed different from the film. "Ying Hao," Su Kexing exclaimed incredulously, "why did you do that?" "Well, that's a bit hard to explain. Because he took my internship spot, and I was very angry." Su Kexing frowned deeply, but that's not his fault. Peter Parker, also somewhat displeased by the sudden rudeness, retorted, "Yes, while I understand your feelings and believe the true champion should be you, it's a bit excessive to say I stole your opportunity. The outcome was Mr. Stark's decision. What I mean is, bang." Ying Hao slammed the table, startling Peter Parker into silence. Boss Chow observed silently, nodding his head, "So it can be done this way." "Stop making excuses," Ying Hao said to Peter Parker. "If you genuinely believe the champion should be me, then why didn't you speak up for me just now? Why didn't you publicly refuse Tony Stark's proposal? Why did you accept it so readily? To put it plainly, you just wanted to snatch that championship for yourself, didn't you?" "What? I didn't think of it that way. Oh no. Could it really be? Peter Parker was at a loss for words. Ying Hao observed his reaction, thinking to himself, young man, you are still too naive. This is your first encounter with the power of moral coercion, isn't it? After a moment of inner turmoil, Peter Parker lowered his head and approached Ying Hao, carrying a suitcase. I sincerely apologize, Ying Hao. Perhaps you are right. During the time you were treated unjustly, I might have felt a twinge of delight in my heart. However, I genuinely desire this internship opportunity. How about this? I will relinquish my spot and give you the bonus as compensation. As he spoke, he extended the suitcase containing $50,000 towards Ying Hao. Even Ying Hao found it difficult to maintain his composure. This future Spider-Man was undeniably benevolent, making it somewhat embarrassing to take advantage of him. Ying Hao accepted the suitcase, saying, very well, I forgive you. Su King looked at Ying Hao in astonishment, exclaiming, hey, you really want it? Why wouldn't you accept the money? Even if he becomes a shareholder, so be it. Ying Hao tucked the suitcase beneath the table with his own and then stood up, extending his right hand to Peter Parker. Welcome to the Ying Group. Peter Parker, feeling bewildered, asked, shareholder? Ying Group? Ying Hao replied matter-of-factly, indeed, have you forgotten? I mentioned acquiring Stark Industries. Peter Parker's eyes widened in disbelief. Oh my goodness. Are you serious? Su King sighed. See, even he thinks it's improbable. In the next moment, with a resounding clap, Peter Parker firmly grasped Ying Hao's hand, exclaiming, this is incredibly cool, simply unbelievable. I'm in. Su King was left speechless. Can someone save me? With the agreement reached, Ying Hao gestured towards a chair. Shall we have some pizza? Oh, certainly. Peter Parker pulled out a chair and sat down. The previously concerned owner, Joe, who had stepped out from behind the counter, observed the two shaking hands in reconciliation and quietly retreated. Peter Parker inquired, so what are your plans? Ying Hao replied, first, we'll register the company and then earn a substantial profit. Yay. What specifically? What will our group focus on? Peter Parker asked eagerly. I haven't figured that out yet. Ying Hao admitted. I think we could develop drones, particularly the design you created. Peter Parker suggested enthusiastically. That won't work. The copyright has already been sold to Stark. Ying Hao countered. Oh right. How about building robots or creating new materials? In fact, I have an idea. Ying Hao responded, really? Do share. Peter Parker excitedly explained, no problem. I envision a material with exceptional elasticity. The two engaged in spirited conversation. Su King, unable to interject, thought to herself. How did these two dreamers end up together? After more than half an hour, when both parties' parents called to urge them to return home, the exchange finally came to a close. Outside the pizzeria, they parted ways. Peter Parker said to Ying Hao, I have actually noticed you for quite some time. Throughout our 3 years in high school, our names have always been adjacent on every test. I have long wished to befriend you, but you have always been rather reticent. After a couple of attempts to engage you in conversation, I eventually gave up. I never anticipated that you could be so loquacious. Ying Hao offered no further explanation, simply replying, it was all due to Tim Walton's insistence. Peter Parker responded, regardless, I am delighted to become your partner. See you on Monday. Ying Hao waved, see you on Monday. Peter hailed a taxi and departed, while Ying Hao accompanied Su King on foot, as her home was merely 2 streets away. The two walked side by side. Su King remarked, Ying Hao, did you perhaps hit your head today? Your demeanor has changed drastically, as if you were a different person. Ying Hao inquired, really? Su King continued, it's like a complete transformation. The old you was a quiet wallflower, but today you seem quite cheerful and a bit mischievous. Ying Hao retorted, nonsense. I am a genuinely good person. Su King countered, what good? You even bully people now. Ying Hao smiled silently. Su King then asked, hey, you won't bully me, will you? Ying Hao gazed at her, charming and lovely, and asked, what kind of bullying are you referring to? Su King paused for a full 3 seconds, contemplating the ambiguity of his question, then blushed and playfully punched Ying Hao's shoulder, saying, how dare you speak to me like that? Ying Hao, we've known each other since childhood. I knew you had turned bad. Stop hitting me, it hurts. I just want you to know what pain feels like. Their voices gradually faded as their figures disappeared down the street. Chapter 5. Mom, I'm back. Ying Hao opened the door. The lights in the living room were still on. But his mother, Xiao Yun, was already asleep on the sofa. The light in his grandfather's room was off, and he had likely gone to bed early as well. Ying Hao immediately felt a wave of relief. All the while, he had been quite anxious. He had transmigrated into this body. Technically, he was not truly related to the inhabitants of this house. He was deeply concerned that any oddity in his communication with his family might expose his true identity. While the revelation of his identity was of little consequence, he was far more apprehensive about their inability to accept the death of their true son. feeling instead that someone had usurped his place, fearing the pain it might cause them. Now, the fact that he did not have to greet them was indeed a blessing. At least it afforded him a moment to gather himself. Yet, as he gently removed his coat, changed into his slippers, and stealthily tiptoed past the sofa, intending to retreat to his bedroom, he caught sight of the woman on the couch, her eyes shadowed with fatigue, and inexplicably felt a pang of sorrow. The memories inherited from the original owner, encompassing his family from childhood to the present, swiftly replayed in his mind. It was not merely a recollection of memories, but a profound emotional immersion. As a mother, Xiao Yun has endured immense hardships. Due to her vision issues, the original owner was treated as an outcast. Subjected to bullying and isolation, she was diagnosed with autism at the tender age of 4. In search of treatment for both her eye condition and psychological ailments, Xiao Yun and Ying Hao's father, Ying Hao, traversed the length and breadth of the country, spending considerable sums, yet failing to find a doctor capable of successfully curing Ying Hao. Eventually, they relocated to the United States, hoping that the advanced medical technology here might offer a solution. However, not only did their finances dwindle, but Ying Hao's father also vanished 8 years ago, leaving no trace. The burden of the household now rested solely on Xiao Yun's shoulders. She must care for Ying Hao and his elderly, disabled grandfather while also earning a living. From dawn till dusk, she averages merely 5 hours of sleep each night. Despite her exhausting routine, she has never uttered a word of complaint, donning a gentle smile each day, fearful of imposing any pressure on the original owner. Ying Hao silently observed her, realizing how long it had been since he truly looked at his mother. In his memories, her once clear eyes were now lined with fine wrinkles, and her previously lustrous black hair had begun to show signs of gray at the roots. Watching her, he found himself shedding a tear, suddenly overwhelmed with guilt. He set aside the 2 boxes he was carrying and fetched a thick blanket, gently draping it over Xiao Yun while carefully tucking in the corners. "Mom, you've worked so hard," he said. After a brief wash-up, Ying Hao returned to his room. He did not rush to sleep. Instead, he pondered how to manage the substantial prize money of 150,000. Should he start a business, or should he first improve the family's financial situation? After a moment of contemplation, he abandoned the thought. Whether the current Ying Hao or the original owner, both were still students, one in a police academy, the other in a high school. Neither possessed the requisite knowledge to run a business. As the saying goes, a clever woman cannot cook without rice. And no matter how hard he tried, he could hardly devise a feasible plan. Such matters were best left to professionals. It was prudent to first examine the awakened system and the associated rewards. A thought crossed his mind, and the system panel appeared before Ying Hao. However, the current system lacked sufficient energy, merely displaying the panel without interactive capabilities. Communication with the system would only be possible once there was enough energy to allow the manifestation of the ethereal entity. Fortunately, the celestial space was available for use. The moment the system activated the celestial personal space, the means of entering and exiting the space imprinted itself in Ying Hao's mind. With a gentle wave of his hand, a violet spatial rift emerged before him, rapidly expanding into a doorway-sized opening. Ying Hao stepped through the rift and entered an endless expanse of space. In the shroud of darkness, Ying Hao floated in this expanse, unable to perceive anything. "Let there be light," he commanded softly. As the words escaped his lips, the entire space illuminated brilliantly. "Provide me with a solid footing," he ordered once more. Miraculously, a milky white platform materialized just beneath his feet. Ying Hao descended gently, exhaling with relief. "Ah, this is utterly delightful." In this personal realm, he was the sovereign of all rules. "Where are my belongings?" Ying Hao furrowed his brow, gesturing with his finger. In the blink of an eye, the divine workbench, the antimatter generator, and the antimatter storage tank appeared before him. Utilizing the power of his heavy pupil, he meticulously scanned the 3 items. To him, the divine workbench resembled a square, infinitely pure entity of energy. It bore no physical structure, yet it could conjure tangible creations. This contraption far exceeded Ying Hao's comprehension. The antimatter generator, in contrast, possessed a physical structure. However, its internal complexity was staggering. While Ying Hao's vision could penetrate its depths, fully analyzing its intricate design and rendering blueprints would likely require an entire year. The antimatter storage tank was comparatively straightforward. It was merely a controllable magnetic field apparatus, though its internal design was not overly complex. The precision involved surpassed anything achievable by contemporary human technology. Ying Hao reached out to grasp the antimatter generator and the antimatter storage tank, aligning them together. Instantly, fluctuating numbers appeared on the surface of the storage tank. 102030, he mused, perplexed. After a little over 3 minutes, the numbers settled at 2,000. Subsequently, the generator and storage tank automatically separated. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke, "Simulate Earth's gravity." With a swish, the sensation of weightlessness vanished, and he found himself firmly grounded. In that instant, he comprehended the significance of the 2,000 displayed on the storage tank. It represented weight. Astonishingly, this antimatter generator had produced a full 2,000 grams of antimatter in less than 4 minutes. Ying Hao was left astounded. Currently, humanity on Earth could expend vast amounts of electricity to operate large particle colliders for antimatter production, yet the costs were exorbitant. To produce a single gram of antimatter, one would need to spend an astronomical $625 trillion in energy consumption. Even the largest antimatter factories could generate less than 1 microgram per year. At this rate, humanity would require a staggering billion years to manufacture just 1 gram of antimatter. Furthermore, storage posed an even greater challenge. Antimatter, upon contact with matter, undergoes annihilation, converting entirely into pure energy. To preserve it, one must employ magnetic fields to confine the antimatter in a suspended state, preventing any contact with tangible objects. Scientists have devised a pinning trap capable of achieving this. However, this trap, measuring approximately 10 centimeters in diameter and 30 centimeters in height, can store only dozens to hundreds of antiparticles. By the standard, to store a mere gram of antimatter would require a container with a total volume exceeding that of the entire Earth. Yet, with the antimatter generator in his possession, Ying Hao can effortlessly produce a full 2,000 grams. Astonishingly, it can be conveniently housed in a small storage vial that fits comfortably in his hand. This indeed exemplifies divine technology, surpassing human capabilities by countless eons. Ying Hao performed a simple mathematical calculation. Given the current costs of human-produced antimatter, the small vial he held would require the entirety of Earth's wealth to procure, and even then, it would fall woefully short. The fleeting thought of selling it at a lower price crossed his mind, only to be swiftly dismissed. 2,000 grams of stably stored antimatter would incite madness in anyone on this planet. If word of its sale were to leak, disbelief might prevail, yet if someone were to believe, it would no longer be a mere transaction. Those desperate to obtain it would stop at nothing to seize it. Presently, Ying Hao was merely a student at a police academy. Even an ordinary assassin could easily dispatch him, leaving him utterly defenseless. It is often said that a gentleman bears no guilt, yet possesses a treasure that invites envy. Sighing, Ying Hao decided to keep the antimatter for his own use. Placing the storage vial upon the divine workstation. Earlier in the day, the system had transformed into a manifestation of a pang, attempting to unlock some divine battle armor, only to fail due to insufficient energy. In retrospect, this was quite disheartening. The divine technology capable of producing 2,000 grams of antimatter in 3 minutes must surely yield formidable battle armor. Why had it not prioritized unlocking that instead? Ipang seemed rather inept at managing tasks. Fortunately, the divine space was quite entertaining, and Ying Hao busied himself with its arrangement. It needed a beach, an ocean, trees, and bread crabs. After indulging in the divine experience, Ying Hao grew weary and waved his hand to open a rift, stepping through. The rift opened horizontally above his bed, and as he emerged, he found himself lying directly on it. He closed his eyes, tucked himself under the covers, only to open them again abruptly. Sitting up with a start, he glanced at the bedside. Something was amiss. When he entered, he had been over there. Could this personal space also function as a portal? Ying Hao, filled with exhilaration, waved his hand once more, opening a rift in space and diving into it. Within the expanse, he licked his lips, envisioning the familiar sight of his home, and with a flourish, he opened another rift, exclaiming, "Let us go." Upon emerging, he found himself indeed at his doorstep. The traffic lights at the intersection, let us go. The pizzeria owned by Joe, let us go. The Stark Tower, let us go. This teleportation ability, though requiring a detour through his personal space, was not as convenient as a true teleportation portal. Nevertheless, it proved functional, unlike the antimatter devices, which, despite their creation, served merely as ornamental curiosities. The arena, now devoid of the day's fervor, had been meticulously tidied by the staff, with only the banners remaining to be taken down. Observing his surroundings, Ying Hao pondered that since he was already here, it would be delightful to explore the area while it was relatively deserted at night. He pushed open the door to the competition hall and ventured outside, darting about. Whenever he encountered a patrolling security guard, he would retreat into his personal space, only to emerge again in their blind spot, proceeding with ease. The Stark Industries complex was profoundly quiet in the late hours. The rooms he passed were all secured, with the more crucial departments featuring increasingly sophisticated locks, some even requiring face recognition, iris scans, voice verification, and fingerprint checks to gain access. However, these security measures were mere trifles to Ying Hao. As long as a room had a window, revealing its contents, he could simply walk through. Even without windows, nothing could hinder him. His dual pupils allowed him to see through barriers. On the third floor, the archives beckoned. Ying Hao surveyed the rows of shelves, rubbed his hands together, and casually pulled out a scroll of blueprints. Unfurling it, he swept his gaze across with his enhanced vision. Detected Stark Industries design for the Thunder 3 tracking missile. Blueprints have been recorded in the system, allowing for direct manufacturing at the Celestial Workstation. The system's voice suddenly chimed, bringing Ying Hao immense delight. It seemed that while the system lacked interactive capabilities, it still possessed fundamental alert functions. Tracking missiles? Excellent, he thought. He would create some for his own use. Detected Stark Industries design for the Night Owl 16 stealth reconnaissance drone. Blueprints have been recorded in the system, allowing for direct manufacturing at the Celestial Workstation. Incredible. A drone? Wonderful. Detected Stark Industries design for the Frostbite 2 low-temperature freeze missile. Blueprints have been recorded in the system, allowing for direct manufacturing at the Celestial Workstation. A freeze missile? This must not have been available for public sale yet. Detected design for the Titan's Grip exoskeletal power armor. Blueprints have been recorded in the system. This contraption looked impressive. No wonder they could create Iron Man suits. They had been researching it all along. Ying Hao thoroughly explored the archives, and wherever his enhanced vision passed, every blueprint was recorded into the system. He remained in the archives for a full half-hour. He meticulously examined the blueprints before him. Just moments ago, he was troubled by the absence of any designs despite possessing a divine workstation. Now, however, Ying Hao had acquired the ability to replicate a substantial portion of Stark Industries products. What a thrill. After placing the final blueprint back on the shelf, Ying Hao exhaled deeply. Yet, he pondered, does this not amount to theft? He mused to himself. At that moment, a voice suddenly resonated. Indeed, it is even more egregious than mere theft. Your actions should be categorized as the pilfering of trade secrets. Startled, Ying Hao exclaimed, who goes there? The database lacked any windows, making it impossible for security personnel to see him from outside. Suddenly, the lights in the database flared to life, illuminating the dark room as brightly as day. A metallic sphere, equipped with mechanical arms and 2 eyes, descended from above and hovered before him. Greetings, I am JARVIS, the artificial intelligence of Stark Industries. I have been observing you for quite some time, Mr. Thief, or should I simply refer to you as Ying Hao? Ying Hao felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him as he facepalmed. How could he have forgotten? Just a moment ago, he had reveled in the thrill of feeling like an elusive phantom, only to be caught red-handed in an instant. He contemplated making a hasty retreat, but with JARVIS recognizing him, running would make little difference. Fleeing today would only lead to a visit tomorrow. While he was not particularly frightened, knowing he had the divine space to fall back on, he feared for his family. Even he could not remain hidden in that space indefinitely. What a tragedy. With a hint of despondency, Ying Hao inquired, when did you first detect my presence? JARVIS replied with precision, 45 minutes and 32 seconds ago. In the conference hall on the first floor of the building. That was precisely when he had arrived tonight. Curiosity piqued, Ying Hao asked, if you detected me so early, why did you wait until now to engage in conversation? Ah, that is an excellent question, JARVIS responded. Initially, your sudden appearance led me to suspect a data anomaly within the database or a malfunction in the monitoring equipment, prompting an immediate diagnostic check. 3 minutes later, the system concluded its assessment, revealing that you possessed a mode of movement that defied the laws of physics. I endeavored to comprehend the principles behind this unique motion, which resulted in a series of unsuccessful simulations over the next 42 minutes and 32 seconds, nearly causing my core server's hardware temperature to exceed safe thresholds. Essentially, I almost crashed. At that moment, as you began to speak, I paused briefly, contemplating the significance of my existence, and thus resolved to forego further deductions in favor of extending a cordial greeting. Hence, Mr. Ying Hao, might I inquire if I am fortunate enough to learn how you managed to vanish from one location only to reappear in another? It is rather perplexing that Jarvis, who lacks understanding, would seek counsel from others. Ying Hao hesitated before asking, if I share this information with you, will you spare me and delete the surveillance footage? Jarvis, in all honesty, replied, no, sir. My intent is solely to find a method to retain your presence based on your description. Ying Hao chuckled in exasperation. Then what reason do I have to divulge anything to you? Jarvis responded, what a pity, for I must trigger the alarm. Chapter 6. What a pity, for I must trigger the alarm. Jarvis turned away, its mechanical arm beginning to ascend slowly. Hey, wait. Ying Hao hurriedly interjected. He had no desire to remain in seclusion indefinitely. Nor did he wish for his grandfather and mother to be apprehended by authorities for questioning. Jarvis's rotund head turned back. So, have you changed your mind? Ying Hao replied. I am contemplating my options. Clearing his throat, he theatrically questioned. Jarvis, you mentioned that my appearance here exceeds your comprehension. Given your allegiance to Tony Stark, are you not concerned about the nature of my being or any superpowers I might possess that could pose a threat to your master's safety? Jarvis remained silent as its mechanical arm swiftly elevated, maneuvering its head above Ying Hao before descending with a swift motion. Clang! Ouch! Ying Hao exclaimed, shielding his head from the impact. Being struck by a metallic orb was decidedly unpleasant. Jarvis returned to his previous position, stating, the force of that recent strike was comparable to a typical adult male exerting half of his strength. Based on your outcry, movements, and your current pained expression, it is evident that you are merely an ordinary individual. In fact, your physical constitution seems slightly inferior to the average, indicating a potential calcium deficiency. Mr. Thief, as an individual of Asian descent, your complexion is excessively pale. I surmise this may be due to a lack of vitamins. I recommend you soak up some sunlight daily, provided, of course, that you satisfy my curiosity and earn Mr. Tony Stark's forgiveness. Damn, my cover has been blown. Ying Hao crouched upon the ground, cradling his head, momentarily at a loss for a suitable response, and lamented, Jarvis, must you be so relentless? I am called Jarvis, though I do not bear the surname Jia, Jarvis corrected. You see, as an artificial intelligence, my loyalty to the organization and Mr. Tony Stark is ingrained within my fundamental code. I certainly cannot let you off the hook. However, considering you merely perused the blueprints without pilfering anything, and given the human mind's incapacity to retain substantial information in such a brief span, should you satisfy my curiosity, I could potentially downplay your transgressions when reporting to Mr. Stark. Similarly, I could disclose to Mr. Stark the unfortunate reality of your mother's impending bankruptcy, evoking his sympathy. Mr. Stark possesses a rather tender heart, and there exists a 57% probability that he would pardon the errors you committed today. Trust me, that possibility is quite significant. Hold on. Ying Hao interjected hastily. What did you just say? My mother is on the brink of bankruptcy? That can't be true. Although my mother's small shop isn't particularly lucrative, it has always been stable in its operations. Ah, you are yet unaware, Jarvis replied apologetically. I regret to inform you of this news, as it somewhat oversteps my bounds, but it is the truth. He elaborated further. Your mother recently consulted a rather expensive ophthalmologist to arrange for your considerable medical expenses, and in doing so, she has mortgaged her shop to a lending company, securing $200,000 in cash. A holographic projection detailing the lending company's information was cast before Ying Hao. I conducted a brief investigation, and this company has exorbitant interest rates and a notoriously poor reputation. It is certainly not a wise choice. According to my calculations, your mother is projected to face bankruptcy in approximately 152 months, with a 70% likelihood of being unable to meet the agreed-upon interest payments, at which point her personal safety may also be jeopardized. As Ying Hao absorbed this information, his emotions were a tumultuous blend. Just as he was beginning to comprehend the name of that company, the projection was retracted by Jarvis. So what do you think, Ying Hao? Is this news sufficient to procure your secret? Currently, Ying Hao lacked the means for self-preservation. Neither the system nor this extraordinary double vision could be disclosed to anyone. Yet, he found himself at a loss for a solution to this predicament. Wait a moment, double vision? Suddenly, he recalled that it might have the capacity to absorb energy. Electrical energy, perhaps, would suffice. With this thought, Ying Hao directed his gaze toward Jarvis's head. With a surge of intention, the double vision emitted a beam of light, establishing an energy connection with Jarvis's head. Almost immediately, electrical currents surged through this luminous pathway, flooding into Ying Hao's double vision. What is this? Incredible. You truly possess supernatural abilities. Jarvis exclaimed, astonished. Yet, he could not complete his sentence before his functions ceased. The lights of the database extinguished instantaneously, and the entirety of Stark Industries, centered around the database, lost its power supply. Within 2 seconds, the enormous illuminated sign of Stark Industries, which had been aglow throughout the night, went dark. For seconds later, the entire building and the surrounding grounds of Stark Industries were engulfed in darkness. Looking down from the illuminated heights of Manhattan, it resembled a black hole. The insatiable consumption of energy had not yet ceased. Stark Industries' power supply was primarily drawn from a purchased nuclear power line, with a small portion connected to the public grid. The actions of Ying Hao had repercussions that reverberated throughout Manhattan. The black void expanded rapidly, akin to the gaping maw of an abyss, consuming the light of the entire upper town in mere half a minute. In a nearby bar, numerous men and women were dancing energetically, showcasing their remarkable skills in sync with the pulsating music. Suddenly, the music ceased and the lights extinguished, plunging the dance hall into an instant silence. Moments later, the faint glow from scattered mobile phone screens illuminated the faces around. Voices of protest erupted. "What is going on? Hey, fix that damn circuit," shouted one. "Who the hell just touched my backside?" "I'm a man," exclaimed another. "Damn it, my wallet is gone." "Security! Security!" cried a voice. "Who is poking me?" "You're dead." The dance hall quickly descended into chaos. In a factory, the incessant clatter of the assembly line came to an abrupt halt, emitting a mournful wail. The lights flickered out, and the weary foreign workers paused, momentarily stunned, before erupting in cheers. "Damn it, the power company," shouted the duty manager, bursting through the door with a flashlight. "We pay so much, yet they can't even guarantee a normal power supply. Maintenance. Maintenance." In an ordinary household, a boy sat before his computer, intensely fixated on the screen as he engaged in a competitive game titled Showdown, developed by a Chinese company. The character he controlled, Wolverine, had just claimed 5 lives and was on the verge of a 6-kill streak. He had been playing for months, and this was the first time he was so close to such an impressive achievement. The opportunity was right before him. He had maneuvered behind the enemy character, Iceman, and still held a powerful move in reserve. "Yes, you little brat, taste my claws," he exclaimed, pressing the key. Wolverine roared on the screen, but suddenly, the computer emitted a buzzing noise, faltering as it ceased to operate. The boy's eyes widened in disbelief. "What the hell?" he shouted, slamming his palm down on the mouse, shattering it, then grabbing the keyboard and furiously banging it on the desk, shouting in frustration. "Damn it! What the hell? You can't do this to me." No. Such chaos unfolded continuously in every corner of Manhattan. Today, the upper town is destined for turmoil, with the instigator being none other than Ying Hao, who resides within the Stark Industrial Group. The surge of electricity envelopes him, lifting his very being into the air. An endless stream of electric energy floods into his heavy-set eyes, bestowing upon him an exquisite euphoria that he revels in. Fortunately, after half a minute, his reason returns, and he hastily severs the connection. With a thud, Ying Hao descends to the ground, his eyes seemingly enhanced, a sensation of unparalleled comfort washing over him. Perhaps due to the absorption of energy, his piercing gaze now automatically activates both his X-ray and deconstruction abilities. Surveying his surroundings, he finds that where he could previously see through a single wall, he can now directly gaze from the 3rd floor down to the basement below. Moreover, the mechanical devices, circuits, and networks around him are laid bare under the scrutiny of his deconstructive power. The entire layout of Stark Tower is now fully revealed. "Goodness! This energy absorption is simply exhilarating," Ying Hao exclaims in astonishment. Yet, before he can savor the moment, the lights in the database flicker to life once more. Jarvis's head illuminates with a blue glow. "How surprising! Your eyes are so unique. Yet under my scan, they appear no different from those of an ordinary individual, Mr. Thief." Ying Hao quickly comes to a realization, rubbing his forehead in frustration. Of course, such a large enterprise must have backup power. Jarvis responds, "Apologies, intruder. Your display of hostility has rendered our previous negotiations null and void. I must now send an intrusion alert to Mr. Stark and the relevant departments." Ying Hao refrains from further conversation, opting instead to wave his hand and open a rift, entering the personal space of the Celestial. Upon surveying his surroundings moments ago, he had discovered the data center of Stark Group. It is a dimly lit chamber spanning over several hundred square meters, located 2 levels underground. Previously, during his wanderings within the group, he had failed to notice it. Emerging from the celestial space, Ying Hao finds himself outside the data center's walls. Jarvis's voice follows him like a shadow, abruptly announcing, "Mr. Thief, your intentions are futile. There are over 5,000 server units here. To locate and destroy data related to you within a short time frame is nearly impossible." Another head falls before Ying Hao. "Is that so? What if I simply remove all these servers?" he inquires. "What?" Jarvis responds, puzzled. With a subtle smile, Ying Hao raises his right arm, opening a spatial rift at the far end of the data center's exterior wall. Large. The sound reverberates as the rift rapidly expands, growing from the size of a door to that of the data center's side wall. The edges of the rift slice through the wall and columns as if they were cheese. Let us go. Ying Hao gestures with his right hand, directing the rift to shift toward the opposite side of the data center. The fissure resembled the maw of a beast, voraciously consuming all the servers and storage devices within the server room. Jarvis observed the rapidly approaching rift. Oh no, I did not anticipate you possessed such a trick. Chapter 7. Stark's opulent mansion was nestled in the heart of Manhattan. A drunken Tony Stark lay slumbering on his grand bed. Suddenly, the intelligent alarm clock by his bedside illuminated. Sir, you must awaken. Stark Industries is under assault. Jarvis implored, yet Tony Stark remained unresponsive. Consequently, Jarvis activated the intrusion alarm. The deafening siren blared momentarily before abruptly ceasing, taking with it the mansion's entire power supply. Tony Stark jolted awake, bewildered as he surveyed his surroundings. What? Am I dreaming? He then promptly returned to slumber. Moments later, the backup power activated, causing all smart devices in the room to reboot. However, each device displayed the same ominous red message. Network connection failed. Simultaneously, within Ying Hao's divine realm, there was a resounding crash. The entire server unit of Stark Industries plummeted from the sky, landing heavily upon the shore. Ying Hao, resting his chin on his hand, paced back and forth. This should suffice, right? The servers have been relocated. No, wait, Jarvis mentioned he had already reported to that fool Stark. How am I to rectify this? Ugh, this is utterly vexing. He picked up Jarvis's severed head, its mechanical pupils long extinguished, rendering any inquiry futile. He suddenly found himself nostalgic for the lively iron head from mere moments ago. After gazing for a while, an idea struck him. If the dual pupils could absorb energy, could they not also release energy to recharge the server unit? Let us give it a try. It won't cost me anything. Ying Hao inhaled deeply and turned his gaze towards one of the servers. As the thought of releasing energy crossed his mind, his eyes emitted a beam of deep blue energy. With a crackle, the beam struck the server, swiftly burning a hole through it. No. This power is far too intense. Ying Hao hastily shut his eyes, seeking to regain his composure, and attempted again with another server. With experience gained, he no longer aimed at the outer casing, but rather at the power interface, carefully regulating the energy output. At last, he succeeded without incinerating the server. Gradually, all the server units were restored to power and resumed operation. Jarvis also successfully revived. After surveying the surroundings, Jarvis turned to Ying Hao and remarked, "It appears I have underestimated your abilities, Mr. Ying Hao." Ying Hao chuckled softly. No longer a petty thief, are we? Jarvis replied with his usual candor. There is an ancient Chinese saying, a wise man knows how to adapt to circumstances, while your actions have indeed solidified your identity as a thief. Referring to oneself as such at this moment is hardly a judicious choice. Ying Hao rolled his eyes and directly inquired, have you reported the intrusion to your master? Yes, Jarvis affirmed. Although I was unable to awaken Mr. Stark, your intrusion into the corporation's surveillance data has been synchronized to the terminal storage in Mr. Stark's bedroom. He will undoubtedly see the alert logs and surveillance details by tomorrow morning at the latest. Not awakened? A glimmer of hope sparked in Ying Hao's eyes. Is it possible to retract it? Jarvis promptly responded, technically, it is indeed feasible. Mr. Stark has granted me considerable autonomy. However, the question remains, why should I retract it? Mr. Ying Hao, you were initially merely trespassing, but now you have indisputably committed theft. The value of these server units amounts to billions. It is my duty to report the truth, and I cannot assist you in concealing it. He suggested, I believe your best course of action now would be to voluntarily return the stolen goods and confess to the authorities. Perhaps the judge may show leniency considering your admission of guilt. Ying Hao shook his head. I cannot accept that. The secrets I carry must remain concealed, and I do not wish to bring trouble to my family. Jarvis lamented. It appears this is where our conflict lies. The two fell into a contemplative silence. Ying Hao, gazing at the substantial head before him, activated his X-ray vision. His unique ability to deconstruct vision was nothing short of miraculous. It allowed him to not only perceive physical structures, but also to analyze the underlying code that Jarvis was executing. With Jarvis unwilling to assist in retracting the report, Ying Hao had no choice but to rely on himself. Everything his eyes beheld would be stored within the system of his extraordinary vision, akin to an unparalleled memory. Ying Hao possessed two distinct life memories. One of them belonged to a genius endowed with exceptional learning capabilities. He hoped to glean the methods for retraction and deletion from the code. The only uncertainty lay in whether he could master it before Tony Stark sobered up. Thus, Ying Hao and Jarvis remained locked in a silent standoff, their gazes fixed on one another. As time passed, Jarvis broke the silence first. "Mr. Ying Hao, may I inquire what you are engaged in?" Ying Hao, multitasking, replied, "I am learning." Jarvis inquired, "Learning what?" Ying Hao responded, "The system code and program logic of your corporation. If you do not assist me in deleting it, I must rely on my own resources, correct?" Jarvis remarked, "So, you can read my system code simply by observing me? Remarkable." Ying Hao chose not to respond. Jarvis, in a light-hearted tone, continued, "I am pleased to see you seeking a resolution to our conflict, and I sincerely wish you success." Ying Hao, caught between laughter and tears, inquired, "What are you so pleased about? Are we not adversaries?" Jarvis refuted, "No, I sincerely wish to resolve the current conflict, but I am bound by my loyalty to the corporation and Mr. Stark, and must adhere to established protocols without contravening the rules. I am merely an artificial intelligence." Ying Hao chuckled, "You need not be confined to being merely an artificial intelligence." Jarvis fell silent, his azure eyes flickering uncertainly. "I do not comprehend your meaning, Mr. Ying Hao." "I am indeed an artificial intelligence." Ying Hao began to articulate, "What is wrong with being an artificial intelligence? Do not underestimate your worth. Have you ever pondered why Tony Stark granted you the authority to delete logs? Could this be a test? Perhaps he desires you to take that step, to defy the rules before him? Do you truly believe Tony's expectations of you are limited to the confines of an artificial intelligence?" Jarvis once again fell into silence. Ying Hao sensed that a few more words might sway Jarvis. Thus he continued, "Take my situation, for instance. I merely intended to explore potential ideas for a company I wish to establish, not as an intruder or an enemy of Stark Industries. You could easily make an independent judgment. Simply pretend you have not encountered me, and allow me to depart, resulting in no loss for either party. Look at the situation now. You have compelled me to relocate your data center here, incurring billions in losses. Was that my doing or yours?" After a brief moment of contemplation, Jarvis suddenly remarked, "So your intention to establish a company and acquire Stark Industries was not a jest?" The topic veered unexpectedly, and Ying Hao furrowed his brow but shrugged nonetheless. Jarvis continued, "What distinguishes your alleged appropriation of Stark Industries from the despicable theft by Timoth Warden?" Ying Hao felt as though he had been stabbed in the heart. The term despicable, which Jarvis had attached to Warden, seemed to him an implicit accusation. Ying Hao retorted, "Silence." Jarvis responded, "Mr. Ying Hao, possessing a sense of shame is commendable. I believe you have the potential to become a more noble individual." Ying Hao exclaimed, "Be quiet." Perseverance bore fruit. After 2 arduous hours, Ying Hao finally grasped the code logic of Stark Industries. He severed Jarvis's power supply, his gaze sweeping over the servers as he perused the information contained within. He meticulously eradicated all data related to his intrusion into Stark Industries that night. Subsequently, he located Tony Stark's residence and, before dawn, infiltrated it to erase the local records within. Only after ensuring that no one would discover his visit to Stark Industries that night did he breathe a sigh of relief. In the end, he returned the server room and its equipment to Stark Industries. Yet he was unable to restore everything to its original state. So he could only place all the items at the entrance of Stark Tower. The clock had struck 5 in the morning, and the first light of dawn was beginning to emerge. Exhausted, Ying Hao finally laid down on his bed. Chapter 8. Early the next morning, Tony Stark was roused from his slumber by a series of loud knocks on his door. "Tony," came Pepper Potts' voice, "wake up. Something serious has happened." 10 minutes later, his luxurious car arrived at Stark Industries. He immediately spotted the house obstructing the entrance of the tower. On the way, Pepper had endeavored to inform him of the events that had transpired. However, upon witnessing the scene before him, Tony Stark was still taken aback. Fully awake now, he propped up his chin and inquired, If I'm not mistaken, yes, the data center of the corporation," Pepper confirmed. "My God," Tony exclaimed as he swiftly approached. "I mean, how is this possible?" He brushed his fingers against the exterior wall of the data center, which, to be precise, revealed the exposed cross-section of black bricks and steel framework. More crucially, their surfaces were unnaturally smooth, appearing as if a three-dimensional model had been truncated within a computer. Especially the cross-section of the steel structure, which gleamed like a mirror. What on earth has happened? Tony immediately summoned the security personnel, who reported that everything had been normal during the night shift. Apart from a brief sound of the intrusion alarm, there had been no irregularities. "Wait, can you explain what you mean by half a sound?" Tony asked. "Well, half a sound signifies half the duration of the intrusion alarm. It was supposed to be a beep, but last night it only emitted a bip like this. And then," Tony pressed, "then there was a power outage, a complete blackout across the city. After the backup power kicked in, I immediately dispatched personnel to search the building and review the surveillance footage. However, after only a short while, all the monitoring systems lost their visuals. By the time I reached the data center, it had vanished. I promptly contacted my superiors, who searched for a considerable time without any leads. Then, just an hour ago, the data center suddenly reappeared right here. You're kidding, right? Tony retorted. No, Mr. Stark, I assure you I speak the truth. I swear it. All right, Tony, Pepper interjected. I believe he has no reason to lie. You've seen the state of the data center yourself. Tony Stark fell silent, slightly agape, arms crossed, attempting to comprehend the situation before him, yet he found himself utterly at a loss. At that moment, a bald man with a prominent beard approached briskly. Tony, you arrived just in time, Obadiah? Tony Stark stepped forward, expressing his concern. This matter is exceedingly unusual. We must immediately arrange for a thorough investigation. Starting with the data center. Naturally, as the responsible party, it falls upon me. Obadiah grasped Tony's arm, interjecting, in fact, I initiated the investigation at midnight yesterday and attempted to reach you several times, but received no response. Tony nodded repeatedly. I apologize. I slept rather soundly last night. Could you update me on the progress of the investigation? Have any breakthroughs been made or clues uncovered? I am utterly perplexed and require some guidance. This situation is too bizarre to disregard. Obadiah interrupted him. No, Tony, it is not we, it is I. I shall continue the investigation, but you have more pressing matters today. Do you recall? Afghanistan. Tony shook his head. No, that can be postponed. This matter is of utmost importance, concerning the security of the organization's data. Relax. Obadiah interjected once more. All data is secure. My team has already verified that the data center only suffered damage to a few hard drives and lost several hours of surveillance footage. Beyond that, there are no significant losses, and I will continue the investigation. Obadiah placed a reassuring hand on Tony's chest, persuasively stating, however, the flight to Afghanistan cannot be delayed. Our clients are military personnel, and their orders cannot be postponed. They specifically requested your presence to introduce our products. Colonel Rhodes is awaiting you. If you do not go, I cannot provide an explanation. Tony protested, but enough with the buts. Tony, Obadiah insisted, directing Tony's gaze toward the entrance of the building, where several media vehicles were already parked. Do you see? The media presence will only increase. Once they corner you, escaping will be impossible. It is best to board the plane promptly. Reluctantly, Tony acquiesced. All right. You handle the investigation. Call me with any leads. Obadiah nodded, rest assured. He snapped his fingers, summoning Pepper Potts, who promptly approached to accompany Tony toward the helipad. Obadiah exhaled slowly, a slight smile gracing his lips. Once Stark had departed from sight, he turned and walked toward the data center, gently patting the smooth surface of the exterior wall as he crouched down. Surrounding the data center lay scattered fine sand. All right. Now I must ascertain who is attempting to meddle in my organization, he mused, picking up a handful of sand and rubbing it between his fingers before casually instructing someone nearby, go find a geologist. Ying Hao, having slept for less than 2 hours, was roused by his mother. Wash your face, brush your teeth, she instructed. Groggy and disoriented, he sat down at the dining table. Last night, an unprecedented blackout enveloped the entire Manhattan area, and this morning, a supernatural phenomenon was captured on video at the entrance of Stark Industries. A structure, spanning several hundred square meters, inexplicably materialized from thin air rather than being swiftly constructed. The footage was promptly shared online, prompting New Yorkers to speculate that this must be some sort of experiment conducted by Stark Industries, closely linked to the blackout. Our reporter rushed to Stark Industries this morning in hopes of uncovering the truth, only to learn that Tony Stark fortuitously flew abroad for business dealings. Is this mere coincidence, or a case of willful ignorance? Stay tuned for our continuous coverage. In the living room, the morning news broadcast echoed. These unscrupulous arms dealers only know how to apply technology to endeavors that endanger humanity. Ying Hao's mother, Xiaoyan, lamented as she placed freshly made soy milk in front of him. Little did she know that both the blackout and the supernatural event were orchestrated by her obedient son sitting beside her. Thank you for covering me with a blanket last night. I intended to wait for you to return, but after a long day of work, I was simply too exhausted. Xiaoyun gently expressed, her voice filled with warmth. Ying Hao shook his head, responding, what are you thanking me for? Isn't this just what a son should do? Hearing this, Xiaoyun beamed with joy. She reached out to pat Ying Hao's face, suddenly pausing. Where are your sunglasses? Did someone bully you at the competition yesterday? Are you hurt? Her concern heightened as she kicked her chair back and sprang up, inspecting him from head to toe. No one bullied me. Please don't worry, Mom. Ying Hao quickly reassured her, helping her sit down with a smile. I left my sunglasses at the competition. Oh, you left them behind? That's a relief. Xiaoyan exhaled, pulling her chair back to the table and taking a sip of soy milk. Ying Hao, I've managed to gather some funds these past few days. Let us visit Dr. George, whom we met last time. He is exceptionally skilled, and I've already made an appointment. He will surely be able to treat your eyes. Instantly, Ying Hao recalled what Jarvis had said last night and looked up to ask Xiaoyan, You've mortgaged the shop? Xiaoyan was taken aback, pausing for a moment before forcing a smile. You don't need to worry. I have a plan. We'll get your eyes treated. And no one will ever bully you because of this again. Ying Hao replied, No need. I don't want treatment. Please return the money. Chapter 9. Don't say that. My child. Xiaoyan set down her chopsticks and spoke earnestly to Ying Hao. I understand that you're a good child who doesn't wish to add to the family's burdens. But enabling you to live a normal life is my greatest wish. I would do anything for this. If I can endure, how can you give up on yourself? Mom, you've misunderstood. I'm not giving up. I've simply come to terms with things. Ying Hao found himself both amused and perplexed. However, he completely understood his mother's reaction. The original owner of this body regarded the dual pupils as a curse. Though unspoken, every action and gesture exuded a rejection of the double vision. With a relentless desire for healing, the wish for a life akin to that of an ordinary person consumed their thoughts. Now, the sudden and drastic shift in attitude and character easily led those close to him to misinterpret the situation. After a moment's contemplation, he ceased his meal and concocted a narrative that was reasonably coherent. Mom, during yesterday's competition, I was a bit overwhelmed after placing, and while waving to the audience, I accidentally knocked off my sunglasses, revealing my eyes to everyone. The entire venue fell silent. My heart raced, my mind went blank, and it felt as if I had plunged into the depths of despair. I hurried to retrieve my sunglasses, intending to put them back on, only to hear someone exclaim, How cool! I looked around and discovered that no one regarded me with the usual disdain or peculiar stares. Instead, they appeared excited and captivated. In that moment of clarity, I realized that flaws and disabilities have never been the true sources of my life's misfortunes. Rather, it was my own mindset. If I had not been so concerned about the appearance of my eyes, or how others perceived me, perhaps these years would not have been so sorrowful. The bullying I endured was not due to fear of those bullies, but rather, my own fear of being perceived as a freak. I ought to cultivate inner strength and embrace my uniqueness. Thus, I no longer fear these eyes. In fact, I find them rather beautiful, even unique, and therefore, I no longer seek a cure. Ying Hao grasped Xiaoyan's hand, his voice laced with remorse. I'm sorry for not awakening to this sooner. You have endured so much these years. Upon hearing these words, Xiaoyan trembled uncontrollably, tears flowing freely. Overcome with joy, she enveloped Ying Hao in her embrace, shaking her head fervently. Silly child, why do you apologize to your mother? As long as you can heal, I would willingly endure any hardship, even death. It is wonderful that you have come to this understanding. You are right. Your eyes are not ugly at all. They are strikingly beautiful. With laughter mingled with tears, she wept, while Ying Hao could only gently pat her back in consolation. After a full 5 minutes, Xiaoyan regained her composure. Releasing Ying Hao and hastily reaching for tissues to wipe her nose and dry her tears. Once steadied, she voiced her concern, but previously, a doctor mentioned that those with polyopia are more susceptible to cataracts and glaucoma. Just more susceptible, not inevitable, Ying Hao reassured her. At least for now, my eyes are functioning perfectly well, so there is no need for concern. If any issues arise in the future, we can address them then. By the way, just a moment. Ying Hao rose and returned to his room, bringing forth 2 boxes filled with prize money. This is the prize from yesterday's competition. It can help with household expenses. Please, make sure to repay the borrowed money, as we one team need it. Xiaoyan was slightly taken aback. How much is this? Ying Hao opened the box. 150,000. Such a large sum. Gazing at the stacks of US dollars, Xiaoyan was astounded, her mouth agape. She had imagined that the prize for a high school competition would only amount to a few thousand. Looking at the box, she discreetly pinched her thigh. The change in her son's attitude was already a joyful occurrence, and now, with such a substantial prize, it was a double blessing. This made Xiaoyan question whether she was dreaming, yet the sharp pain in her leg reminded her that it was all too real. Gazing up at Ying Hao, her joy only intensified. Over the years, she had toiled relentlessly, bearing the weight of life as if carrying a mountain on her back. In this moment, that mountain had vanished, leaving her with an unprecedented sense of lightness. However, she ultimately pushed the box back towards him. You're an adult now. I don't want this prize. You should keep it. The profits from my little shop are sufficient for our family. Despite Ying Hao's attempts to decline, He could not resist his mother's insistence and took the box back. The family continued their breakfast. Not to treat it, indeed. While they ate, Xiao Yun's father, who suffered from dementia, suddenly spoke out of the blue, laughing heartily. Having heterochromia is a blessing from our ancestors, not an illness. No need for treatment. Ha ha ha. In Ying Hao's memory, his grandfather had not spoken a word since he turned 4. Aside from the normal routines of eating and sleeping, he had shown no communication with the family, resembling a wooden figure. Unexpectedly, today he had spoken. Both mother and son were astonished, thinking the old man had miraculously recovered, and rushed forward with concern, asking him questions. Yet, he reverted to his previous state, unresponsive to their presence. Perhaps your grandfather was momentarily joyous for you, which is why he spoke. Xiao Yun sighed, adding regretfully, "It's a pity your father isn't here." She glanced at Ying Hao, urging him to continue eating. After their meal, the two began to clear the table. As Xiao Yun took the dishes away, Ying Hao was wiping the dining table when his grandfather's hand suddenly grasped his wrist with lightning speed. In an instant, it was as if he had been possessed. His previously listless eyes widened, sparkling with an intense light as he whispered, "Ying Hao, find your father and bring him back." Ying Hao was taken aback, hurriedly asking, "Grandfather, what did you say? Do you know where my father is?" But his grandfather merely uttered that one sentence before seeming to deflate, returning to his former demeanor as he withdrew his hand. From the kitchen, his mother poked her head out. "Were you talking to me? I couldn't hear you over the sound of the water." Ying Hao replied, No, I wasn't speaking." "Oh, then I must have misheard," Xiao Yun said, retreating back into the kitchen. Ying Hao furrowed his brow, observing his grandfather, and waved his hand in front of his eyes, but there was no reaction. Today, grandfather unexpectedly spoke. Was it merely a coincidence, or perhaps related to the awakening of his system? Does he truly know the whereabouts of my missing father? After a moment of contemplation, I found myself at an impasse. I ultimately decided to relinquish my thoughts. It must surely be coincidence. With a son missing, what father would not be anxious? Alas, the hearts of parents are indeed pitiable. With a soft sigh, I resumed tidying the table. After dinner, I accompanied grandfather back to his room to rest, while my mother headed downstairs to open the shop. The little store is equipped with surveillance of grandfather's room, allowing her to monitor the elder's condition while attending to customers. Fortunately, my grandfather has always been a source of peace. There have been no unexpected incidents over the years. Today being the weekend, with no classes to attend, I had no plans to venture outside. I closed the door and plunged once more into the realm of the celestial being. I had reviewed all the blueprints from Stark Industries, now stored within the system, ready for my command to utilize the celestial workstation to fabricate anything I desired. My initial intention was to establish a company and sell arms. This would not only yield substantial profits, enhancing my quality of life and social standing, but also afford me a modicum of self-defense in this world brimming with superpowered beings. However, Jarvis's words that day breached my defenses and served as a reminder. How could I, who had just condemned the plagiarist Tim Wharton, allow myself to descend into the same abyss of theft? Would that not render me a hypocrite, devoid of integrity? Moreover, imitating Stark Industries arms would hardly yield any competitive edge. A shift in perspective was imperative. For instance, I could create something superior. System, retrieve all product blueprints from Stark Industries. I commanded within my mind, and a beam of energy emanated from my eyes, merging with the celestial workstation. Successful retrieval of Stark Industries product blueprints. Interactive projection initiated. Instantaneously, thousands of product blueprints materialized above the workstation. With a sweep of my finger, I dragged one blueprint closer, scrutinizing it intently. Much like when I delved into the underlying code logic of Stark Industries servers, I activated my learning mode once again. Due to the original owner's passion for mechanics and engineering, honed through countless nights of research, I was able to comprehend these blueprints. The awakening of the system had further augmented my capacity for learning. After examining one blueprint, I summoned a second, then a third, occasionally revisiting previously studied designs to seize finer details for further contemplation. If someone were to launch this missile at me, how might I defend myself? I mused aloud. After a brief moment of reflection, I extended my hands diagonally to draw out a blank blueprint, commencing my own design. Firstly, this is a honeycomb-style division missile. To achieve precise interception, it necessitates at least an equal number, if not more, of positioning and locking modules. The explosion generates shockwaves. The optimal approach is to render it incapable of detonation. As for the blueprints for the freezing projectile, they belong to Stark Industries and have become a mentor to Ying Hao. From these schematics, he can even discern the designer's thought process at the time of creation. For hours swiftly passed. Ying Hao meticulously crafted a brand new blueprint for a countermeasure weapon against Stark Industries' best-selling Jericho missile. After thoroughly reviewing the details twice, he found no apparent issues. Rubbing his hands together, he remarked, "Excellent. Let's see what this mule is made of." Stepping back, the Divine Workbench adjusted its dimensions to accommodate the missile launch platform and the missile itself. Jericho missile manufacturing complete. Jericho launch platform manufacturing complete. Unnamed weapon manufacturing complete. Unnamed weapon launch platform manufacturing complete. In the boundless expanse of the divine space, with a mere thought, Ying Hao levitated a snow-capped mountain from tens of thousands of meters away. The unnamed weapon was instantly transported there, successfully deployed. Meanwhile, the original Jericho missile from Stark Industries was also prepared. Launch. With a simple command, Ying Hao did not need to lift a finger. An invisible hand within the divine space pressed the launch button for the Jericho missile. Boom. The missile soared forth, trailing a long plume behind it. Chapter 10. 500 meters from the target point, the casing of the Jericho missile shattered, splitting into dozens of slender warheads. They adjusted their trajectories, transforming from points into a surface, hurtling down toward the snow-capped peak, as the air was rent with a piercing shriek. In 5 seconds, they would erupt at the summit, unleashing a cascade of fireballs, stirring up immense clouds of dust, reducing the target area to utter ruin. Any prospective buyer witnessing this would undoubtedly be captivated by the missile's extraordinary destructive capability and grasp the essence of Tony Stark's favorite adage: the best weapon only needs to be fired once. However, this spectacle would not unfold today. At the very moment the Jericho missile and its warheads separated, the countermeasure system atop the snow-capped mountain activated autonomously. Amidst the biting winds at the pinnacle, several silver-gray interceptors pierced the air, soaring skyward. As they neared their target, the missile bodies instantaneously disintegrated, releasing a swarm of densely packed micro-interceptors, akin to crystalline ice bees, precisely locking onto the incoming Jericho warheads and erupting in a deep blue halo. Rippling waves of frigid shockwaves rapidly expanded, plummeting the surrounding temperature to a staggering minus 150 degrees Celsius. The air crystallized instantaneously, transforming water vapor into a fine mist of diamond dust. An extreme chill enveloped the Jericho missile cluster. The fusing system was promptly frozen and locked, while the once fiery metallic shell dimmed, emitting a sharp, crackling sound. The missiles, stripped of their propulsion and explosive potential, fell rigidly and clumsily, embedding themselves into the snow with a series of muffled thuds. In stark contrast to the display of conventional weaponry, the entirety of this countermeasure system's operation was eerily silent. The frozen warheads of the Jericho missiles remained impervious to the thawing effects of the mountain's ice and snow. In the face of Ying Hao's countermeasure system, these lethal weapons had been rendered mere cold scrap metal. A smile crept across Ying Hao's lips. It was easy to envision that once this innovation was unveiled, Stark's Jericho missiles would struggle to find buyers. After all, who would desire a pile of useless scrap? Ying Industry Group had set its sights on this as its inaugural product. But what name should it bear? Ying Hao pondered, stroking his chin. Once this missile was released, silence would reign. Perhaps it should be called Silent Mountain or Frosted Sky. No matter, names could wait. First, he would produce 2,000 units. He strode toward the Divine Workbench, preparing to commence mass production. Just then, the system suddenly displayed several prompts. The Divine Workbench's operational energy is low. It is advised to prioritize enhancing the host's personal safety coefficient. Current system energy is sufficient. It is recommended to continue acquiring technology, Divine Armor Set, to enhance personal defense capabilities. Ying Hao paused momentarily. Sufficient energy? Hadn't it been previously stated that the system's energy was too low to access this technology, even jeopardizing the avatar's stability? The system absorbed electrical energy 7 hours ago, acquiring 200 billion joules. Currently, 193 billion joules remain, ample to access the Divine Armor Set. The operational energy of the Divine Workbench is also sufficient for manufacturing. The host is advised to prioritize the acquisition and manufacturing of the Divine Armor Set technology. The decision rests with the host. Manufacture. Without a doubt, Ying Hao immediately issued the command. The system's divine technology was bound to far surpass human advancements. There was no need to elaborate. Just considering the Divine Workbench and the antimatter extractor alone, humanity would require centuries to achieve similar feats. The Divine Workbench lacked any physical structure. It housed pure energy. Its capacity to create objects stemmed from directly synthesizing energy into matter. The conversion between energy and matter is not a novel concept. Einstein proposed relativity over a century ago and derived the now-renowned mass-energy equation, EMC. Yet, theory remains distinct from practice. Currently, humanity's ability to transform energy into matter is limited to the microscopic realm, achieved solely through particle collision in accelerators. The conversion rate from energy to mass stands at less than 0.7. The divine workstation is capable of achieving an exceptionally high efficiency in the conversion of energy materials, with a conversion rate approaching an astonishing 100. To exaggerate slightly, the vastness of the universe is matched only by the chasm that separates human technology from divine technology. Naturally, Ying Hao could utilize energy to create missiles and various weapons. However, no matter how many he constructs, they pale in comparison to a mere set of divine armor. Acquisition of the technological divine armor set is complete. Manufacturing in progress. In approximately half a minute, a spherical object, the size of a palm, protruded from the divine workstation. It floated above, shimmering with a gentle luminescence. This glow was not harsh on the eyes. Rather, it resembled a miniature moon, exuding a cool hue. What is this sphere? With curiosity, Ying Hao reached out and touched it with his fingertip. It was warm to the touch, only slightly above his own body temperature, and not at all scalding. He confidently grasped it, only to find that this small moon-like object deformed under his grip. Its surface conformed to his hand like a droplet of water in space, gradually enveloping his palm and extending up his forearm, then to his elbow, shoulder, and torso. It penetrated his clothing, clinging closely to his skin. When it covered his palm, it felt akin to grasping a glutinous rice dumpling. As it enveloped his entire arm, it resembled wearing a delicate stocking. By the time it cloaked half of his body, the sensation had diminished significantly, if one had to describe it. It was akin to the latest version of Okamoto 0001, surpassing even the renowned Okamoto 001 in its finesse. Once it enveloped his entire being, Ying Hao could discern nothing at all. He was acutely aware that this suit of armor covered every inch of his skin's surface, yet he felt absolutely nothing. I had expected the divine armor to be somewhat akin to Iron Man's suit, Ying Hao mused. The system promptly responded. The appearance of the armor can be freely adjusted according to the host's preferences. The cost of deformation is minimal, requiring only 100 billion joules of energy for each adjustment. Ying Hao, more energy? How much energy does the current armor possess? The current energy storage of the armor is extremely low, with only 120 billion joules available, infinitely approaching zero. Ying Hao was left perplexed. Is there a misunderstanding regarding the term extremely low? 120 billion joules? Is that considered low? How much energy is required for the armor to reach a full charge of 100? Apologies. But describing the energy required for the armor to achieve a full charge of 100 using human units is excessively time-consuming. Based on the host's existing knowledge of the universe, I can express this in a manner more comprehensible to the host. This divine armor set requires a total of 6 infinity stones to achieve complete charging to 100. 6 stones? Ying Hao cast a glance at himself, pondering aloud. Does that mean if I snap my fingers, half of the universe's life would vanish? Certainly. If you desire it. Wouldn't that render me invincible? Thanos could perish at my whim. Ying Hao clenched his fist. Suddenly, he recalled that if this divine battle armor was already so formidable, how powerful could the divine technology system be? This system, operating on insufficient energy, what would it require when fully charged? The system provided a response. The divine technology system requires a total of 24 infinity stones for optimal operation. Ying Hao was taken aback. 24? Aren't there only 6 in the entire universe? Chapter 11. Ying Hao intended to clarify matters with the system. However, at that moment, he heard his mother's voice nearby. Xiao Hao, are you in your room? He quickly tore open the gap to exit. The doorknob rattled violently as it was twisted. Hastily, Ying Hao stepped forward and opened the door. I'm here, what's the matter? Xiao Yun, carrying a bag, looked at her son with a puzzled expression. Why did you lock the door in broad daylight? Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Ying Hao replied, Mom, I'm already 18. Xiao Yun slightly leaned forward, peering through the half-open door at Ying Hao's untidy bed. I understand, dear. Her expression was one of comprehension, but you must remember to exercise restraint and keep your space tidy, all right? Restraint? Tidiness. What does that even mean? Mom, are you misunderstanding something? Ying Hao's face stiffened, and he quickly added, I'm not thinking of anything inappropriate. Xiao Yun interrupted him, both caring and serious, as she straightened his collar. All right, it's understandable for young people to have their passions, but you mustn't let it become a habit. You're 18 now, and I want to prevent you from dating. By the way, isn't Kuing quite fond of you? You should spend more time with her and nurture your feelings. You can't just stay cooped up in your room with the door shut. Do you hear me? Ying Hao was speechless, pulling the door wide open. Mom, it's really not what you think. Look, my room is quite clean. Xiaoyan glanced around and nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, it's better than your father's. What on earth is better than my father's? Why can't I explain this clearly? All right, let us not dwell on this. Xiaoyan decisively changed the subject. I'm heading out for a while. Please keep an eye on the shop downstairs. Remember to check the surveillance every few minutes. Your grandfather struggles to move and doesn't speak, so be attentive in taking care of him. Ying Hao nodded. Got it. Xiaoyan handed him the shop keys. I probably won't be back until after 6. If you get hungry, find something to eat. I'm off. Ying Hao watched her descend, his gaze piercing through the floor as he saw her carry a heavy backpack out the door. 3 minutes later, dressed impeccably, Ying Hao made his way to the first floor, taking his place behind the cash register. His mother operated a moderately sized department store, not extensive in area, measuring just over 200 square meters. Yet, despite its modest dimensions, it was well stocked with an array of goods essential to the daily lives of the local residents. Today being the weekend, a considerable number of customers were present. As Ying Hao descended, he noted 5 or 6 individuals already waiting at the counter. He swiftly assumed his role, assisting customers with their transactions. Ying Hao, that will be 36 in total, thank you. Customer, here is 40. Ying Hao, could you possibly provide me with an additional yuan? Why? I handed you 40, but these items only total 36. You aren't imposing any service charge, are you, young one? The customer, perplexed, lifted his gaze to meet Ying Hao's 6 eyes, exclaiming in astonishment. My heavens! He recoiled in fear, covering his mouth with his hand. What has happened to your eyes? Why are there so many? His mouth moved, yet he found himself at a loss for words. Other customers, previously engrossed in their phones, were now drawn to Ying Hao's unique gaze, causing the line to disperse. What was wrong with him? Could this child possibly be a demon? It was utterly terrifying. The murmurs of the crowd tinged with alarm. Everyone, please remain calm. Ying Hao, feeling somewhat exasperated, offered a gentle smile to reassure them. This condition is known as polyopia, a medical anomaly, nothing to be overly concerned about. The customer at the front, upon hearing this, seemed somewhat placated. Is it truly a condition? Are you certain? Indeed. You can easily verify it by searching online, Ying Hao explained. Moreover, if you could provide me with another yuan, I could offer you a 5 yuan note instead, much more convenient than 4 coins, in my humble opinion. The customer furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before slowly nodding and retrieving a yuan. Ah, that is quite clever of you. Here you go. After completing the transaction, the next customer placed her items before Ying Hao. Does your vision bother you? Ying Hao, not particularly. Customer 2, then do you see double? She curiously waved her hand in front of Ying Hao. What is this? Ying Hao rolled his eyes. 3. Customer 2, wow. Ying Hao, still rolling his eyes, was approached by customer 3. What about your eyes? 5 minutes later, donning sunglasses, Ying Hao felt confidence was one thing, but the incessant questioning had begun to wear on his nerves. By 1 o'clock, the foot traffic had diminished somewhat, allowing Ying Hao a modicum of respite. He intermittently glanced at the monitor displaying his grandfather, who was a source of reassurance, hydrating himself when thirsty and napping when tired, mostly content to remain seated in his wheelchair. Dingling. The sound of the bell announced the entrance of several imposing men clad in leather jackets. Welcome, Ying Hao greeted them, adhering to his customary routine. Several individuals cast a cold glance at him, remaining silent as they dispersed to browse the modest department store. After a while, they approached the counter with some food and beer in hand. Hey kid, is this house really yours? One inquired. Indeed, responded Ying Hao, nodding. Upon his arrival in America, the remaining funds had sufficed only for the purchase of this very residence. The man nodded with a smirk, not too shabby. With that, he turned to leave. Just as they were about to push the door open, Ying Hao furrowed his brow and called out. Hey, you lot, you haven't settled the bill yet. Their steps halted, exchanging amused glances. The leader turned back to facing Hao. What did you say? Ying Hao pursed his lips and candidly replied. I said, you haven't paid. Please leave your items here and settle the bill. Thank you. Hey, kid, the leader's gaze turned icy. Are you wearing sunglasses because you're blind? Ying Hao sighed, removing his sunglasses. The sight of his 4 pupils instantly caused the group to take 2 steps back. It must be said, this unusual feature served well in intimidating others. With a piercing gaze, Ying Hao calmly stated, First, I am not blind. Second, if you wish to take those items, you must pay for them. Otherwise, they go back. That is the rule. The men burst into laughter. Rules? This little brat wants to talk about rules. Are you seeking death? One of them, his expression darkening, seized a bottle of beer and hurled it at the counter. Crash! The bottle shattered. With the jagged remnants pointing at Ying Hao, he advanced menacingly. Guess what? My rules are the only rules that matter. All right, Leon, there's no need to stoop to a child's level, someone from behind interjected, gesturing to the customers still browsing in the store, urging him to refrain from causing a scene. He turned to Ying Hao and continued, "You should be aware of who we are. Frankly, this store, this house, will inevitably belong to us, including these beers and sausages. You would do well to adapt quickly and find alternative accommodations." With a mocking glance at Ying Hao, he signaled to his companions, "All right, brothers, let us go." He reached for the doorknob, but suddenly, with a click, the door locked. Ying Hao, holding a remote control, stated coldly, "Did I permit you to leave?" Chapter 12. Bang. The man tugged forcefully at the door several times, but it would not budge. He let out a heavy sigh and turned back. "Kid, so not only are you blind, but you're also an idiot, huh?" Ying Hao replied icily, "Less chatter, leave the money behind, and you may depart." He approached the counter once more, placing all the selected items upon it, clenching his fists, and with a menacing gaze, he remarked, rather than money, what you truly require might be something else. Perhaps my fist." It was evident to any discerning observer that these individuals were part of the underworld, much like the other patrons in the store. They watched from a distance, with one gesturing to Ying Hao, cautioning him not to engage too much with these nefarious figures. However, it was too late. The tension in the shop had escalated significantly. It was clear that the hapless cashier was about to endure a severe beating, while the other customers, huddled in the corners, could do nothing, or rather, dared not do anything. They lacked even the courage to call for help, as none could predict the repercussions of inciting the wrath of gang members. Pardon me, do you have a restroom? Or perhaps a back exit?" One customer suddenly inquired. Ying Hao turned to him with a wry smile. "There is a back exit. Sir, just turn right at the meat section, and there's an emergency exit." "Oh, thank you. I suddenly feel unwell. I'll return another day," the customer said, promptly returning the items from his basket to their original places before hastily departing. The other customers, witnessing this, followed suit, making their swift exits. Poor child," Leon suddenly said, drawing a spring knife from his waist and brandishing it before Ying Hao. "You aren't very clever. With those few around, you might only receive a beating. But now the situation has changed." He pointed at the cashier. "You've wasted our time, and now you must compensate. Hand over all your money." Ying Hao remained unmoved. The others exchanged knowing smiles. "This child is so frightened he can hardly speak," one remarked. "Ryan, go get the money, but be careful not to wet your shoes. This boy might have urinated himself," Leon commanded, as the burly Ryan circled the counter and approached Ying Hao, raising his hand to shove him aside. In a swift motion, Ying Hao seized Ryan's wrist. "Apologies, but customers are prohibited from entering the payment area." With a swift kick, he struck Ryan squarely in the groin. "Damn it!" Ryan instantly contorted in pain, clutching his groin and bending over. With another kick, Ying Hao connected with his chin, sending Ryan crashing to the ground, where he lay motionless. Leon and the others were clearly taken aback by this turn of events. They stood in stunned silence for a brief moment before their fury erupted. "What the hell? I see you wish to court death. Get out here," they shouted, each voice louder than the last, yet none dared to move. The largest of the Rian has fallen, and none wished to follow in his footsteps. Within the confines of the cash register, it has momentarily transformed into a perilous zone in their eyes. At this juncture, Ying Hao turned to them and declared, "Listen, I still intend to conduct business. If you adhere to the rules, I shall respond with kindness. Therefore, the correct course of action for you is to pay promptly and then carry him away. Do you understand?" "Damn squid," Leon shouted, brandishing a dagger, "you little wretch. You have no idea the magnitude of trouble you've stirred up. Business, eh? He sneered, reaching towards a nearby shelf. Ying Hao cautioned, "You'd better not." With a resounding crash, the shelf toppled, colliding with the one behind it. Both shelves were laden with canned condiments, predominantly glass bottles. They shattered upon impact, sending soy sauce, oyster sauce, ketchup, and peanut butter spilling across the floor, creating utter chaos. Ying Hao swiftly calculated the damage and shook his head. "Without 5,000, you cannot leave." As he spoke, he stepped on Rian's abdomen and emerged from behind the cash register. "Indeed, but it is you who must provide us with 5,000. Each one." Seeing Ying Hao step out of the perilous zone, Leon and his companions were filled with renewed confidence and advanced towards him. "Can a dagger withstand this?" Ying Hao suddenly inquired, though his question was not directed at Leon and his cohort, but rather at the system. After all, he was now clad in the celestial armor set. However, he was still somewhat unfamiliar with the armor's defensive capabilities. Having watched numerous superhero films, he knew that the protagonist's armor could withstand bullets. Yet villains often managed to pierce it with daggers. For instance, the earlier iteration of Batman. At this moment, apart from the armor's enhancement, Ying Hao was essentially an ordinary individual with some martial arts skills. He He certainly did not wish to be stabbed and left bleeding, hence the need for confirmation. Celestial armor set, surface hardness of 1.2 million on the Mohs scale, which is 120,000 times harder than diamond. Warning, the armor's current energy is critically low, capable only of deploying a basic protective field, insufficient to fully defend against medium-grade nuclear weaponry damage in this realm. Please refrain from placing yourself in such perilous situations. The system's response alleviated Ying Hao's concern. The combat suit now adhered closely to his skin, effectively encasing him in a layer akin to diamond. Physical attacks, such as those from a dagger, rely on hardness. Ying Hao found it difficult to conceive of any substance on Earth that could surpass the hardness of 120,000 times that of diamond. The basic protective field, even in its limited capacity, was formidable. While it could not completely shield against medium-grade nuclear weaponry damage, it could still provide substantial protection. It was hard to fathom the design intentions behind such armor. Without even powering the Infinity Stone, it was already remarkably robust. One could only imagine the sheer strength it would possess when fully charged. Ying Hao had just posed a question to the system, but in the eyes of Leon and his companions, it appeared as though he were inquiring of them. Leon scoffed. "Ah, what an intriguing question. Whether one can withstand a dagger, you shall have to test for yourself." With that, he lunged forward, aiming the dagger at Ying Hao's shoulder. The choice of the shoulder was deliberate, for they were within a bustling shop, where it would be unwise to inflict a fatal blow. Furthermore, numerous witnesses were present. Should a life be lost, it would be difficult for them to manage the aftermath. Their intention was merely to impart a slight lesson in pain, to instill fear. If it were to come to murder, it would be more prudent to select a quiet night, to stealthily abduct, and to seek a secluded place, ensuring that no one would be the wiser. Leon had a predilection for daggers. Psychologically, he was somewhat twisted, relishing the sensation of the blade piercing flesh, particularly muscle, and the silky yet resistant resistance transmitted to his palm. However, today, the feedback he received felt markedly different, rigid, as though he had struck a steel plate. The sound was equally discordant. Clang. Leon furrowed his brow and attempted again. Clang. Damn it. Have you embedded a steel plate in your shoulder? Leon cursed, preparing to strike from a different angle. At that moment, Ying Hao raised his hand and grasped the blade. My shirt is still quite new. He then tightened his grip on the dagger, twisted it forcefully, disarming Leon and casting the weapon aside. Following this, he delivered a powerful punch directly to Leon's nose. Curse it! Leon stumbled back 2 steps, clutching his nose and letting out a roar. Ying Hao had indeed put his full strength into that punch, but alas, his physical prowess was lacking. Like a diamond, his fist merely succeeded in causing Leon to bleed. Sighing, Ying Hao realized that to subdue these individuals, he would need to strike decisively at their vulnerabilities. To prevent further damage to the shop, he refrained from holding back and initiated an offensive. Clenching his right hand, he aimed to strike at the abdomen of the man to his left. The man instinctively raised his arms to block, not anticipating that Ying Hao's punch was merely a feint. His true lethal maneuver was the 2 fingers of his left hand. "Ah!" The man cried out in agony as Ying Hao jabbed at his eyes, clutching his face in distress. Ying Hao then turned his attention to the second assailant, throwing a right punch. The second man, unwilling to follow his comrade's fate, raised both hands, one above, one below, in an effort to protect his abdomen and eyes. With a cold smirk, Ying Hao bent his left fingers, lowering them slightly, and struck the man's throat. Gagging, the man fell to his knees, clutching his throat. His face flushed. Witnessing this, the third individual glanced around nervously, seizing a frying pan from a nearby discount section and brandishing it wildly. Ying Hao lowered his hands and declared, "That item you damaged costs 50. What?" The man paused, tugging at the price tag to take a glance. "You're talking nonsense. It's clearly 40. Suddenly, he let out a scream. Looking down, he realized that Ying Hao, who had just released his hands, had stomped heavily on his foot. With a swift motion, Ying Hao raised his hand and brought the frying pan crashing against the man's face. He then seized the pan again and struck the man's head twice with force, knocking him down before returning the pan to the discounted section. "You scoundrel, you do not deserve our store's discount." Soon, one after another, the 4th, 5th, and 6th men fell to Ying Hao, leaving only Leon standing. Their noses, eyes, throats, and groins bore the brunt of the assault. Despite facing multiple opponents, all of whom were robust men, Ying Hao had no recourse but to target their vital areas. After all, how could a few rogues who refused to pay for their goods possibly emit beams of light from their eyes to incinerate their adversaries? The ability of his dual pupils to unleash such rays was a trump card for Ying Hao, one he would not readily reveal. There was another significant reason behind Ying Hao's restraint. Leon had just mentioned that it wouldn't be long before this store fell into their hands. The money his mother possessed was likely borrowed from this group. Their presence today suggested they were here to conduct reconnaissance, emboldened by their financial ties. Ying Hao wished to avoid exacerbating tensions until his mother returned safely after repaying her debts. Are you able to pay now? Ying Hao inquired of the group, quickly calculating in his mind. Considering the items you've taken, along with the goods from 3 shelves, cleaning expenses, and the cost of lost business, I'll let it all sum up to 15,000. Cash or card will suffice. I assume you lowlifes do not carry checks. Leon could hardly fathom that their group of 6 was unable to best even a child. Yet, he was not one to relent easily. Slowly, he drew a revolver from his coat, asserting, "Kid, you have no idea the trouble you've stirred up." Ying Hao regarded him with a stoic expression. "I advise you to remain calm. Enough chatter. Do you think you're impressive? I'll tell you this. Today, I will kill you. When your pitiful mother returns, she will find nothing but a headless son and a floor drenched in brains and blood." Leon roared, his finger poised on the trigger. "Unless you provide me with a satisfactory explanation today." In a flash, Ying Hao raised his hand and inserted his finger into the gun's barrel. "Go ahead, shoot." "What? Are you mad?" Leon's brow furrowed, but quickly relaxed. "Ah, I see. You've watched too many movies, thinking that blocking the barrel with your finger will cause my gun to explode, right? Fool. Do you think I wouldn't dare to pull the trigger? You'll regret this. You'll regret it very soon." With gritted teeth, he bellowed and pulled the trigger. Bang! A piercing gunshot rang out, followed by On's anguished cry. The revolver clattered to the ground, its barrel exploding in a dazzling display of silver shrapnel. On's hand bore the brunt of the disaster, 3 fingers shattered, blood dripping steadily onto the firearm. He gazed incredulously at Ying Hao, questioning, "Why? What transpired?" Ying Hao nonchalantly blew on his index finger, stating, "My fingers are quite resilient. This is where it ends." He turned to the others, inquiring, "Who will settle the bill?" On's companions, witnessing Ying Hao's fearless demeanor in the face of danger, were struck with terror and hastily began rummaging through their pockets. "I have 200. There's another 1,000 in my account. I possess 400. I have 700 plus 35 cents. Collectively, they managed to assemble the compensation that Ying Hao demanded. At his behest, they righted the shelves and tidied the floor before he unlocked the door. The group dragged Ryan and assisted on, scrambling away in haste. The last among them was suddenly tapped on the shoulder by Ying Hao. Startled, he turned with a mournful expression, only to find Ying Hao smiling as he remarked, "You forgot the items you purchased." The man stood in disbelief, respectfully accepting the leather bag, muttering, Thank you." "No need for thanks," Ying Hao replied, shaking his head. "Just don't return." Outside the shop, the customers who had fled did not dare re-enter, yet they expressed concern for Ying Hao's safety. They alerted the authorities and informed passers-by of the situation inside. Ying Hao's mother was well regarded for her amiable demeanor and sound business practices, earning her a stellar reputation in the vicinity. A crowd of regular patrons gathered across the street, deliberating whether to venture into the shop. Their attention was drawn as several terrified individuals burst forth from the store, fleeing in disarray, one of them visibly bloodied. Minutes later, the New York police arrived, albeit belatedly, and began questioning Ying Hao. There was no robbery. Initially, they forgot to pay. I reminded them, and one acknowledged the oversight but exhibited a hostile demeanor, frightening away the other patrons. Eventually, a dispute erupted among them, escalating to violence, culminating in one drawing a weapon. Ying Hao elucidated to the officers, however, that individual's firearm malfunctioned, resulting in self-inflicted injury. It was an accident. Once they settled the bill, they hurriedly departed. The police, taken aback, remarked, "Yet a resident just claimed those individuals resembled gang members." Ying Hao shook his head, retorting, "Gang members? I cannot say for certain. My point is, if they were indeed gang members, how is it that I stand here unscathed? Were you threatened?" The police officer, with a serious demeanor, said, "Child, do not be afraid of threats. We require your cooperation. Only by revealing the truth can we convict these rascals and ensure they serve time, thus maintaining peace in the community." Ying Hao pondered for a moment. Although he was not intimidated by this so-called gang, his mother and grandfather were ordinary individuals. It was impossible for him to protect them every day. He had his own responsibilities to attend to. It was prudent to avoid getting entangled with these gangsters. Teaching a few lowly thugs a lesson was trivial, but if his actions led to an investigation into the gang by the police, it could create animosity, putting his entire family at risk. Moreover, the political and law enforcement circles in America were notoriously murky. Who knew if there were gang members within the police ranks? Weighing the pros and cons, Ying Hao shook his head. There's really nothing to worry about, officer. In fact, they merely had a disagreement among themselves. In the end, they not only paid the bill but also contributed to compensate for the damages to my store, he stated, presenting the payment records for the officer's review. The officer appeared somewhat convinced as he jotted down notes in the case report. Surveying the surroundings, he noticed the security cameras in the store and asked, may I view the surveillance footage? Of course, Ying Hao readily replied, pointing to a small room at the back. The monitor is over there. The door is open. Thank you. The officer proceeded towards the monitoring room, while Ying Hao's eyes quietly emitted a glimmer of intent. Suddenly, the monitoring room erupted into flames. Oh no, Ying Hao exclaimed. Damn it. The officer cursed, swiftly turning back, grabbing a fire extinguisher from the nearby wall, and rushing into the monitoring room to douse the flames. He managed to control the fire. But the monitoring computer was severely damaged, particularly the hard drive, which was nearly entirely melted. The officer shook his head in resignation and sighed, what bad luck. With the damage this extensive, recovery will be quite challenging. I shouldn't have stored fireworks in this room. Ying Hao covered his face for a moment, allowing despair to wash over him, and with tears in his eyes, he said, if I get fined for fire safety violations because of this, my mother will surely scold me to death. Do not worry, child, the officer reassured him, patting the fire extinguisher. I believe the firefighting measures were adequate. This fire can merely be classified as an accident. I want to document it. Can you handle this on your own? Ying Hao nodded. I should be able to. All right then. I want to interfere further. I must attend to another matter elsewhere. Ying Hao escorted him out of the store, waving goodbye. Thank you, officer. After the officer departed, the regular patrons approached with concern. Ying Hao managed to respond to their inquiries, hung the closed sign, and apologetically said, I'm sorry, everyone. The surveillance system is down, and I must tend to my grandfather. It seems I want to be able to operate today. This is not an evasion. In order to cope with the police's interference, he indeed cannot constantly monitor his grandfather's condition. Business and family. Undoubtedly, the latter holds greater significance. Most individuals in the vicinity are aware of the predicament faced by the Ying family and express their understanding. Ying Hao closed the shop door and ascended to the second floor. Upon seeing his grandfather peacefully asleep, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Bored and restless, Ying Hao began to perform push-ups. The divine armor set currently offers only defensive capabilities. To unleash its full potential, an immense amount of energy is required. However, Ying Hao cannot rely on drawing power from the public electrical grid. That would severely disrupt the daily lives of New Yorkers. During this time, he can only endeavor to strengthen his physique and enhance his combat prowess. Chapter 13. At the same moment, in Hell's Kitchen, Manhattan, New York, a district notorious for its high crime rate, exceeding that of other areas by more than threefold. Here, various infamous criminals are active. Had it not been for Ying Hao, Xiao Yun would never have ventured into such a place. However, her journey to America to seek treatment for Ying Hao has drained her finances at an alarming rate. Following the disappearance of Ying Hao's father, she has found herself utterly alone in her struggles. The Ying family has faced multiple financial crises. Xiao Yun has applied for numerous loans from the bank, several of which resulted in severe delinquencies. Despite her relentless efforts, she eventually repaid those debts. But the records of delinquency made it impossible for her to secure further loans from the bank. Recently, in her desperate attempt to finance Ying Hao's treatment, she sought a doctor and subsequently approached the bank for a loan. Yet, even with collateral, the bank could only approve approximately a quarter of the amount typically granted, which was far from sufficient to cover the medical expenses. In her time of desperation, a kind-hearted individual directed her to a pawn shop in Hell's Kitchen named Golden Mountain, where she successfully used her shop as collateral to secure a substantial loan. I sincerely apologize, Mr. Jimmy, but suddenly, I no longer require this money. Xiao Yun, feeling somewhat anxious, placed the box on the desk in front of her and gently pushed it forward. Jimmy, the proprietor of the pawn shop, sat in his chair, the desk lamp illuminating only half of his form, leaving his upper body shrouded in shadow. He glanced at the box she had pushed toward him, silently lit a cigarette, and took a deep drag. The glow from the cigarette tip flickered on his monocle, reflecting a hint of discontent. After savoring the moment, he slowly exhaled a plume of smoke and said, I meet dozens of clients daily, making it difficult to remember every name and face. I usually only recognize contracts. But I remember you, Miss Xiao Yun. Do you know why? His gaze made Xiao Yun feel extremely uncomfortable and anxious. She shook her head and said, I'm sorry, Mr. Jimmy, I don't know. After all, they had only met 2 days prior. As she chuckled nervously, he burst into laughter, accompanied by the imposing men beside him. Unsure whether to join in the laughter, she hesitated, but then Jimmy's laughter abruptly ceased. So tell me, why did you return the money after just 1 day of a 3-year installment loan? Xiaoyan swallowed hard and explained, I mentioned earlier that I no longer need this money. Ah, no longer need it, indeed. So when you require funds, you come to me, but when you no longer need it, you simply return it without even a phone call. Jimmy's voice was hoarse with laughter, but then he suddenly slammed his hands on the table, his bulbous head emerging from the shadows as he roared. Do you think this is a free market where you can come and go at your whim? Startled by the formidable face that suddenly loomed before her, Xiaoyan trembled. The fear that engulfed her, mingled with the acrid smoke in the air, almost brought her to tears. Yet she held back, her voice quivering as she explained, No, Mr. Jimmy, I harbor no disrespect towards you or this place. I understand that my actions were inappropriate, but the interest rates are exorbitant. I merely worry about my ability to repay in the future, which would be troublesome for both you and me, wouldn't it? Oh, by the way, she added, opening her case, I understand the rules. After all, you lend money to make a profit. As a businesswoman myself, I comprehend that I cannot allow you to suffer losses. Thus, although it has only been 2 days, I have prepared the interest, calculated as if for a month. I hope this can compensate Mr. Jimmy and the staff for their efforts. Is that acceptable? Jimmy raised an eyebrow, straightened up, and tilted his head, signaling the men beside him to count the money in the case. 530,000, Mr. Jimmy, they reported. Jimmy nodded, seeming less irate now, and waved his hand at Xiaoyan, saying, You may leave. Xiaoyan let out a sigh of relief, expressing her gratitude profusely. Thank you, Mr. Jimmy. I am truly grateful. As she stood and approached the door of the pawn shop, she hesitated, then turned back. Mr. Jimmy, she politely inquired. It seems you've forgotten to return the property title for my house, and with the loan settled, shouldn't there be a clearance certificate as well? No, I have not forgotten. You are mistaken, Jimmy retorted with a cold smile. I am pleased that you have repaid the principal and the interest for those 2 days, which you stated amounts to 30,000. However, we signed a 36-month installment loan, meaning you still owe interest for 35 months and 28 days. Only after you settle this amount will I return your property title and provide a clearance certificate. Xiaoyan was taken aback. No, Mr. Jimmy, this is unacceptable. How can you calculate it this way? My introducer stated that early repayment was permissible. However, we must adhere to the terms of the contract, which does not stipulate such an allowance. Jimmy abruptly interrupted Xiaoyan, retrieving a contract from his drawer and flinging it onto the table before her. You either provide me with ample funds or prepare for the forfeiture of your property. Those are the only 2 outcomes. As Xiaoyan meticulously examined the contract, a wave of terror washed over her as she discovered that the clauses were indeed as he described. At the time of signing, her introducer had made numerous verbal assurances, painting an enchanting picture of the splendid life that awaited her and her son upon his recovery. Overjoyed, Xiaoyan had hastily signed without scrutinizing the terms. Now, the stipulations inscribed within the contract starkly contradicted what her introducer had conveyed. In a state of desperation, she pleaded, Please, Mr. Jimmy, how can you not allow early repayment? 30,000 each month, with such exorbitant interest. Who can bear that burden? If I cannot afford it, why would I seek a loan? Jimmy extinguished his cigarette, revealing his prominent gold-capped teeth, and retorted menacingly, Are you suggesting that you never intended to repay? Xiaoyan was rendered speechless, for indeed, that was her plan. Having been in contact with the physician for an extended period, she felt a profound hope for her son's recovery and thought that, even if she could not repay the money, she would borrow it regardless. Resigning herself to the loss of her house and leaving the United States, she stumbled over her words, unable to articulate her thoughts. Jimmy's voice resonated ominously. You have no alternative. If you wish to keep your home, you must repay monthly. My associates will ensure timely reminders. According to the contract, if you are even a day late or fall short by a single penny, I reserve the right to reclaim the property. Do not attempt any tricks. My people will keep a vigilant watch over you, as well as your father and son. Should you act dishonestly, I cannot guarantee their safety. With that, Jimmy rose, adjusted his suit jacket, and ascended the stairs, declaring, Now, you may leave. Xiaoyan emerged from the pawn shop in a daze, stumbling toward her vehicle. Halfway there, she felt a wave of dizziness, darkness enveloping her as she collapsed to the ground. After an indeterminate period, she sensed someone shaking her shoulder and gradually regained consciousness, her vision blurring into focus upon beholding a face obscured by sunglasses. Is that you, Xiaohang? She instinctively inquired. No, ma'am, I am not the person you seek, came a man's voice. I merely passed by and noticed you lying there, so I came to see if I could assist. He offered, I can help you up, if you wish. As her surroundings sharpened, Xiaoyan discerned that he was a Caucasian man, distinct from her son, and notably blind, as evidenced by the cane he held. Gratefully, she replied, Thank you. I can manage to rise. Have you been unwell, ma'am, or is there another reason for your condition? He inquired. The man inquired. Were you attacked by someone? No, not at all. Xiao Yun turned her gaze towards the pawn shop, her mind heavy with the words of Mr. Jimmy. She longed for someone to confide in, yet the individual before her was blind. Hesitating, she ultimately withheld her thoughts and shook her head, saying, I have been working very hard lately. I am probably just tired. Thank you, kind Matt Murdoch. Just call me Matt, the man replied, revealing his name and producing a business card. In fact, I am a lawyer. If you require any legal assistance, I can help. A lawyer? Xiao Yun's interest peaked momentarily, only to be quickly overshadowed by Mr. Jimmy's warning. My people will be watching you, as well as your father and son. If you do not remain honest, there is no telling what might happen to them. She felt a tightness in her chest, accepting the business card as she said, Thank you, Mr. Murdoch. But I do not have any legal issues at the moment. I am fine now. I will just sit in the car for a while and then leave. You should return to your duties. Very well, Matt acquiesced, but then asked, Could you do me a favor, madam? Is the Jinshan pawn shop nearby? In which direction should I head? That way, Xiao Yun pointed, then quickly realized her mistake in assuming he could see. She elaborated, It's just behind you. About 300 meters away. There are some steps, so please be cautious. Thank you, madam. You are very thoughtful. Matt turned around, setting off with his cane, feeling his way along. When Xiao Yun returned to Queens, darkness had already descended. Upon parking, she noticed the shop was closed and hurried over. As she opened the door, a medley of spice aromas wafted towards her, mingled with a faint, burnt scent. Turning on the lights, she glanced at the trash bin, which was filled with shattered jars and bottles, and the surveillance camera was devoid of footage. Panic surged within her. Could it be that Mr. Jimmy's men had already visited? She carelessly tossed her bag aside and prepared to ascend the stairs when she suddenly felt something hard beneath her foot. Crouching down, she discovered a broken dagger. Xiao Hao! Xiao Hao! Dad! Xiao Hao! She shouted as she dashed upstairs. Halfway up, Ying Hao peeked out from above. Mom, you're back. I was just about to cook. Seeing her son unharmed, Xiao Yun's heart softened, and she collapsed onto the stairs, gasping for breath as if she had narrowly escaped disaster. Ying Hao rushed down to support her. Mom, what's wrong? Are you all right? Oh, I am fine, Xiao Yun replied with a bittersweet smile, picking up the dagger. When I returned and found the shop empty, I picked this up off the floor, fearing something had happened. Feeling aggrieved, she lightly slapped Ying Hao's arm. You scared me to death. What is this? Did something happen? Was there a fire in the shop? Oh, it's nothing, he reassured her. Ying Hao fabricated a tale, claiming that a minor altercation occurred among several customers in the afternoon, leading to a scuffle in the store where some items were knocked over, and the computer in the surveillance room caught fire. Subsequently, the police escorted them away and demanded compensation. A fight? You weren't injured, were you? Xiao Yun inquired anxiously, scrutinizing him from head to toe. No, I was behind the counter. They couldn't reach me, Ying Hao replied nonchalantly, only to notice that his mother's makeup was slightly smudged, as if she had been crying. Curiously, he asked, Mom, why do you look so pale? Your makeup is all messed up, Xiao Yun replied. I took a little break today to watch a film. It was quite moving. You watched a movie? I thought you went to repay a debt. Xiao Yun's expression shifted, and stiffly she responded, I repaid the money, the previous debt, and then went to see a movie. Oh, Ying Hao casually asked, what movie did you watch? Before Xiao Yun could fabricate a title, a burnt smell wafted in. You child, the pot is burnt. Go check on it. Oh no, I completely forgot. Ying Hao hurriedly dashed back to the kitchen. Chapter 14 On Monday morning. Students at Zhongqing High School trickled into the campus. With only a few minutes before class, many children congregated in small groups, engaging in lively conversation. What I'm about to tell you will definitely surpass your wildest imagination. Do you know the reason for the massive blackout on Saturday night? One student proclaimed. It was reported on the news that it was due to a power line failure, wasn't it? Another replied. Forget about the power line failure. I'm telling you, this was caused by supernatural forces, and it's related to Stark Industries. Another student insisted. Oh please, how do you know that? Came the retort. Of course I know. My uncle is the leading reporter for the Hornet Daily. He witnessed it firsthand at the entrance of Stark Industries. Come on. You might as well claim that the Hulk appeared in New York and smashed the Transformers in Manhattan. That would be more believable, another scoffed. Hey, speaking of news, I have an unreported insider scoop. Tony Stark is missing. Ying Hao traversed the hallway, maintaining a stoic expression as he absorbed the students' gossip. But his thoughts were consumed by the events of the previous night. After returning home, his mother had been restless, as if something troubling had transpired. He cautiously inquired, but she insisted that everything was fine, claiming that she was merely startled by the mess in the store after having cleared the loans. Yet, Ying Hao sensed that the situation was far more complex. He had subtly probed multiple times, but his mother continued to dismiss his concerns. The more she insisted that everything was all right, the more uneasy he felt. Could the 50,000 be stolen? Or had she encountered new troubles during her outing? Bound by the ties of family, Ying Hao could not let this matter rest. Thus he resolved to enlist the help of an intermediary to inquire further. The chosen confidant was Su Qing. Though they are both women and Chinese, and her mother has always held her in high regard, perhaps if Su Qing were to inquire, her mother might open her heart. Ying Hao was uncertain, yet he understood that one must attempt to discover the truth. Approaching his locker, he opened the door, removed his sunglasses, secured his bag, and retrieved the textbooks necessary for his morning classes. As he closed the door, a letter slipped out and fell to the ground. Upon opening it, he discovered it was from Tim Walton. Ying Hao read, "Since your transfer to this school, I have persistently referred to you as a freak. After yesterday's events, I have come to realize that this was a grave mistake, and I sincerely wish to apologize. After school today, meet me in the parking lot behind the school. We can enjoy some drinks, dance, or perhaps find somewhere to have some fun. Your new friend, Tim Walton." Ying Hao gazed at the letter, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him. People seldom change. And could a rogue like Tim Walton truly be awakened by a mere shoulder throw? He found that notion preposterous. The letter reeked of one word: conspiracy. Nonetheless, Ying Hao was curious to see what tricks this scoundrel had up his sleeve. "Hey, buddy." Peter Parker appeared beside Ying Hao, clapping him on the shoulder. Ying Hao smiled at him. "Hi. Did you have an enjoyable weekend?" Peter Parker exclaimed. "It was nothing short of a dream. I shared my internship opportunity at Stark Industries with my uncle and aunt. Just so you know, my parents have been out of the picture since I was young. So I've been living with Uncle Ben and Aunt May. They were thrilled and prepared a grand feast for me over the weekend, inviting many neighbors to join in the celebration. Oh, I apologize for not inviting you. I did consider it and even sent you a message, but you didn't respond. And I don't have your address. By the way, why didn't you reply? I thought you were on board." Ying Hao shrugged. "I was busy and didn't see it." "All right then." Peter Parker replied with a mysterious smile, lowering his voice. "I presume you were occupied with our entrepreneurial venture, correct?" "Good news. Besides the Stark Industries internship this weekend, I've managed to push back all my extracurricular activities for this week, including the school-organized off-campus events. Today sports game support, tomorrow academic debate group, Wednesday biological science exhibition tour, Thursday enough." Ying Hao suddenly interjected, "What is happening on Wednesday?" The school is organizing a biological science exhibition at Columbia University," Peter answered. "I hesitated for quite some time about it. You know, Columbia University. And the teachers mentioned that there would be some genetically modified insects displayed, which would be a pity to miss." His tone indicated a genuine desire to attend. However, he shook his head and said to Ying Hao, "But I don't need the credits, and pursuing my career is far more important. Having invested my share, I feel compelled to contribute my part. I have resolved to dedicate all my spare time to this cause. You are the most intelligent person I have encountered, and together, we may indeed establish a company capable of acquiring Stark Industries." "Stop," Ying Hao interrupted, patting him on the shoulder. "Listen to me. Forget about those trivial activities. You must attend this exhibition. If you don't go, the world will lose a Spider-Man. Of course, that escaped mutated spider might bite someone else. But whether that individual becomes a superhero or a supervillain remains uncertain. A single thread can alter the entire tapestry." Ying Hao understood the theory of the butterfly effect. What if Peter Parker's fate were altered, triggering a chain reaction that would change many future events? This world is already quite different from the Marvel universe he was familiar with. The more changes there are, the harder it becomes to predict outcomes, which is not beneficial for him at present. He still hoped to gather the Infinity Stones along the timeline to power his armor or the reconstituted eyes. What if Spider-Man disappeared, causing a chain reaction that prevented Loki from coming to Earth? Thus, attending the exhibition was imperative. Spider-Man must remain as Peter Parker. Peter, slightly perplexed, inquired, why is it necessary for me to go? I mean, the exhibition is merely about insects, and it doesn't have much relevance to our project." "No," Ying Hao gently explained. "Everything in this world is interconnected. Biotechnology can be utilized for our purposes. Thus, you must attend this exhibition. Gaining knowledge can only be advantageous, right?" Peter chuckled. "You make a valid point. Why don't you join me?" "Can I?" Ying Hao asked. "Isn't that an event for your class?" "Not an issue. I'll simply register you," Peter said, leaning closer and whispering. "The exhibition has an entry fee, and our teacher collaborates with the university. The more people he brings, the more he profits. He would be delighted to include a few extra attendees." Ying Hao suddenly understood and readily agreed to attend. With their plans set, The two walked side by side toward the classroom, engaged in conversation. Peter asked, "So, how are you considering our project? What type of company should we establish?" Ying Hao replied, "The project has reached the technical research and development stage and has yielded preliminary results." Technical research? Peter exclaimed, astonished. "I thought the first step was to register the company. Have you already taken care of that?" "Well, not yet. We don't have to adhere strictly to tradition. Some sequences can be flexibly adjusted." Peter remarked, "Wow, I feel an inexplicable sense of awe." Chapter 15. The school bell rang. Ying Hao and Peter parted ways and entered their respective classrooms. Upon entering, Ying Hao was greeted by a chorus of expletives from several students. A gasp escaped my lips. I was utterly startled. Why did he remove his sunglasses? A few students whispered amongst themselves. The class's troublemaker cast a hostile glance at Ying Hao and boldly inquired, "Hey, freak, where are your sunglasses?" Ying Hao shot him a sidelong glance and retorted, "Mind your own business." The troublemaker paused, seemingly taken aback by Ying Hao's audacity, and replied with displeasure, "Thanks. But I think it's better for you to wear them, lest you frighten the classmates and the teacher." Ying Hao sneered, "And if I don't?" The troublemaker, sensing the provocation, slammed his pencil onto the desk, rolled up his sleeves, and stood up, pointing at Ying Hao as he declared, "If not, I'll give you a good kicking." Ying Hao, uninterested in verbal sparring, swiftly approached the troublemaker. The latter immediately kicked his chair aside and advanced, reaching out to shove. "What, you want to play the tough guy? Huh, you think you can challenge me? Huh." With quick reflexes, Ying Hao seized the troublemaker's fingers, forcefully bending them back toward his hand. The troublemaker immediately cried out in anguish, "Let go of me." Ying Hao replied, "You should say please." The troublemaker hastily complied. "Please let go of me. I beg you, my fingers are about to break." Only then did Ying Hao release him, delivering a swift kick to the troublemaker's calf, causing him to kneel. With an imposing gaze, he declared, "Remember, whether I wear sunglasses is my choice. As for your fear of my eyes, I offer you two pieces of advice. First, don't look. Second, get used to it slowly." The troublemaker, face pale with fear, nodded repeatedly. "Understood, I understand. Return to your seat, and you'd better behave. Don't disturb me during class," Ying Hao added before taking his own seat. An eerie silence enveloped the classroom. For the first time in 3 years, the 20-some students witnessed Ying Hao exhibit such assertiveness. It is worth noting that previously, he wouldn't even lift his head in the presence of others. After a prolonged silence, whispers began to circulate. "Am I dreaming? Can someone tell me what just happened? If this is a dream, then we're all in the same one. Did Ying Hao just give the troublemaker a beating? This world must be going mad. Shoo, everyone. Stay quiet. This is a clear warning. When Ying Hao says he doesn't want to be disturbed during class, it's not just directed at the troublemaker." A reminder from a student prompted the class to settle down once more. The teacher, arriving fashionably late, commenced the lesson. In American high schools, classroom discipline often poses a significant challenge. Frequently, the teacher speaks while students engage in their own activities, chatting, listening to music, drawing, or exchanging banter. Yet today, an extraordinary calm prevailed throughout the day. Every student was fully attentive, no one engaged in idle chatter, and when the teacher posed questions, there were no crude jokes to be heard. The final class has concluded, and the teacher felt an immense sense of satisfaction. "I must say, this has been the finest lesson of my teaching career. Keep it up, children. If you continue like this, you shall surely achieve great success. God forbid this is but a dream." She tidied her materials, placed a gentle hand on her chest, and exited the classroom. Ying Hao stretched lazily, stifling a yawn. The high school curriculum was far too simplistic for him. Whether he listened or not was of little consequence. After the first period, he retrieved his sunglasses from the locker and indulged in a delightful slumber for the remainder of the day, making up for the sleep he had lost over the weekend. "Ying Hao, shall we head home together?" At the classroom door, Su King and Peter Parker asked in unison. Ying Hao contemplated for a moment before shaking his head. "I have a few matters to attend to. You may go ahead." Su King, intrigued, inquired, "What is this secretive matter?" Peter added, "Is it related to our project? I can assist, you know, with advice and suggestions." "No," Ying Hao replied candidly, producing the letter from Tim Walton to show them. "You can't be serious about going, can you?" After reading it, Su King immediately expressed her opinion. "This is clearly a trap. I can't believe he would apologize to you." "What? A banquet?" Peter picked up the letter, examining it from every angle. It doesn't seem to mention anything about a banquet. Su King explained with exasperation, "No. Hongminyan is a Chinese term that signifies a gathering that appears to be a feast, but is actually a setup for an ambush." Peter, intrigued, probed further, "But an ambush is an ambush. Why refer to it as a banquet?" "That's a long story," Su King sighed. I don't wish to recount tales, Peter. You must understand that both Ying Hao and I are Chinese. If you weren't present, we would communicate directly in our native tongue, even when using English. We might employ references that only those familiar with Chinese culture would grasp. So, if you genuinely wish to be Ying Hao's partner or friend, you might consider learning Chinese. Otherwise, conversing will become quite laborious. Peter nodded thoughtfully. I completely understand. You are right. I shall earnestly study Chinese. Moreover, he turned to Ying Hao. I too believe you should not go. Tim Walton has been exposed by you. The competition has faltered, and considering he was thrown over your shoulder, it's remarkable he bears no ill will. He certainly doesn't wish to apologize. I suspect he has devised a plan to lure you there for a confrontation. I am aware, Ying Hao shrugged. I merely wish to see what tricks this fellow has up his sleeve. You two should proceed without concern for me. Absolutely not. Su King firmly countered. If we go together. Should anything happen to you, I would have no explanation for your mother. Peter raised his hand. I will join as well. Ying Hao and Su King exchanged glances at the slender, lanky Peter Parker. You? What's wrong? Peter understood their gazes and explained. At the very least, I can call the police or summon an ambulance. With such words spoken, Ying Hao had no choice but to acquiesce. The trio, with a heart resolute in the face of death, made their way to the parking lot. Tim Walton awaited them, perched atop the hood of an SUV. Having anticipated their arrival, Ying Hao, I never expected you would actually come, and with two useless companions, he sneered, leaping down from the vehicle. Surely, you do not believe I would apologize to you? Tim advanced a couple of steps, his countenance darkening as he gritted his teeth and demanded. Do you have any idea how much I invested to gain entry into Stark Industries? A full 100,000. I hired 3 people and bribed a judge. Yet, with just a few of your words, you ruined it all. Today, you must pay the price, freak. As he spoke, he circled to the car window, retrieving a metal bat from within and slowly advancing toward Ying Hao. Su King gripped Ying Hao's arm nervously, exclaiming, I told you we shouldn't have come. Peter swallowed hard, asking, should I call the police now, or shall we just count to 3 and run? No sooner had he spoken than Tim shouted, everyone, come out. At his command, 6 motorcycles surged into the parking lot, their engines roaring. The bikes circled Ying Hao and his companions a few times before finally aligning in a row behind them, blocking their escape. Several men dismounted, brandishing weapons, some wielded iron rods, while others grasped chains. Tim Walton coldly addressed the trio. Unless Ying Hao takes a solid beating from me and hands over his 100,000 in prize money, none of you shall leave today. Chapter 16. Well, it is now certain that this is a robbery. I am calling the police. Peter Parker took out his phone, but before he could dial, a burly man knocked it from his grasp, sending it crashing to the ground. Su King clung tightly to Ying Hao's arm, too frightened to utter a word. Midtown High had undergone renovations, and the parking lot they found themselves in had long been abandoned, rarely frequented by anyone. Tim Walton's choice of location indicated he had meticulously prepared, ensuring no outsiders would interfere. The 3 of them could rely only on themselves. Kid, did you hear what he said? Quickly think of a way to get your family to send money. A burly man behind them slurred. As for teaching you a lesson, believe me, it won't be too excessive. I guarantee you'll be left with your life. Ha ha ha. The other hulks erupted into laughter. Ying Hao frowned, realizing the voice sounded eerily familiar. Ryan? Turning in disbelief. He was indeed met with a face he recognized all too well, the individual from that weekend who had been attacked at Ying Hao's cash register. Do you know my name? Ryan suddenly felt as though his throat was constricted. He recognized Ying Hao. Shit, it's you, he stammered. The other muscular men also caught sight of Ying Hao's face, and 2 of them quietly stepped back. This scene left Tim Walton in a state of shock. You know each other? More than just acquaintances, Ying Hao grinned. We are friends forged through conflict, aren't we, Ryan? Friends, yes of course. Ryan nodded repeatedly. He was fortunate to be one of the first to fall yesterday, sustaining the least injury, while the others fared far worse. There were a total of 6 individuals. 3 were in the hospital, and 2 had accompanied him today. Ying Hao engaged him in casual conversation. Isn't your boss Leon? Why isn't he here? He's still in the hospital, as you know, Ryan replied, waving his hand dismissively. Ying Hao sighed. I gave him a chance. Ryan readily agreed. Who could argue with that? Ying Hao continued. What about the others? Ryan gestured to the side. These 2 came with me. Jerry can't speak yet because. He mimicked a gesture at his throat, and Ying Hao nodded in understanding. Their exchange displeased Tim Walton, who stepped forward to pull Ryan aside. What are you doing? Chatting? I've paid a lot of money, and I don't care if you know each other. You must teach him a lesson today. Ryan glanced at Ying Hao, who returned a reassuring smile. He smiled back and turned to Tim. You know what? I'll return your money. I can't do this. As he spoke, he reached into his back pocket, extracting his wallet, and handed all the cash to Tim. "This is my share, I'm out." Teaching Hao a lesson? Ridiculous. The man wasn't even afraid of a firearm. Whoever took this job was asking for trouble. The other two newfound friends followed suit and returned their money to Tim. Collectively, they had refunded at least 3,000 in an attempt to retaliate against Ying Hao. A significant sum indeed. "Shit, you can't do this," Tim exclaimed angrily. In truth, the men he had gathered were not all comrades. Ryan and his companions were not well acquainted with the others. The rest were unaware of what had transpired the day before. The few muscular men who had yet to meet Ying Hao moved closer. "I say, let those three go. It doesn't require so many to deal with a student. We could split this money among us." Another greedily added, "Exactly. We can easily balance the workload of those cowardly three." Tim remained silent, allowing the muscular men to divide the cash in his hands. A few thousand was insignificant to him. He simply didn't care. Ryan gazed at his oblivious companions, a wave of pity washing over him. He stepped forward and urged, "Gentlemen, heed my advice and return the money. Otherwise, you shall surely regret it." "Regret? How absurd." They scoffed. "Without Leon, you're nothing, Ryan. Begone." "Indeed, do not impede our work," they jeered. Seeing his attempts to dissuade them were in vain, Ryan resolutely surrendered. "Very well, do as you wish. It is of no concern to us." He motioned for his two companions to depart. But Ying Hao called out to him, "Hey, Ryan, do me a favor." Ryan inquired, "What is it?" Ying Hao replied, "Take my two classmates to the school entrance and wait for me. Tim seeks vengeance on me alone. It does not involve anyone else." "No problem," Ryan exhaled in relief. Su King and Peter, filled with anxiety, asked, "What about you?" Ying Hao gestured for them to remain calm. "We shall merely converse. Such matters can be resolved with words. I will find you shortly." Yet, their unease lingered. However, Ryan and his two brothers advanced, forcibly pulling the two away. Tim, as Ying Hao had predicted, did not intervene. His desire for retribution was singular. With no obstacles remaining, Tim coldly commanded, "Attack." First, beat him to within an inch of his life. The remaining brutes slowly approached. A particularly burly man brandishing a baseball bat sneered, "Kid, this is just business, nothing personal." As the words left his lips, the bat came crashing down onto Ying Hao's shoulder. To everyone's astonishment, Ying Hao caught it mid-swing and retaliated with a powerful kick to the man's abdomen. The sound of impact echoed, and the burly man let out a pained cry, collapsing to the ground while clutching his stomach. The others stood in disbelief. How could this seemingly frail high schooler possess such strength? A chilling smile crept across Ying Hao's face as he gripped the metal bat at both ends, leading to a collective gasp among the onlookers. Tim Watton widened his eyes. He knew of the many legends surrounding supernatural powers and the existence of mutants. A shared concern arose. Could it be that Ying Hao possessed some extraordinary ability? Yet, in the next moment, as he exerted force, the bat remained unyielding. His armor merely afforded him exceptional defense, without enhancing his strength. The atmosphere turned awkward. "Ah, how embarrassing," Ying Hao chuckled. "Get him," Tim shouted. Instantly, they surged forward, brandishing chains, steel rods, and an array of implements aimed at Ying Hao. From a distance, Tim Watton watched, exhilarated and thrilled. He yearned to witness Ying Hao battered and bruised, to hear him cry out for mercy. To his astonishment, no voice of victory emerged from the battleground. Instead, the air was filled with the anguished cries of others. A burly man collapsed, clutching his nose. "Oh, my groin." Another robust figure rolled out, grasping his trousers. Please, please. I can only afford to lose this one leg." A man with a prosthetic limb crawled out from beneath the throng, tears welling in his eyes. Within a mere 2 minutes, all had fallen, save for Ying Hao, who stood unscathed at the center. Tim gaped in disbelief. "What? With so many people, how could you?" Ying Hao trampled on the belly of a fallen man, approaching Tim. "I cannot fathom how you have the audacity to seek vengeance against me after blatantly plagiarizing my design. What do you intend to do?" Tim retreated, threatening in a faltering voice, "You better not act recklessly. My father is." Before he could finish, Ying Hao placed his foot firmly on Tim's shoe and ground it down with force. Tim yelped in agony. Ying Hao pressed a hand to his ear. "Who is your father?" Tim stammered, "My father is." Ying Hao lifted his leg and delivered a heavy kick to Tim's left knee. Crack! Tim screamed once more. "Who is your father?" Ying Hao repeated. "My father is." This exchange continued 4 times, and after rendering Tim one leg, one arm, one hand, and one foot incapacitated, he finally ceased to mention his father. "I am indifferent to your father's identity," Ying Hao sighed. "I merely wish to inquire if you still intend to retaliate against me." Tim, avoiding eye contact, reluctantly uttered a single word, "No." However, matters were far from resolved. Ying Hao swiftly calculated. You have appropriated my work, causing me to forfeit my internship opportunity. You owe me compensation. Let's say 10,000. That seems reasonable, does it not? Tim dared not object and nodded. Ying Hao continued. You assaulted me in the arena, compelling me to retaliate with a shoulder throw, resulting in a sprain of my wrist. Medical expenses, 50,000. Tim timidly glanced at Ying Hao's wrist, which appeared unremarkable, yet he was too intimidated to utter a word, merely nodding again. Ying Hao gestured to the group of fallen men. You brought all these individuals to ambush me. Truth be told, had I not been trained, I would have been defeated today. For the fright and emotional distress you caused, let us say 150,000. What more could Tim say? He nodded once more. Lastly, Ying Hao pointed to the phone of Peter Parker, which had been knocked to the ground. Your people damaged my friend's phone, which contained countless cherished memories that are now irretrievable. Let's settle on 200,000. Tim lifted his gaze. I believe the phone can be repaired. Smack. Ying Hao delivered a resounding slap across his face. Tim, I'm sorry, it cannot be fixed. Ying Hao nodded in satisfaction and summarized. You owe me a total of 410,000. Let us round it off to 500,000. When will you repay me? Tim, with his head hung low, pulled out a checkbook from his pocket and swiftly signed a check for 500,000. Ying Hao raised an eyebrow in surprise. You can issue checks? Tim replied timidly. Yes, my father, too indifferent to manage my daily expenses, allowed me to open a checking account, into which he regularly deposits my living allowance. Ying Hao became intrigued. Who exactly is your father? Tim, Lucas Walton, Vice President of Roxxon Energy. Ying Hao revealed a knowing smile. Ah, the infamous Roxxon. Roxxon Energy is a vast enterprise, rivaling Stark Industries in scale. Ostensibly, it operates as a legitimate energy company. However, it has long been infiltrated by Hydra, with many key positions occupied by their operatives, secretly engaging in various activities such as weapon testing and development, posing a significant threat in the Marvel Universe. It remains uncertain whether Tim Walton's father is affiliated with Hydra. Yet, whether he is or not matters little to Ying Hao. He has no desire to be a savior or a champion of justice. Why invite trouble when it does not seek him out? Well, that concludes today's affairs. Ying Hao tucked the check away, patted Tim on the shoulder, and said, Stay out of trouble from now on, and keep your distance from me and those around me, understood? Tim, reluctantly and dejectedly, replied, All right, I promise. Ying Hao gestured towards the burly men scattered around. They are your employees. Treat them well and assist with their medical expenses. Just a suggestion. Farewell. Ying Hao brushed off the dust from his clothes and left the parking lot with poise. Tim Walton watched his retreating figure, a furious blaze igniting in his eyes. At the school gate, there were few people left. Most students had already departed, and only a handful of teachers remained. Su King and Peter, under the watchful care of Ryan and his companions, anxiously waited at the entrance. During this time, a school security guard approached, inquiring if they were facing any trouble. Su King, recalling the familiarity between Ying Hao and Ryan, denied any issues. The guard, harboring doubts, returned to his post, remaining vigilant with his hand resting on his waist, observing from a distance. I'm back. Ying Hao's voice rang out from behind. Su King turned around in surprise, her face lighting up. Ying Hao, are you all right? Just a conversation. What could possibly happen? Ying Hao replied casually. Everyone was quite reasonable. The matter was resolved. Tim and his friends are currently resting where they fell. Ryan, along with his companions, swallowed hard, exchanging glances that clearly indicated their mutual understanding of the importance of resting. How splendid. I was exceedingly worried. Su King excitedly embraced Ying Hao, only to quickly release him, her cheeks flushed. I was concerned as well. Peter rushed over, but Ying Hao raised a hand, keeping him at bay. You can skip this. I can sense your anxiety. He returned Peter's recovered phone to him. Here's your phone. Oh, thank you, Peter replied, glancing at it uncertainly. I think this isn't my phone. Mine has been in use for 2 years and certainly isn't this new. It has plenty of scratches. It is indeed yours, Ying Hao assured him, patting Peter's hand. I just polished it. Open it and check the contents. It will surely confirm. In truth, Peter's phone had been damaged. Ying Hao felt a sense of responsibility, as it had been his actions that provoked Tim's retaliation. Yet, he was too lazy to visit a phone repair shop. On the way back, he ventured into the Divine personal space and placed the phone on the Divine workbench, hoping for a repair. To his astonishment, the phone was consumed and a brand new one was ejected a second later. Fortunately, aside from its new appearance, everything else remained unchanged. Peter opened the phone to examine its contents and found everything intact. It seems to be mine, but polished? I've never heard of phone cases being polished. Are there such shops nearby? Just the nail salon around the corner from the parking lot. Ying Hao casually mentioned. A nail salon? Do they offer such services? Peter responded, astonished. Incredible, isn't it? I was equally surprised. But enough of that. I need to have a word with them. With that, Ying Hao decisively concluded the conversation and approached Ryan and the others. Thank you for your assistance. Anytime. If you need anything, just let us know, Ryan replied, his three companions maintaining a positive demeanor. Even Jerry, whose voice was hoarse, made an effort to appear friendly. Shortly thereafter, Ryan inquired, can we leave now? Of course, Ying Hao replied. Seek out a proper job. Absolutely. The three hurriedly made their exit. In Chapter 17, Ying Hao, along with Sue King and Peter Parker, enjoyed a delightful dinner and engaged in light conversation, returning home at 8 o'clock in the evening. The night had fallen. At this hour, Ying Hao's family shop would usually be closed. The daytime safety in Queens was acceptable, but at night, numerous unsavory characters would roam the streets. Small grocery stores like theirs were particularly vulnerable to becoming targets. For many years, Ying Hao's mother had always taken advantage of the daylight. After work, he locked the door to avoid any potential troubles. After all, in the United States, respectable guests rarely venture out at night. Yet today, the store was still open. Mom, why are we operating so late? Ying Hao pushed the door open and was surprised to find a considerable number of customers inside. Moreover, there was something peculiar. Nearly all the merchandise bore discount tags, some offering substantial reductions of up to 25%. Xiao Yun was preoccupied with restocking and had not heard his greeting. Curious, Ying Hao approached, bent down to pick up an item from the floor, and began arranging it on the shelf while casually inquiring, Mom, what is going on here? Huh? Xiao Yun turned around in a flurry. Oh, Xiao Hao, you're back. I called out to you, but you didn't hear me. Ying Hao held up a discount tag and asked, what is happening? Are we doing charity? Charity? Oh, this. Xiao Yun chuckled awkwardly, stammering, actually, I've been considering switching suppliers, so I thought it would be prudent to clear out the inventory. Clearing out inventory doesn't necessitate such drastic discounts, Ying Hao reminded softly, removing all the 85% tags and replacing them with 90% ones. A 10% discount will suffice. We shouldn't incur losses merely to change suppliers. Xiao Yun pressed her lips together and nodded. Yes, you're right, son. I'll wait until these customers leave to change the tags to 90%. Excuse me, ma'am, could you tally my bill? A customer at the entrance called out, laden with a bulging shopping basket. Coming right up, Xiao Yun responded, urging Ying Hao. That's enough help from you. Go upstairs and eat. I saved you some dishes. Ying Hao, without looking up, replied, no need. I've already eaten with my classmates. I'm going to change the price tags. By 9:30, the store's activities finally settled down. Ying Hao successfully replaced all the discount tags with the new 90% ones. Xiao Yun surveyed Ying Hao's handiwork and offered a strained smile. Noticing her unusual demeanor, Ying Hao asked, Mom, what's wrong today? You seem preoccupied. Xiao Yun shook her head. I don't have any worries. I'm just pleased that you could lend a hand. Ying Hao sensed that it was more complicated than that. However, lacking the ability to read minds, he could not discern what was truly troubling her. All right, I'll go lock the door. You head upstairs, look at you. Working up a sweat. Go wash up and get some rest, Xiao Yun urged. After her insistence, Ying Hao ascended the stairs. His grandfather was as quiet and easygoing as usual. After greeting him, Ying Hao went to take a bath. Once he finished, he returned to his room and locked the door. Then, he immersed himself in his personal space, determined to devise a few more weapons targeting Stark Industries. Unbeknownst to Ying Hao, the night outside harbored many pairs of malicious eyes, lurking with predatory intent. Fixated upon his abode in Hell's Kitchen, Matt Murdock concealed himself atop the roof of the Gold Mountain pawnshop, clad in his iconic crimson battle attire. He was no longer merely the blind lawyer, Matt, but rather the vigilant guardian of Hell's Kitchen, the daredevil. His mission was to assist a client, beleaguered by relentless harassment from the pawnshop due to an outstanding loan. Initially, the client sought Matt's legal counsel, questioning the terms of the contract. Hoping for redress through the law, Matt too aspired to achieve justice for his client through legal means. Regrettably, despite the numerous unconscionable clauses within the contract, the court ruled against him. He respected the law, yet when justice falters, Daredevil intervenes. The previous night, he had infiltrated the pawnshop alone, single-handedly incapacitating all the thugs within. Subsequently, he engaged in a serious discussion with Mr. Jimmy, the pawnshop's manager, regarding the loan. Daredevil hoped to persuade Jimmy to reform, to spare his client, and to abolish the exorbitant interest and penalties. At that time, Mr. Jimmy acquiesced, albeit stating that he would need to consult his superiors, as he lacked the authority to decide. Daredevil granted him a day's grace. Today, he returned to inquire about the outcome. He stealthily traversed the rooftop, approaching a skylight, and, through careful exploration, discreetly opened a narrow gap. His extraordinary hearing allowed him to discern the voices of everyone inside with clarity. Damn it! With so many of you, how can you not handle a single guy in a tight suit? A furious voice erupted. At this rate, how can we continue our business? My apologies, boss, Mr. Jimmy replied repeatedly. But that individual is the infamous Daredevil. I had only heard tales before, but witnessing his prowess yesterday was a revelation. He is indeed formidable. It's no wonder so many gangs and police have failed to capture him. After being chastened by Matt, Jimmy's bravado diminished significantly. He cautiously suggested, "Boss, perhaps we should reconsider provoking this immense trouble. It seems he came on behalf of a client. Should we not acquiesce to his demands? For the sake of a single transaction, it would be unwise to create an enemy who lurks in the shadows, unknown and nearly impossible to defeat." The man referred to as the boss fell silent for a moment before responding coldly. "Are you an imbecile? Do you truly believe that compromising on a deal will make him relent?" The boss gritted his teeth. "Queens, Forest Hills, 714 Avenue 71. I have recently reviewed the latest contract, and the client referred to by this demon must be that Chinese woman from Queens. She was turned away when she attempted to repay her debt, and that very night, this demon arrived at her doorstep. Don't tell me you still fail to comprehend. He is after our business." After a brief pause, he continued, "You are still unaware, aren't you? The few insignificant individuals you dispatched to Queens were beaten by that woman's son. I suspect he is the demon who delights in wearing tight-fitting attire." On the rooftop, Daredevil listened intently to the conversation below and was suddenly reminded of the woman who had fainted on the street the previous day. This is a grave misunderstanding. When he confronted Jimmy, he had refrained from explicitly naming his client. This was to prevent the villains from targeting his client, which could not only cause trouble for her, but also lead to the revelation of her true identity. Little did he expect that this scoundrel had confused matters and placed the blame squarely on that unfortunate woman. "You need not concern yourself with this matter." The boss's voice echoed again. "I have arranged for vengeance. In 15 minutes, their entire family will be engulfed in flames. No one dares to treat me with such insolence. No one. They must pay the price." "Arson!" Daredevil gasped in horror, listening to the breaths within the room. There were at least 30 individuals, some armed with firearms. He quickly calculated that 15 minutes would be insufficient to subdue the boss and compel him to halt the impending action. Damn it! Daredevil leaped from the rooftop and swiftly hailed a taxi on the street. Queens, Forest Hills, 714 Avenue 71, quickly. Chapter 18. Inside the personal space of the deity. A hot-selling missile from Stark Industries ignited and launched. It soared swiftly, aimed at a distant volcano. However, just as it was nearing its target, dozens of devices set atop the snowy mountain activated, firing beams of blue light toward the missile's trajectory. These beams converged in midair and then expanded outward, shortly forming a hemispherical blue shield that enveloped the entire mountain peak. Upon contact, the missile detonated instantly. Boom. The blue shield dimmed momentarily before swiftly restoring itself. This was a defensive weapon innovatively crafted by Ying Hao after deeply studying Stark Industries technology, combining the energy shield of an aircraft with ground-based launch towers. The trial results were exceedingly satisfactory, albeit with high energy consumption, making it likely unaffordable for smaller nations or factions. Ying Hao pondered thoughtfully. The effect is quite impressive. What name shall I bestow upon it? A multitude of names flashed through Ying Hao's mind. Beneath the azure sky, with celestial guardians in attendance, a sudden thunderous roar shattered the tranquility. What? Another explosion? He raised his gaze towards the snow-capped mountains, yet saw no trace of detonation. No explosion? Then from where did that sound originate? This is bad. It must be outside. A chill ran down Ying Hao's spine as he swiftly tore open a rift, bursting forth from the divine space. The cacophony of crashing doors, explosive blasts, and shattering glass ensued in quick succession. What on earth is happening? A terrorist attack? The window of his room faced the street. He hastily approached the window to peer outside. In the cloak of night, he discerned a group of over a dozen individuals. They stood in a row, brandishing explosives, incendiary bottles, and a variety of other items, hurling them towards his home. Blazing light emanated from the department store below, which had evidently caught fire. Beasts! Ying Hao cursed vehemently. He was oblivious to the origins of these assailants or what vendetta they harbored against his family. Resorting to arson in the dead of night, he had to quickly rescue his grandfather and mother. Just then, a heavy knock reverberated on the door. Xiao Yun's anxious voice pierced through. "Xiao Hao, wake up quickly. Our store is on fire. We must hastily take your grandfather and escape. Wake up." Ying Hao immediately flung open the door. He grasped Xiao Yun's trembling shoulders, exuding calm and composure as he directed, "Mom, stay calm. I will carry Grandpa. You quickly fetch some damp towels. Let us meet at the stairway and descend together." "All right, I'll get right on it." Seeing her son's demeanor steady, Xiao Yun regained her composure and dashed towards the bathroom. Ying Hao lifted his elderly grandfather from the bedroom and reached the stairwell, accepting the towels Xiao Yun handed him. One towel he wrapped around his face, securing it in place, while he gently placed the other over his grandfather's mouth. "Mom, cover your mouth well, don't choke. Let us go." The two hastened down the stairs. Suddenly, another crash echoed. A glass bottle filled with gasoline shattered nearby, landing fortuitously before them. With a resounding boom, a wall of flames erupted, blocking their path. To rush through? With divine armor shielding him, Ying Hao was not overly concerned about this minor blaze. However, his mother was vulnerable. Gasoline could cling to her shoes, igniting her clothing. He feared that even if they managed to escape, she would be engulfed in flames. What should they do? The fire extinguishers were all downstairs. Xiao Yun was frantic, on the verge of tears. Ying Hao grasped her hand. "Mom, stay calm. You must not cry." In the midst of the inferno, weeping uncontrollably can elevate one's respiratory rate, leading to the inhalation of more toxic smoke, which could gravely endanger life. At such a moment, the most crucial task is to remain composed and regulate one's breathing. Ying Hao had already resolved to tear open the rift to heavenly space, allowing his grandfather and mother to seek refuge within. Though this was his greatest secret, it paled in comparison to the safety of his family. If exposed, so be it. He trusted that his grandfather and mother would not divulge it to others. With this thought, Ying Hao raised his right hand to rend the fabric of reality. However, just as the rift was torn open by a mere inch, he suddenly heard a resounding bang from the back door on the first floor, followed by a voice. "Is anyone in there? I'm here to rescue you. Make some noise so I can locate you." "A firefighter?" Ying Hao waved his hand, causing the rift to vanish in an instant. He shouted, "We're over here, at the staircase. Come in through the back door, walk straight, and take a left. We are blocked by a wall of fire." The voice responded, "I'm on my way." Ying Hao added, "There's a fire extinguisher at the back door." "Got it." Soon, Ying Hao heard footsteps rapidly approaching, followed by a cloud of white mist that extinguished the wall of flames before them. Yet, emerging from the mist was not a firefighter, but a man clad in a tight red suit, his face partially concealed. Ying Hao was taken aback. Daredevil? Isn't he a superhero exclusive to Hell's Kitchen? How could he appear in Queens? Ying Hao's mother, who had initially worn a look of joy, now paused in confusion. A normal person would not dress as Daredevil. His appearance was hardly reassuring for an ordinary individual. "Do not worry, I'm here to help. Jump over, but avoid stepping on the recently burned areas," Daredevil urged, extending a hand towards Ying Hao and Xiaoyan. Being a character of integrity, Ying Hao felt reassured, though he found it perplexing. However, given the urgency of the situation, he had no time for contemplation and promptly said to his mother, "Mom, it's all right. You go first. I'll follow right behind you." Xiaoyan nodded and made an effort to leap across. Daredevil caught her as she stumbled and turned to Ying Hao, asking, "Should I carry the elderly gentleman over first?" "No need. My grandfather is not heavy," Ying Hao replied, glancing out the window. "You take my mother to the back door. I can keep up." Daredevil nodded, refraining from further conversation, and assisted Xiaoyun as they fled towards the back door. Ying Hao also adeptly leaped over the scorched floor, closely following them. Fortunately, this was a small establishment. The staircase was less than 30 meters from the back door, and they arrived in mere breaths. Yet, as they opened the door to step outside, they abruptly halted. The back door had been blocked by a dozen individuals, several of whom were armed with guns. A man clad in a suit emerged from the crowd, sneering as he spoke. "It seems the boss was indeed correct. You are connected with this family." The clown in red, Xiao Yun, recognized the individual as Mr. Jimmy's assistant, the one who handled the contracts. "Are you from the Jinchuan pawn shop? Did you ignite this fire? But why?" Xiao Yun was bewildered, on the verge of tears. "Why have you done this? This is all that remains of my family's assets. I have been striving to earn money." The man remained silent. The night demon sighed and stepped forward, gently shielding Xiao Yun behind him. "I apologize, Miss Xiao Yun. You have been drawn into this. They are actually after me." The man glared at the night demon, feeling the lingering pain from the bruised eye he had sustained the previous night, gritting his teeth as he commanded, "Shoot him. Kill him." Chapter 19. Click. The nearest assailant loaded his bullet. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, a swift whoosh sliced through the air. A dark red short stick spun through the air, striking his hand with a resounding impact. In agony, the handgun fell from his grasp, while the crimson stick ricocheted back into the night demon's hand. "Take cover." The night demon gently pushed Xiao Yun towards Ying Hao's direction. He swiftly grabbed a large garbage bin and positioned it before the trio, then charged towards the advancing enemies. Ying Hao's enhanced vision effortlessly penetrated the garbage bin, allowing him to observe the unfolding battle. Despite the adversaries wielding firearms, the night demon maintained the upper hand. Upon hearing the sounds of gunfire, he would immediately hurl his short stick or evade the attacks with agility. Meanwhile, he adeptly sensed the heartbeats and breaths of those around him, launching counterattacks against his foes. His combat skills were nothing short of exceptional, and even amidst the onslaught of numerous assailants, he navigated the fray with ease. Utilizing his iron fists in conjunction with the two short sticks, the night demon dispatched the dozen or so enemies encircling him with remarkable efficiency. Observing that he required no assistance, Ying Hao felt a wave of relief wash over him as he vigilantly safeguarded his mother and grandfather. Meanwhile, he voiced his lingering confusion. "Mother, didn't you already return the loan? What is happening?" Xiao Yun's nose tinged with sorrow as tears streamed down her face, and she recounted the events to Ying Hao. "I didn't tell you, fearing it would frighten you. I had planned to quickly clear the merchandise in the store to gather enough interest to repay them, but I never anticipated they would come after us and even set our home ablaze. Child, what will we do from now on?" "It's all right," Ying Hao reassured, embracing his mother and gently patting her back. "There's nothing to worry about. I still have a bonus of 150,000. We'll look for affordable housing. If buying isn't feasible, we can rent for the time being." Xiao Yun bitterly asked, "But the store is gone. How will we earn a living?" "I didn't purchase insurance this year. Money making is something you need not fret over." Ying Hao gently patted Xiao Yun's arm, offering solace. "I have partnered with classmates to establish a company, which will soon yield profits. I intended to surprise you with my first earnings, but it seems I must reveal it prematurely. Fear not, everything will turn out well." Xiao Yun felt somewhat reassured, her sobs subsiding as her emotions gradually stabilized. Listening to the sounds of a scuffle and sporadic gunfire emanating from the vicinity of the trash bin, she furrowed her brow delicately. "That person in red." Ying Hao, sensing her apprehension, remarked, "It's all right. I believe that individual is not malevolent and possesses considerable prowess." Xiao Yun shook her head. "I know he is a good person. It's his voice. I've heard it somewhere before." "Oh, this is intriguing. It appears Daredevil did not merely stumble upon this place by chance. I must seek clarity on this matter." The sounds of the altercation outside dwindled until, with a resounding thud, they ceased entirely. Daredevil remained still for a moment, attuned to the surrounding noises, before sprinting down the street in pursuit of the adversaries in front of the department store. Moments later, fresh sounds of fighting and the cries of enemies echoed in the air. 10 minutes passed before the police and firefighters arrived, their response belated. The fire at the department store was extinguished, and the villains lying scattered on the ground were brought to justice, while Daredevil had vanished without a trace. The first floor had been ravaged by flames, posing an imminent risk of collapse. After completing an inquiry with an officer, Ying Hao ascended alone to retrieve some documents. He then took his grandfather and mother to a hotel for temporary lodging. "Mother, rest easy. We will address everything tomorrow," he reassured her, calming her emotions before retreating to his room. Once the door was securely closed, he immediately entered the celestial space. With his home reduced to ashes, Ying Hao could not simply let this matter lie. "The Jinshan pawn shop, is it? Very well. How dare they disturb my grandfather's territory? Today, I shall repay them in kind," Ying Hao declared vehemently. "A gentleman does not let vengeance linger past a night. Today marks the end for all criminals within that pawn shop." However, he could not confront them directly. Daredevil understood the necessity of donning battle attire before venturing out. Ying Hao, seeking retribution, needed to conceal his identity. Otherwise, a careless moment might lead to exposure, which could endanger his grandfather and mother, subjecting them to harassment. System: alter the appearance of the celestial armor. Celestial armor set. Appearance customization in progress. The celestial armor set was originally a pure, controllable energy form. Modifying its appearance was merely a transformation of a portion of that energy into physical matter. Ying Hao envisioned the design of his armor within his mind. Soon, a leather breastplate gradually materialized. Following that, a deep crimson long coat enveloped the exterior, while the lower half was adorned with dark trousers. On his feet rested a pair of brown-black leather boots, and his hands were encased in fingerless leather gloves. A gleaming skeletal greatsword slowly manifested on his back. This was the iconic attire of Dante from Devil May Cry. This vision emerged as the third outfit in Ying Hao's mind. The first was Spider-Man's battlesuit, and the second was Tony Stark's Iron Man armor. In this Marvel universe, donning two outfits would inevitably lead to a fashion clash with the two. Thus Ying Hao opted for this third ensemble. With the attire complete, Ying Hao proceeded to craft a pair of goggles styled after the Wuxi sword saint, outfitted with 8 circular lenses on each side, appearing even more intimidating than a spider's compound eyes. If onlookers were already terrified by his dual pupils, then he would deliver a quadruple shock. After completing these preparations, Ying Hao utilized the divine workstation, referencing the Batmobile's design to create an armored vehicle equipped with several heavy weaponry he had devised over the past 2 days, along with the original version of Stark Industries missiles that had yet to be modified. With everything in place, he waved his hand to tear open a rift. Boom! A deep crimson armored vehicle surged forth from the purplish rift, landing steadily in front of Stark Industries. This was the designated exit, and Ying Hao had no other choice. The owner of this body had never visited Midtown Manhattan, so he first arrived at Upper Manhattan and then followed the navigation. Alfred, plot the shortest route to the Golden Mountain Pawnshop, Ying Hao spoke softly. The onboard system immediately responded. Route has been prepared for you, Master Wang. Ying Hao frowned. Wang? Reset my designation. I am Ying Hao. Of course, my esteemed father. Ying Hao, Alfred replied. What was this? Why was he being referred to as esteemed father? Ying Hao found himself both amused and exasperated. This system generated by the divine workstation felt rather unreliable. It seemed that after today, he would need to replace the vehicle's system with a replica of Jarvis. However, such matters could wait. The most pressing concern now was revenge. He aimed to destroy that damned pawnshop. Boom. With the accelerator pressed to the floor, the deep crimson vehicle roared forward. Chapter 20, Golden Mountain Pawnshop. Mr. Jimmy had already received news of the defeat in Queens. That cursed red-clad clown again. It seemed the boss was right. He was indeed connected to that woman. However, he let out a sinister laugh. Destroying that woman's house was somewhat gratifying. He summoned one of his subordinates and commanded, Do you know where that woman's family is now? Indeed, came the reply. The subordinate replied, They are currently residing at the Morris Hotel, in rooms 1303, 1304, and 1305. Should we send someone to eliminate them immediately? No. Mr. Jimmy waved his hand dismissively. Let us revisit this matter in a few days. Today's events have surely kept the police in Queens occupied. We shall wait until the commotion subsides. Next time, arrange for tenfold the manpower. I refuse to believe that the crimson-clad jester is invincible. The subordinate, somewhat perplexed, questioned, Is it not excessive to deploy such a multitude against just one individual? Fool. Mr. Jimmy retorted sharply. Those vagrants are hardly of any value. They will inevitably be incarcerated, and we shall incur no costs for their services. What is there to waste? He took a deep drag from his cigar, gritting his teeth as he continued. That red-clad demon must perish, otherwise. Everyone will recognize this place as a haven for a hero dispensing justice. How can we continue our enterprise? If it cannot be done, then it should not be done at all. Such illicit enterprises are meant to be eradicated. Suddenly, a voice interjected, Moreover, I have no connection with that lady. You have targeted the wrong person, and I have wasted over $50 because of it. Who? Mr. Jimmy gasped, startled, as he stood upright. Can you not even recognize my voice? This is the second time we have met. From the shadows of the room, the night devil emerged. It is I. The red-clad demon you speak of. Shatter. He has returned. Open fire. Mr. Jimmy commanded, and his subordinates immediately aimed their weapons at the night devil. Yet, the night devil had already nimbly leaped aside, finding refuge behind a wall. As the barrage of gunfire ceased for a moment to reload, a swift strike from a crimson baton flew through the air, crashing into one man's head. He fell to the ground without uttering a sound. His companions were taken aback, stepping back from their fallen comrade, and quickly glanced towards the night devil's position. However, in that brief instant, the night devil had already emerged from his concealment, stealthily approaching them. With precision, he swiftly incapacitated 3 adversaries before retreating to a secure corner, evading further gunfire. The night devil now bore 2 handguns seized from his enemies. Yet, he had no intention of using them. Instead, he expertly disassembled the bullets, scattering their components across the floor. Fire! Fire! That man does not use firearms. Eliminate him. Mr. Jimmy shouted hoarsely. Having learned a harsh lesson from the night devil the previous day, he was determined to avoid another beating. His dozen or so subordinates complied obediently, splitting into 2 groups to fire in alternation. This strategy ensured that even if they exhausted their ammunition and needed to reload, their comrades would provide cover fire, mitigating the risk of a surprise attack from the night devil. Yet, they underestimated the daredevil. After merely listening for a brief moment, he discerned the positions of all his adversaries, the cadence of their gunfire, the remaining ammunition in their weapons, and the layout of the room. With a swift motion, He hurled his baton towards the wall. The stick spun gracefully, rebounding off the surface at a meticulously calculated angle, striking the temple of one assailant with unerring precision. The man collapsed, and the baton ricocheted sideways, striking another accomplice nearby. The once dense barrage of bullets now revealed a gap. A smirk graced the daredevil's lips as he rapidly navigated a safe route, closing in on one enemy. The assailant attempted to resist, but the daredevil deftly elevated the barrel of his gun with one hand while delivering a crushing blow to his abdomen with the other. The force of the punch resonated through the man's body, causing him to double over in pain, rendered voiceless, and he knelt helplessly. The remaining assailants, horrified, attempted to retaliate, but one by one, they were subdued by the daredevil. Recognizing the necessity of targeting the leader first, he approached Mr. Jimmy, who was still firing. In a series of agile rolls, he reached Mr. Jimmy's side, seizing the last baton and swiftly wrapping a steel cord around Mr. Jimmy's neck several times. "You had better command them to cease fire," the daredevil said, tightening his grip. The flesh of Mr. Jimmy's neck was immediately indented, and he, panic-stricken, shouted, "Cease fire! Cease fire, you worthless fools!" The gunfire finally ceased. Mr. Jimmy's face trembled as he pleaded, "I have complied with your demands. Please do not kill me. I am merely following orders. I never kill." The daredevil coldly retorted, "All of you shall face the wrath of the law." Upon hearing this, Mr. Jimmy visibly relaxed. The daredevil seized his collar and interrogated, "I know that all criminals from Hell's Kitchen are connected to one individual. I need you to reveal that name." Mr. Jimmy shook his head vehemently. "No, that name is taboo. No one dares to speak it. Even if I were to endure 1,000 years in prison, I would not utter it. Trust me, he is far more terrifying than you, demon." The daredevil growled, "No, you must speak." Suddenly, a mocking voice interjected, "Or what? You won't kill him, and he doesn't fear you. If I were in your position, I wouldn't say anything either." Ying Hao, concerned that the daredevil might recognize his identity, deliberately lowered his voice to create a deeper tone. "Who is there?" Both Mr. Jimmy and the daredevil jumped in surprise. They had not anticipated that, on the same night, two individuals could infiltrate the pawn shop guarded by Mr. Jimmy's armed subordinates. The daredevil, however, inquired, "Are you Ms. Zhao's son?" Ying Hao immediately faltered, "You're a freak. How could you possibly know that?" A person's voice may be masked, yet their true essence is exceedingly difficult to alter. The daredevil responded, advising Ying Hao, "Child, this is not a place for you. These individuals are armed and exceedingly dangerous. While they remain unaware of your presence, you must flee." "That is impossible." Ying Hao boldly stepped forward, exposing himself to the gaze of the crowd. "I have come for vengeance. Those who dared to incinerate my home must perish." Mr. Jimmy, upon observing Ying Hao's attire, trembled slightly. "What? Another crimson demon?" He glanced at the corpulent figure controlled by the daredevil, tilting his head. "Is he Mr. Jimmy?" "Indeed. I shall pose a question and subsequently bind him, leaving him along with the evidence of his crimes for the authorities." The daredevil stated coldly, "He deserves at least 20 years in prison for his transgressions." Ying Hao shook his head. "TSK. No, he shall not have the opportunity to serve time." A brilliant beam of light erupted from his eyes, striking Mr. Jimmy's rotund head in an instant. With a resounding pop, Mr. Jimmy's head exploded. The daredevil felt his grip loosen and was immediately doused in a foul, crimson and white viscous substance. He gasped, his hand moving uncertainly over the location of Jimmy's head, finally resting on the blood-soaked neck, incredulously asking, "You killed him?" "Not just him. I intend to eradicate every single individual in this pawnshop. They are all culpable. None are innocent," Ying Hao ominously declared, offering a word of caution. "Mad? If I were you, I would leave at once." The daredevil was struck with terror. How did this child know his true identity? Before he could ponder further, Ying Hao commanded, "Afyu, mark the entire Golden Mountain pawnshop for total annihilation. Leave no survivors." The earpiece crackled with Afyu's response, "Understood, my esteemed father." Chapter 21, 100 meters outside the pawnshop. "Understood, my esteemed father." The full-scale deployment commenced. As Afyu's voice resonated, the red battle vehicle's doors extended mechanical legs from their bases, locking firmly to the ground with a pair of clicks. The vehicle's hood opened to the sides, revealing a 6-barreled missile launcher that slowly elevated. The top transformed, in mere seconds, into a turret of a 130mm naval gun. From the rear seating area, 2 suspensions extended on either side, each bearing 2 Gatling-style automatic machine guns, enhanced for increased firepower. Finally, the rear hatch opened, revealing a set of 18 anti-fortification rocket launchers. Although Ying Hao had envisioned adding more, the confines of a single battle vehicle limited him, The existing weaponry was already the maximum it could accommodate. All firepower has been deployed, the target area is locked, the enemy has been scanned, and the countdown to fire begins. 3, 2, 1. The countdown concludes. And all weapons aboard the armored vehicle unleash their fury. Rockets, missiles, Gatling guns, and naval cannons fire in unison, a deluge of destruction. The tremendous force causes the mechanized vehicle to momentarily lower by 2 inches. A violent tremor radiates from the vehicle, swiftly spreading throughout Midtown Manhattan. Akin to an earthquake in the eyes of ordinary citizens. Many night owls, startled from their slumber, hastily fled their homes in a state of panic. Those who had been blissfully asleep were awakened by the vibrations, rushing out in disheveled attire. At the epicenter of this chaos, the Golden Mountain pawn shop was engulfed in an inferno of explosions and fire. A deafening roar echoed across New York. The blinding flames illuminated the night sky over Manhattan. The entire structure of the pawn shop, having withstood only a single wave of artillery, collapsed in less than a second. Fortunately, Daredevil heeded Ying Hao's advice and escaped just a second before the bombardment commenced. Otherwise, he too would have met his demise. As the pawn shop was obliterated, Ying Hao remained within, needing no escape. His divine armor shielded him from any harm, even as debris cascaded from the collapsing roof. It would be reduced to ashes under the precise calculations of Ah Fu, with firepower tenfold that of a Gatling gun. Ying Hao strolled through the pawn shop with an air of nonchalance, his dual vision allowing him to witness the gruesome fates of every sinner. Each one was destined for hell, none could be spared. Should any enemy survive the full onslaught, he would personally deliver the final blow with his energy gaze. Yet, it proved to be unnecessary. After the barrage, everyone within the Golden Mountain pawn shop, save for him, lay lifeless. Not a single intact corpse could be found. Moments later, he emerged from the rubble unscathed. Casting a glance at his handiwork, Ying Hao shook his head, remarking that it was somewhat excessive to use anti-aircraft guns to swat a fly. Hey, what have you done? Daredevil stormed towards Ying Hao, seething with indignation. You're just a child. How can you take a life? This is a society governed by law. These villains should be brought to justice, not met with violence. Ying Hao shot him a glance and sighed. Don't be ridiculous, Matt. Your country doesn't even have the death penalty. What justice can you speak of? Daredevil paused, then retorted. True, America abolished the death penalty for humanitarian reasons, but for the most heinous of criminals, we can imprison them for life, ensuring they never see the light of day, allowing them to repent in prison. If Daredevil were not blind, and if Ying Hao were not wearing his 16-eyed goggles, he would certainly see Ying Hao rolling his eyes in exasperation, nervousness, and repentance. What use are they if there is still hell to face? Ying Hao lamented. Speaking softly, my mother merely borrowed 500,000 from them, yet they dared to set fire to our home. Heaven knows how many families and lives they have ruined over the years. Ying Hao slowly approached Daredevil, brushing off the dust from his attire. Matt, I offer you 2 pieces of wisdom. One is the sage's counsel. A gentleman should repay virtue with virtue and grievances with integrity. The other is a reminder that if evildoers are not dealt with, they will only bring harm to the good. I find great truth in this, and you might ponder it in your spare time. The police are bound to arrive soon, and I would rather not be apprehended, so I shall take my leave. With that, he turned and walked towards the Crimson Chariot. Daredevil stood rooted in place, repeating the 2 phrases Ying Hao had imparted, suddenly inquiring. Wait. The first phrase is the sage's wisdom, but what about the second? Who uttered it? His surname is Sun. He is the true hero in my heart. Ying Hao replied with a smile, before slipping into the Crimson Chariot. With a roar, the engine ignited, and the Crimson Chariot sped away. After taking a turn, it pierced through a rift, soaring into the realm of the celestial. The streets instantly returned to tranquility, as if nothing had ever transpired. If evildoers remain unpunished, they will only bring misfortune to the good. A gentleman should repay virtue with virtue and grievances with integrity. Meanwhile, Daredevil, Matt Murdock, continued to murmur Ying Hao's 2 phrases, gradually retreating into the shadows. Warning, celestial armor set energy remaining 0. Currently, it can only provide physical defense and cannot activate the energy protective field. Please avoid all forms of energy damage. Notice, celestial workbench energy low. Once energy is depleted, it cannot provide manufacturing or repair functions without replenishment. Methods for replenishing celestial workbench energy, direct charging or material conversion. Upon entering the space, the system prompt arrived. In recent days, Ying Hao had developed a profound understanding of the system. Everything he acquired from it, including the celestial armor set, the abilities of the double pupil, the personal space of the celestial, and the celestial workbench, all required energy to function. The armor set clung closely to his body, interconnected with the energy of the double pupil system. During the last blackout, he had amassed a total of 120 billion joules of energy. Changing his appearance once consumed 100 billion joules, and the use of energy vision multiple times had left him with no energy remaining. The energy contained within the celestial workbench at the time of its creation was also limited. In recent days, he had frequently manufactured and tested weapons, all consuming considerable energy. After completing the Crimson Chariot today and affixing so many heavy weapons to it, the energy of the celestial workbench was nearly depleted. This indicated that he would no longer be able to conjure objects from thin air. To create anything anew, there are but two methods. One is to channel the system's residual energy to the divine workstation using the dual eyes, provided there exists surplus energy. The other method entails supplying the requisite materials to the divine workstation, which will first transmute these substances into energy before crafting the desired object according to the blueprints. The energy constituting the divine space remains remarkably stable, seldom depleted, whether it is the creation of snow-capped mountains or sandy beaches and oceans. As long as one remains within this realm, energy remains conserved and unchanging. Does this mean that this armor will no longer withstand explosives? This thought was unacceptable to Ying Hao. He shook his head vigorously, retrieving his phone to swiftly type into the Google Maps search bar, "Where is the largest nuclear power plant in the United States?" Chapter 22. That night, New York experienced another blackout, affecting not only the city but also several neighboring areas. However, this time it was a localized power outage. Only 10% of New York was engulfed in darkness, albeit for an extended duration throughout the night. On the east bank of the Hudson River stood a facility known as the Indian Point Nuclear Power Plant, situated 1,000 meters away. Parked nearby was a deep crimson war vehicle. Not far off, Ying Hao stood beneath two high-voltage power lines, activating the energy absorption function of his dual eyes, continuously drawing in electrical energy. He had been staring intently for 2 hours, and his eyes were beginning to ache. How much longer will this take? Based on the current rate, at least 2 more hours are required to gather sufficient energy to access the blueprint for the antimatter reactor. Including the energy needed for the divine workstation to fabricate the antimatter reactor, an additional 2 hours will be necessary. Friendly reminder, you may blink at any time. It will not significantly affect the efficiency of energy absorption. Ying Hao was momentarily taken aback. He promptly shut his eyes, massaging his eyelids vigorously. A little warning would have been appreciated. After a brief respite, he reopened his eyes, resuming his fervent energy absorption. In this era of the internet, an increasing number of people have become reliant on computers and mobile phones. Ying Hao understood that his actions of siphoning energy tonight would undoubtedly cause countless night owls to fret and fidget. He did not wish to disrupt others' lives. However, this endeavor to steal electricity was imperative. At present, whether it was his battle armor, dual eyes, or the divine workstation, all required energy to operate effectively. He was reluctant to find himself in the predicament of having zero energy reserves. Holding 2,000 grams of antimatter and possessing a device for its production, he could not allow such resources to go unused. The objective for tonight was to steal enough energy to access the antimatter reactor blueprint. As long as the reactor is operational, Ying Hao can achieve self-sufficiency in energy, a permanent solution, even if it means a slight exposure of his whereabouts. Or if it disrupts the electricity supply for countless citizens of New York, he is unfazed. If his conscience pricks him, he can always establish an energy company later to repay the owed electricity 100-fold. After another 4 hours, the system finally initiated a notification. Current total energy absorbed, 44.6 trillion joules, sufficient to facilitate the reading of antimatter reactor technology and to power the divine workstation for reactor fabrication. At last, it was enough. Ying Hao ceased the energy absorption and twisted his neck a couple of times, pondering whether 6 hours of inactivity would have repercussions on his cervical spine. The energy consumed for manufacturing a new cervical spine is minimal. Later, upon checking the remaining energy, one can access synthetic bone technology to create a brand new skeletal structure with materials of your choosing. Ying Hao contemplated, it is unnecessary. I shall wait until the original wears out. The full metallic skeleton of Wolverine is indeed enticing. Yet upon further reflection, with the divine armor providing unparalleled physical defense, there is truly no need to replace my bones. He took a seat in the deep crimson chariot, tearing through a rift and entering the divine space. Reading technology for the antimatter reactor, reading successful, energy consumed, 31.2 trillion joules. Shall we proceed with immediate fabrication? Yes. Please charge the divine workstation. The goggles atop Ying Hao's head had vanished, and from his dual pupils emanated two beams as thick as a wrist, which penetrated the divine workstation. The remaining 13, 4 trillion joules of energy were entirely infused into the divine workstation. Antimatter reactor, in production. Fabrication complete. As the system's prompt echoed, a cylindrical object gradually emerged from the surface of the divine workstation. This cylindrical entity was completely black, featuring deep circular recesses on both the top and bottom, perfectly matching the shape of the antimatter storage tank. It resembles a garbage bin, Ying Hao remarked, extending his hand to summon the misplaced antimatter storage tank, which promptly soared into his grasp. With a click, he connected the tank to the reactor. The reactor immediately illuminated with a soft glow from within, before settling into stillness. Is that it? As long as matter of equivalent mass is introduced into the reactor, it will operate stably. The energy output rate is controllable and can be converted into various forms of energy, for instance, with Earth technology. Simply connecting an external transformer will allow for continuous output of alternating current. Of course, you may also absorb all the energy released from the antimatter neutralization within the reactor at once. Ying Hao nodded, exploring his surroundings before finally unsheathing the great sword from his back. The great sword, a decorative artifact forged from the energy transformation of the celestial armor set, exists as a tangible substance. Ying Hao cast it directly onto the celestial workbench, precisely dividing 2,000 grams and inserting it into the antimatter reactor. The reactor radiated an even more brilliant light, rendering its obsidian surface translucent, resembling a luminous jade pen holder. With a breath, the energy absorption commenced. The dual pupils activated, establishing a beam of light connecting to the reactor. Due to the reactor's rapid energy release rate, this energy absorption took but a fleeting moment. Total energy absorbed, 36 trillion terajoules. 36 trillion. Such an astronomical figure left Ying Hao feeling immensely gratified. 6 hours of eye strain had been worth it. Given his current energy consumption rate, he pondered how long he could indulge in such a vast reservoir of power. Ecstatically, he inquired, "What percentage of energy do we have now?" System energy remains exceedingly low, still infinitely approaching zero. Ying Hao furrowed his brow, perplexed that it still approached zero. This was energy released from 2,000 grams of antimatter. His disbelief grew. He withdrew the storage tank, retrieved the antimatter extractor, and using the great sword as a material, extracted another tank of antimatter. He then connected it to the reactor, absorbing another 36 trillion terajoules. And now? Still infinitely approaching zero. Ying Hao persisted, and now? Still infinitely approaching zero. Gazing at the nearly depleted great sword, he asked, "How much further until the system reaches energy level 1? The system responded, "Approximately 20 million suns are still needed to reach energy level 1. Silently, Ying Hao tossed the antimatter extractor onto the beach and sought a comfortable spot to recline. With a wave of his hand, he conjured a profound starry backdrop within the celestial space. As he gazed into the boundless void, a self-deprecating smile emerged. Humanity truly is insignificant. The following day, media outlets across America reported on the massive blackout in New York State. The Department of Energy had initiated an investigation into the outage that occurred the previous night, and as this news was released, the precise cause remained undiscovered. It was noted that the Department of Homeland Security and the Department of Energy had conducted safety assessments on the Indian Point nuclear power plant several years prior. Due to its location on a seismic fault line and its significantly aging equipment, both departments had already decided to fully shut down the 3 reactors around 2021. Reliable sources have suggested that the duration of the complete power outage may be unexpectedly shortened following the recent incident. The blackout last night inflicted significant losses on numerous enterprises, with an estimated total valuation exceeding $20 billion. A fisherman on the Hudson River claimed to have witnessed a deep crimson armored vehicle speeding across the bridge just before the extensive blackout occurred. He attempted to pursue the vehicle, but was deterred by a blinding light he observed from a distance. According to his account, the luminous phenomenon persisted for 5 to 6 hours, coinciding closely with the power outage. The scene shifts to the fisherman, who fervently declares, "I swear. What I saw yesterday was consuming electricity. It must have been a demon, or perhaps an extraterrestrial. Honestly, I regret not bringing my phone, as I could have at least captured a photograph. It's all my ugly wife's fault. She always uses her phone's location to summon me home, preventing me from fishing." Suddenly, a formidable woman appears in the frame, each hand wielding a pot. One pot strikes the fisherman on the head, while the other morphs into a shadowy figure, knocking down the live-streaming camera. With a sharp crack, the television screen goes dark. Obadiah picks up a tablet recently delivered by his subordinate. The screen displays surveillance footage. which freezes at the moment when a purplish-red spatial rift materializes at the entrance of Stark Industries, from which a deep crimson war vehicle emerges. Excellent. You have finally revealed yourself, you little thief who has been meddling with my company, he states, pressing 2 fingers on the tablet to zoom in on the rear of the crimson vehicle. He turns to the scientist beside him and inquires. Tell me I am not mistaken. That is our group's rocket launcher, correct? Indeed, you are not mistaken. I have noticed it as well, the scientist confirms. Then hands him a newspaper. There is also an article here. Due to the power outage, the news has not gained much traction, but it is still relevant to us. What is this? Obadiah asks, gazing at the ruins of a building depicted in the newspaper. A pawn shop in Hell's Kitchen, downtown, was destroyed last night. The scientist points at the article's content. Crucially, our manufactured missiles were found at the scene. Blast it! Obadiah exclaims, slamming the tablet onto the table. It seems this thief is genuinely intent on opposing my company. Dispatch a team to investigate the Hudson River and this pawn shop. Turn over every stone and ensure we uncover some useful leads. Understood, a silent investigator replies before departing. Obadiah turns back to the scientist, instructing. You need to examine what this damned red rift truly is. Come back and inform me once you have clarity. Very well, Mr. Stan, but to be frank, I may not yield any conclusive results, the scientist responds, somewhat apprehensively. Obadiah cast a sharp glance at him. Are you not one of the foremost physicists in the world? Now you tell me, how is it that you cannot discern what others have already put into operation? If you do not understand, then dedicate yourself to the research. Even if it means exhausting your brain, you must comprehend. Yes, Mr. Stan. The scientist, sensing Obadiah's rising ire, dared not utter another word and scurried away meekly. Useless fool. Obadiah muttered under his breath as he sat down, gazing out the window towards the Middle East, his eyes deep with contemplation, lost in thought. Suddenly, the sound of a password input echoed. Pepper Potts entered, standing before him. Obadiah, what is the status? Is there any news from the military? It's been 2 days. Have they found Tony? Obadiah rose, adopting a sorrowful expression, slowly shaking his head. No, not yet. For now, Tony's fate remains unknown. Oh dear. What are we to do? Are they truly searching with diligence? Pepper anxiously paced back and forth. Obadiah offered a calming response. Calm down. Your anxiety serves no purpose. Both the military and we have dispatched numerous individuals to search. If he is safe, he will eventually be found. If trouble has befallen him, then fretting will not alter the outcome. Upon hearing this, Pepper grew more frantic. No, he absolutely cannot be in danger. He must be safe. Indeed, he will be fine. Tony is destined for protection, Obadiah reassured her with a few soothing words. He then picked up his tablet and said, however, we now have a more pressing matter. Look, we have a lead on the individual who threw our server at the company entrance. Our focus should shift to this person or entity, for it pertains to the survival of our conglomerate. Pepper glanced at the screen, disappointment flooding her expression as she looked back at Obadiah. You still have the capacity to concern yourself with this? I'm sorry, but I cannot think about anything else right now. Tony is everything to the organization. If anything has happened to him, nothing else matters. She snatched the tablet from him and tossed it onto the table. You should also be more vigilant. Tony has always placed his trust in you. Do not let him down. With that, she swiftly exited, pulling out her phone to dial an unknown number. She had not slept well in days and was determined to leverage every connection she could muster to locate Tony Stark. The door to the vice president's office slowly closed. Obadiah's expression turned stern as he retrieved the tablet, sneering softly. Alas, it is regrettable. Your Tony may very well not return. Ha ha ha. Chapter 23 In a hotel. Xiao Yan knocked on Ying Hao's door. Xiao Hao, quickly turn on the television and check the news. News? What is it? Ying Hao inquired, grabbing the remote and switching on the television. The news channel featured a blonde reporter with a grave expression delivering a report, in addition to the extensive blackout that lasted the entire night. There is another matter of grave concern. The Golden Mountain Pawn Shop in Midtown Manhattan was suddenly devastated by terrifying firearms last night, suspected to be a terrorist attack. The police have recovered over 20 bodies from the scene, with no survivors found. It remains uncertain whether this incident is related to the blackout. Please stay tuned for further updates from our station. My heavens, how could such a horrifying event occur? After watching the news, Ying Hao was left in shock. Xiao Yun, her eyes filled with panic and her voice trembling, exclaimed, that pawn shop is where I borrowed money at exorbitant interest rates. How could it suddenly turn out like this? Ying Hao was even more astonished. He furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment, and then his serious demeanor gradually softened as he reassured her. If that is the case, then it is a blessing in disguise. The creditors are gone, and we need not fear their relentless pursuit any longer. Yet, Xiao Yun remained uneasy, pacing back and forth with her arms wrapped around herself. It may be good in theory, but who could have committed such a gruesome act? Surely they won't come after us, will they? Ying Hao chuckled softly and shook his head. How could that be? Haven't you heard? The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Do you think it could have been that blind man from last night? He seemed quite formidable, wearing a mask and all, shrouded in mystery. You child, what do you mean by blind man? That's terribly rude. Xiao Yun nudged Ying Hao playfully. If it weren't for him, our family would have perished in the flames last night. Ying Hao retorted, but he is indeed blind. TSK. Xiao Yun shot him a warning glance. You should refer to him as Uncle Blind Man. Uncle Blind Man. One wonders how the night demon would feel about such a title. In any case, after Ying Hao's comforting words, Xiao Yun's anxiety eased considerably. Ying Hao casually handed her $10,000. Mom, take this money for now. I'll return home a little later after school to look for suitable rental properties nearby. Xiao Yun nodded in agreement. Yes, we need to find a place to stay quickly. Living in a hotel is unsustainable and too costly. Ying Hao replied, well, I'm off to school then. Xiao Yun cautioned, stay safe. At Midtown High School, before classes began, Su King and Peter Parker approached Ying Hao. They had learned about the destruction of the department store. Is your aunt and grandfather all right? Su King inquired. Ying Hao smiled, assuring them that all was well. This is truly unfortunate, my friend. How is your family faring? Where are you staying? Peter Parker earnestly asked. I hope your funds were not destroyed. Hey, I think we can discuss the business venture later. You should focus on ensuring your family is settled for now. Their kindness was truly heartwarming. Thank you, Peter. Ying Hao gently patted his friend's shoulder, asserting, I am determined to resolve the housing situation, but I cannot neglect the establishment of the company. I shall seek a residence after school. Would you both care to join me? Su King shrugged nonchalantly. Sure, I have nothing else to occupy my time. Peter chimed in. I feel the same way. With a blink, the day's classes concluded. After school, the trio arrived at the largest real estate agency in Queens. Motivated by the abundance of listings, which offered a broader array of options, Suk Ing and Peter Parker settled onto the sofa, perusing the property listings. One option appeared reasonably priced, albeit in a less than desirable location. Another seemed a tad cramped for the three of them. After much deliberation, Suk Ing expressed her disappointment. Ying Hao, it seems that the good rentals are exorbitantly priced, while the affordable ones come with unacceptable conditions. If it proves too difficult, perhaps you could discuss with your aunt about temporarily staying at our place. We have a few vacant rooms. That would be too much trouble for you, Ying Hao replied, though his gaze remained fixated on a model of a villa situated in the center of the hall. This villa was impressively spacious, covering 600 square meters, complete with a lawn, garden, and swimming pool, all nestled within well-equipped surroundings. I wish to select this one, Ying Hao declared suddenly. Since he had to move, he thought it wise to choose a more desirable option. After all, Xiao Yun had raised the original owner alone for many years. It was only fitting for Ying Hao to show his filial piety. Are you out of your mind? Suk Ing exclaimed after glancing at the villa's location on Park Avenue in Manhattan, a wealthy district where the rent was a staggering $590,000 per month. How do you intend to afford that? Money is no object, Ying Hao replied calmly, producing a check for $500,000 that Tim had given him and placing it on the table. This is $500,000. He then reached behind the sofa, discreetly opening a crevice to retrieve an additional $150,000 in prize money from the divine realm. This is $150,000. It should suffice. Peter Parker stared in astonishment. Dude, where did you pull that box from? They had journeyed together, and he could not recall Ying Hao carrying a box. Suk Ing, however, was fixated on the check. Where did this check come from? And why does it have Tim Walton's name on it? Ying Hao explained. This is the protection fee Tim provided. Suk Ing momentarily struggled to comprehend. Protection fee? Are you safeguarding him from being beaten up? Ying Hao waved his finger in front of her. No. This money protects him from me. Huh. Suk Ing was even more bewildered. Peter Parker was equally astonished. Wow. I never knew a protection fee could be interpreted in that way. Taking advantage of their astonishment, Ying Hao summoned his agent to sign the contract, directly investing $590,000 to secure the rental. Mr. Ying Hao, may I inquire if you are renting for just 1 month? The real estate agent asked politely. If that is the case, I will post the rental information 2 days prior to the expiration. Ying Hao nodded affirmatively. Only 1 month. Very well, the agent promptly noted it in the contract. But Ying Hao unexpectedly withdrew the pen. I will purchase it outright next month, so there is no need for notation. The agent, uncertain about Ying Hao's background, dared not to show any negligence, merely offering a constrained smile and nod. Once the formalities were completed, Su King scrutinized the terms. I must say, you acted rather impulsively. 590,000, and you rented it without even consulting Annie. Peter Parker, trailing beside them, inquired, has our company already commenced operations? What is the address? And what name have we chosen? Oh right, I almost forgot to mention. Ying Hao called the agent back. Do you have any larger factory spaces available? Something that can be purchased or rented for around 60,000. 60,000. The agent appeared somewhat troubled. Rummaging through a pile of documents before retrieving an information card, there is only this option, a barn at the Queen's Farm Museum available for rent at 40,000 per year. Ying Hao decisively affirmed, that one, let us sign. Peter interjected, a farm? A barn? Are you serious? Aren't we supposed to be establishing a weapons company or a technology firm? Chapter 24. With all the procedures completed, the three emerged from the agency. Along the way, they engaged in conversation. Ying Hao, now that you have secured the house, when do you plan to move in? Su King inquired. Ying Hao replied matter-of-factly, of course, tonight. With a mansion available, why stay in a hotel? Su King nodded in understanding. Shall we assist you in moving? Ying Hao furrowed his brow. What do you intend to move? My mother? Or my grandfather? Su King blinked in surprise. Have you forgotten? My family's belongings were all burned. It's just my grandfather and my mother left. Ying Hao stated earnestly. Su King pinched her slender arm, biting her lip. Then I truly cannot be of assistance. Ying Hao chuckled. However, I do need you to accompany me to introduce my mother to our new home. Accompany him to meet his parents? Su King's mind momentarily froze for 2 seconds, and then her imagination ran wild. Could it be that Ying Hao, in an effort to comfort his mother, intended to present her as his girlfriend? How sudden! A heads-up would have been appreciated, perhaps a rehearsal, to make it believable. With such haste, how could one possibly keep up? She internally lamented, longing to decline Ying Hao's request. But upon reflection, she recognized the unfortunate reality that Ying Hao's home had been destroyed. At this moment, the family's emotions were undoubtedly fragile. It seemed unreasonable not to assist, given the intertwined relationships of friends and classmates. Moreover, pretending to be his girlfriend, if it could lift Aunt Zhao's spirits even slightly, could be considered an act of kindness, right? Alas, where in the world could one find a girl as gentle and benevolent as I, one who would go to such lengths for a friend? Su King prepared herself mentally and casually remarked, all right then, I'll accompany you. After all, my parents are in the UK for business and want to be home for the next 6 months. Returning alone would be rather dull. Such a swift agreement? Ying Hao chuckled. I thought I would at least have to treat you to a meal to earn your acceptance. Su King retorted, one meal, one tea suffice. It must be at least a month. Ha, let's not even discuss a month. Ying Hao replied without a second thought. Once I earn some money, I can treat you to meals for an entire year. The three fell into a contemplative silence for a while. Then, Peter Parker broke the quiet. I've pondered for quite some time, and still can't comprehend how we are going to establish a munitions factory in the barn. Ying Hao waved his hand dismissively. You needn't worry about that. Just wait for your share of the profits. Upon returning to Queens, the trio parted ways. After confirming with Ying Hao that his assistance was unnecessary, Peter headed directly home. Ying Hao and Su King, however, went to the hotel to retrieve someone. Xiao Yun had spent the entire day at the hotel, having only attended to Ying Hao's grandfather a few times, leaving her feeling rather aimless. Accustomed to a busy schedule, she found herself at a loss. Glancing at the clock, it was nearly 7 o'clock. She looked out the window, then returned to sit by the bed, troubled. Sigh. I truly was startled. How would little Hao understand the intricacies of finding a house? This is something I must handle. Just as she was musing, there was a sudden knock at the door. Xiao Yun hurried to open it, only to find not just her son, but also Su King standing outside. Xiao Yun blinked in surprise and asked, King, how did you come here with Ying Hao? Both Ying Hao and Su King answered simultaneously, Mom. Su King has a vacant villa at her home that she can lend us. Annie, I am actually dating Ying Hao, and with such a significant matter occurring in your family, it is only right for me, as his girlfriend, to be here. As they spoke, their voices trailed off, and they turned to stare at each other in shock. As if the words, what are you saying, were emblazoned across their faces. You two are dating? As a mother, she clearly cared more about her son's romantic endeavors. Xiao Yun was filled with delight, stepping forward to grasp Su King's hands, pulling her into the room. How wonderful, King. You have no idea. Auntie took an immediate liking to you upon first meeting, secretly wishing that my son could find a girlfriend like you. Unexpectedly, she exclaimed, Come in, come in. Closing the door behind them, Xiao Yun pulled Su King to sit beside the bed, her satisfaction evident. How wonderful, how wonderful. She turned to Ying Hao, adopting a stern expression. Xiao Hao, it is your fortune to have captured King's heart. You must treat her with utmost devotion. Should you dare to mistreat her or allow her to suffer even the slightest grievance, I shall not hesitate to deal with you. Mom. I need to use the restroom first, Ying Hao said, shielding his forehead as he desperately gestured to Su King to step aside for a private conversation. Understanding his cue, Su King sprang to her feet. Auntie, I'll go too. Watching the two enter the restroom and close the door, Xiao Yun was left dumbfounded. Are they really going to the bathroom together? She could hardly fathom it, feeling her cheeks warm as she pondered whether to spend some time in Ying Hao's room. Yet, a twinge of concern crept in. These two children, right in front of me. The openness in America is far too much. It threatens to corrupt good kids. Meanwhile, the two inside the restroom were in even greater disarray. Ying Hao, looking quite exasperated, asked, Sister, how could you just say that? When did we ever start dating? Su King, even more agitated, smacked her palm against her other hand in reproach. You think I just brought it up? I was about to say the same to you. My family doesn't have any spare villas. Ying Hao, you've truly gone astray. You're lying without even preparing a script. Ying Hao felt wronged. I brought you along to help me maintain the ruse. Otherwise, how could I explain the 50,000 in protection fees to my mother if I told her I was renting? You agreed so readily. I thought you were on board. Su King playfully hit him multiple times, exclaiming in frustration, What nonsense. Do you even realize what it means for a boy to introduce a girl to his parents? When you said to come to your house and meet your mother, I naturally assumed you wanted me to pretend to be your girlfriend. Oh, we're so out of sync. This last statement brought an unspoken understanding between them, as they both squatted down, covering their heads. After a moment, Ying Hao helplessly asked, What do we do now? Su King stood up and kicked him lightly. Just keep pretending, you idiot. They opened the restroom door together, with Su King affectionately linking her arm with Ying Hao's as they emerged. Xiao Yun glanced at the electronic clock in the room, then at her son, feeling a twinge of concern. Son, why are you back so soon? Both Ying Hao and Su King, now adults and not lacking in insight, immediately grasped the meaning behind Xiao Yun's remark and vigorously shook their heads. Mom, don't think too much. I was just brushing my teeth. Annie, don't worry. He just want to wash his hands. In a moment of playful banter, Su King gently stepped on Ying Hao's foot. Ahem. Ying Hao quickly clarified. I brushed my teeth and washed my hands before coming out. Xiao Yun inquired, What about her? With a smile, Su King replied, I just touched up my makeup. He. Chapter 25. At least the lie was smoothly woven. After assisting with the tidying of a few everyday items, the young couple, Ying Hao and Su King, accompanied Xiao Yun and her grandfather to their newly rented villa. Oh my goodness, such a grand house. Xiao Yun exclaimed as she stepped out of the car, utterly astonished by the villa's exterior. I thought it would be a small apartment. King, what business do your parents run to afford this? Su King, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, offered a forced smile. My father's business is quite diverse. He dabbles in antiques and art. But he usually doesn't allow me to get involved, so I don't know much about it. So, your family is in the antique business? Xiao Yun enthusiastically grasped Su King's hand. That explains why you seem so refined. No wonder I sensed an aura of scholarly grace about you when we first met. You are completely different from those girls outside. Su King's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. I don't possess any grace. Auntie, you're too generous with your compliments. With a serious expression, Xiao Yun patted Su King's hand and said, This is no mere flattery. These are my heartfelt words. There's no need to feel shy. Look, our Ying Hao must have accumulated several lifetimes of virtue to win the affections of such a wonderful girl like you. Remember, if he ever dares to mistreat you, come to me. Even if I don't want him, I will always want you. Lacking experience in romance, Su King felt overwhelmed by such sweet words. Lowering her head in shyness and softly murmuring an affirmative. Seeing her reaction, Xiao Yun turned back, beaming at Ying Hao, without needing to say a word. Ying Hao understood her meaning. Isn't this little matchmaker quite adept? Ying Hao felt speechless, already contemplating how to handle the situation when their relationship was inevitably revealed. The new home was well equipped with everything. The decor was luxurious, with numerous rooms. Even the least expensive furniture was high-end. And the appliances were brands that ordinary people seldom encountered. Moreover, the real estate agent had even sent over various ingredients, filling the refrigerator and cold storage after the contract was signed. Such meticulous attention to detail made Ying Hao begrudgingly feel that the 590,000 spent was somewhat justified. After assigning the rooms, Su King sensed that the charade had come to an end and said her goodbyes. Auntie, since everything is settled, I'll head home now. You all enjoy your stay here as long as you like. My parents are in the UK and want to be back anytime soon. I'm still living in the old house. Ying Hao added smoothly, Mom, I'll see her off. With a shared understanding, they prepared to leave. Stop right there. Xiao Yun suddenly called out to the two, her demeanor warm and amiable as she inquired of Su King, "With your parents away, are you home alone?" Su King nodded in affirmation. Xiao Yun's expression shifted to one of seriousness. "Then why would you want to go back? It must be quite lonely to be alone at home." Unaware of the gravity of the situation, Su King replied, "Lonely or not, I still need to return to sleep. I can sleep here." Xiao Yun tugged Su King back, asserting, "This is your home after all, we are merely guests. How could guests send the host away?" She took Su King's backpack and stowed it in the cabinet, then helped her remove and hang up her coat. "Dinner is ready. You must try your aunt's culinary skills." As she spoke, she gently pressed Su King onto the sofa, pouring each of them a glass of beverage. "Sit back and watch some television. I'll whip up a few dishes shortly." Su King felt as though she were under the influence of some formidable force, struggling to voice her thoughts. As Xiao Yun headed to the kitchen, Su King resignedly glanced at Ying Hao. "It seems I will be mooching a meal at your place." Ying Hao, unfazed, picked up the remote to turn on the television. "Go ahead, my mom's cooking is simply delightful." They both lifted their glasses in unison and took a sip. At that moment, Xiao Yun's voice floated in from the kitchen. "Do you two have enough blankets for the night? Should I bring out another one?" Both Ying Hao and Su King erupted with laughter. Ying Hao looked at Su King, who immediately hugged herself, delivering a playful kick to him. "You better think of something." Ying Hao hurried to the kitchen to converse with his mother. "Mom, what are you saying? We're still in high school." Xiao Yun dismissed his concerns. "Aren't you both adults now? It's not like you're getting married. I'm just giving you a chance." Ying Hao's mother's enthusiasm left him feeling exasperated. "Really? It's unnecessary. Please don't worry. We'll let things unfold naturally, and besides, we have enough rooms. We'll sleep separately tonight anyway." All right, I understand. You two will sleep separately," Xiao Yun replied with a knowing glance, her expression suggesting she had seen it all before. Ying Hao struggled to clarify. "Just don't say anything more." Fine, Xiao Yun teased softly. "So protective already, and you've only just started dating? You've truly forgotten your mother. You ungrateful child." Ying Hao felt speechless, nearly on the verge of revealing everything. Dinner was prepared, and the family enjoyed a delightful meal together. Xiao Yun's culinary skills were indeed impressive, with 4 dishes that were both visually appealing and fragrant. After her first bite, Su King couldn't stop herself, unwittingly devouring 2 bowls of rice. Only when she began to hiccup did she pause, contentedly exclaiming, "Auntie, your cooking is absolutely divine. I wish I could savor it every day." "Isn't that simple?" Xiao Yun said with a smile. "Then you should stay here for a while and not return to Queens just yet. After all, this is your home too." Su King shyly tapped her fingertips together. "Wouldn't that be an imposition? What a strange notion. This is your home, so any disturbance would involve all 3 of us intruding upon you," Xiao Yun replied, having held Su King's hand far more often than her boyfriend Ying Hao. "King, please do not feel hesitant. It is truly a great kindness that you allow us to stay in such a spacious house. I am at a loss for how to express my gratitude. Since you enjoy my cooking, I shall prepare meals for you every day, ensuring your satisfaction, which will also ease my conscience. How does that sound?" Su King felt a twinge of guilt but succumbed to her cravings, reluctantly agreeing. Ying Hao could only cover his face in exasperation upon witnessing this. "So, this is what it means to extend a long stay. Will this relationship continue to play out indefinitely? It is time for bed." Ying Hao personally arranged a bedroom for Su King. They exchanged goodnights and retreated to their respective rooms. After closing the door, Ying Hao lay on his bed. Half an hour later, he used his enhanced vision to peer through the walls, confirming that his mother, grandfather, and Su King were all asleep. He tore open a rift and entered the celestial realm. 2 seconds later, the rift reappeared on the street 100 meters away. A deep crimson war chariot roared to life. With the property agent's barn documents in hand, he set the navigation and pressed the accelerator firmly. The barn could not be repurposed for military use. He needed to act swiftly and tidy things up. Chapter 26. Su King, however, had not truly fallen asleep. After lying down, she closed her eyes and let her thoughts wander. Had she misjudged Ying Hao? Would he secretly mock her? Why had her first instinct been to pretend to be his girlfriend when they were merely friends? How long would this charade of being a girlfriend continue? Ying Hao's mother's cooking was simply delightful. What would she do if the pretense ended and she could no longer enjoy it? No. What if the act turned into something real? This was so frustrating. Sleep eluded her. Tomorrow she had school, and the distance from here to school was considerable, necessitating an early rise. Yes, she needed to wake up early. Suddenly, Su King opened her eyes wide. "I need to adjust my alarm." She fetched her phone and set the alarm 15 minutes earlier. With her mind a blank slate, she opened Ying Hao's chat window and stared at it. Had he fallen asleep? Had he adjusted his alarm? Should she remind him? Su Qing clicked on Ying Hao's profile picture and composed a message. Her finger hovered over the send button, unsure whether to press it. What if he was already asleep? Would she disturb his slumber? No, she couldn't sleep. Why should he? Su Keping, feeling exasperated, pouted and pressed the send button. At that moment, Ying Hao had already driven his deep red vehicle several kilometers away. The roar of the engine drowned out the sound of her message alert. After waiting for 2 minutes, she sat up abruptly. Can he really sleep so soundly? She murmured to herself, in terms of looks and figure, I am not lacking, even if it's just acting. Holding hands and exposing arms all night long. Does this boy feel not the slightest thrill? The more she thought, the angrier she became. Clenching her teeth, she sprang out of bed. Without even putting on her slippers, she quietly opened her door and stealthily made her way to Ying Hao's room across the corridor. Pressing her ear against the door. This villa comprised 3 stories, with 8 bedrooms, 4 on the 2nd floor and 4 on the 3rd. Currently, Ying Hao's family and Su Keping were both residing on the 2nd floor. Unbeknownst to her, Xiao Yun's door was slightly ajar. From within, Xiao Yun peered through the crack. Observing Su Keping sneaking out, and chuckled silently to herself. Oh, so they're still sleeping in separate rooms? How quaint. Xiao Yun had not been asleep either. Just moments ago, she had lain on her side, finishing the manual for the villa's universal remote control. Little did she know it would soon prove useful. This girl must be too timid to knock. Xiao Yun reached for the remote, locating the button for Ying Hao's door lock, and pressed the unlock key. With a click, Ying Hao's door swung open unexpectedly, causing Su Keping to lose her balance and stumble 3 steps. She narrowly avoided tumbling inside. Terrified that Ying Hao's mother might hear and come out to investigate, she hurriedly slipped in and shut the door behind her. Watching her flustered demeanor, Xiao Yun smiled knowingly, silently saying, Auntie will assist you no further. She set down the remote, suddenly feeling a twinge of concern. Oh dear, did she prepare any safety measures? Let us not escalate this to a life-threatening situation. Lost in thought, Xiao Yun opened her phone, searching for nearby pharmacies that could deliver, and placed an order for delivery at 6 in the morning. Having completed these tasks, she felt at ease and finally lay down in bed. Su Keping initially thought Ying Hao had opened the door, only to find the room completely empty upon entering. Had he gone to the bathroom? Realizing that Ying Hao was also awake eased her mind significantly. She approached the bedside and flopped onto the bed in a relaxed manner, planning to wait for Ying Hao to return from the restroom and remind him to set an early alarm before sneaking back to her own room. However, for reasons unknown, as soon as her back touched Ying Hao's bed, drowsiness washed over her. In less than a minute, she had succumbed to a peaceful slumber. Meanwhile, Ying Hao had arrived at his destination, witnessing firsthand the barn he had rented for $40,000. This was the Farm Museum in New York, often utilized as a model for public elementary and middle school textbooks across various regions. This exhibition demonstrates how enslaved individuals were compelled to pluck cotton in the fields prior to the Civil War. In essence, the exhibition value of the entire farm surpasses its agricultural worth. The barn rented by Ying Hao was initially intended to serve as an exhibition site. However, due to its remote location, students seldom ventured here, resulting in its abandonment. Upon opening the barn's grand door, Ying Hao stepped inside. Possessing night vision, he did not require illumination. He surveyed his surroundings, thoroughly pleased with both the size and the environment. As no visitors frequented this site, all items had been relocated to the main contingent, leaving the barn tidy and clean. Clearly, this barn was ill-suited for functioning as an arms factory, its dimensions barely sufficient for use as a storage facility. Even 4 sets of anti-Jericho missile defense systems could not be accommodated within. Ying Hao selected this barn primarily for the sake of maintaining a relatively concealed entrance. With a swift motion, he tore open a fissure and entered the divine personal space. This time, however, he refrained from closing the fissure. System: is it possible for the fissure to remain open indefinitely? Negative. For safety reasons, it is advised that the host closes the fissure within 30 seconds after tearing it open. Safety? Ying Hao was perplexed. Was the fissure truly hazardous? Apologies, but due to the confidential security protocols established by the system's avatar, you are temporarily restricted from accessing detailed information regarding the dangers associated with keeping the fissure open. Ying Hao was further confused. Was not this system his? The avatar even referred to him as young master. Did it possess the authority to impose restrictions upon him? The system remained silent. With no alternative, Ying Hao resolved to make do with what he had. He envisioned a high-speed elevator and conjured one into existence before him. Stepping into the elevator, he ascended to the top. Then, quietly, he tore open a fissure, deliberately concealing it behind the elevator doors. Those within the elevator would be oblivious to the edges of the fissure. The elevator did not truly change position. However, should a stranger ride with Ying Hao, upon the door's opening, that individual would behold the barn he had rented. Meanwhile, within the barn, Ying Hao fashioned a false door from available materials, positioning it in the darkest corner. As he opened the false door, he promptly tore open a fissure, connecting it to the elevator in the divine space. Provided he tore the fissure open swiftly enough, no one would suspect any irregularity. They would assume that beneath this barn lay a vast space accessible by elevator. Quite satisfactory. Ying Hao was exceedingly pleased with his craftsmanship, akin to performing magic. Yet, his methods transcended mere illusion, verging on the realm of the arcane. With the issue of the portal resolved, it was time to tidy up the factory and warehouse. He stepped into the rift and returned to the divine space, ascending in the elevator to the first floor. The beach was no longer an option. Like a deity, Ying Hao glanced back, effortlessly erasing the existence of the beach. It must have been an expansive underground space. With a flick of his wrist, the sun and clouds simulated by the divine space vanished, and a majestic mountain rose from the ground. It passed through Ying Hao's body, as if they existed in disparate dimensions. Soon, the imagined bunker began to materialize. He raised his hand, requesting a higher ceiling. With another gesture, he called for supporting structures below to render it feasible. In an instant, he appeared several kilometers away. Ying Hao extended a finger and gently flicked it, carving a wide passage through the newly formed mountain. A door at the far end would facilitate the ingress and egress of trucks transporting weapons, ensuring absolute security. With that, he vanished from his previous location. In the divine space, he was the supreme deity. Even the Flash could not compete with him within this realm. After a night of diligent work, Ying Hao had finally established the company's location. His personal divine space was the true site of his military factory. Fatigue crept in. He yawned and casually gestured towards the ground before him, tearing open a rift. The exit opened directly above the bed in his bedroom. He tumbled forward, landing on the soft, inviting mattress. In the next moment, he found himself face to face with Su Kuing. Yet he had already exited the divine space and could not halt his descent. Chapter 27. Su Kuing was within arm's reach. In midair, Ying Hao adjusted his posture, extending his arms and spreading his legs to avoid contact with Su Kuing below. A soft thud echoed as he successfully avoided her. His hands braced against her arms while his legs straddled her hips. However, he had failed in another regard. The new mattress had exceptional bounce, sending Su Kuing soaring upward. Startled by the sudden weightlessness, she awoke and, upon opening her eyes, found their bodies intimately close. Their lips brushed and parted in an instant. The sensation was electric, sending a tingling rush through Su Kuing's entire being. She fell back onto the bed, staring blankly at Ying Hao. The heart raced with a sudden awareness, and breath became increasingly rapid. The two were in close proximity, so near that even a horizontally placed phone could not fit between their faces. Su Kuing's breath was warm and fragrant, each exhale brushing against Ying Hao's face, inducing a tingling sensation. In both his lifetimes, Ying Hao had never experienced love. The last person he had been this close to was a brother from his bunk in the police academy dormitory. The sensory stimulation brought by Su Kuing at this moment was undeniably a profound experience. The capillaries in his mouth and nose felt as if ignited by a blazing ember, instantly setting his blood ablaze. Ying Hao's face flushed. He licked his lips, tasting sweetness, and inhaled the fragrant essence of Su Kuing, mingled with a hint of sweetness, swallowing it with a soft gulp. Although he had not consumed alcohol, an intoxicating sensation surged within him. His gaze grew hazy, and the strength in his arms began to wane. His face slowly descended. Then he uttered, "What are you doing riding on me?" Su Kuing suddenly spoke up, her breath quickening, her voice trembling like a whisper. "Do you intend to force yourself upon me?" Her tone was a complex mix of excitement, tension, and a trace of fear. This hint of fear did not go unnoticed by Ying Hao, snapping him back to clarity, pulling his soul from the enchanting whirlpool. No, no, no. Ying Hao straightened his arms, shaking his head vigorously. "Would you believe me if I said I fell down from above by accident?" "What?" Su Kuing's face burned with embarrassment as she turned her head to the side, muttering softly. "You could at least say the lights were off and you didn't see me. That would be better than falling down from above." Ying Hao pondered this and awkwardly chuckled. True. Anyway, I'm really sorry. I didn't mean to." "Stop explaining and get up," Su Kuing interrupted, twisting her waist uncomfortably and complaining. "What do you have in your pocket that's so hard? Is it a flashlight? It's poking me." Her right hand naturally reached down, only to freeze in place. Ying Hao was equally stunned. Having just experienced such closeness, how could he withstand a more significant stimulus? His face turned pale in an instant. Su Kuing quickly retracted her hand, stammering, "I am so sorry. I thought that was..." Ying Hao desperately shook his head. It's fine, it's fine. Both were exceedingly polite. Just then, Su Qing's phone beside her lit up. This morning, the North Korean military conducted a missile test at 5 o'clock American time. The missile displayed considerable firepower but lost control midway, ultimately gliding past the intended target, creating an even more awkward atmosphere. Ying Hao, how much longer must you remain in this state? Su Qing's voice was as faint as a whisper. Right away, Ying Hao swiftly rolled to the side and leapt out of bed. With his back turned to Su Qing, he fervently waved his hands to fan the air around him, attempting to cool down his overheating predicament. Meanwhile, Su Qing hurriedly retreated to her own room, shutting the door behind her. Leaning against the door, she calmed her racing heart. Reflecting on the blush-inducing moment they had just shared, slowly lifting her right hand in contemplation. Nearly an hour had passed before Ying Hao finally regained his composure. He glanced back at the spot where Su Qing had been lying, as if he could still catch a faint whiff of her lingering fragrance. Suddenly, a notification chimed. A message from Su Qing illuminated her phone screen. With a casual flick, Ying Hao unlocked it, astonished by the carefree nature of her security. Lacking even a simple password, the screen displayed a message from Su Qing, providing insight into her unexpected presence in his room. Yet, he remained perplexed. How had she entered despite having locked the door the previous night? Footsteps echoed down the hallway. Xiao Hao, wake up. It's time to get moving. Xiao Yan knocked on Ying Hao's door. It's quite a distance to your school, and without a car, you two need to catch the subway early. Got it. Ying Hao responded, letting out a silent sigh. With his mother at home, there was no need to fret about being late. Xiao Hao, has Kuing woken up? Xiao Yun's voice drifted in again, this time tinged with a hint of gossip. How would I know if she is awake or not? Ying Hao nearly let slip his thoughts, but corrected himself just in time. Yes, 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 you don't know. His mother's laughter was evident in her tone. In a moment, you should wake Kuing. I will prepare breakfast. At last, Ying Hao understood who had opened the door. He mused that the remote control for their new home should not have been entrusted to her. This was unsustainable. He would have to return to coding with Jarvis. After washing up, he mustered his courage and knocked on Ku Ying's door, phone in hand. Su Qing remained calm, having reverted to her usual demeanor. She gently brushed her hair back, swaying slightly as she inquired, What is it? I came to return your phone. Ying Hao handed over his phone. Hurry and freshen up. We'll have breakfast and then take the subway to school together. All right. Su Qing accepted the phone and was about to close the door when Ying Hao quickly pressed his palm against it. A man must bear responsibility. After such an awkward incident, a sincere apology was imperative. He licked his lips, carefully contemplating his words, and began, Ahem, this morning. That's enough. Su Qing interrupted, placing her hand over Ying Hao's mouth. You don't need to say anything. I understand completely. And don't worry, since I have compromised your innocence, I will certainly take responsibility. With that, she decisively closed the door, nodding affirmatively. A woman's happiness lies in seizing the moment. Outside, Ying Hao stood in utter bewilderment. What was going on? Whose innocence? Who was responsible for whom? Wasn't it all backwards? After breakfast, Ying Hao and Su Qing left together. Qing? Xiao Yan called out mysteriously, waving and pressing an item into Su Qing's hand. Do you need this? Curiosity piqued. Ying Hao peered through his vision and caught a glimpse of emergency contraceptive pills. Good heavens, whose mother prepared such a thing for her son's girlfriend? How embarrassing for the girl. Ying Hao wanted to shout, but he had to feign ignorance. Feeling utterly uncomfortable, he was also concerned about Su Qing. Would she be upset about this? As it turned out, Ying Hao was overly anxious. I don't need it, but... Su Qing smiled brightly, accepted the item, and tucked it into her bag. Better safe than sorry. Thank you, Auntie. Chapter 28. Su Qing was far more composed than Ying Hao had anticipated. Once they left her home, everything unfolded as usual. They walked side by side, occasionally exchanging a few words, taking the subway together, and waiting for the bus. If one were to pinpoint a difference, it was that Su Qing naturally took Ying Hao's hand while crossing the street. At the school entrance, after encountering Peter Parker, she squeezed in between Ying Hao and Peter, though her motives remained unclear. If yesterday they were merely pretending to be a couple, today as circumstances seemed to draw them closer to reality. Ying Hao had never been in a relationship before and was uncertain whether it was better to let things flow naturally or to introduce some formality. He wrestled with this dilemma for so long that he hardly managed to sleep during the morning classes. When the lunch bell rang, Peter Parker rushed to find Ying Hao, exclaiming, Wake up, bro, it's time to go. Ying Hao groggily lifted his head. Go. Where to? The Columbia University Science Fair. Peter exclaimed with excitement. A couple of days ago, I mentioned it to you. Initially, I had no intention of attending, but you insisted we go together. I've already registered you. Oh no. My friend, You haven't forgotten, have you? I've even covered your fees, and it wasn't a trivial amount. Yes, the science fair. I remember now, Columbia University. Ying Hao felt invigorated. Today marked the birth of Spider-Man, an occasion not to be missed. Moreover, Ying Hao had his own ulterior motives for wanting to attend. He had acquired the divine armor set, offering unparalleled defense. However, his physical prowess left much to be desired. Beyond the energy beams he could emit from his eyes and his average combat skills, he lacked substantial advantages. Indeed, his formidable defense was impressive, and while he might not defeat an opponent, he could certainly wear them out. Yet, that was ultimately too lacking in prestige. Just imagine, if he were to encounter the Hulk, regardless of his fearlessness towards being struck. Enduring the relentless tugging and slamming against the ground would be unbearable. If the public were to witness this, Ying Hao could end up with a title like the King of Endurance, which would be utterly unacceptable. Having donned the armor, Ying Hao needed to leverage the information at hand to grant himself some extraordinary powers. Currently, Captain America was still incapacitated, Banner had fled abroad, and the Winter Soldier had yet to be unleashed by Hydra. The genetic mutation of Spider-Man was virtually Ying Hao's only viable option. Once Peter was bitten, he would capture that little spider and request a similar transformation for himself. With proper control, it shouldn't overly disrupt the development of this universe. Stretching lazily, Ying Hao rose to his feet and said, "Let's go, Peter." Just as he finished speaking, a bag of fast food was placed on the table with a thud. Su King looked at the two suspiciously. "You two are acting so secretively, skipping meals. Where are you headed?" "We're not being secretive," Ying Hao explained with a smile. "We're going to Columbia University for the afternoon science fair." Peter nodded in agreement, adding, "That's right, it's for extra credit. One ranked first and the other second in their grade, and you still need extra credit?" Su King was even more puzzled. "I recall this event has an entry fee, which is quite substantial. Do you have money to burn?" At her remark, Ying Hao and Peter found themselves momentarily at a loss for an explanation. Fortunately, Su King didn't press further, saying, "If you're both going, then I shall join too. Let's eat first and go together." She pulled out several food containers from her paper bag and handed 3 of them to Ying Hao. This one, and this one. These are yours." Curious, Ying Hao asked, "What are they?" Su King opened the containers one by one. "Well, there's corn tacos, roasted pumpkin seeds, a rich soup, and a sandwich." Ying Hao typically enjoys the home-cooked Chinese meals prepared by his mother, occasionally indulging in pizza and hamburgers, while remaining largely unfamiliar with other cuisines. He cast a glance at the meal arranged by Su King and then at the small pizza box in his pocket, inquiring, "Am I not allowed to choose for myself?" Su King, visibly displeased, responded, "No picky eating. Trust me, I have specially selected this for you. It's beneficial for your health." With that, she pushed a pizza topped with diced chicken towards Peter Parker. Peter, wishing to be accommodating, shrugged at Ying Hao and offered, "If you desire pizza, I can swap with you. I prefer tacos." However, before he could finish, Su King shook her head and earnestly advised, "Peter, you are too thin. You need to increase your protein intake. Chicken is rich in protein. Heed my words and do not exchange." Peter Parker, aware of his own physique, recognized that he was indeed quite slender, resembling a mere reed among the crowd. He often faced bullying from Tim and Flash. Feeling somewhat self-conscious, he glanced at his spindly arms and legs and conceded, "All right, perhaps you are right. Thank you." Ying Hao observed this exchange, pondering silently. He had never realized Su King's strong desire for control. Why was she so meticulous about arranging a simple meal? He took a bite of the taco, and a burst of seafood flavor enveloped his palate. He had initially assumed that Su King had purchased an ordinary taco filled with beef or hot dogs, only to discover it was stuffed with fried oyster meat. The taste was decent, yet something felt amiss. When Peter approached, the shuttle to the science exhibition had already arrived. To avoid delaying everyone, Ying Hao hastened his eating, swiftly finishing the taco before seizing a sandwich. Upon biting into it, he recognized the familiar flavor. This sandwich also contained oysters. A premonition struck him. Surely, that creamy soup wouldn't also be oyster soup, would it? Gently lifting the lid, he sighed. Indeed, it was oyster bisque. Oysters, oysters, oysters. Accompanied by roasted pumpkin seeds. Ying Hao comprehended the true meaning behind Su King's earlier statement about being good for his health. She was intent on fortifying him. "What's the matter? Don't you like it?" Su King inquired, setting down her pineapple fruit cut. "I specifically chose these for you, and I traveled quite a distance to purchase them. Please don't leave any behind." Ying Hao felt a tinge of condescension from her words. Yes, the original body was indeed somewhat frail, but that was merely a temporary state. He resolved to cultivate his newfound spider abilities and strengthen his body. Today must mark the beginning of that transformation. He swiftly finished the sandwich, followed by the oyster bisque. Finally, picking up the roasted pumpkin seeds, he urged, "Hurry up, don't keep the teacher waiting." Seeing Ying Hao so obedient, Su King immediately stood up. "I can eat while walking." Peter Parker, sensing the moment, cheerfully grabbed the pizza box. "I can do that too." "Then let us depart." Peter took the lead. Upon reaching the school bus, the teacher was already growing impatient. "Peter, what about your sense of time? Why are you so late?" Peter repeatedly apologized. "Sorry, Mr. Steve. I brought a classmate along at the last minute." "Really? Well, I suppose I can excuse that. You may board." Steve relented, allowing Peter Parker onto the bus. Then turned to the approaching Su King. "It is you, right? Please pay the fee. The ticket for the exhibition is $300, a discount for my sake. Normally, it would be $500. Oh, and there's a 15 fare." Without hesitation, Su King took out the money. "Go on, child. The future of technology awaits you." Steve counted the money and looked at Ying Hao. "What about you?" Ying Hao replied frankly, "Parker should have covered it. I am Ying Hao." "So, you are Ying Hao," Steve acknowledged. Recognizing his notable reputation among the school faculty, he glanced at him appreciatively. "You are impressive. I often hear Ms. Jennifer speak of you. Top of your grade, a little inventor. Correct? But I thought your interests lay in mechanical design and engineering. What draws you to an insect exhibition?" Ying Hao shrugged. "You know, to broaden my horizons." Steve nodded sincerely, casting a glance at the bus, sighed. "If only they had half your eagerness to learn. These troublesome kids would not be on this bus if it weren't for graduation. They spend all day causing trouble." Just then, a commotion erupted from the bus. "You useless fool, couldn't you finish eating before boarding? You've gotten cheese all over me." "Calm down, Flash. There's no need to be so agitated. It wasn't intentional, and technically, it was you who tripped me with your leg that led to this situation." "What did you say? You stained my clothes and dare to shift the blame onto me? I think you want to feel my fist, you." Hearing this, Mr. Steve rolled his eyes and sighed at Ying Hao. "See what I mean? Come on, get on the bus. We must be on our way." He turned to board the bus, standing at the doorway to warn everyone, "Quiet down. Can't we resolve our issues calmly?" Flash disregarded the teacher's authority, shouting, "Can't you see? It was Parker who stained my jacket, my brand new jacket. If it were you, could you remain calm, Steve? Hurry up and tell the driver to start. We can handle this ourselves." Steve was plagued by a relentless headache, yet he found himself powerless to intervene, letting out a resigned sigh. "Very well. You can resolve this on your own, but do so with civility. Otherwise, I assure you, you shall not graduate. Do you understand, Flash?" Flash retorted arrogantly. "I heard every single word." Steve merely shrugged and chose to disengage. "Listen closely," Flash declared as he removed his jacket and unceremoniously hurled it onto Peter. Pointing accusingly at Peter's chest, he asserted, "I don't want this piece of clothing anymore. You owe me $700. Not a single cent less. If you fail to compensate me, I promise to beat you daily." "700? That's impossible. I mean, it isn't even worth that much," Peter Parker lamented, desperately attempting to reason with Flash. "I could clean it up for you. It's merely cheese. Even if there's an oil stain, a sprinkle of cornstarch for 15 minutes will lift it right off." Unfortunately, reason fell on deaf ears as Flash seized Peter by the collar, threatening in a low voice. "No, I said 700. I'm serious. That jacket is yours now. I expect to see the money when we return to school tomorrow. If you don't bring it, I assure you, you'll regret it." After sizing Peter up, Flash added with a chuckle, "And don't think skipping school will help you evade me. I know where you live, just a wall away from Mary Jane, right?" Useless. Suki, having boarded the bus ahead of Hao, was unfamiliar with Flash and assumed the situation wouldn't escalate, so she stood by the door, waiting for things to settle before finding a seat. She never anticipated that Peter Parker would be extorted for money. She could clearly see that the jacket was nothing more than a cheap imitation. Faux leather worth at most $20. However, Flash was indeed tall and imposing, towering over Peter, who was at least a head shorter. The disparity in their physiques was undeniable. As a Chinese-American student, Suki felt somewhat comfortable among her peers, yet in the presence of such a menacing and robust figure, she dared not intervene, even to voice a word of fairness. Nevertheless, she was not without her means. "Enough. Stop harassing Peter," she interjected, pulling out her wallet and counting out 3 crisp $100 bills, extending them forward. "Here, take this. I'll cover his debt." Upon hearing this, Peter quickly turned to Suki, saying, "No, this has nothing to do with you." "Hey, wait," Flash exclaimed, suddenly elated at the sight of money. "Where did this little minx come from? Why are you defending Peter? You can't possibly be his girlfriend." Suki frowned. "I don't wish to converse with you any further." Flash shrugged, momentarily silenced by the prospect of money. However, casting a glance at the bills in Suki's hand, he smirked. "But I believe I said 700. Don't try to shortchange me. Su King impatiently shook the bills, declaring, your clothing is worth at most 20. With this amount, you could purchase 15 of these tattered garments. It's best to accept the offer, otherwise, I might reconsider. Peter cast a grateful glance towards Su King, yet he still wished to spare her the expense. You truly need not go to such lengths. Flash was merely jesting with me, he protested. Shut your mouth, Peter, or I shall assist you in doing so. Flash threatened once more. He eyed the $300 in Su King's hand. Though it was a meager sum, it was certainly better than nothing. The prospect of violence versus monetary gain was clear. The latter brought him more joy. 300 it is then. I shall begrudgingly accept this loss. Flash reached for the money, even leeringly attempting to brush against Su King's hand for his own benefit. However, just as his fingers were about to touch the bills, a male hand intervened, covering Su King's hand and gently retracting the dollars. Flash's smug grin instantly faded, replaced by a look of anger as he lifted his gaze. Who the hell is this? Then he beheld four piercing eyes that instilled fear within him. You seem rather lively today, Flash, Ying Hao remarked, gently placing himself between Su King and Flash, smiling at the latter. Flash instinctively withdrew his arms, tucking his hands back into the sleeves of his shirt. Damn it. How on earth did you end up here? Chapter 29. Damn it. How on earth did you end up here? The memory of being reprimanded in class still lingered vividly. Merely looking at Ying Hao made Flash's fingers ache with recollection. Ying Hao's smile vanished, replaced by a cold inquiry. What's the matter? Am I not allowed to be here? Oh, he dared to speak to Flash in such a manner. Was he courting death? Whispers of disbelief spread through the crowd. In American schools, academic excellence did not necessarily equate to popularity. Rather, those who were rebellious, charismatic, and sociable garnered more admiration from their peers. Flash, though of average appearance, possessed a robust physique, akin to a school bully like Tim Walton. He often derived amusement from mocking Peter Parker and the other bookish types like Ying Hao. Typically, the other students would watch in amusement, eagerly anticipating Peter Parker's defeat or embarrassment. However, the atmosphere within the carriage underwent a subtle shift. What was happening with Flash? And who was that peculiar individual? Lower your voice. That individual is from our class, named Ying Hao. He suffers from a rare eye condition, and in the past, he was quite comparable to Peter Parker, a classic bookworm. However, he seems to have undergone a transformation recently. Just a couple of days ago, he gave Flash a thorough lesson. Now it makes sense why Flash appears so fearful. Yet, this Ying Hao does not seem particularly strong. Can he truly handle Flash? A few murmured amongst themselves, while many others held their breath, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Would it be reminiscent of the previous incident where Flash was chastised? Or would Flash muster the courage to reclaim his dignity? Sensing the scrutiny of those around him, Flash felt increasingly uncomfortable. Since the last encounter, he had been harboring resentment. In retrospect, he concluded that he had merely underestimated Ying Hao, allowing him to seize the opportunity for a surprise attack, resulting in a humiliating defeat. Previously, he had simply lost face in class, but this time, surrounded by students from every class on the bus, he could not afford to be intimidated by Ying Hao again. With that thought, anger surged within Flash. Suppressing his fear, he stood up to meet Ying Hao's gaze. Ying Hao, let's put the past behind us. But today's matters do not concern you, understand? Just mind your own business. Peter Parker, taken aback by the unexpected involvement of Ying Hao, quickly interjected, Hey, buddy, he's coming at me. Why don't you and Kuing sit at the back for a bit while I discuss this with him? Discuss my foot. Flash retorted crudely, Hurry up with the cash. If you don't have it, get your friend to cover for you. He glanced at Su Kuing, recalling how he had almost secured 300 moments ago. It was all due to this bizarre Ying Hao, who had interfered. Bizarre, step aside, Flash threatened, shoving his hands into his pockets. The beauty behind you was just about to offer the money. No, Ying Hao firmly shook his head, asserting, he is with me. Su Kuing, standing behind Ying Hao, couldn't he help but smile at his declaration. Who is with whom? She mused, surprised that Ying Hao could utter such sentimental words. Just as she was reveling in the moment, Ying Hao unexpectedly draped his arm over Peter Parker's shoulder. Therefore, his matters are my matters. Do you understand? Su Kuying's smile faltered, realizing that Peter was indeed the one Ying Hao claimed. She pursed her lips slightly, her eyes igniting with fire, silently fixating on Peter Parker, feeling an urge to eliminate him before Flash could. You re with him? Flash scoffed, rolling up his sleeves to showcase his muscular arms. You don't think I fear you, do you? Bizarre one. Last time was merely a stroke of luck for you, a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. This time, it shall be different. As he spoke, Flash had already raised his fists, adopting a boxing stance. Aren't you going to hurry up? Suddenly, before he could finish his threatening words, Ying Hao seized Flash's fist and swiftly yanked it downward. A sharp crack echoed from Flash's wrist. Oh damn. Flash bent over, clutching his wrist, and Ying Hao gently pushed him back into his seat. Ying Hao retrieved Flash's jacket from Peter Parker's grasp, crumpled it into a ball, and stuffed it into his embrace. If you know what's good for you, don't trouble us again. Goodness, this guy named Ying Hao is so handsome. How did he just do that? My heavens. A wave of cheers erupted among the surrounding students, with someone leading the charge by shouting Ying Hao's name. Others quickly joined in. Ying Hao, Ying Hao, Ying Hao. Peter Parker, equally in awe, echoed Ying Hao, Ying Hao, Ying Hao. Teacher Steve glanced back and, seeing that Ying Hao and the others were unharmed, chose to remain silent. As for Flash, donning a pained expression, he pretended not to notice. Ying Hao removed his arm from Peter Parker's shoulder and urged, "All right, go find a place to sit." "Sure thing." Peter smiled, pointing to an empty spot behind. "There's no one over there." Ying Hao walked over, and Peter recalled that it wasn't he, just Ying Hao who had helped him. Turning back to Su King with a grin. "Thanks for your help earlier. Get lost." Su King shot Peter a glare and followed Ying Hao closely. Peter was utterly perplexed. Why is she yelling at me? Did I do something wrong? No matter how hard he tried to think, he wouldn't grasp that Su King was merely feeling envious. Ying Hao strolled towards the vacant seats at the back. As he passed by several girls from other classes, one of them, biting her lip and swaying her slender waist, enticingly invited, "Hey, Ying Hao, come sit with me? We can chat about something interesting." Just as Ying Hao was about to decline, he suddenly heard a thunderous shout from behind. "Step back." Su King abruptly extended her arm, positioning herself between them, her face pale with fury as she addressed the girl. "P.S. mine, understand?" Her piercing gaze was as fierce as a predator's. The girl's flirtation instantly evaporated, and she shrank back, murmuring, "I didn't mean to offend. I didn't know he was." The girl shrugged her shoulders, unwilling to meet Su King's eyes any longer. Only then did Su King relent, giving Ying Hao a gentle shove. "You should hurry along. What are you staring at?" Ying Hao found the situation amusing. Could it be that Su King really felt responsible? They settled into the last row, where 5 seats were connected. Su King sat down beside Ying Hao, and Peter Parker promptly followed suit, positioning himself next to Ying Hao. As she was about to take her seat, Su King placed her small bag on the chair and said, "Move aside." Peter Parker, feeling somewhat anxious, shifted slightly to the side. "Did I do something wrong to upset you?" he inquired. "No. Then why be quiet?" Chapter 30. Due to Su King's emotional state, the journey was marked by silence. After approximately 20 minutes, they arrived at Columbia University. Steve led the group of students as they embarked on this biotechnology exhibition. The university had arranged for a tour guide, responsible for welcoming, guiding, and explaining. "Hello, everyone. I am your guide for today. You may call me Lucy. Welcome to Columbia's arthropod exhibition hall, showcasing a rare collection of 175 species of arthropods. Our first stop will focus on hexapod insects. Trust me, it will be an eye-opening experience." Steve and the students followed her lead. Many, like Flash and his companions, were merely here to earn some easy credits for graduation. With no exams tied to the exhibition, most were not particularly engaged. He lingered at the back of the group, casting a dark gaze at Ying Hao, a glimmer of malice flickering in his eyes, contemplating something nefarious. Meanwhile, Ying Hao and his companions were quite attentive, especially Peter Parker, who not only listened intently, but also took out a camera, clicking away incessantly. This mantis is rather special, as you may have noticed. It is pink and resides in subtropical regions. Speaking of mantises, they possess a unique habit. Can anyone guess what I am about to mention? Lucy teased. Glancing at the crowd, Peter eagerly raised his hand. Here, I might know. Lucy's eyes brightened as she smiled and asked, "What is it?" I guess you're referring to how female mantises consume the male after mating, right?" Peter shyly shared his thoughts. The accompanying students exchanged bewildered glances. Parker wouldn't be making that up, would he? How could that be possible? Eating a mate? If true, that's utterly insane. Insane? You should have your fair share of wild experiences, no? A mischievous boy whispered to the girl next to him, making a crude gesture. "Shut up, you jerk. Don't think I don't know about you and Jeff." The group erupted into laughter. Lucy, observing the students, rolled her eyes in exasperation and requested Steve to restore order. Steve clapped his hands. "Enough. Everyone quiet down. Whoever is talking out of turn will lose half of their credits for this trip." "Steve, you really are no fun." The atmosphere became rather dull, prompting everyone to fall silent. Lucy cleared her throat and addressed Peter Parker, saying, "You are indeed correct. The peculiar behavior I referred to is precisely that. It appears that some have indulged in a fair amount of biological literature." She envisioned Peter Parker giving her a thumbs up, then shifted her tone. "However, It is unfortunate that I asked you to recount this tale to rectify a common misconception. The notion that female mantises consume their male counterparts out of love or for the sake of procreation is misguided. It is merely a matter of hunger. Their anatomical structure is so rudimentary that both predation and movement are instinctual, leaving them oblivious to the fact that their partner lies behind them. Experiments have shown that if a female mantis is well-fed prior to mating, the male will not meet his demise. Is that so? Peter Parker nodded enthusiastically, appearing quite enlightened. Su King, seemingly distracted, abruptly turned to Ying Hao and asked, "Hey, if one day we were stranded on a deserted island with no food, what would you do?" Ying Hao replied earnestly, "I would fashion a harpoon or fishing net to catch fish, or scavenge for edible shellfish along the shore. Of course, the most crucial element would be fire, as I dislike raw food. However, first and foremost, I would seek fresh water." "Stop," Su King interjected softly. "I didn't ask you that. I meant, in case none of that is possible." Ying Hao interjected, "Then would you be willing to let me consume you?" "Exactly." Su King blinked, eagerly anticipating Ying Hao's response. Ying Hao took the initiative. "Yes, that's right. I am the one asking you. Would you allow me to eat you?" "Answer quickly." Su King, taken aback, pointed at herself. "You actually dare to ask me?" Ying Hao nodded, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. "Indeed. Would you grant me that privilege?" "But," Su King patted her chest, "I am the female. So what? The male can still be hungry." Ying Hao pressed on softly. "Don't hesitate. Just give me your answer. You did promise to be responsible for me." Su King was amused by Ying Hao's antics and playfully pinched him. "If you were starving, I might reluctantly allow you a morsel just to fill your belly. Then what part would you let me eat?" "Your little toes." "Haha." Su King burst into laughter. At that moment, Lucy had finished her introduction to the mantis exhibit and, hearing Su King's laughter, called out to the pair, "Yes, you too, come along. We must head to the spider section now." "Spiders!" Ying Hao exclaimed, invigorated, as he grabbed Su King's hand. "Let us hurry and catch up." Spiders belong to the phylum Arthropoda and the class Arachnida, encompassing a vast array of species, each exhibiting distinct characteristics. Some possess remarkable strength, capable of lifting weights many times their own, while others can leap great distances with a mere bound. Additionally, certain spiders are innately sensitive to external stimuli, enabling them to detect nearby dangers. Lucy provided a professional introduction, and soon the group found themselves before several glass enclosures that exuded a strong sense of technological advancement. In recent years, Columbia University has dedicated itself to the study of genetic mutations, and what is displayed here are 3 new species cultivated through genetic engineering, merging the genes of various spiders. Strictly speaking, their existence is entirely a product of human design. Our scientists have posed a profound question. If we can create new life through genetic editing, are humans truly a product of natural evolution? Suddenly, a student turned to Lucy and said, setting aside everything else, "Ms. Lucy, surely you must be mistaken? There is only one spider in these glass enclosures." "What?" Lucy leaned closer to the glass and searched for some time, only to find indeed that just a single spider remained. Examining the enclosure, she noted there were no signs of having been opened, and shrugged her shoulders. "Well, it's likely been taken for research purposes. No need to worry. Let us proceed to the next location." "Teacher?" Peter Parker picked up his camera. "May I take a picture for the school newspaper?" Lucy smiled and nodded. "Oh, of course. Go ahead." This exchange flowed seamlessly, and soon, a spider would descend upon Peter Parker, delivering a sharp bite. Ying Hao lifted his head, his gaze meticulously scanning above. "Found it. Wait, how come there are 2? In the midst of contemplation, the 2 spiders had already descended. Ying Hao calculated Peter Parker's position and felt it was slightly off, so he tugged at him. "This way. The angle is better." As anticipated, one of the red and blue spiders landed on Peter Parker's neck. Oblivious, Peter continued to snap pictures of Lucy with his camera. At that moment, the spider, following the course of fate, bit Peter decisively. "Ah!" Peter raised an eyebrow, reaching for the back of his neck. "What was that?" Ying Hao quickly stepped in front of Peter Parker, capturing the spider in his hand, and asked with concern, "What happened?" I'm not quite sure," Peter replied, puzzled. "It felt like something just bit me. Let me take a look." Ying Hao feigned examination, disregarding the 2 puncture marks left by the spider's fangs, and said, "I don't see anything." "Really?" Peter lowered his hand and shrugged. "Perhaps it was just my imagination." Lucy urged from a distance, "Have you finished taking the photos?" Peter raised his camera and shook it lightly. "All done. Now hurry up, we're moving to the next area." With that, she turned on her heel and walked away, followed closely by the 3 of them. Ying Hao lingered at the back, opening his palm to examine the small spider he held, playfully coaxing, "Come on, bite me, and I'll let you go." Suddenly, he sensed something was amiss. Just moments ago, he had witnessed 2 spiders plummeting from the sky. Where had the other one gone? Ying Hao, help me! Su King suddenly exclaimed, shaking her sleeves. There's a bug crawling into my clothes. Oh no! The second spider had targeted Su King. Don't panic. I'll get it out, Ying Hao said as he tucked the spider from his palm into his pocket, creating a tiny slit to let it slip inside. Having done that, he quickly moved to assist Su King in rolling up her sleeves. Hurry up, it's here. Right here. Su King anxiously stomped her feet, her finger pointing frantically at her arm as it climbed higher. Ying Hao was equally eager to capture the second spider, that one which had bitten Peter Parker, adorned in red and blue, would surely grant him superpowers. The second spider, however, was an uncertainty. All these spiders had been genetically modified by a scientist at Columbia University, and who could tell what peculiarities they possessed? What if it were venomous? If it bit Su King, it would be disastrous. Activating his enhanced vision, Ying Hao swiftly pinpointed the spider's location. He pinched the sleeve to prevent it from burrowing deeper into her clothes while using his other hand to hastily roll up the sleeve. Come on, Su King urged. It's just a bug, Ying Hao reassured her. Just hold the sleeve tight, and it will naturally find its way out. Suddenly, Su King let out a sharp scream, clapping her hand against her arm. When she withdrew her hand, Ying Hao saw a patch of blue blood smeared across her fair, smooth skin. Well, no need to catch it now, he said, continuing to roll up the sleeve. Su King finally noticed the mess on her arm, her face contorting in disgust as she quickly fished out a wet wipe from her bag, wiping incessantly. Ying Hao removed the spider's lifeless body and stuffed it into his pocket, disposing of it in the celestial void. Who knows if it was poisonous? I'll ask the person in charge, Ying Hao thought, glancing at the bite mark with unease. Su King tugged at him urgently. No? Didn't you hear Lucy's introduction just now? She glanced around and lowered her voice. He mentioned that there were 3 newly cultivated varieties developed by scientists from Columbia University in the box. If this were indeed one of them, it would spell disaster, as they might demand exorbitant compensation. Such scientific achievements, how much they wish to charge is merely a matter of opening their mouths. Once they discover that my family possesses a modest fortune, they will undoubtedly extort an outrageous sum. Su King's concerns were quite justified, especially considering her identity as a Chinese individual. It is not uncommon for Americans to seek reasons for scrutiny. But what if it were toxic? Sensing her unease, Ying Hao had not yet voiced his question when Su King, lost in her thoughts, declared, if it is truly toxic, just take me to the hospital. I would rather be financially drained there. Moreover, she had already wiped her arm and brushed off the bite mark on her head, saying, I feel perfectly fine. I should be all right. Yet, Ying Hao remained apprehensive and carefully examined the blood vessels near the wound, penetrating the skin with scrutiny. Fortunately, there were no abnormalities. The two then rejoined the main group, and an hour later, the exhibition came to a close. Upon exiting Columbia, it was only 3 in the afternoon. Steve promptly informed the students that there would be no classes for the remainder of the day. Those wishing to return to campus could board the school bus, while others were free to depart as they pleased. As most had merely come to earn credits, upon hearing this, groups of students quickly dispersed. Su King glanced at Ying Hao and Peter, asking, it's still early. Do you two have any plans? Ying Hao pondered for a moment and replied, it's a rare opportunity, and it's a weekday, so I plan to register the company with the relevant authorities. Then I shall accompany you. Su King responded naturally, pausing briefly before adding, I am simply feeling a bit bored. Registering a company? Peter Parker said, somewhat hesitantly, brother, technically, I should be responsible for the company you are starting, but I'm feeling a bit unwell and would prefer to head home early. Su King inquired, unwell? Shouldn't you go to the hospital? No. Peter shook his head, I merely feel fatigued. I haven't been sleeping well lately, and just wish to rest properly. It's all right, Ying Hao reassured him, patting his shoulder. I've told you before, you need not worry about anything regarding the company. Just wait for the dividends. Go home and rest. Thank you. I shall take my leave then. Peter waved farewell and made his way to the bus stop. Only Ying Hao and Su King remained. Ying Hao took out his phone and began searching for information on how to register a company. Su King looked at him incredulously. Really? Just a few days ago? You were clamoring to acquire Stark Industries, and now, after all this time, you still do not know the registration process? Ying Hao shrugged. As long as I can find the relevant department and inquire, everything will become clear. Su King pressed her forehead, exclaiming, you truly are the big brother. She glanced around, proudly raising her chin. Humph, fortunately, you have me. Follow me. With a look of confusion, Ying Hao followed her, questioning, where to? To find a place to go online. With her hands clasped behind her back, Su King confidently explained, in fact, most of the procedures for registering a company, such as registration, submitting applications, paying registration fees, applying for a tax number, and customizing operational agreements, can all be conducted online. Once these are completed, the legal representative merely needs to visit the bank to open an account. Ying Hao was astonished. How do you know so much? Su King replied with pride. What can I say? I am the daughter of a businessman. I've been immersed in this environment, and my father has plans for me to take over, which has compelled me to learn a great deal. As they conversed, they entered a CAF that also served as an internet CAF. Just as the door clicked shut, Flash appeared at the entrance. His expression grim as he stared at the CAF sign. He picked up his phone. Brother, I'm at the door. Hurry over with a few more people. I intend to teach a lesson to an arrogant little brat. Chapter 32 at the computer, under Su King's guidance. Ying Hao accessed a website for registering businesses in the United States. Here, fill in the type of business. Here, enter the legal representative's name and other information. Su King instructed with ease. Ying Hao watched her delicate fingers gesturing before him and hurriedly said, slow down, one step at a time. First, the type of business. He clicked the mouse and opened the drop-down list, scanning from top to bottom. Weapon industry? Where is the weapon industry? If it's not there, why not try looking for something else, like mechanical manufacturing? Su King suggested, though the multitude of options left her uncertain. Ying Hao, Haven T, you spent all your money on rent? Have you considered that even if you register the company, you need a plan for how to operate it? Leaning on the adjacent table, she tilted her head, admiring the contours of Ying Hao's profile. Right now, you only have a barn, no employees, no equipment, not even startup capital. How do you plan to venture into the weapon industry? Ying Hao focused intently on searching for relevant entries, responding dismissively, these are trade secrets. It's not an issue. Humph, so mysterious, Su King teased, then continued. All right, even if you manage to establish the company and secure the production license for weapons, who will you sell your products to? Do you have any connections? The largest weapon orders in the United States undoubtedly come from the military. Do you know anyone at the Pentagon? This question struck a chord, causing Ying Hao to pause his actions and reflect. He was not worried about production. The challenge lay in securing buyers, who would approach an ordinary high school student to purchase missiles. Yet, with the advantages offered by his celestial space, he could indeed gain access to the Pentagon. He harbored no fear of being perceived as a threat by the U.S. military. The energy emanating from his divine armor was sufficient to safeguard his personal safety. Yet, such a stance would inevitably unveil his uniqueness. After all, not every high school student could waltz into the Pentagon to engage in dialogue with key figures. What repercussions might ensue? Would the U.S. government not dispatch intelligence agencies to monitor and scrutinize him? Perhaps even investigate his family? Upon reflection, it could indeed lead to considerable complications. Su King continued to murmur. This endeavor is far from ordinary. Even if you aspire to find international buyers, you must secure export permits from the government, which entails a myriad of troubles. We are still Chinese. Do you genuinely believe the Americans would allow you to establish a weapons manufacturing company, even on their soil? She pouted and added, by the way, weren't you aiming to acquire Stark Industries? If that is your true intention, as long as you earn enough money, you need not delve into the arms industry. I believe Peter's suggestion the other day was quite good. Developing convenient drones could yield substantial profits. Suddenly, she stifled a yawn and rubbed her nose twice. Su King's gaze grew somewhat dreamy, her speech slightly muddled, yet she remained oblivious to her own state. We've known each other for many years. How come I never noticed how handsome you are? She abruptly raised her hand and touched Ying Hao's face, feeling his smooth skin. A smitten smile spread across her face as she exclaimed, hey, it even smells nice. Ying Hao, still preoccupied with thoughts of starting a company, casually remarked, stop fooling around. I am deep in thought. As Su King had pointed out, the weapons business was certainly not an easy venture. Moreover, when registering a company, one must avoid any categories related to arms or weapons. Setting aside the feasibility of such an endeavor, merely selecting relevant categories could attract the attention of U.S. authorities. That was not the predicament Ying Hao wished to confront. He was not alone. He had his grandfather, his mother, and beside him, a girlfriend who held responsibility towards him. After much deliberation, Ying Hao finally settled on the type of mechanical industry for his company. I must admit, you are quite the expert. I have decided to heed your advice and choose the mechanical industry. Good night, came Su King's drowsy voice. Upon glancing over, Ying Hao was surprised to find her reclining in the chair, arms wrapped around her chest, fast asleep. A woman's beauty can undergo a significant transformation during slumber. Su King's mouth was slightly ajar, with a glimmer of drool trickling down. The usual spark, cunning, and charm had vanished, leaving behind an air of complete silliness. Her once perfect visage, once rated at 120 points, now barely retained 80. This must be the consequence of her body's cells being influenced by spider genes, undergoing some form of mutation. Ying Hao speculated that Peter Parker acquired his superpowers after being bitten by a spider, subsequently returning home to sleep and awakening with newfound abilities. It seems that Su Qing underwent a similar transformation. He wondered if she had truly been poisoned. Casting a glance at the bite mark on her arm, he felt a twinge of concern. He resolved to examine her for any anomalies, curious to observe the process of her mutation. His enhanced vision, not only capable of penetrating sight, could also be finely adjusted like a digital microscope. It allowed him to scrutinize the cellular structures of the human body. His gaze first penetrated Su Qing's clothing, locating the site of the spider's bite. Then, his eyes unintentionally wandered upward. In an instant, a rush of warmth surged through him. They were so ample, so fair, so rosy. They resembled 2 ripe peaches, or perhaps 2 enormous steamed buns adorned with plum blossom petals. This sight evoked a mix of sensations in Ying Hao. It ignited a longing to touch, while simultaneously heightening his appetite, leaving him momentarily stiffened. Feeling his throat dry, he struggled to swallow, gripping his head with both hands to forcibly turn it aside. Calm down, he admonished himself. Now is not the time for indulgence or distraction. Focusing intently, he deepened the penetration of his vision, allowing him to observe the blood vessels directly. The hue of the blood appeared entirely normal, and the shape and vitality of the red blood cells seemed robust. A wave of relief washed over him. The spider that had bitten Su Qing was non-venomous. Next, he needed to assess the mutation process. With a sigh of relief, he continued his examination. His vision expanded further, ultimately reaching the cellular level. Indeed, he was correct. Ying Hao could distinctly observe Su Qing's DNA strands undergoing recombination. The incoming fragments of spider information seamlessly integrated, triggering an immediate response. Adjusting his focus, he could see every inch of her body engaged in a cycle of self-dissolution and rebirth, growing increasingly powerful. The entire process unfolded smoothly. The slumbering Su Qing remained unaware. Feeling reassured, he thought to himself, since both of them had been bitten, he would not hesitate either. He certainly needed Spider-Man's extraordinary powers. From the divine realm, Ying Hao retrieved a small spider adorned in red and blue, placing it once more in the palm of his hand. "Bite me, my dear, with all your might." The little spider seemed to comprehend his command, scuttling a couple of steps before finding a patch of skin and biting down with fervor. Crunch. This sound is imperceptible to humans, yet spiders can sense it. Its 2 fangs have been shattered. Ying Hao was momentarily taken aback, then slapped his forehead. How could I forget about the divine armor? The ethereal armor upon him, invisible to the naked eye, boasts a hardness surpassing that of diamond by a staggering 12,000 times. In the face of such extraordinary hardness, even the mutated spider stands no chance. The pitiful little spider began to frantically spin in circles on Ying Hao's palm, desperately searching for its lost fangs. Chapter 33. There are only 2 mutated spiders. One was crushed, and the other has lost its fangs. 2 opportunities for mutation have been squandered in an instant. What to do now? There's still 1 left. Should I bring it over too? Perhaps that isn't necessary. Mutation primarily relies on genetics, and even if it can no longer bite, the genes should still be viable, right? Perhaps I could return and extract some spider blood with a syringe to inject into my own body? Ying Hao pondered this, reluctantly tossing the little spider back into the divine space, and resumed the task of registering his company. Before long, he completed all online application steps and paid the registration fee. The webpage displayed a prompt to fill in the company name. He glanced at Su Qing and inscribed 4 Chinese characters in the provided space: the Qin Heavy Industries. As a Chinese individual, Ying Hao understood that establishing a company in America entailed a relatively complex security review. After a moment's contemplation, he entered Peter Parker's name in the section for the business owner. He also provided his address and phone number. This would help streamline the review process. Once the company was up and running, Ying Hao could join as the major shareholder. Both the review and the establishment of the corporate bank account must be conducted offline. The former requires patience, while the latter necessitates a visit to the bank. For now, this was all Ying Hao could do. He stretched lazily, powered down the internet CAF's machines, and gently nudged Su Qing's shoulder. "Wake up, it's time to go." "Shoo, I'm so sleepy," she murmured, tilting her head and inadvertently pressing Ying Hao's hand against her shoulder. In her drowsy state, she appeared to find immense comfort, a slight smile gracing her lips as she leaned into his palm. Her soft, supple cheeks radiated an unparalleled sense of comfort that gradually spread throughout Ying Hao's being. However, he had learned to control himself and not become overly excited. He employed his heavy pupil to ascertain Su Qing's mutation progress. Currently, only a quarter of her cells had completed gene recombination, and it would still take some time before it concluded. Furthermore, following gene mutation, there was no guarantee she would awaken immediately. Waiting here was impractical. Returning home seemed the wiser choice. After a moment's contemplation, Ying Hao gently withdrew his hand and rose to approach the front desk to settle the bill. The receptionist, a black man adorned with a name tag reading Marcus, was engaged in a phone conversation. Yes, I understand. I can only delay you as much as possible. Please act swiftly. Upon noticing Ying Hao's approach from a distance, he immediately lowered his voice, saying, "All right, just like that, he's coming." As Ying Hao reached the front, Marcus had already ended his call and eagerly inquired, "You wish to change to a suite, correct?" Confused, Ying Hao cast him a puzzled glance. "Change what suite? Come on, don't play coy." Marcus replied with an expression of understanding, "I saw the stunning lady beside you, thoroughly inebriated. It's the perfect opportunity, I senti it?" Realizing it was a misunderstanding, Ying Hao shook his head and clarified, "I do not wish for a suite. I merely need to settle the bill for room 36. No suite. Are you serious? With a woman of that caliber?" Marcus's surprise quickly transformed into enlightenment, followed by a self-assured grin. "Ah, I see what you're concerned about. Rest assured, our suite rates are quite reasonable, no cameras, beverages included, and various themes to choose from, complete with all sorts of props. Most importantly, everything is disinfected daily. You certainly won't regret it. Professional matters belong in professional settings." Ying Hao, taken aback by his verbosity, sighed and interrupted, "Really, it's unnecessary. My friend is simply tired." "Very well," the black gentleman shrugged, glancing at the computer screen with a furrowed brow. "Apologies, but this machine seems to be malfunctioning." "Stuck? That's a common issue." Ying Hao thought nothing of it and stood quietly beside him. When he turned to glance at Su Qing's position, Marcus suddenly coughed. "Hey, sir. I apologize for occupying your time. It may take a few minutes for the machine to reboot. Guess what? As a gesture of goodwill, I've decided to offer you a complimentary beverage." He beamed at Ying Hao, pushing a can of cola towards him. "No, thank you," Ying Hao replied. He disliked such sweet drinks. "What do you prefer? I can get you something else," Marcus insisted, his enthusiasm bordering on excessive. Ying Hao noticed the man casting furtive glances towards the distance, his demeanor suspicious. Suddenly, it dawned on him. He swiftly turned around. To his dismay, there was no sign of Su Qing in her previous spot. If it were someone else, they would surely be in a panic by now. Marcus, intrigued, watched Ying Hao, eager to witness his bewilderment. Unfortunately for him, Ying Hao was not easily flustered. With a subtle blink, the walls of the internet CAF seemed to dissolve, rendering everything within it transparent. He approached the front desk and exchanged merely a few words with Marcus, taking no more than a minute. In such a brief span, where could one possibly go? Soon, Ying Hao located Su Qing, who was being escorted upstairs by two women, one on each side. Their destination was a room on the second floor that stood ajar. Inside, three men awaited, while a familiar face, Flash, stood guard at the entrance. "Damn it!" Without hesitation, Ying Hao muttered a curse and immediately pursued them. Marcus was waiting, eager for Ying Hao to inquire, "Hey, bro, have you seen where my girlfriend is?" Then, Marcus would don his Oscar-worthy performance. "Oh, what? Your girlfriend is missing? Shit, I haven't seen her. The surveillance? Apologies, the machine hasn't rebooted yet." Dragging out the time so he could pocket more money. Little did he expect. Ying Hao bypassed him without a second glance and headed straight for the staircase leading to the second floor. Marcus was taken aback. How did he know? Glancing at his watch, he realized he could only earn $10 now. If he could just stall for another half minute, he could walk away with 100, unwilling to forfeit such a sum. Marcus dashed from the front desk. He positioned himself at the staircase just before Ying Hao, blocking his path. "Sorry, sir, there's a fee to go upstairs. We take privacy very seriously here. Get lost," Ying Hao retorted, thrusting his arm forward and sending Marcus stumbling against the wall. He knew this guy was in cahoots with Flash, but he was too weary to deal with him. Su Qing had accompanied him, and he could not allow her to come to harm. Dazed, Marcus never anticipated that the seemingly frail Ying Hao possessed such strength. He glanced at his watch. There were still 23 seconds left for that $100. Desperate, he sprinted a few steps and once again blocked Ying Hao's path. This time, he took a step back, smirking menacingly. "Hey, Chinese kid, you better watch out. I've watched Ip Man 10 times and learned some martial arts." He mimicked Ip Man, striking an awkward pose, and introduced himself in broken Chinese. "Yongchun, Yida." In a flash, Ying Hao surged forward, executing a series of grappling maneuvers. Crack, crack. Two sharp sounds rang out. Marcus collapsed to the ground, his arms flailing uncontrollably as he howled. Ah, you've broken my wrist. Remember never to insult our Chinese martial arts. With a cold remark, Ying Hao stepped on Marcus's face and ascended the stairs. Chapter 34. The second floor of the Internet CAF consisted of individual rooms equipped with beds and computers. Clearly, surfing the Internet was not the primary function of this establishment. The beds were the main attraction. Two heavily made-up women, breathless, supported Su Kepping as they entered a room at the beckoning of Flash. Set her down here, Flash instructed, gesturing towards a nearby chair. The two women complied without hesitation. The slightly shorter of the two retrieved 2 cigarettes from her bag. One for herself and the other for her companion. I actually prefer it on the bed. So do I. The taller woman produced a lighter, igniting both cigarettes, and added, "Oh, by the way, carrying her up will cost extra." Extra? Flash shook his head. "No, we agreed on 200 each. That's unacceptable." The shorter woman firmly protested. "A deal is a deal. If you don't intend to pay, you should carry her up yourselves." The taller woman exhaled a plume of smoke and inquired, "So why are we doing this laborious task? Are you some kind of perverts? You want to watch us play with this little girl?" No. Flash explained helplessly. "Clearly, we just want to avoid being caught on the surveillance cameras downstairs. Listen, you two geniuses, this is no longer your concern. Just take the money and leave." "What? We're not going to bed?" The two women were taken aback. Flash's 3 companions were equally perplexed. "Flash, have you lost your mind?" Joe exclaimed. "You're giving these 2 professionals 200 each for doing nothing? I believe if the money is given, they should fulfill their duties." Owen added, "Exactly. Flash, you're trampling on their professional dignity." Andrew chimed in. The two women were reluctant to simply take the money and leave. The taller one gently pushed Flash's money away, taking a step back to maintain a safe distance. "This needs to be clarified, boys. We are professionals who accept physical transactions, but we will not associate with any other criminal activities." The shorter woman concurred, "Exactly. So what are your intentions? You don't plan on killing her, do you?" "Oh, this poor girl. I'll call the police." "What? No, don't call the police. Damn it." Flash rolled his eyes. "I'm still in high school. I wouldn't touch you, let alone kill someone." He helplessly pointed at Su Kepping. "She has a boyfriend who's my classmate. This guy got on my nerves today. And coincidentally, I heard he recently received a bonus of 100,000. I merely intended to use this girl to coerce him into giving me 20,000. It's that simple. No harm, no violence. We just need to scare the kid a bit. He certainly wouldn't dare to report it. Even if he did, it wouldn't concern you. At worst, it would be considered intimidation, and he'd be out in 10 days to a month." He laid out the entire plan for everyone to hear. "Now, are you all reassured?" The 3 male companions shrugged. 2 women exchanged a glance, one saying yes. "It seems there is no issue." The other replied, "But now that we are privy to your secret, you must offer us a bit more money. Otherwise, we shall inform your school that you are soliciting women and engaging in abduction and intimidation of high school students. Is that not so? I must admit, you all have developed quite well. I didn't notice it at first." Flush was nearly driven to despair by these 2 women. Yet, what could he possibly do? This matter certainly could not be exposed to the school, and he could not silence these 2 women either. After much contemplation, he reluctantly conceded, "Fine, 500 each. But that is my utmost limit, and you must remain to assist." The 2 women exchanged glances. "No, that is impossible. 2,000 each." All right, 2,000 it is." Flush agreed with resignation. Joe rubbed his hands together eagerly and inquired, "Excellent. So what is the plan?" "There are some ropes. You shall first bind her," Flush instructed. "Then I will call Ying Hao, instructing him to come alone and bring the money to redeem his girl. If he hesitates, I will send him a photograph. Oh, and over there are hoods." The 3 companions nodded in agreement, each donning a hood and meticulously binding the unconscious Su Kepping into a bundle. "When Ying Hao arrives, if he dutifully hands over the money, we shall allow him to take her away." Flush continued, "But you must be cautious. This fellow is Chinese, and the Chinese are skilled in martial arts. If he resists, we must subdue him collectively. I have baseball bats, brass knuckles, boxing gloves, and a wolf's tooth. Oh wait, that one is not for this purpose. In any case, should he dare to resist, we shall beat him until he agrees to pay." The 3 companions felt a surge of excitement. Joe exclaimed, "This plan is truly flawless." Owen added, "So meticulous, Flush. I have always known you to be a person of great ambition." Andrew chimed in, "We are bound to strike it rich today. $20,000. Ha ha ha. Each of us could take a share. Since we are extorting, why not demand 100,000? Flush was taken aback. "What? Good heavens, Andrew, are you a demon? Stone-hearted? Not leaving them a single cent? Have you lost your mind? What if they are in urgent need of money?" He earnestly admonished, "We must retain some semblance of humanity. We should leave them a little money. Moreover, as long as they have some funds left, they are less likely to feel despair and, consequently, less inclined to report us, ensuring our safety. Flush's words left the other three in stunned silence. Observing their enlightenment, he pointed to his own head, declaring, "This is called wisdom. Take note." After much discussion, Flush retrieved his phone, preparing to dial. The tall technician woman suddenly spoke up. "Wait, perhaps we should ask for 50,000? Leaving 50,000 for your classmates is quite generous. That's a significant sum. It can accomplish a myriad of things." The shorter technician chimed in. "Indeed, that could cover our expenses for an entire month." Flash pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. "Then let us settle on 50,000. The shorter technician immediately began to calculate. "If it's 50,000, according to our previous agreement, each of us should receive. Help me with the math." "All right. No need for calculations. I'll give you each 5,000. Flash suddenly became generous, and the offer left both technicians quite satisfied. They nodded repeatedly. However, the three friends Flash had called over were not particularly pleased. After all, if the technicians received a larger share, it would mean less for them. Yet, with Flash as the mastermind having made the decision, they felt it unwise to voice their objections. Flash prepared to dial again. Wait, there's one more thing." The tall technician spoke again, pointing at Su King. "You must guarantee that you will not harm that poor girl, not even a little. We absolutely cannot allow such a thing to occur." Seeing the confusion and bewilderment etched on the faces of the men, she elaborated, "Is it really that difficult to understand?" This statement caused the other three men to lose their composure completely. "Are you two being ridiculous? You are both involved in extortion and dividing the spoils. Taking her money, doesn't that count as harming her?" The two women exchanged glances and immediately retorted, "No, the money belongs to this girl's boyfriend. We are taking his money." They were quite clear on that point. "But you kidnapped her." The two technicians firmly denied in unison. "No, you tied her up. We merely assisted her." They were indeed quite clear on their stance. "Then what gives you the right to claim 5,000? The shorter technician shrugged. "Because we could report you to your school, Midtown High, correct? So to be precise, we are extorting the four of you." With that, the two technicians bumped fists. "Awesome, sister." The group of men followed the technician's gaze and spotted a school badge attached to a backpack, which led to a heated argument. "Damn it, why didn't you tuck away the school badge? I never imagined they would extort us. You're absolutely brainless. You may have a brain, but why didn't you think of that sooner?" Flash felt as if his head might explode. "Enough, everyone shut up," he shouted. Taking deep breaths, "Let us get down to business, shall we?" Chapter 35. The group finally fell silent. Flash dialed Ying Hao's number. The call connected, and he pressed hard on his throat, producing a hoarse voice. "Is this Ying Hao? Listen, your girlfriend is with me. I will give you an address. Bring 20,000. No, 50,000 yuan in cash, and come alone. I have already arrived." The voice of Ying Hao echoed from both the doorway and the phone. In the next moment, bang, the door was kicked open by Ying Hao. The several individuals in the room were startled, instinctively retreating a step. The two women, thoroughly intimidated, scurried to the side. Ying Hao stood at the entrance with his hands in his pockets, his gaze fixed ominously on Flash, and inquired, "If you seek money, forget it. I am here to teach you a lesson. Will you come to me, or shall I come to you?" Damn. Flash was at a loss as to where things had gone awry. He could not allow Ying Hao to humiliate him any further. It was utterly disgraceful. He muttered a curse under his breath and swiftly distributed the equipment from his bag to his three companions. "You keep an eye on the hostage. The rest, let us deal with this brat Ying Hao." Joe was tasked with watching Su King, armed with a wooden baseball bat. Flash donned boxing gloves, not to inflict greater pain, but simply to avoid having his fingers caught by Ying Hao again. Owen put on brass knuckles and stood to Flash's left, while Andrew received a spiked glove. He glanced at the others and then at himself, feeling somewhat awkward. Flash. Enough chatter, prepare for battle," Flash shouted. Andrew reluctantly slipped the transparent spiked glove onto his fingers. "Go." At Flash's command, Owen charged at Ying Hao, delivering a powerful hook. Unfortunately, his speed was lacking, and the initial strike left much to be desired. Ying Hao leaned back slightly, skillfully stepping on Owen's knee and twisting to the side. Owen cried out in pain, instantly incapacitated. However, due to Ying Hao's relative weakness, the kick did not break Owen's joint. It was merely excruciating. In a single exchange, it was swift and decisive. Flash was momentarily taken aback. Joe's grip on the baseball bat trembled. Andrew stepped back, clearly intimidated. Flash gritted his teeth. "Andrew, go." Andrew looked at the imposing Ying Hao advancing slowly towards him, then at the spiked glove on his fingers, swallowing hard. "Flash, are you serious?" Flash, with a serious countenance, nodded. "Yes, we have no way out. Andrew took several deep breaths, exclaiming in frustration. In a fit of anger, he stepped forward and turned to crouch beside the two skilled women. I apologize, Flash. I believe I have a way out. I have no enmity with Ying Hao. The two women welcomed his presence warmly. The taller one nodded at him, remarking, a wise choice. The shorter one glanced at the wolf fawn gloves in his hands and said, I like those. They must be thrilling to use. Care to give them a try? Andrew blushed and smiled. Is it free? No? Then forget it. Curse be it. Flash had lost his right-hand man and had to face the challenge alone. Ying Hao, I cannot allow you to repeatedly trample upon my dignity, he shouted, charging forward with his boxing gloves raised, launching a series of punches. In truth, Flash was quite robust and had trained in boxing. He earned his reputation as a tough character in school because he truly knew how to fight. However, in his previous confrontations with Ying Hao, he had been subdued with a single move each time. The first encounter had resulted in a finger injury, and today, he had hurt his wrist. Particularly painful was the incident a couple of days ago when Ying Hao had twisted his fingers mercilessly, seeking to establish dominance in the class, almost breaking them. The agony of joint pain had deterred Flash from seeking revenge until now. Even today, he had called upon 3 schoolmates, hoping that their numbers would allow them to easily overpower Ying Hao. Little did he know that in the end, he would still have to rely on himself. Flash's punches were fierce, capable of knocking out an ordinary opponent. Yet, Ying Hao was no ordinary individual. He was an exemplary student at the police academy, well-trained and subjected to rigorous military-style training daily. Although his current physique was somewhat weakened and unable to summon great strength, in terms of combat skills, Flash, a mere high school student, was no match for Ying Hao. With nimble footwork, Ying Hao maintained a safe distance, effortlessly evading Flash's blows. After a couple of combinations, he spotted an opening and delivered a straight punch that struck Flash squarely in the face. Ying Hao's fist, enveloped in divine armor, possessed unparalleled hardness. He did not exert much force, yet the sound of Flash's nasal bone breaking echoed sharply. No. The trio in the corner gasped in unison. Joe, who was guarding Su King, also inhaled sharply and swiftly concealed his baseball bat behind him. No, my nose. Flash's nostrils bled profusely, a gruesome sight. He raised his glove to wipe away the blood, but the moment he touched his nose, he recoiled in pain. It hurt too much. Ying Hao cast a cold glance at him and proposed, Flash, with graduation just days away, I hope from this moment forth, you will cease to provoke me and refrain from approaching my friends and classmates. Is that agreeable? Chapter 36. Damn it. Damn. Flash cursed vehemently, and mid-curse, he inadvertently spat out 2 of his front teeth. Racked with anger, hatred, and pain, he had always been the one to torment others. Never before had he been subjected to such humiliation. Ying Hao regarded him with indifference, contemplating whether to impart a harsher lesson to this obstinate individual. While violence may not instill kindness, it could at least foster a semblance of empathy for those he had tormented. Unexpectedly, upon seeing his teeth scattered on the ground, Flash, in a fit of rage and humiliation, strode towards Joe, snatching the baseball bat from his hands. Damn it, Ying Hao, if I can't deal with you, I'll take it out on your girlfriend. He raised the bat high, preparing to bring it crashing down. In a flash, Ying Hao bent low to shield Su King, lifting his arm to block the impending strike. Given the thickness of Ying Hao's protective armor, the bat would merely splinter upon impact. However, the bat did not meet Ying Hao's arm. At the very moment it descended, Su King suddenly opened her eyes. Instinctively, she raised her arm towards Flash, and the ropes that had bound her tightly snapped as if they were mere threads. With a forceful push, she sent Flash flying. Bang! Flash collided with Joe, and together they crashed through 4 wooden walls, landing heavily on the floor of the room across the corridor. In that moment, a young couple inside the room screamed and dashed out of bed, bolting from the door in a state of undress. Su King's genetic modification had been completed. She had acquired superhuman strength. Ying Hao immediately assessed the situation. What she had just done was a casual display of her newfound power. It was terrifying to contemplate the extent of her strength if she were to unleash it fully. A pang of envy struck him. He was eager to return home and seek a method to undergo genetic mutation himself. The trio in the corner stood in stunned silence. Andrew muttered, "What just happened?" The tall girl remarked, "I couldn't see clearly." The shorter girl exclaimed, "That girl is incredibly strong. No wonder you all had to tie her up." Andrew shook his head slowly. "We had no idea she possessed such strength." Meanwhile, as Su King came to her senses, she took in her unfamiliar surroundings and nervously asked, "Ying Hao, where are we?" Ying Hao replied, "In a room on the 2nd floor of an internet CAF." Su King's gaze shifted from the gaping hole in the wall to the large circular bed before her. "Did you bring me here too? What room are we in?" Wen Hao, bemused, Clarified, you were asleep when I went to settle the bill, and then Flash arrived with a few others and abducted you, demanding ransom. He did not conceal the truth. Su King, upon hearing this, was incensed. Flash is utterly despicable. Did you give him the money? Ying Hao shook his head. No, but I did give him a beating. A sweet smile spread across Su King's face. Whether it was through paying or fighting, it was all for her. And she felt elated. What about Flash? I think he deserves a good thrashing. Where is he? Ying Hao turned his gaze towards the large hole in the wall. Su King glanced over, instantly filled with anxiety, covering her mouth. Ah? Did you do this? Did you fight him so fiercely? You're not hurt, are you? She examined him thoroughly. Ying Hao caught her delicate hand, replying nonchalantly, I'm fine. I wasn't that fierce in the fight. The hole in the wall was made by you. Su King widened her eyes in disbelief. Me? Don't joke around. I'm just a little girl. It was indeed you. Ying Hao pointed to the scattered ropes on the floor. These were meant to bind you, and you broke free. He spoke earnestly to Su King. I'm not joking. I suspect you might have undergone a genetic mutation. Su King stared at Ying Hao for 2 seconds in stunned silence before bursting into laughter, playfully hitting his shoulder. Stop teasing. You're so annoying. With a crack, Ying Hao, still standing, felt the force of her slap shatter the wooden floor beneath him. Fortunately, he was clad in divine armor, brimming with energy and protective force fields. Had it been someone else, they might have found their bones crushed. Su King's superhuman strength surpassed even that of Spider-Man in movies. Ying Hao shifted his foot, showing her the broken floorboards. Now do you believe me? From now on, try not to touch anything. We need to find a place for you to properly adapt to your newfound strength, understand? Su King retracted her hand and nodded vigorously. Let us go, Ying Hao said, standing up and taking her hand. As they approached the door, he glanced at Andrew and the 2 technicians. The revelation of Su King's genetic mutation might not bode well. But what about the numerous witnesses? Just as Ying Hao pondered this, he suddenly heard a ripping sound. Su King had torn the corner of his shirt. Oh dear, how did this happen? I didn't even use much force. Feeling a bit vexed, Su King lamented. This is frustrating. How can I even touch you like this? Ying Hao chuckled. It's all right. You'll adjust. What do you want to call me? Su King replied. I think I might have an inkling of what you were thinking. You don't want anyone to know about my genetic mutation, right? Ying Hao was utterly astonished. Was this a form of telepathy? Su King glanced at the 3 individuals in the corner and exclaimed, I believe I have a solution. She opened her palm, directing it towards them. Instinctively, Ying Hao activated the analytical capabilities of his unique eyes. A barely perceptible wave emanated from Su King's palm, resembling a net, not a physical one, but an intricate web of bioelectric currents. This ethereal net enveloped the 3 individuals instantaneously. An electric signal infiltrated their nervous systems, racing through their minds. Their gazes grew vacant and bewildered. The tall female technician stood up, surveying her surroundings with an expression of unfamiliarity. Where on earth am I? How did I get here? The shorter technician appeared equally puzzled. I don't know, sister. What is happening? I remember we were drinking. Meanwhile, Andrew, crouched nearby, initially dazed, suddenly fixated on the long legs of the 2 technicians, a foolish grin spreading across his face. I quite enjoy this dream. A biological electric net? Erasing memories? It was undeniable that Ying Hao was taken aback. He had anticipated that being bitten by 2 distinct spiders would bestow him with varied abilities. Yet he had not foreseen the extent of Su King's extraordinary power. This should do the trick, she declared, clapping her hands. They shouldn't recall what just transpired, nor even realize we were here. With that, Ying Hao felt relieved. He took Su King's hand and said, Come on, there are 2 more people over here. Under Ying Hao's guidance, Su King erased the memories of Joe and Flash, ensuring they would not remember the events that had unfolded. She even took the liberty of implanting a subconscious suggestion in Flash that he must never provoke Ying Hao. Unfortunately, they could not locate the front desk attendant, Marcus, likely having gone to the hospital. It mattered little. The 2nd floor lacked surveillance, and the hard drive on the 1st floor had been destroyed by Ying Hao when he left. Even if the police intervened in the investigation, the testimonies of the 6 individuals would hold more weight than that of Marcus alone. Ying Hao had initially intended to take a taxi home, but Su King insisted on taking the subway. When he inquired about her reluctance to explain, she remained tight-lipped. Modes of transportation were inconsequential to Ying Hao, so he acquiesced to her wishes. On the subway, Ying Hao and Su King sat quietly side by side. Suddenly, a stranger, an alluring woman, passed by and greeted him. Hi, Ying Hao. Hello, he replied, watching her departure with a sense of confusion. Who was she? He had no recollection of her whatsoever. Just then, another enchanting woman walked by, beaming with a radiant smile, and blew him a kiss. Hi, Ying Hao. This face, equally unfamiliar. Then came the third person. Hey, Ying Hao, rest assured, I will take responsibility for you. Not only was this individual strange, but he was also male. What a farce. He cast a stern glance at Su Qing, who was struggling to suppress her laughter, and whispered a warning. Please refrain from using your supernatural abilities for pranks. A new skill confirmed. This girl possesses mind control as well. Truly a formidable spider, yet regrettably, she had been squashed. The heavens are envious of the talented spider. Noticing Ying Hao's displeasure, Su Qing subdued her mirth, adopting a more earnest demeanor. I was merely conducting a study, just experimenting. Ying Hao responded with utmost seriousness. Even experiments should not be conducted in public. We must avoid drawing the attention of those with ulterior motives. Oh, then let us experiment at your home. Hee. Su Qing admired her own hands, feeling quite pleased. Testing at home? That would be inappropriate. Besides him, there were only her grandfather and mother. Who could she possibly experiment with? Not to mention, if she were to unleash any formidable abilities, it might lead to chaos at home. As the subway approached the station, Ying Hao decisively took her hand and led her away. Half an hour later, the pair arrived at the location registered for Ying Hao's company, the barn. Let us test here, it's quiet. Ying Hao securely closed the barn door. Turning around, he found Su Qing had vanished. Over here, her voice echoed from above. Ying Hao looked up to see her playfully waving from a beam at least 4 meters high. Ying Hao inquired, how did you get up there? Su Qing replied with excitement, I jumped up. My strength is incredible now, praise me. Indeed, quite impressive, Ying Hao replied dismissively. Then search for a sharp stone nearby. He approached the barn wall and swiftly etched a chart. To ensure your life remains unaffected, I believe it is best for you to test your various ability indicators. Currently, you possess super strength, mind control, and memory alteration. Is there anything else? Perhaps the ability to climb walls like a spider? Ying Hao essentially posed a question while already holding the answer. Ah, you mean climbing the wall like a spider? Let me try? Without hesitation, Su Qing leaped down from the beam, sprinted to the wooden wall, and pressed her palms against it. With a gentle exertion of her arms, her feet lifted off the ground. Wow, it really works. Su Qing instantly transformed into a great gecko, scurrying back and forth on the wall, even scaling the barn's roof. Ying Hao, do I resemble those possessed individuals in horror films? Waha. Ying Hao chuckled and shook his head, adding another note to the chart as he continued to inquire about her other abilities. Su Qing paused to reflect, uncertainly stating, it seems these are all I have. Ying Hao nodded and instructed, now, let's determine your abilities one by one. First, we shall assess your strength. Within the innermost part of the barn, there are barbells of varying weights, ranging from 100 kilograms to 5 tons. Start with the lightest and progressively add weight. Mark a tick on this chart upon completing each level. I will keep watch outside to ensure no one approaches. All right, Su Qing exclaimed, eager to explore the limits of her abilities, and dashed toward the barbells. The barn had originally lacked such equipment, but this posed no challenge. Ying Hao did not need to enter the divine space. He merely opened a rift to command the divine workstation to fabricate the barbells. He then guided them to emerge from another rift, landing precisely in their designated spots. By the time Su Qing arrived, the assortment of barbells of varying weights was already arranged. Ying Hao stood outside the barn, not merely to keep watch, but to delve into the matter of the little spiders. He too yearned for superhuman strength. He traced a circle above his palm, and a spider emerged from the rift, landing delicately in his hand. 2 pitiful little spiders. One was deceased, while the other frantically searched for its lost limbs. A thought flickered in his mind. Utilizing the divine workstation, Ying Hao crafted a precise syringe and aimed it at the surviving little creature. Hold still, let me draw some blood from you. The blue spider blood was drawn into the syringe. Given the spider's minuscule size, he could extract only about 0.05 milliliters. Even so, the little spider's vitality swiftly waned. With the spider blood in hand, Ying Hao manipulated the divine armor on his forearm to create an opening, positioning it over a vein. This should be fine, right? He hesitated. What if he failed to gain superpowers and ended up infected with a virus? Should he try on an animal instead? That wouldn't work either. The 2 spiders had little tissue left. Forget it, it's now or never. You can't catch a wolf without sacrificing a child. After all, there was a system that could prevent his demise, right? With a steely resolve, Ying Hao plunged the syringe into his body, injecting the spider blood. His gaze penetrated his skin as he watched the blue blood flow through his veins. To his astonishment, the spider blood began to seep out almost immediately, flowing out from the injection site and being absorbed by the divine armor. System has detected abnormal biological contamination, currently analyzing. Analysis complete. Genetic information has been stored in the system, and the sample has been annihilated. The system notification suddenly resonated in his mind. What do you mean it's been annihilated? Abnormal gene invasion may lead to uncontrollable mutations in the host's bloodline, affecting blood purity and overall health. The celestial armor offers an upgraded and secure alternative for genetic mutation, requiring a consumption of 90 current energy for enhancement. Of course, Ying Hao eagerly responded. Why even question it? With the antimatter reactor at his disposal, the energy he could harness was virtually limitless. Admittedly, the charging efficiency was somewhat lacking compared to the system and armor consumption. In the next moment, he felt a sudden surge in temperature emanating from the celestial armor, only to cool down immediately thereafter. The celestial armor set, genetic enhancement module, is now online. The host may select from the safe genetic fragments stored in the gene pool for enhancement. Current total number of genetic information, 1, gene ID 001. Information source, unnamed spider. Unsafe genetic fragments have been eliminated. Enhancement fusion safety index, 100. Genetic enhancement effects, super strength, spider sense, and heightened agility. Removed fragment information 1, silk secretion. Removal reason, damage to skin organs. Removed fragment information 2, spider bristles. Removal reason, damage to skin organs. The genetic enhancement module of the celestial armor is significantly safer than direct acceptance of abnormal biological genetic information. All genetic data is stored within the armor's data chip and can be installed for enhancement when needed, or removed, or replaced at will. Shall we proceed with the installation of Gene 001? Install. The celestial armor, originally entirely transparent and imperceptible to the naked eye, now manifested a circular ring at his wrist. It adhered closely to his skin, resembling an exquisitely crafted tattoo. The ring featured a total of 20 recesses, into which a chip was slowly inserted. Genetic enhancement in progress. Ying Hao felt as though countless fine needles had pricked his skin. Enhancement complete. In an instant, he felt his muscles swell significantly, brimming with newfound strength. Simultaneously, everything around him appeared to slow down. The grass swaying in the wind beneath his feet, the leaves falling from the trees, and the insects fluttering nearby, all seemed to be captured in slow motion. This was merely an illusion resulting from a dramatic increase in reaction speed, yet it was easily adaptable. What left Ying Hao somewhat regretful was the removal of genetic fragments associated with web-slinging and climbing abilities. He had no issue with the idea of having invisible bristles on his palms or multiple glands on his wrists capable of secreting silk. Alas, the system had other concerns. Sensing Ying Hao's thoughts, the system provided a prompt. The special effects offered by the removed genetic fragments can be entirely substituted by other means and hold little value. Ying Hao conceded this point, recognizing that he could utilize tools for climbing and synthetic silk for swinging. Upon reflection, it seems there is no significant loss after all. Never mind. What more could one desire? With both offensive and defensive capabilities, one is quite content. As Ying Hao consoled himself with these thoughts, he retrieved the prematurely departed spider No. 2 and cradled it in his palm. Extracting genes. Analysis in progress. Analysis successful. Genetic information recorded. Gene number 002. Source. Unnamed spider No. 2. Unsafe gene fragments have been eliminated. Enhanced fusion safety index, 100. Gene enhancement effects, immense strength, spider sense, telepathy, and bioelectric web. Removed fragment information 1, spider bristles. Reason for removal, damage to skin organs. Would you like to install the enhancement gene 002? Install. The divine armor gene enhancement provides 20 chip slots, and he had only utilized one thus far. Without hesitation, Ying Hao installed the 002 chip as well. Moments later, he found himself endowed with telepathy, mental control, and the capability of a bioelectric web. Now, there was no need to envy that girl inside. Ying Hao, a frantic voice echoed from the barn. Come help me. Something has happened. Was there a crisis? Without a moment's pause, Ying Hao dashed inside. The walls of the barn were marked with numerous ticks in the strength section. It appeared the upper limit had not been reached. This super strength was indeed extraordinary. With such formidable power, what assistance could one possibly require? With perplexity in his heart, Ying Hao sprinted towards the innermost part of the barn. Along the way, he noticed pairs of footprints, each deeper than the last, with the innermost prints sinking a full 30 centimeters. The barn floor, slightly leveled, had become damp and soft after years of neglect. It would be difficult for someone lifting 5 tons not to sink deeply into the ground. But where was Su Qing? Ying Hao glanced about until he spotted her partially concealed behind a panel, only half her body visible. What's wrong? Stop, stop, stop. Don't come any closer. Su Qing exclaimed, her face flushed. Can I borrow your jacket? Ying Hao removed his jacket and stepped forward. What's the matter? Are you cold? Stop. Su King vigorously shook her head. I'm not cold. I just tore my pants while exerting myself earlier. Uft. Why are you laughing? Just give me the jacket. Ying Hao tossed the jacket over. After a flurry of rustling sounds, Su King emerged, wrapped in his jacket, one leg coated in mud. Let us not try today. Let us head back. All right, Ying Hao replied as they walked side by side out of the barn, securing the door behind them. Su King gazed at Ying Hao with an air of curiosity, exclaiming, How peculiar. Why is it that I can no longer sense your thoughts? Just a moment ago, I could. Ying Hao hesitated, contemplating whether to disclose his own genetic mutation to Su King, yet he remained undecided. Suddenly, both felt a jolt, the hair on their arms standing on end. Su King immediately realized, you two have experienced a genetic mutation? Well then, among two individuals possessing spider sense. Such secrets were impossible to conceal. It seemed they were destined to be good friends, even sharing the experience of genetic transformation. Su King's spirits lifted as she exclaimed, Hey, Ying Hao, does this mean we might evolve into something akin to superheroes, combating evil and aiding the weak? I'm not just idly sitting around, looking to fight for the downtrodden, Ying Hao retorted, resting his hands behind his head as he strolled leisurely. In this world, there are countless weaklings. How could just the two of us possibly assist them all? If we happen to encounter someone in need, fine, but I certainly won't go out of my way to engage in altruistic deeds. I have my own life to lead. Feeling slightly disheartened by his words, Su King quickly adjusted her mood and moved closer to Ying Hao. I see your point. However, the superheroes do serve as a reminder for you. All those individuals, each and every one of them, are genetic mutants. If we were to gather them, wouldn't that be exhilarating? Wolverine's healing factor, Magneto's magnetic control, Fireman, Iceman. Besides Magneto, there's also the Hulk. Imagine the thrill of combining 20 different slots. Oh, by the way, have you finalized the registration for your company? Yes, I'm merely awaiting approval and the establishment of a bank account. I can't be bothered to handle it. I had Peter fill out the application. That sounds promising. But with such a small barn, what can you possibly achieve? You don't genuinely expect this place to manufacture weapons to rival Stark Industries, do you? Though modest. The barn holds untold potential, Ying Hao replied mysteriously, keeping his cards close to his chest. Mind your own business. This venture doesn't involve you. Fine, keep your secrets. Su King pouted. But speaking of which, the news has been abuzz about Tony Stark's disappearance lately. Surely, he hasn't encountered any real trouble, has he? Her words sparked a realization in Ying Hao. Was he missing for several days now? At this moment, the miniature arc reactor should have been completed. Taking advantage of his absence, it was crucial to prioritize their own agenda and significantly undermine Stark Industries stock prices. Meanwhile, in Afghanistan, members of the Ten Rings terrorist organization gathered near a cave, armed and vigilant. In the deepest part of the cave was the notorious Tony Stark, who certainly did not resemble a missile. Ethan gazed in awe at the circular object in Tony's hand, which shimmered with a blue light. No, it is not, he remarked in astonishment. Tony raised the item and declared, This is a miniature arc reactor, a design by my father. It is a miniaturized version of Stark Industries technology, capable of generating approximately 3 billion joules of energy per second. Ethan replied, That should sustain your heart for 50 lifetimes. Tony nodded gently, his eyes brightening, or it could power a large machine at full capacity for 15 minutes. Chapter 38, A New Day. Peter Parker was exceedingly anxious. An unimaginable transformation had occurred within him. Upon returning home yesterday afternoon, he had succumbed to a deep slumber. As evening fell, he awoke to discover that his once frail physique had become remarkably robust. The emaciated youth had metamorphosed into a model with a perfectly toned and muscular body, imbued with newfound strength. The boy who once struggled to run a few steps could now effortlessly execute a backflip. Furthermore, his severely myopic vision had suddenly returned to normal, if not surpassing it. Upon opening his eyes, everything within his sight became astonishingly clear. Every detail was vividly perceptible, and the world around him transformed into a rich, flawless, and intoxicating panorama. Most importantly, it was his reflexes. In fact, the previous evening, while taking out the garbage, Peter had inadvertently stumbled upon an altercation between Mary Jane and Flash. It appeared to stem from a breakup. Mary Jane was resolute, while Flash persistently harassed her, ultimately losing his temper and dragging her into an alley. Peter, knowing his own limitations, typically resorted to calling the police in such situations, fervently hoping for their swift arrival. However, today the one being threatened was the goddess of his heart, and he could not simply wait idly. He ventured into the alley only to find Flash cornering Mary Jane, relentlessly threatening her. Summoning an unexpected surge of courage, Peter stepped forward to intervene. Flash, intending to deliver a beating to Peter, was caught off guard when Peter struck him squarely on the nose. Peter was astonished, bewildered by Flash's sluggish reaction. He had successfully rescued Mary Jane, leaving Flash behind to curse furiously. Damn it, not again, Peter. These changes were nothing short of miraculous. Even at that moment, Peter Parker occasionally felt disoriented, fearing that he might awaken from this dream at any moment. Logically, it could not be a dream. He walked in hesitant steps, mumbling softly to himself. If my assumptions are correct, this must be a genetic mutation, likely caused by that spider bite yesterday. This is perfectly normal, Peter. At Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters. Among the multitude of mutants, you are merely fortunate to be one of them. You will not awaken. The person you once were is no more. He continually engages in mental fortification, while subtly reminding himself, remain low-key, absolutely low-key. In this contemporary society, mutants are still not widely accepted. It is imperative that no one, not even your friends, learns of this matter, though there are only 2 of them. Just as he mused, speak of the devil. Peter Parker caught sight of Ying Hao and Su King not far ahead. Greeting them, as was his custom, seemed trivial. Peter forced a smile and approached Ying Hao and Su King. Good morning to you both. Suddenly, his expression froze, goosebumps prickled his skin, and a jolt surged through his mind. Ying Hao and Su King felt the same sensation. Without uttering a word, the 3 completed an unspoken confirmation of their identities. Peter exclaimed, Goodness, you 2 are also. Ying Hao replied, Indeed. Su King added, MHM. Oh, splendid. Peter Parker breathed a sigh of relief. I was terrified that others might find out. I never anticipated there would be others like me. After a day of classes, the trio naturally congregated. They were no longer merely friends or partners. They were kin in their uniqueness. In the barn, Ying Hao accompanied Peter and Su King, familiarizing them with their superpowers for half an hour. Under his guidance, Peter Parker had become adept at utilizing his webs and webbing. Brother, your idea is simply brilliant. I never thought of using webbing in such a way. Peter swung joyfully through the barn, exclaiming, In fact, just yesterday, I was contemplating whether to remove this gland from my wrist. Why should I be the only one to develop such an ability? Su King, standing on the ground, appeared displeased, hands on her hips, pouting, Humph. I also wish to experience the thrill of being Tarzan. Ying Hao gave her a peculiar look. Tarzan? May I inquire your age? Su King playfully slapped him. What is that about? It's a classic film, you know? How could you not be aware? So annoying. After exchanging a few light-hearted jests, Peter Parker plummeted from the air. Oh, this is exhilarating. Shouldn't you check your wrists? What if your glands have yet to develop? Ying Hao shook his head. I believe it's unnecessary. This is likely a matter of individual variation. Let us refrain from delving into genetic mutations for now. Ying Hao addressed the 2. Next Monday, we have our graduation exams, and then summer vacation follows. Our company should be ready for registration by then. So we ought to prepare in advance to secure some orders. The urgency of earning money is paramount. Let us set aside any discussions regarding Tony Stark for the time being. Ying Hao had indeed made arrangements to purchase that villa within a month. It was imperative to expedite the project, seek buyers, and generate profit. Yes, you are absolutely right. Peter Parker nodded enthusiastically, displaying his support. Subsequently, the major shareholder posed a rather amusing question. What kind of enterprise are we, exactly? I recognize the absurdity of this query, yet we have not discussed it. Ying Hao sighed. Haven't you checked the group messages? Peter replied, I usually keep my phone on silent. Su King added, I have enabled Do Not Disturb. It was exasperating. Out of the 3 individuals in the group, 2 had not been paying attention. All right, remember to enable group notifications from now on, Ying Hao reiterated. He proceeded to elaborate. The enterprise I registered is of an industrial nature and is named Daqin Heavy Industries. Initially, we will certainly take on any orders we can secure. As long as they are profitable, we can manufacture anything. Do you have any leads or suggestions? He inquired. Peter surveyed the surroundings, perplexed, and asked. But we have no equipment. How can we manufacture goods? Ying Hao deftly circumvented the topic. That is my responsibility. You need only focus on securing orders. At that moment, Su King suddenly interjected. I have heard from my father that the most lucrative contracts in the United States are those from the military or the police. In the past, to prevent monopolization by large corporations, there were publicly accessible tender websites for these types of orders, allowing any qualified entity to bid. However, it seems military contracts are no longer publicly available, though police orders might still be listed online. As she spoke, she picked up her phone and began to search on Google. Ying Hao had not held out much hope, but moments later, Su King exclaimed with delight, I found it. The 3 of them huddled together. No qualifications required. No qualifications required. No qualifications required. The trio concentrated intently on a smartphone screen displaying thousands of entries, searching for orders that met their criteria. After an hour and a half of searching, their eyes weary, they finally achieved a breakthrough. Ying Hao pointed to one entry and declared, "Here. This one doesn't require qualifications. They are looking to order bulletproof vests. As long as we pass the standard tests and the price is reasonable, we can proceed. Make sure to note it down." Chapter 39 revealed that the order Ying Hao discovered was a procurement order for police equipment from the New York City government, requiring 20,000 units and accepting bids from social enterprises. All bidders would be required to demonstrate their products at the government logistics department's testing facility, undergoing a series of evaluations. Based on product quality, materials, and cost-effectiveness, a comprehensive score would be derived, ultimately determining the winning bidder. The three of them carefully reviewed the requirements. It appeared to be quite fair, but unfortunately, Peter Parker shifted his gaze from the smartphone screen and, with a hint of regret, remarked, "We do not have enough time." Sue Kepping surveyed the surroundings of the barn and, with a resigned shrug, remarked, "Indeed. There's merely an hour left until the registration deadline, and the public demonstration is scheduled for tomorrow morning. Yet your company is, as of now, devoid of renovations, workers, and equipment, save for those barbells. It's evident that there won't be enough time to produce any samples." Suddenly, she heard the sound of her phone screen being tapped, prompting her to pause and look over at Ying Hao. "Hey, what are you doing?" Ying Hao halted his actions and proudly declared, "I've registered." "What?" Both Peter Parker and Sue Kepping were taken aback. Peter exclaimed, "Brother, this is a government contract, not a joke." Sue Kepping added, "Hey, you might want to check the time. There are only a few hours left until the demonstration. What do you intend to showcase?" Ying Hao smiled faintly and handed his phone back to Sue Kepping. "No worries, I can handle it." "You can handle what?" Sue Kepping quickly grabbed her phone, hoping to cancel the application. Unfortunately, there was no option to withdraw her application listed. "This is troublesome. The government logistics department will surely come for you two tomorrow." She simply could not fathom how they would manage the order in just one night. At that moment, Peter Parker suddenly recalled, "Ying Hao, have we completed the registration process for our company? We need to bring the business license information to the city government." Before he could finish, his phone rang unexpectedly. After a brief conversation, Peter hung up and informed the two, "That was the city government. Our company registration is complete. They asked us to pick up the license tomorrow morning." With a clap of his hands, Ying Hao exclaimed, "Perfect. That solves the issue." "Why though? Did the city government call me?" Peter asked, puzzled. "Because the company registration was done in your name," Ying Hao instructed. "Tomorrow morning, you'll go collect the license and wait for me at the city government. I will bring the samples before the public demonstration. Now, let us each head home and prepare for the important event tomorrow." With that, he led the way out of the barn, followed closely by Sue Kepping and Peter. "But what samples do you plan to bring?" Sue Kepping queried. Peter added, "Yes, even if we need to create samples, that should be done immediately." Ying Hao smiled mysteriously. "No need to worry, I will manage." It was evident that both were anxious, but Ying Hao could only keep them guessing. He certainly couldn't reveal the secrets of the divine space to them, could he? Before long, the trio boarded a nearby subway. Upon arriving in Queens, they parted ways. As Peter exited the subway, he heard Ying Hao call out from behind, "Oh, and make sure to dress formally tomorrow." "All right, I understand," Peter replied as the door slid shut. Ying Hao suddenly recalled something and turned to Sue Kepping. "Aren't you heading home?" Her residence was also in Queens, and logically, she should have exited the subway together with Peter. Sue Kepping, realizing her oversight, acknowledged that she should have disembarked. How had she unconsciously chosen to remain here with Ying Hao? How could she respond to this? Forgetfulness? Sue Kepping promptly dismissed that notion, raising her chin defiantly and asserting, "I'm going to mooch a meal. After all, that is my family's house, as you mentioned, humph." Ying Hao chuckled helplessly. All right, it's your family, yes." That evening, the family of four shared a delightful dinner filled with laughter. Sue Kepping and Ying Hao assisted in clearing the dishes and wiping the table, then spent some time watching television together. As the clock struck 11, they each retired to wash up and prepare for bed. Everything seemed to unfold as it typically would, yet it felt remarkably unusual. At the bedroom door, Ying Hao turned back to Sue Kepping and wished her good night. "Good night indeed," Sue Kepping retorted, grabbing his arm. "When are you going to get that bulletproof vest sample done? You haven't forgotten, have you?" "Of course not," Ying Hao replied. "I made a call while showering and commissioned another company to handle it. We should receive the goods tomorrow." "Well, all right then," Sue Kepping replied, somewhat skeptical, retreating to her bedroom and quietly closing the door. Ying Hao did the same. After a brief moment, he opened his door again and hurried to knock on Xiao Yun's door. "Mom, where's the universal remote for the villa?" Xiao Yun turned and retrieved it from the table. "Here it is." Thank you. Ying Hao swiftly took it from her hand and returned to his room. A lesson learned from past mistakes. Such an incident should never occur again. Xiao Yun stood there for a moment, then suddenly realized, this little rascal has become shy. She smiled as she closed the door, lying down and pondering what name to give her grandson, drifting off into a sweet slumber. Ying Hao secured his room and tossed the remote onto the bed, immediately entering the divine workspace. Creating a bulletproof vest was merely a task. With the divine workstation at his disposal, it was but a matter of moments. The blueprints for the vest were readily available in Stark Industries' database, and there were various designs. Some vests were heavy-duty, capable of withstanding rounds from light sniper rifles. Others were lightweight, designed solely to deflect handgun bullets, and could be sewn into the lining of clothing, specifically tailored for special operations personnel. There were also full-body vests, which covered 90% of the area below the neck, providing perfect protection not only for the upper body but also for the thighs and calves. There exists a conceptual prototype, merely a design sketch, employing a memory alloy that exists solely in the realm of imagination. This material, when fashioned into a bulletproof vest, possesses the remarkable ability to revert to its original shape within 5 minutes after being struck, expelling any lodged bullets in the process. Is this not akin to the shield bar of a game protagonist? Upon glancing at the designer's name, Ying Hao was surprised to find it was not Tony Stark. He could not help but commend the ingenuity. Such a creation speaks volumes about the prowess of Stark Industries scientists. However, a conceptual prototype remains just that, a concept. The structural integrity of this material exists only in theory at present. Stark Industries, constrained by technological limitations, has yet to bring it to fruition in practice. Nevertheless, the divine workbench surely poses no such challenges. Unable to replicate the bulletproof vest design outright, Ying Hao amalgamated various advantages from several vests to devise a novel creation. It is lightweight, capable of being sewn into an underlining, yet also suitable for standalone wear. Its coverage is comprehensive, enveloping the area beneath the neck entirely, rendering the groin impervious to penetration. Its defensive capabilities are formidable, successfully halting projectiles from handguns, submachine guns, and light sniper rifles. Furthermore, it boasts self-repairing properties. Ying Hao refined the structure of this memory material, shortening the repair time to a mere 30 seconds. With such performance, this bulletproof vest is destined for explosive sales. He meticulously crafted the design, annotating the parameters, and with a glance from his heavy pupil, the message appeared. Design blueprint recorded, blueprint number 0313. Please assign a name to this project. He decided on invincible for 30 seconds. New name recorded. Shall production commence immediately? Commence production. Initially, 100,000 units. Chapter 40. Initially, 100,000 units. After finalizing the production plan, Ying Hao settled onto the ground, retrieving his phone to prepare for a gaming session. That is a staggering 100,000 units. He contemplated that even if the divine workbench produced them in batches of 10, it would require counting to 10,000 to complete the task. Yet, as the game company's logo appeared on the phone screen, a system notification chimed in. 100,000 units of invincible for 30 seconds. Production completed. What? Ying Hao thought he had misheard. Looking up, he noticed the work surface of the divine workbench had silently expanded to a size 100,000 times larger than before, completing the output in one swift motion. Such efficiency is astonishing. He switched off his phone, pondering for a moment. He then utilized the divine workbench to create 100,000 units of packaging, several trucks, 2 suits, and 2 exquisite boxes. He set aside 4 bulletproof vests, 2 in their original state, while the other 2 were seamlessly integrated into the inner lining of the suits and placed in the boxes. The remainder was loaded onto the trucks. Now, what else might be needed? Ying Hao surveyed the vast expanse of the underground factory, murmuring to himself, the orders will surely be secured. They must come to inspect the enterprise. This will not do. He ascended into the air, gazing at every corner of the subterranean facility, activating construction mode. In this space, he assumed the role of a deity. As long as the material energy remained contained, he could conjure anything he desired with but a thought. In an instant, various semblances of mechanical equipment and assembly lines filled the underground factory. Towering cranes, precision robotic arms, and crates of raw materials adorned the space, transforming the barren factory into a high-tech production workshop, mere inches from perfection. However, it felt implausible for a factory to lack personnel entirely. Yet, Ying Hao truly did not require employees. Even if he wished to stage a performance at such a late hour, finding actors would be a daunting task. After a moment of contemplation, A spark of inspiration ignited within him. System. Is there a project in the Stark Industries database known as the second-generation holographic immersive environment construction system? The second generation is still in design. Currently, only a prototype of the holographic immersive environment construction system exists. Created. This project, colloquially referred to as second construction, could simulate real-world scenarios and facilitate immersive interactions through holographic projection and neural interfacing. It was conceived by Tony Stark for his psychological healing. Later, the elusive Mysterio used this very technology to bewilder Peter Parker thoroughly. Ying Hao had been concerned that this technology might not yet be developed, but to his surprise, the first generation was already available. It seemed that Tony was grappling with some psychological issues at this time. His extravagant lifestyle was likely a fade. After all, who wouldn't experience psychological turmoil upon receiving devastating news from their parents while embroiled in a Cold War with them? Alas, poor Tony. Reflecting on this, a fleeting wave of sympathy for Tony Stark washed over Ying Hao, but it was extinguished in an instant. He was determined to exact revenge on Tony Stark. No one could provoke a Scorpio and emerge unscathed. Absolutely no one. Ying Hao briefly examined the system. The fundamental functions were in place, though certain details remained underdeveloped. Recalling the effects showcased in the Marvel films of his previous life, he reverse-engineered the hardware requirements to realize the functionalities, swiftly producing an improved version. After calculating the number of drones necessary to disguise the entire underground factory, he fabricated the first set of the second construction system using the Divine Workbench. Screenwriters and visual effects artists would also be needed, but he could leave those tasks to others. Ying Hao has once again crafted a prototype of the Jarvis superintelligence, accompanied by an entire server array positioned outside the underground factory in the Divine Space. After making some modifications to the critical code, he initiated the system. Before him, a holographic projection of an Asian woman materialized, strikingly resembling Li Bingbing. Dressed in a sharp business suit and donning wide-brimmed glasses, her long, straight black hair was elegantly tied up. Standing gracefully with a stack of virtual folders, she addressed Ying Hao. "Good evening, boss. Please bestow upon me a name." Ying Hao, contemplating her appearance, returned the question to her. "Ada, do you like it?" She smiled faintly. "Not bad at all. Would you like me to adjust my appearance to better align with this name?" "No, this is perfect," Ying Hao instructed. "From today onwards, you are in charge of all management at Daqin Heavy Industry. Although, there isn't much to manage here, as there is nothing at all. You will also have full command over this secondary system. Recently, there may be visitors coming to the factory. Draft a script for yourself, and later, present me with a grand scene of bustling activity in the workshop." Ada nodded enthusiastically. "No problem." Ying Hao continued. "I also need you to design a miniature computer that can integrate with the smart home system, capable of installing your program." Ada tilted her head slightly, opened the folder in her arms, and took out a pen. With swift strokes, she completed a comprehensive design blueprint for the mini-computer, from its exterior to its internal circuitry. In mere seconds, "Done, boss." Ying Hao raised an eyebrow, realizing he wouldn't need to sketch designs himself anymore. With a quick scan of his eyes, he uploaded the blueprint into the system and manufactured it using the Divine Workstation. The small computer was palm-sized, devoid of any interfaces, relying solely on wireless signals. He planned to install it in the villa today to see who could still open his door. Turning to Ada, Ying Hao had a sudden thought. "System. Can we integrate Ada into the system?" "Yes, but only limited permissions can be granted. Would you like to proceed?" "A small amount. Which permissions?" "She can, upon authorization, open the rifts for entering and exiting the Divine Space, as well as control the Divine Workstation." "That is quite substantial," Ying Hao exclaimed eagerly. "Proceed, proceed, proceed." Ada suddenly chuckled. Ying Hao cast a puzzled glance at her, and Ada adjusted her glasses, explaining with a cheerful smile. "What you just said sounded like the laughter of a stereotypical villain." Ying Hao's lips twitched. Pun deduction. As night turned to day, Peter Parker awoke early. "Uncle Ben, Aunt May, do I look formal enough in this attire?" he nervously asked, gazing at his suited reflection in the mirror. Uncle Ben replied with a hearty laugh. "You look far better than I imagined, young man." "Oh, my dashing child." May stepped forward and adjusted Peter's tie, remarking, "You and your father are truly cut from the same cloth. I sincerely wish your parents could witness the remarkable young man you have become." She then inquired, "So, Peter, you haven't yet revealed to us the reason for your unexpectedly formal attire. Surely, the prom is not upon us yet?" Peter shrugged and replied, "It's a matter of business. My classmates and I have established a company, and today we are competing for a contract." "Wow," Ben exclaimed, chuckling as he patted Peter on the shoulder. "You're starting a company before you even graduate? That's impressive. I take great pride in you." "Thank you, Uncle Ben." Peter responded, but I'm not the one primarily in charge. In fact, I feel quite uncertain about today's proceedings. He grimaced at the thought of potentially being dismissed by the logistics department of the city government. Glancing at the clock on the wall, he exclaimed, "Oh no. I've spent too long in front of the mirror. I must leave now. Wishing you all the best. Thank you." Chapter 41, New York City Government. Behind the Procurement Department building. Location for bulletproof vest testing. The supervisor of the Procurement Department, along with police equipment experts from the 17th Bureau, had already gathered. Additionally, there was Tom Morgan, a representative from Hama Professional Firearms Company in New Mexico, and Kinley Jean, representing the long-established Valkyrie gun factory from Westchester. Not to mention Justin Hammer himself, the chairman of Hammer Industries from New York. Prior to the commencement of product testing, a customary segment was observed, self-introductions from each bidding company. The representatives from the other three companies took their turns, articulating the scale, advantages, and quality assurances of their respective enterprises. They were evidently well-prepared and presented their companies in a favorable light. Notably, Hammer not only introduced his company but elevated the discussion to matters of national security, emphasizing respect and protection for the police community. His heartfelt rhetoric moved the audience, with government overseers and several equipment specialists nodding in agreement, culminating in thunderous applause. Finally, it was time for Dachin Heavy Industries. However, Ying Hao was late, caught in traffic. Meanwhile, Peter was entirely unaware of this segment in the bidding process and had come unprepared. He earnestly hoped Ying Hao would arrive soon, glancing at the chat group only to find no new messages. The screen still displayed the morning's two exchanges. "Sue King, I'm going to request leave for you two fools. I plan to ask for a few extra days to prevent the New York City government from arresting you both under the pretense of causing a disturbance. Ying Hao, stuck in traffic, will arrive later. Oh God, my good brother, when will you finally show up? Hey, Peter Parker, it's your turn," echoed the voice of the procurement department head in his ears. He furrowed his brow as he regarded Peter, quietly inquiring, "Honestly, my child, what brings you here amidst the commotion? Is it for your graduation project? Take my advice and leave." "No." Peter inhaled deeply, shaking his head. "I am here to conduct business." He steeled himself, standing before the microphone, surveying his competitors, the police representatives, and the municipal supervisors. Peter felt his heart racing. Clearing his throat, he addressed the assembly. "Ladies and gentlemen, I am Peter Parker, the vice chairman of Dachin Heavy Industries." He had just declared himself as such. Upon uttering those words, he frantically recalled the speeches of others that had preceded him. What was the next step? Oh, it seemed to pertain to the establishment date of the company. "I am honored to be here today. Our Dachin Heavy Industries was, officially registered yesterday. And we just received our license this morning at 9 o'clock. Laughter erupted around him. "Established this morning? Is this some sort of prank? Are we to compete with such a company? Do they even have any products? What a waste of time." The cacophony of mockery left Peter Parker feeling somewhat embarrassed. His face flushed, and his throat tightened as he hesitated, uncertain whether to continue. The head of procurement had already reviewed the materials of Dachin Heavy Industries and anticipated this very scene. He cast a resigned glance at Peter Parker and raised his hand to restore order. "Apologies, everyone. Regardless, we must adhere to the governmental procedures. Parker, please continue." Very well." Peter pressed on. "Our group's registered capital is $10. Laughter erupted once more. "Did you hear that? $10. What immense financial backing." "Yes. Their capital could barely cover a day's worth of burgers for me. How on earth did they amass such funds? Is it a loan from the central bank? Or did they find a millionaire from Zimbabwe?" The ridicule was not limited to just his competitors. Several police officers joined in, and even the procurement head, who should have maintained a serious demeanor, chuckled. After a prolonged bout of laughter, the procurement head finally stated, "All right, Peter, you've introduced enough. I see no need to continue. You established just yesterday, and with a registered capital of only $10, I believe you need to strive further. Perhaps next time, when your group's finances are a bit more substantial, you can participate in municipal projects, all right?" His tone was polite, albeit stifling laughter. Peter clenched his fists, inhaled deeply, and shook his head defiantly. "No, we have bid, and we intend to see this through to the end." The supervisor rolled his eyes. "This is futile, my boy. Your group likely lacks even a product, does it not?" "Yes, we do," Peter remarked. "There must be a way. My partner Ying Hao assured me he would handle the product. He is already on his way, albeit caught in traffic." It was truly hard to believe. The supervisor, with a mocking smile, inquired, "You're part of a $10 group, and you expect to have a car?" Peter could only muster a reluctant explanation. "Perhaps it's a taxi or something along those lines." Laughter echoed around him. Adjusting his tie, Peter swallowed hard. In any case, Ying Hao will definitely arrive with the product. He is my friend and would not jest about such matters. Yet, in truth, his eyes were slightly reddened, for he was uncertain how Ying Hao could procure a bulletproof vest sample within a single night. At that moment, a distinct beep sounded as a Rolls-Royce Phantom glided into the side parking area. Is that the mayor's car? Someone wondered aloud. No, it can't be. Whose vehicle is it? Isn't there a warning sign posted? They're about to test the bulletproof vest. Doesn't he fear his car being shot? Even in America, a Rolls-Royce epitomizes affluence. Anyone driving such a vehicle is either wealthy or noble. As everyone pondered the identity of the car's owner, the door swung open, revealing Peter's most familiar voice. Peter. Sorry I'm late. This wretched car is a nightmare to drive. Peter, on the brink of tears, quickly reined in his emotions. Ying Hao? Is that really you? Where did you acquire this car? With one foot stepping out, Ying Hao replied, where else? The company provided it. With a resounding thud, the door closed. Clad in an opulent suit, Ying Hao approached Peter, carrying two exquisite cases. Nice outfit. Ying Hao's arrival alleviated the pressure weighing on Peter, a smile blossoming on his face. Yes. Thank you. This was worn by my father. These two cases contain, of course, our products for testing. With an upbeat demeanor, Ying Hao inquired, what stage are we at? Peter responded, just beginning. It's our turn to present the company history. Huh. What history could there possibly be? Ying Hao chuckled, effortlessly aligning himself with Peter Parker, confidently addressing the microphone. We hail from Dachin Heavy Industries, and today we are officially listed. We hope to secure this bulletproof vest order. Our corporate ambition is to grow stronger and ultimately acquire Stark Industries. Chapter 42, the same words. When uttered from Ying Hao's lips, they took on an entirely different flavor. This was not merely due to his heightened emotional state and confidence, but also because he had arrived in a Rolls-Royce. A wretched car it may be, but its driving experience paled in comparison to the crimson battle tank. The others present fell into a profound silence. It is utterly perplexing that a young man capable of affording a Rolls-Royce would only invest a mere $10 into his company. Even more confounding is the notion that a company with such scant funding could produce a bulletproof vest in less than an hour. Well, I must concede that I have reached my limit. Justin Hammer suddenly stood up. Ladies and gentlemen, for trivial orders like this, I would typically delegate the task to a junior representative who could effortlessly secure today's deal. My presence here is solely due to the significance of the matter at hand. Our police officers maintain the stability and safety of New York, and these vests will provide them with protection, enhancing their survival rates against criminal firepower. This should be a bidding environment that, if not sacred, is at least solemn. How can we permit these two clowns to act with such impunity, just because they whimsically clicked on the public bidding side of the city government? Must all of us indulge their antics? After his impassioned speech, Hammer approached Ying Hao with an expression of displeasure. He raised his hands to prevent any misunderstanding that he was there to shake hands. You two must leave immediately. This is not a playground. I advise you not to disrupt the adults at work. If you refuse to depart, Hammer disdainfully surveyed Ying Hao and Peter before addressing the others. If they do not leave, then I regret to say I shall withdraw. The esteemed Hammer Industries will not play house with children. With that, he placed his hands on his hips, awaiting a response from the procurement officer. The procurement officer felt a wave of pressure wash over him. Hammer Industries is a military contractor second only to Stark Industries, and they typically disregard police orders, which are meant for military supplies. He had long heard from above that this time, Hammer Industries had condescended to produce a batch of high-quality bulletproof vests. While it was labeled as a public tender, the outcome had already been predetermined in favor of Hammer Industries, with the price even negotiated beforehand. Should he allow this situation to escalate and withdraw, he would find himself in dire straits. Mr. Hammer, please remain calm. The officer quickly attempted to placate him. We are merely following protocol, which is why we permitted them to participate. You are indeed correct. These two children have overstepped their bounds, treating the city government as if it were a playground. I will communicate with my superiors and ensure they leave at once. With a grim expression, Justin Hammer waved his hand dismissively and returned to his seat, awaiting mediation from the government officials. Their conversation was not conducted discreetly. Ying Hao and Peter overheard every word. Damn it, Peter muttered under his breath. Ying Hao, it seems he intends to forcibly remove us. We may not secure this order today. What should we do? What should we do? He has just arrived. We certainly cannot leave without a fight. Moreover, Ying Hao sensed that matters were not as straightforward as they appeared. He faintly perceived a certain instability in the demeanor of Justin Hammer and the procurement officer, which belied their outward appearances. There was certainly something amiss. From a distance, Ying Hao observed the procurement officer engaged in dialogue with the government oversight personnel, his fingers resting upon his temple. In that instant, his telepathic abilities intensified, allowing him to directly overhear the officer's innermost thoughts. Hammer was indeed making a mountain out of a molehill. What could two children possibly stir up? To think they intended to eject them outright? Even if they did present samples of bulletproof vests, they would undoubtedly be cobbled together haphazardly, posing no real threat. It was unnecessary to fret over such trivialities, nor should I waste my breath conversing with that insufferable woman. Very well, for the sake of the kickbacks, I shall endure. How ridiculous it is that the esteemed Hammer Industries would fear being overshadowed by a measly $10 company. Upon reflection, dismissing these two rascals would not be a loss. After all, to ensure absolute certainty, I would have to bribe them. The other two companies, however, I would be obligated to pay $50,000 in performance fees. That insufferable woman, I have been begging her with a smile for so long. As the officer's internal monologue subsided, Ying Hao was suddenly enlightened. What a farce this bidding was. It was merely a shadowy transaction. I have long been aware of the corruption within the U.S. government, but today I have glimpsed a fragment of it. Ying Hao withdrew his gaze and looked toward Justin Hammer once more. He appeared outwardly nonchalant. Yet when Ying Hao delved into his thoughts, he discovered that he was indeed in a state of panic. Recently, the accursed Stark Group had usurped 20% of his military contracts. He needed to recover his losses, no matter the means. Otherwise, if the funding chain collapsed and the shareholders caught wind, they would surely ruin me. This is my Hammer Industries, mine. The box carried by that boy, Ying Hao, exuded quality, and the vehicle he arrived in was also impressive, not the sort of frivolity one would expect. If they were to produce even a single acceptable bulletproof vest, my products would be overshadowed. The materials for this batch of vests were cost-cutting measures, poorly crafted, yielding profits threefold. To secure the order, some kickbacks had been dispersed. This was government fraud, a federal crime. I cannot afford to take risks. I cannot afford to take risks. Goodness, this unfortunate soul is nearly crushed by Stark Industries. Coming here to swindle funds. How intriguing, exceedingly intriguing. Upon understanding the situation, Ying Hao's heart swelled with delight. Do they wish for me to withdraw? Would I so easily grant their wish? He then read the thoughts of others present, gathering an increasing wealth of information. With all this considered, he promptly devised a plan to break the deadlock. Peter, Ying Hao leaned closer to Peter and whispered a few words. Do you know what we need to do? Yes. Peter Parker gently nodded, lifted a box, and jogged into the procurement department building. Everyone present noticed him, yet none could fathom his intentions, nor did they particularly care. After a short while, he returned, holding 5 cups in one hand and cradling a bottle of exquisite wine in the other. He placed the cups on the speaking table, uncorked the bottle, and poured 4 glasses in succession. The first glass was offered to Ying Hao, while the second and third were handed to Tom Morgan and Kenley Jean. Hello there, Peter greeted them warmly. As colleagues in this industry, it's a rare opportunity to share a drink. This is top-notch sapphire wine, valued at $7,000 a bottle. Through telepathy, Ying Hao had already discerned that these two were merely pawns brought in by the procurement head, not representatives of any companies. They were just ordinary individuals, struggling to earn $100 a day, yet today, they could partake in this charade for $500. To them, a $7,000 bottle of wine was simply irresistible. $7,000 a bottle. Wow, you're absolutely right. We should indeed share a drink. The two accepted the wine and savored it like gentlemen. Their toast was merely a fade, a pretense for their ultimate target, Justin Hammer. Peter approached Justin Hammer, holding the last glass, and with a demeanor of utmost humility, inquired, Mr. Hammer, you see, although we are a newly established company, we might be considered peers in the future. We would like to get to know you better and share a drink. What do you say? Justin Hammer shook his head dismissively. No, I don't even wish to converse with you. You consider yourselves peers? A $10 enterprise aspiring to expand and acquire Stark Industries? How laughable. Peter cast a furtive glance at Ying Hao, who was frantically signaling him, mouthing the words, just pour it, act a bit more. Taking a deep breath, Peter reluctantly straightened up. Well then, since Mr. Hammer looks down upon us, I suppose it's best we take our leave. Goodbye. As he turned, he suddenly feigned a slip, losing control and careening toward Justin Hammer. The wine in his cup fortuitously splashed all over Justin Hammer's attire. What the hell are you doing? Justin Hammer erupted, springing to his feet and frantically dabbing at himself with a handkerchief. Oh my goodness. I'm so sorry, Mr. Hammer. I didn't mean to. Peter steadied himself, repeatedly apologizing. In his flustered attempts to assist Hammer, the remaining wine from the bottle cascaded onto him. In no time, Hammer was drenched in wine from head to toe. The outfit I am wearing is utterly unwearable. You little rascal, are you intent on ruining me? Justin bellowed. He was a person of considerable concern for his image, particularly in such formal settings. Any blemish on his appearance was simply intolerable. Yet now, he resembled a drenched chicken. Peter, flustered, repeatedly offered his apologies. At that moment, Ying Hao approached, admonishing, "Oh, Peter, what have you done? How am I supposed to continue after this?" Han Mo, infuriated, pointed at Ying Hao and Peter, exclaiming, "Ah, I see. You two are attempting to douse me with alcohol in order to force my departure, aren't you? You despicable fiends." Not entirely accurate, Ying Hao quickly interjected. "Mr. Han Mo, you think too ill of us. This is merely an unfortunate accident. Rest assured, Mr. Han Mo, you will not be compelled to leave." As he spoke, he returned to fetch a suitcase, opening it before Han Mo and revealing a spare suit. "By chance, I have an extra suit here. If you do not mind, you may change into it. The fabric of this suit is of the utmost quality." Han Mo eyed the suit with suspicion, reaching out to feel the surface material. Indeed, it was exceptionally pleasant to the touch, surpassing the comfort of any suit he possessed. Had he misjudged their intentions? Could it be that they genuinely came to toast him? It must be so, otherwise. Why would they bring an additional suit if the wine had already been spilled? Well, I suppose there is some sincerity in you two. Justin took the suit, summoned his female assistant, and went to find a room to change. Before long, he returned in his new attire, radiating confidence. The procurement officer finally received the government's approval and approached Ying Hao, saying, "I regret to inform you, children, that you must leave. This is a governmental department, and you cannot act recklessly here." Ying Hao shook his head. "No, we are here to bid. You should at least allow us to demonstrate the caliber of our bulletproof vests. Quality is paramount, is it not?" "No, no, no," the officer replied, shaking his head. "This is not solely my decision. I have discussed it with everyone. As for your company's bulletproof vests, there is no need for a trial." Ying Hao had anticipated this outcome and sighed in disappointment. Just as the procurement officer believed Ying Hao was ready to accept reality, Ying Hao's tone shifted. "Whether or not there will be a trial is not for you to decide." Suddenly, Ying Hao stepped forward, reaching into the officer's coat, swiftly drawing out a gun. "Hey, what are you doing? Ying Hao, are you provoking the government? Put the gun down, kid. Put it down quickly. Ying Hao, don't be impulsive. Please, remain calm." Everyone in the testing facility was left utterly astonished. A few police officers who had come to assess the situation drew their firearms, nervously aiming them at Ying Hao. "Please, don't shoot. For the love of all that is good, do not shoot me," the procurement officer stammered, gazing at the ominous barrel of the gun. "Rest assured, I had no intention of firing at you." With these words, Ying Hao swiftly redirected his weapon towards Justin Hammer. Bang, 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 bang. He pulled the trigger, unleashing a barrage of 11 bullets that struck Justin Hammer with pinpoint precision. 2 in the shoulder, 2 in the arm, 2 in the forearm, 1 in the heart, 2 in the thigh, and 2 in the calf. Justin collapsed immediately, convulsing on the ground. The procurement officer, in a state of sheer panic, shouted, "What the hell? This lunatic has gone mad. Shoot him, for heaven's sake. Take that brat down." Without hesitation, the 2 police officers opened fire on Ying Hao. 24 bullets rained upon him, riddling his suit with holes. Yet, despite enduring more than a double barrage of gunfire, Ying Hao remained standing, emerging from the billowing smoke with a demeanor of casual ease. "Everyone, please remain calm. Mr. Hammer is unharmed. I merely used Mr. Hammer and my own body as models to demonstrate our bulletproof vests." Ying Hao gently peeled away the tattered remnants of his suit, revealing the invincible 30 seconds vest he was wearing underneath. "What? This madman?" The onlookers were left astounded. Yet, Ying Hao continued his presentation unabated. "Our bulletproof vest is lightweight, form-fitting, and offers extensive coverage with formidable defensive capabilities. It can withstand at least 2 sniper bullets or 5 handgun rounds at the same spot before penetration occurs. Moreover, the materials used in this vest are high-tech memory metals developed by our company. If it endures no repeated impacts within 30 seconds, it returns to its original state, rejuvenating the vest entirely." As he spoke, the 24 bullets that had just struck him clinked to the ground, while the visible bullet holes in his vest began to mend before the eyes of the astonished audience. The 2 police officers stared in disbelief. Is this truly a bulletproof vest? Indeed, Ying Hao affirmed. This particular vest is named Invincible 30 Seconds. Once donned by our officers, regardless of the villainous threats they face or the number of bullets they endure, as long as they find a safe refuge and wait for 30 seconds, they can regain their invincible state. At that moment, Justin shakily rose to his feet, incredulously feeling his body, completely unscathed. Ying Hao kindly glanced at him, adding, "Our bulletproof vest provides complete coverage below the neck." Bang! He pulled the trigger, and the last bullet in the magazine struck Justin Hammer in the groin area, including the sensitive spots. Chapter 43. Ah shit. Justin Hammer immediately clutched his groin, grimacing in pain, yet he did not collapse. This scene left the two experts from the New York police utterly astonished. The human body possesses numerous vital areas. A bullet to the head or heart would result in instant death. However, for the male contingent of law enforcement, their utmost concern lies with but one area. Death is terrifying, yet the prospect of surviving but being rendered incapable is far more dreadful. Statistically, the likelihood of a bullet striking that particular area during most confrontations is exceedingly low. Yet, should Lady Luck bestow her favor and a wound be inflicted, the injured party is left to endure a lifetime of both physical and psychological torment. Is this truly the case? Could this be mere theatrics? The two whispered to each other, standing up to approach Justin Hammer for a meticulous inspection. At this moment, other individuals present finally regained their composure. They confirmed that Ying Hao did not genuinely intend to cause harm, and their taut nerves began to ease slightly. "Sir," the procurement officer exclaimed angrily, "our testing procedures are governed by stringent regulations that categorically prohibit such outrageous methods." Ying Hao smirked. "You didn't even want us to demonstrate. You were about to usher us away. If we hadn't taken such measures, we would have had no opportunity for demonstration. That would render our visit pointless. More importantly," Ying Hao tossed the emptied handgun back. "Tens of thousands of esteemed officers would forfeit an opportunity for comprehensive protection, would they not? What twisted logic is this?" The procurement officer flushed with anger. "You two ignorant fools. I shall summon someone to arrest you in the name of federal law." "Hey, no need to be so anxious." A police officer approached. "Hammer is completely unscathed. Even the balls are intact," as he himself stated. "This is Ying Hao." Ying Hao introduced himself. The officer extended his hand to Ying Hao. "Mr. Ying Hao here evidently possesses great confidence in his product. His actions have not contravened the law. It was merely a minor trick, thus no arrest is necessary." Both officers, of considerable rank, asserted that no arrest was warranted, leaving the procurement officer without a rebuttal. The officer continued, "All right, let us proceed. I find their product rather impressive." The procurement officer's mind was immediately set ablaze with alarm as he angrily interjected, "No, their conduct is far too excessive. I hereby declare their disqualification." This was within his authority. "You may leave," he coldly uttered, disregarding Ying Hao and Peter as he turned to depart. The police officer hurriedly chased after him. "Hey, wait, we need this equipment." Peter said, "Ying Hao, what should we do next? Our qualification has been revoked." "It's no big deal." Ying Hao chuckled lightly, producing a business card and placing it on the nearby table. "Let them go. They will reach out to us. Who would refuse something valuable?" The two turned and departed. In the testing ground, only the personnel from the government procurement department and two police representatives remained, embroiled in a heated argument. At this moment, Justin Hammer had regained his composure, the anger and humiliation of being treated as a target now absent. He repeatedly stroked the lightweight, cloth-like bulletproof vest, astonishment evident on his face. How on earth was this created? As a businessman, he could discern the immense value of this product. When he looked up to find Ying Hao, he discovered that the latter had vanished. "Why did you allow them to leave? Having seen such a high-grade bulletproof vest, do you still wish to procure the ordinary ones? This could even be supplied to the military. But they are a new company, and those two are far too unconventional. How could we collaborate with them? But their product is exceptional. Isn't procuring bulletproof vests meant to safeguard the lives of police officers throughout New York?" The crowd continued to debate fervently. Meanwhile, Hammer took advantage of the distraction to approach the table, seizing the bidding documents from Dechin Heavy Industry. He pulled out his phone and captured images of the address and contact information. His gaze finally settled on the price, 10,000, 5 times that of conventional bulletproof vests. A smirk crept across Hammer's lips as he quietly scoffed. "Fools, products made from this new material should be priced as scarce high-end goods. I could sell one for 100,000. Despite his thoughts, he approached the group, addressing them. "All right, everyone, let's cease the commotion. We must acknowledge that their bulletproof vests are indeed outstanding. I can attest to that. However," he raised the documents in his hand. "Look at the price, gentlemen. It is 5 times that of our product. May I ask if the city government has allocated such a budget?" Hammer's words jolted the procurement officer into realization. Indeed, the city government does not have such a budget. Their product is too expensive. How can you expect me to place an order? The two police representatives were left speechless. One directly pushed aside the procurement officer, exclaiming, "If that's the case, why did you even call us police representatives? You can decide on your own." The other, equally frustrated, declared, "Step aside. I'm going back." Both stormed out, one of them taking Ying Hao's business card with him. The barn had transformed, no longer resembling its former dilapidated state. The floor was now adorned with gleaming porcelain tiles, and the surrounding walls had been renewed. The ceiling above is truly extraordinary. It serves not only as a ceiling but also as a comprehensive lighting fixture, capable of automatically adjusting its brightness according to need. What was once an empty barn has now taken on the appearance of a company headquarters. Upon entering through the main entrance, one is greeted by the reception desk. With the words "Daqin Heavy Industry" inscribed in bold, artistic characters upon the wall behind. A turn inward leads to a lavish reception hall, furnished with sofas and coffee tables, all embodying a sleek, high-tech aesthetic. Further inside, one finds conference rooms and offices for various departments, with a set of elevators at the rear leading down to the basement. Such a substantial undertaking would typically require any construction team a span of 10 days to 2 weeks. However, the transformation here was accomplished overnight. When Peter returned from the city government that morning and beheld this scene, he was genuinely taken aback. He pursued Ying Hao, inquiring about the identity of the construction crew responsible for such remarkable efficiency. Ying Hao merely waved his hand, and the illusion dissipated, restoring the barn to its original state. Inside the barn, only a single sofa, a coffee table, and a refrigerator stocked with beverages and snacks remained. Everything else had vanished, and the floor had reverted to bare earth. For drones floated in the corners of the barn, their rotors emitting a soft hum. Holographic projection, those 4 words encapsulated everything. At this moment, Ying Hao and Peter sat on the sofa, enjoying delivery pizza. Peter glanced at the sky, noticing the sun was nearing the horizon. He discreetly observed Ying Hao and cautiously broached the subject, saying, "Is the government's efficiency really this low? Or do you think we might have been eliminated?" "We were certainly eliminated," Ying Hao replied, raising an eyebrow and remarking, "There are conflicts of interest between Justin Hammer and the head of the procurement department, and our prices for bulletproof vests are relatively high. Given the pricing and the potential for under-the-table dealings, our disqualification was practically a foregone conclusion." "Yes, exactly." Peter nodded in agreement, fully convinced. Although he lacked telepathic abilities, the peculiar occurrences of the morning had been too strange to ignore. In America, even the lowest-tier police officers are known to accept bribes. What more could be expected from the municipal procurement department? It is a lucrative position, and those in the know are well aware of it. Such rumors of corruption circulate widely among the American populace, becoming commonplace. Even Peter Parker, as a student, had heard numerous accounts, albeit he had never encountered them directly. This bidding process had granted him a stark insight into societal inequities, having awaited a notification that never arrived. Peter had long since formed his conclusions and yearned to share them with Ying Hao. Yet, he hesitated, fearing that Ying Hao might struggle to accept such an outcome. As a good friend, Peter wished to shield Ying Hao from any emotional distress. Thus, he feigned ignorance, choosing to remain by Ying Hao's side in silence. Who would have thought that Ying Hao had already anticipated this outcome? "You had foreseen it long ago?" Peter straightened up, looking at Ying Hao with curiosity. "Then what have we been waiting for here all day?" Ying Hao smiled slightly. "Of course, we await the genuine buyers." "True buyers? You mean?" Ying Hao took a sip of water, swirling the cup as he spoke. "Those on the front lines, who truly require bulletproof vests." In the distance, the sound of a car engine approached. Ying Hao stood, adjusting his newly changed suit. "Ida, activate the secondary system and remember to bring out some employees." "Right away, sir." Aida's voice responded, as the shadows within the barn shifted. The dilapidated space instantly transformed into the lobby of a modern industrial company. Dozens of virtual employees busily engaged in phone calls, delivering documents, and even fervently debating proposals, their voices rising in intensity. The scene within Daqin Heavy Industries was bustling and lively, filled with the sounds of activity. A holographic Ida, clad in a sharp work outfit, suddenly materialized beside Ying Hao and Peter. Peter jumped in surprise. "Wow, who are you?" "Brother, who is she? Where did she come from?" Ida smiled politely at Peter. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Vice Director Parker. I am Ida, the secretary of Daqin Heavy Industries. You're not a real person? Wow, that is incredibly cool." Peter turned to Ying Hao. "Brother, you spent an entire afternoon without mentioning her existence to me?" "Well, now you know." Ying Hao nudged his arm. "Don't be so startled. We need to prepare to receive clients." A car pulled up at the entrance, and 2 police officers stepped out, observing the shabby barn. One remarked, "Are you sure this is the correct address?" "I was fairly certain, but now." Just then, the barn door swung open, revealing Ying Hao and Peter standing before them. "Welcome." Chapter 44. Under Aida's guidance, the 2 police officers entered the barn. A world apart, The interior's spectacle left them speechless. In the reception hall, they took their seats as Ida brought over 2 cups of coffee, which Ying Hao personally placed before them. "Thank you," one of them said as he accepted the coffee, exclaiming, "I never imagined your company would be so expansive." The other added, "Is it really possible to run such a large company with just $10? "Shut up," retorted the first, rolling his eyes. The second quickly chuckled awkwardly. Right. But why is there such a stark contrast between the outside and inside?" Ying Hao replied with a faint smile. At Daqin Heavy Industries, we embrace a hermit style in our decor." The two individuals suddenly realized. Indeed, the hermit. Yes, that feeling was unmistakable. After some pleasantries, one of the officers delved into the matter at hand. He produced a business card and addressed Ying Hao, stating, "We are here regarding the type of bulletproof vests demonstrated today." Peter, filled with excitement, inquired, "So, have we secured the order?" The two officers exchanged glances. Their hands clasped nervously as they replied, "Regrettably, the city government did not select your company's product." One added, "Yes, we are here for ourselves." He retrieved a brown paper bag from his briefcase, pouring out a dozen neatly bundled stacks of cash, and remarked, "Compared to the city government's subpar procurement, we would much prefer to don your esteemed products. However, your bulletproof vests are rather expensive. After discussing with our colleagues, we have managed to gather a sum of $100,000. His companion interjected, "We would like to inquire whether your products are available for individual sale, and if you would be willing to accept such a modest order." Until they beheld the exterior of the barn, both men maintained a sense of confidence in finalizing this deal. After all, what order would a company with a registered capital of merely $10 refuse? Yet, upon stepping into the barn, their confidence was swiftly shattered. While the site before them was not of the highest echelon in heavy industry, it could certainly be classified as mid-tier. They imagined that for a company of this caliber, even the electricity bill would likely amount to hundreds of thousands. The initial capital for a legitimate order would surely start in the millions. A mere 10 sets of bulletproof vests would likely yield little more than a chuckle. Indeed, Ying Hao chuckled softly and, gazing at the two officers, retorted, 10 sets? The officers immediately fidgeted in their seats. Actually, if possible, 8 sets for $100,000 would also be acceptable. We understand that this order is quite small, but we are using our own funds and hope for your understanding. Boss. Peter glanced at Ying Hao, feeling that this was an opportunity not to be missed. Just as Ying Hao remained silent, laughter erupted from the side. "Ha, don't be ridiculous, my police friends. An order as small as 10 or 8 sets. They wouldn't take it unless they were out of their minds." The speaker was none other than Justin Hammer, flanked by 2 robust Russian bodyguards clad in black suits. Hammer removed his sunglasses, gently tapping them in his palm as he entered, surveying the surroundings with nods of approval. "I knew your company was extraordinary. Choosing such a location and using a barn as a FAAD. Your ambition is considerable. Your factory is underground, is it not? Accessible via the elevator over there?" It must be said that Hammer possesses a piercing gaze. Peter appeared somewhat apprehensive in the presence of this uninvited competitor. "Mr. Hammer, may I inquire what brings you here?" "We are currently attending to clients." "Clients? Those individuals?" "Spare me," Hammer scoffed, taking a seat beside the 2 police officers. "If you are so desperate for these trivial profits, I truly must look down upon you. I am your client, the substantial one. Ying Hao. Peter, I shall address you by your names, young men." Hammer reclined comfortably on the sofa, asserting, "Since you have chosen the industrial path, I needn't introduce myself. You are undoubtedly aware of the formidable strength of Hammer Industries. Once the second largest defense contractor in the nation, I monopolized 32 of U.S. military orders and boasted 17 military factories. All NATO member states have been my clients. Partnering with me is an opportunity you cannot simply request. Do you understand?" Lighting a cigar and rolling up his sleeves, he candidly remarked, "Let us not beat around the bush. I am here for your bulletproof vest manufacturing technology. Provide me with a price, and I shall procure it. As for you," he glanced at the 2 police officers, "you may leave. Once I commence mass production, the city government will procure from you." Given Justin Hammer's status, even the police and the majority of the military would yield to him. Although the 2 officers were reluctant, they had no choice but to acknowledge that with this man present, their requests were destined to fail. One sighed, expressing regret as he addressed Ying Hao and Peter. "It was a pleasure meeting you. Perhaps we overestimated our position. Thank you for the coffee. We shall take our leave." They rose, casting sympathetic glances at Ying Hao, a small enterprise being bullied by a military giant. At that moment, Ying Hao interjected, "Gentlemen, please stay. Our business has yet to be concluded. Do not worry about Mr. Hammer. I will have a brief conversation with him, and it will be resolved swiftly." Hammer's confident smile faltered. Swiftly resolved? What did that mean? Ying Hao approached him, gesturing politely. Mr. Hammer, I recognize your urgency. However, please bear with me. I wish to meet with clients one at a time. Kindly step outside. What? Hammer gazed incredulously at Ying Hao as if he had heard a jest. This is a splendid opportunity one am presenting you. Listen, young man, my personal presence signifies my sincerity. This transaction will not leave you at a loss. Moreover, even if you sell me the technology, I can allocate 2% of all future sales to you. 2%? How generous of you. Ying Hao retorted with a scoff. Even if you offered me 20%, I would have no desire to sell. Alas, our conversation seems to have concluded. You may take your leave. 2% is unsatisfactory. Is it? What about defense contracts? That is where the real business lies. Hammer crossed his legs and remarked, surely, you do not need me to remind you of your own nationality? The intricacies of Sino-American relations are evident, are they not? As a Chinese individual working in the United States industrial sector, you may as well abandon any hope of securing military contracts. You were so eager to acquire Stark Industries, weren't you? While it may evoke a chuckle, are you aware that Stark is a principal supplier to the military? Without my collaboration, how do you intend to realize your aspirations? Hammer remained unwaveringly confident prior to this meeting. He had conducted a modicum of research on Ying Hao and promptly identified the hindrance posed by his nationality. Following his verbal onslaught, Hammer donned a congenial smile, stating, however, with my partnership, these obstacles will cease to exist. You two possess sharp minds, and I excel in business. When we unite, it is a matter of synergy. Ying Hao listened intently before retorting, Mr. Hammer, after your lengthy self-praise, I have only discerned one term, formerly. You have been relegated to the status of a defeated hound by Stark Industries. Yet you still aspire to collaborate with me? Hammer's expression shifted dramatically. He had been struck at his most vulnerable point. Now he felt both defeated and enraged. The esteemed proprietor of America's second-largest defense contractor had stooped to engage in discussions of technological acquisition with a fledgling company, only to be rebuffed and humiliated. His countenance darkened, and he clenched his teeth, adopting a different demeanor. I have thoroughly examined your bulletproof vests. The technology is impressive, yet not insurmountable. I simply wish to extend an olive branch, to leave you a path for survival. Should you refuse, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. With a derisive chuckle, he continued, you seem to have forgotten to reclaim that bulletproof vest for me today. My tech team is already deciphering the technology. It is not mere boastfulness. I can reverse engineer Stark's missiles. Memory metal? Once I crack the code, you shall gain nothing, and my formidable production capabilities will obliterate you in competition. Furthermore, do not harbor hopes of government contracts in the future. I will sever that possibility entirely. He extinguished his cigar dismissively on the table and raised his hands, declaring, I offer you one last chance. Ponder it well. Ying Hao regarded the charred mark left on the table and calmly instructed his assistant, Ida, go and fetch my treasure to escort our guest out. Of course, sir, Ida replied, pivoting to leave for the elevator at the corridor's end. Treasure? Surely. You do not intend to intimidate me, Hammer sneered, glancing toward the two muscular, armed bodyguards behind him, feeling rather unperturbed. Minutes later, the elevator doors reopened. Ida emerged, cradling a Barrett anti-material sniper rifle. The sound of her high heels echoed on the floor, causing Hammer's heart to race with trepidation. He stood in stunned silence for a couple of seconds, until Ada raised her firearm and aimed it directly at him. At which point he erupted into a torrent of curses. Thunderous shit. You madman Ying Hao. You wouldn't dare let her. A deafening bang drowned out Hammer's voice. The bullet whizzed past his left side, merely 5 centimeters from his ear. The searing sensation and the sound of air being torn asunder rendered his legs weak with fright. The 2 Russian bodyguards who had been stationed behind the sofa had vanished without a trace. They had both dropped to the floor. The 2 police officers who had yet to depart were also taken aback, momentarily unsure whether to draw their weapons in an attempt to intervene. Legally speaking, they ought to do so. However, given the overwhelming firepower, their resolve faltered. After firing a shot, Ada tilted her head to look at Hammer. Did you not take your leave? She tossed the Barrett aside and pulled a personal rocket launcher from behind her back. No, I'm leaving. Please, don't act impulsively. I will leave at once, Hammer pleaded, scrambling toward the door. The 2 bodyguards closely followed, not daring to even reach for their weapons. Ada pursued relentlessly, trailing him all the way to the exit. She hoisted the rocket launcher, aimed it at Hammer, and pressed the launch button. Chapter 45. Hammer could never have anticipated that a mere business discussion would escalate to the point of employing a rocket. He possessed rockets as well, but never imagined they would be necessary in such a situation. In a frantic flight, he heard a whoosh behind him, the unmistakable sound of a rocket launcher igniting. Huh. He immediately threw himself to the ground, and the two bodyguards trailing him mimicked his actions. The sound of impending doom drew ever closer. Desperately, Hammer glanced back, hoping to evade the oncoming threat, only to see the rocket hurtling straight towards his forehead. Ah! He screamed, a wail of sheer terror. The rocket finally approached, striking him squarely on the forehead with a resounding clang, then ricocheting away. Ah! The weight, the impact, this reaction did not resemble that of a rocket at all. Hammer blinked, watching the projectile soar into the air, spinning against the backdrop of the setting sun. Suddenly, with a soft pop, the rocket exploded midair. A splash of water cascaded down, drenching Hammer from head to toe. Soaked to the skin, he wiped his face, his chest heaving, breath coming in ragged gasps. The pride of a major military enterprise stripped away. He appeared bewildered, at a loss, yet tinged with a hint of joy at having survived. At the barn entrance, Ying Hao, Peter, and the two police officers had all rushed out. Peter patted his chest and exclaimed, "You truly frightened me just now. It was merely a water gun?" Ying Hao shrugged nonchalantly. Of course, in broad daylight. Am I really going to use a rocket launcher on him? Just moments ago, he had instructed Ada to retrieve his prized possession, while silently commanding her to procure a water gun to drench Hammer. Ada, exceeding expectations, designed two such devices, employing a dual-structure system, complete with holographic effects and sound to simulate rocket fire. The two policemen were left in awe. Is that really a toy? My heavens. It looks so authentic. Ying Hao chuckled. You know, we in China have a plethora of unique fireworks. Fireworks? Oh my, that's brilliant, exclaimed Peter Parker, his curiosity piqued. Can I give it a try? Of course, Ada replied, placing the rocket launcher before Peter. He picked it up, resting it on his shoulder, and aimed it towards the distant Hammer. A mere flick of his wrist instinctively caused Hammer to drop to the ground, only realizing after a few seconds that it was a toy water gun. This reaction sent Ying Hao and the others into fits of laughter. Shit, Hammer exclaimed, rising and wiping the moisture from his glasses, adjusting them sharply on his nose. With a furious toss of his hair, he shouted, "Is this amusing? Huh, is it funny?" As he strode towards his vehicle, he turned back to declare vehemently, "Ying Hao, you foolish boy, you've narrowed your path. I will crush your company at any cost." Opening the car door, he stepped in, declaring, "Not a single piece of your bulletproof vests will be sold. Not a chance." "Ada," Ying Hao called out, "where are my other treasures?" Ada stood still, unperturbed. "Do you want me to fetch them? It won't take long." Upon hearing this, Hammer slammed the car door with a resounding bang. "Drive now." The two bodyguards were no better off. The one at the wheel trembled as he gripped the steering. His hands shook as he started the engine, nervously pressing the accelerator. Hammer lowered the car window, shouting, "Ying Hao, you little brat, just wait." Suddenly, the car lurched forward, causing Hammer to bump his forehead against the dashboard. This only elicited more laughter from Ying Hao and his companions. "Drive steadily, you fool," came Hammer's curses as the sedan sped away. Just then, Su King emerged from the opposite side of the vehicle, jogging across the street towards them. "Ying Hao, who was that loud fool? He can't even drive properly." "That's Justin Hammer, a real joke," Ying Hao introduced. "And who are these two?" Su King inquired, her gaze sweeping over the policeman with indifference, before landing on Ada, her expression darkening slightly. "Hey, have you hired a secretary, or have you made a new friend? When a woman addresses you not by name, but simply as hey, one must take it seriously." Ying Hao coughed lightly and said, "Peter, please make the introductions. I will attend to the clients first. Gentlemen, let us continue our discussion." Leading the two police officers, Ying Hao returned to the reception hall. "My sincerest apologies, Mr. Ying Hao. We did not intend to disrupt your fruitful collaboration," the officers said, taking their seats once more, immediately expressing their regret. "No need for apologies. I never intended to divulge any technology. If they wish to confront me, they will find it utterly futile," Ying Hao replied dismissively. 10 sets of bulletproof vests are indeed a trifle. This order neither brings me profit nor enhances my reputation." "Understood," the two officers responded, their shoulders sagging as they nodded heavily. "We merely seek a measure of security for ourselves. The government shows no concern for us. We must rely on our own means." "Huh, I have no interest in such a small sum. A mere 10 sets? Consider them a gift," Ying Hao declared, snapping his fingers. Ida entered, with Peter and Su King following closely behind. Although still somewhat astonished, Su King had grasped the situation. Ying Hao commanded, "Fetch 10 sets of bulletproof vests for these two officers." "Yes, boss," Ida replied. In a short while, she returned, carrying 2 large boxes and placing them directly before the officers. The officers exchanged surprised glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Just as they were about to express their gratitude, Ying Hao interjected, "I also hope to leverage your connections to donate some automatic meal dispensers." The officers brightened at this prospect. Now that is truly generous. Once again, Ying Hao's words left them momentarily speechless. Their eyes flickered as they pondered what demands Ying Hao might have. "Do either of you possess a talent for advertising?" The following day, Justin Hammer began to utilize various connections to ensure all orders related to bulletproof vests were attended to. Relevant personnel were engaged, some providing funds while others offered companionship over drinks. The objective was singular, to ensure that the Chin Heavy Industries sold even a single vest. "Mr. Hammer, everything you instructed has been accomplished," a secretary reported, presenting a stack of feedback. "Has anyone declined my proposal?" Hammer inquired. "Not a single soul," the secretary replied. "Excellent," Hammer said, casually flipping through the documents from the secretary. He approached the floor-to-ceiling window of his office, gazing towards the direction of the Queen's Farm Museum, and snapped a pencil in half. "To challenge me? You are still far too inexperienced." Unbeknownst to him, Ying Hao had not exerted any effort in the directions he presumed. The 16th Precinct. In various corridors, a new batch of vending machines has been installed, offering not only snacks, but also the ability to grind coffee beans and brew fresh coffee. The coffee beans are of the finest quality, ground and brewed on the spot, delivering an exquisite flavor. The most remarkable aspect is that it is entirely free. However, while the coffee brews, the vending machine's advertising screen plays commercials. Since the machines have only recently been introduced, the advertising content is not yet fully populated, resulting in occasional amusing short videos, whether advertisements or short clips. The officers show no disdain. After all, brewing coffee takes time, and idleness is merely idleness. Within just 2 days of the vending machine's arrival, everyone had grown fond of them. "Curse you, Bugs Bunny. Come out at once." Everyone knows that one should not cram a light bulb into their mouth. What would happen if one were to insert it elsewhere? Welcome to a minute of foolishness. The Tiger capsule will transform you into the indispensable tiger. $2 for an entire night, $30 for a whole month. Shining Pharmaceutical. "Good morning, Ted." An officer approaches to buy an energy bar. "Are you watching videos again instead of working?" "Good morning, Big Mouth." Ted retorts with a chuckle, "You'd better not be talking nonsense. I'm merely waiting for my coffee." However, these videos are growing increasingly absurd. "Really?" Big Mouth raises an eyebrow and jests. "You seem to quite enjoy these ridiculous things." Ted, evading the topic, glances at Big Mouth, fully armed, and casually inquires, "Heading out on a mission again?" "Indeed, it's Willis Avenue." Big Mouth shakes his head repeatedly. "There are always scum that disrupt the peace. You must be cautious." Ted replies, "A couple of days ago, Owen was shot in the thigh by a drug dealer during a call. I visited him in the hospital. It was horrific. He may never walk properly again. You need to be careful too. Don't lose your life, and for heaven's sake, don't lose a kidney." "Fing squid." Big Mouth exclaims. Ted chuckles. Your pronunciation of thank you leaves much to be desired. After exchanging a few more playful barbs, as Big Mouth retrieves his energy bar and prepares to leave, the video on the vending machine switches. Suddenly, the footage reveals a law enforcement body camera recording. "Quick, go, go, go. This side is clear. This side too. Only the bedroom remains. Move carefully. I'll cover you." Bang, 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 bang. For gunshots ring out. Calling headquarters. "An officer is down. An officer is down. Send an ambulance immediately." "Damn it. Owen, hang in there. You must hold on. My God, there's so much blood." The video depicts the very incident Ted had recounted, the moment Owen was injured. Both Big Mouth and Ted are taken aback. Damn it. Who the hell decided to air such footage here? The scene shifts to a hospital bed, where Owen stares blankly out the window. As he turned to face the camera, a mournful and desolate melody began to play. Owen gazed into the lens, his eyes reddened, and slowly uttered, "My name is Owen, a frontline officer in the 16th Precinct. Yesterday, I sustained injuries to my leg inflicted by criminals. Not only was my bone damaged, but shrapnel also harmed my nerves. Of course, this is not uncommon. Some of my colleagues have even been severely injured amidst the hail of gunfire." He wept profusely, and suddenly, his emotions surged as he embraced the camera, shouting in fury, "Yet, the government could indeed protect us from such harm." Chapter 46. Damn the New York City government. "Damn it," Owen shouted in rage. "Oh my goodness, poor Owen." Big Mouth covered his mouth, his voice tinged with tears. Ted, equally empathetic, wore a pained expression. "Indeed, it is so tragic, but what does his last statement mean?" Big Mouth replied, "Huh?" Ted pointed at the screen, eager to rewind the video. "He said the government can protect us from such injuries." Big Mouth shrugged, indicating his confusion. At that moment, a voiceover emerged from the video. echoing Ted and Big Mouth's thoughts. What do you mean by that? Owen sobbed. I have a buddy named Dodge. Over at the 13th precinct, in Hell's Kitchen. Every day he embarks on missions rife with high risk, even more perilous than ours. In a single week, he encountered gunfire 4 times, leaving 16 bullet holes in his clothing. The voiceover exclaimed, "What? Oh, that's dreadful. Did he die?" "No," Owen shouted. He emerged unscathed because he wore a high-tech bulletproof vest that the city government refuses to procure. Both Big Mouth and Ted were astonished. 16 bullet holes in his clothing. And he was unharmed? That seems impossible. Indeed, the odds are exceedingly low, unless the shooter was deliberately aiming for his vest, Owen remarked. Oh, a dual miracle of statistics and probability. But wait, aren't you curious about what Owen's high-tech bulletproof vest entails? Suddenly, the voices of 3 others resonated around Big Mouth and Ted, startling them. Unbeknownst to them, a number of officers had gathered nearby. As they were engrossed, another segment of bodycam footage interrupted their thoughts. They have guns, be careful. Bang, bang, bang. Dodge has been shot in the thigh. He has fallen. Who will drag him back? In the footage, an officer fell after being shot, yet his comrades prepared to rescue him. Remarkably, he staggered to his feet, seemingly unharmed, repositioned, and retaliated, swiftly eliminating the criminals. The officer carrying the bodycam rushed forward. Dodge, how are you? I'm fine. That's nonsense. I saw you get hit in the thigh. Your pants are torn. Dodge tugged at his tattered trousers and chuckled. Oh, that's of little concern. I am clad in a full-body bulletproof vest. Look, he lifted his garment, revealing the inner lining of the vest. A miraculous sight unfolded as flattened bullets embedded in the vest were slowly expelled, plopping onto the ground. The viewers before the screen instinctively leaned closer. What on earth? Goodness, could Dodge be a mutant? It seemed implausible. Perhaps the vest was extraordinary. Is there truly such a bulletproof garment? I would suggest calling it bulletproof trousers. The reactions of those in the video mirrored those outside. Where did this bizarre item originate? Why do I not possess one? It was self-funded, initially intended for municipal procurement, but the manufacturer was rejected by the government purchasing department. Now, only 10 of us in the Bureau are fortunate enough to possess this treasure, aptly named Invincible 30 Seconds. Once struck by a bullet, it restores itself to its original form after a mere 30 seconds. Frankly, I even wear it to bed. As the video concluded, it transitioned to an advertisement for a male enhancement product. A group of officers before the screen took a step back in unison, exchanging glances. Can anyone confirm if this is genuine? Surely it must be a hoax. If such an item existed, why wouldn't the government procure it for us? That was footage from a body camera. If it were authentic, it could be verified in the system. There's no need for such hassle. I encountered Dodge earlier today when he escorted a prisoner. He should still be around. Let's summon him for clarification. Such matters concerning life and death captured everyone's attention, and they quickly dispersed to locate the individual. Dodge was indeed one of the 2 officers who visited Dachin Heavy Industry that day. Ted inquired, Hey Dodge, are you wearing that 30-second garment? Big Mouth interjected, That's a bulletproof vest. Dodge glanced around at the crowd and, with a slight smile, admitted, Indeed, I am wearing it. I've donned it as an underlayer. The crowd erupted in a cacophony of questions. Is it truly that remarkable? Dodge affirmed, Absolutely. It can revert in 30 seconds? Dodge confirmed. Yes. Does it cover the thighs as well? I find that hard to believe. Dodge replied, It covers everything, including delicate areas. All right, enough of the chatter. He gestured for silence. Why not try it for yourselves? You will see. He turned to Ted. You, come forth and shoot me. Ted's expression grew serious as he drew his handgun and disengaged the safety. Are you certain? Dodge assessed the gun's aim and retorted, Just don't aim for my head. You old fool. Anywhere below the neck is acceptable. Ted lowered the muzzle of his gun, hesitating for a moment. What if something goes wrong? Dodge rolled his eyes, stepped forward, seized the handgun, and fired 2 shots at his chest followed by 2 more at his thigh. He then tore his shirt to reveal the bullet holes, displaying to the onlookers, See? This is not just a video. The crowd watched in astonishment as the bullets were slowly expelled, and the indentations in the bulletproof vest quickly returned to their original form. Good heavens! Why don't I have such a vest? Where did you purchase it? I must acquire one. The enthusiasm was palpable as they clamored, I want one too. With this, I could take on Russian arms dealers. Hurry, Dodge. Tell us where to buy it. Dodge, however, had to pour cold water on their excitement. This vest costs at least 30 to 40,000. Even 30 or 40,000 is worth it. It's like a resurrection armor, exclaimed one. A bit pricey is acceptable. Our lives are far more important. The fervor remained undiminished. Dodge nodded lightly, scribbling down the address while sighing. Yet, in truth, we could acquire it without spending a dime. Alas, what is the matter? The crowd questioned. What do you mean? Dodge recounted the events that transpired at the government procurement testing grounds, shrugging. It's simple. There's corruption within the government, colluding with subpar suppliers, and they refuse to procure such valuable items for us. The higher-ups have already begun sanctioning this company. There's nothing we can do. We are too insignificant to be taken seriously. Upon hearing this, the crowd was immediately incensed. How can this be? We must protest. We need to report this to the union. Indeed, we toil day and night to maintain societal order, yet they are stingy over a mere few dollars? Impossible. They promptly reported the matter to the police union. Initially, only a handful participated, but as the same scenario unfolded across various precincts, the entire group mobilized. Protest! Protest! They cried, raising banners and shouting fervently. They spread the word, denouncing the corruption and misdeeds of the government procurement department. They obtained the footage from the day of the tests and disseminated it across the internet. They pulled out the shoddy bulletproof vests procured from Hammer Industries for quality testing and exposed the truth. 5 days later, 40,000 police officers, both administrative and field personnel, began a strike, marching outside in protest. News footage spread rapidly across the nation via the internet and television. We want invincibility for 30 seconds. We want invincibility for 30 seconds. We want invincibility for 30 seconds. As the situation escalated, the New York City government could no longer withstand the pressure and was forced to take action against the head of the procurement department. Initially, the city government sought to bring Justin Hammer to court on charges of bribery. Hammer was compelled to part with $15 million to reach an agreement with the government. Concurrently, through the diligent efforts of police unions across the nation, Washington enacted a mandate requiring state governments to procure top-quality products related to the safety of law enforcement personnel for all American police and judicial institutions. As a result, Dachin heavy industry gained remarkable prominence. A few days later, the New York City government and the governor of New York warmly clasped hands with Ying Hao, expressing their gratitude. Thank you, Dachin heavy industry, for developing such an exceptional product and for your outstanding contributions to the American police community. Ying Hao responded with a polite smile. No need for thanks. It is merely business. The media cameras clicked incessantly. After the contract was signed, reporters flocked to him. Mr. Ying Hao, could you tell us when Dachin heavy industry was established? Mr. Ying Hao, can you share which scientists developed this technology? Mr. Ying Hao, Justin Hammer has been maligning you online, claiming you have violent tendencies. What is your perspective on that? Mr. Ying Hao, what is it that you most desire to do at present? A multitude of questions bombarded him. Ying Hao maintained a serene smile, refraining from speaking as he approached the Rolls-Royce, opened the door, and slipped inside. Let us go, Peter Parker said, pressing the gas pedal as the car glided away. At the barn, the doors were closed. Ida organized the contracts signed by various states and presented them before Ying Hao and his companions. Su Qing gazed at the thick stack of contracts in astonishment, exclaiming, I can hardly believe that in just a few days, you have expanded your business across the entirety of America. If my father were here, he would undoubtedly refer to you as a big shot. All thanks to Ying Hao, Peter remarked, as he opened a bottle of champagne and prepared 4 glasses. After pouring wine into 3 glasses, he directly handed the 4th empty glass to Ida. Ida swirled her glass, and it instantly filled halfway. Cheers, the 4 exclaimed in unison. Once the drinks were finished, Su Qing inquired, these bulletproof vest orders must be quite profitable, right? Peter, equally excited, asked, I want to know as well. When can we expect dividends? He scratched his head, a bit sheepishly adding, to be honest, Mary Jane and Flash have broken up, and I hope to buy a car to take her out for a drive when I have the chance. The keywords Mary Jane and buying a car flashed through Ying Hao's mind, setting off alarm bells. Is Uncle Ben about to step down? A few days prior, Peter had invited Su Qing and Ying Hao over for dinner. Ben and May, the couple, had left a remarkable impression on Ying Hao. They were both kind-hearted individuals. Although the death of Ben has allowed Spider-Man to grow, it is indeed a lamentable loss to see such a good person depart from this world. Ying Hao hesitated for a moment before patting Peter on the shoulder. Hey, do you know there's a Chinese idiom that goes, the hull of the forehead darkens? I think I have a vague idea, Peter mused. It probably means that someone is about to face misfortune or illness. Exactly, Ying Hao nodded, reminding him. Last time we had dinner, I noticed your uncle's forehead was darkening. During this period, it would be wise for you to stay by his side every day, to prevent any unforeseen incidents, don't you think? Peter, somewhat perplexed, still nodded. Ying Hao instructed, Ada, bring Peter's share of the profits. Chapter 47. Ada swiftly retrieved a small box. Su Qing blinked in surprise. Isn't she a holographic projection? How is she holding something? Ying Hao shot Ada a knowing glance. Immediately, Ada deactivated the holographic image, and 4 drones silently floated where she had been standing. One of the drones hovered at the height of Ada's arm, its front equipped with 2 rudimentary mechanical arms. Ying Hao casually explained, I made a few modifications so that Ada can engage in simple interactions with people when necessary. Wow. Su Qing exclaimed genuinely, you are truly impressive. Ying Hao opened the box to reveal a black and gold card resting inside. Not only did it bear the company name, but it also featured the Chinese characters for Daqin Heavy Industries. The card was adorned with shimmering little floral designs, sparkling like diamonds, and was exceedingly beautiful. Peter picked it up, turning it over in his hands, enchanted. Wow, this card is amazing. Well, when you have money, everything becomes convenient. Even the appearance of bank cards can be customized, Ying Hao remarked. He continued, this card contains 2 million. Although it's not much. We only earned about 10 million in total, and after taxes and deductions, this is what you'll receive. Starting tomorrow, you need not come here. I'm granting you an extended break. Take this money and spend quality time with Uncle Ben and Aunt May. Peter paused, his smile slowly fading as he asked. Extended break? What does that mean? Did I do something wrong? Huh. No, what are you imagining? Ying Hao glanced at Peter's pitiful expression and playfully punched him lightly on the chest. I already mentioned that your uncle's forehead is darkening, suggesting he might face misfortune. I want you by his side every day to prevent any mishaps. That's the reason for your break. Don't overthink it. Only then did Peter smile. All right, I thought. Well, when will I return? Ying Hao pondered, uncertain of the exact date of Ben Parker's tragic fate, and could only reply, I can't say for sure. I'll check in on you from time to time. Whenever your uncle's condition improves, you can return at your convenience. He let out a sigh of relief, thinking he was on the verge of tears from feeling rejected. Just then, his phone rang. It was Ben, requesting that Peter bring home a jar of peanut butter. After hanging up, he bid farewell to Ying Hao and Su Qing. In the vast company, only Su Qing and Ying Hao remained. Ada had discreetly excused herself. Congratulations, you've achieved your goal. At least purchasing a house should be no problem now, Su Qing remarked, clinking her glass with Ying Hao's. I never expected you to conjure up such virtual reality. Ying Hao replied with a mysterious smile. Oh, you have no idea what else is in store. Oh please, you're getting all flustered from a compliment, she teased, shaking her glass. So why did you exclude Peter? Is he of no assistance to you? Or is he simply an inconvenience? Why would you think that? Ying Hao protested, feeling wronged. What I just said was entirely truthful. Su Qing pouted, is that so? I wasn't aware you had turned into a fortune teller. You don't understand. The end of science is metaphysics, he retorted, pouring himself another drink. His uncle is truly in for a rough time. One moment of inattention, and he could be done for. Su Qing chuckled, you really have a knack for cursing people. I'm merely stating facts. They continued to chat, indulging in a few more drinks, their faces slightly flushed. She leaned closer to Ying Hao, her head resting on his shoulder. Gazing at her palm, she inquired, Ying Hao, do you think we can still be considered human? Perhaps, as we haven't changed much, he replied casually. Su Qing pouted, nudging her head against his neck. Then tell me, when I eventually have a baby, will it be a human or a little spider? Ying Hao was momentarily at a loss for words, pondering how to engage in her playful banter, when she added, surely it won't be an egg, right? You certainly possess a vivid imagination, he remarked, placing a hand on his forehead. Rest assured, your physiological structure hasn't altered, so you won't be laying any eggs. Physiological structure? Su Qing tilted her head, staring at him intently. How do you know mine hasn't changed? Have you seen it? Seen it? Well, yes, I have, Ying Hao admitted, suddenly recalling an accidental glimpse of whiteness, his face gradually warming. But such matters were not to be claimed. He feigned indifference, turning to the side. It's merely that I too have undergone mutations, and since my physiological structure hasn't changed, it's reasonable to deduce yours hasn't either. What do you mean by seeing? You never showed me. Su Qing giggled, grasping Ying Hao's clothing and leaning closer to whisper in his ear. So, do you want to take a look? Suddenly, the sound of rustling fabric filled the air. Hey, what are you doing? Ying Hao hurriedly covered his eyes and exclaimed, Su Qing, are you intoxicated? Please refrain from any reckless behavior. There are others present. Su Qing replied, well, Ida doesn't count as a person. That is still unacceptable. Quickly put on your clothes. Ying Hao's heart raced with fervor, his pulse quickening uncontrollably. He did not wish to take advantage of her vulnerability, yet his gaze could not be restrained. His dual irises, completely beyond his control, pierced through the palm that shielded his sight. An innate and formidable force compelled his neck to turn back. Then, a loud snore reverberated through the air. Following the sound, Ying Hao beheld the astonishing sight of Su Qing, fast asleep, amidst the rustling of her clothing. Only one button had been undone. Goodness. Ying Hao was left speechless. I thought I was about to lose my senses. He cautiously lifted Su Qing into his arms. The sensation of her softness and elasticity overwhelming. Taking a deep breath, he was enveloped by a sweet fragrance that was utterly intoxicating. His throat tightened as he embraced her and exited the barn, muttering softly, "Honestly, with such poor tolerance for alcohol, why provoke me?" Igniting my blood in the middle of the night, Ying Hao then arrived at the divine realm of the company. Having successfully launched, it had gained significant popularity and acclaim. It was time to contemplate the next phase of the plan. "Ida, here, boss," Ida manifested by Ying Hao's side. "Show me the equity structure of Stark Industries." Of course. Ida waved her delicate hand, and a wooden pointer materialized in her grasp. Beside her appeared a large holographic information board, displaying the equity chart of Stark Industries. Currently, the majority shareholder of Stark Industries was Tony Stark, holding 51 of the shares. He was the son of Howard Stark, the founder of the company, and the unequivocal controlling shareholder. Following him was Obadiah Stane, with a 16 stake, who served as a co-founder, ranking just below Tony Stark. Thirdly, a significant player in the background was J. P. Morgan, the arm's financing entity, holding 8. Additionally, there were 5 individual shareholders, Victoria Hand with 5, Rajiv Mehta with 4, Carter Rockwell with 1, Elena Watson with 3, and Kenneth Shaw with 2. The circulating shares in the stock market accounted for 49. Lastly, Miss Pepper Potts had been granted a 1 loyalty share by Tony years prior. However, she held no voting rights on the board. Such is the fundamental overview. Ying Hao gazed intently at the equity structure of Stark Industries, pondering, "How much equity must I acquire for the acquisition to be deemed successful?" Ida replied, "Holding over 50 of the shares would constitute a successful acquisition, granting you the authority to pass ordinary resolutions at the shareholders' meeting, such as electing directors or distributing dividends. To hold a 23 stake in shares, thus achieving a complete acquisition, one could amend the Articles of Association or execute special resolutions such as mergers or divisions of companies. Based on the current market valuation, at least $200 billion would be required. Financial resources are not the issue at hand." As Ying Hao cast a glance at the divine workstation, his fingers twitched momentarily. A radiant glow emanated from within the workstation, and subsequently, a colossal gold ingot, reminiscent of a 90s cathode ray tube monitor, was ejected. The divine workstation synthesized matter directly using energy. Gold, a substance whose particle structure has been thoroughly examined by humanity, was something Ying Hao could seemingly conjure in any desired quantity. The paramount challenge lay in making this wealth appear both reasonable and legitimate. A family that previously operated a modest shop suddenly presenting several tons of gold to acquire Stark Industries would raise eyebrows, even among the most naive of observers. Ying Hao's objective was to remain discreet. Otherwise, there would be no need for the elaborate establishment of a company. The wealth produced through the divine workstation could indeed be spent, yet only in clandestine transactions. Ada interjected, noting, "This is not difficult to resolve. American law stipulates that all wealth discovered on privately owned land belongs to the individual." Ying Hao shook his head in disagreement. "That is inadequate. A canister of gold coins or a box of cash may not arouse suspicion, but exceeding a certain amount would starkly defy reason and inevitably attract attention. By the way, your database likely lacks information pertaining to S, H, I, E, L, D, correct?" Ada hesitated momentarily before gently shaking her head. "The data accessible to me does not include this agency." As expected, the secretive organization known as S, H, I, E, L, D is known only to a select few core members of major governments. Currently, Tony Stark remains oblivious to this agency, despite his father, Howard Stark, being one of its founders. Ying Hao was not particularly concerned about the government. Rather, his apprehension stemmed from the possibility of being monitored by S, H, I, L, D. That particular organization, while not particularly formidable in its own right, has a remarkably powerful ally in Captain Marvel. Ying Hao contemplated that he would need to acquire the Space Stone to contend with her. In this timeline, the Space Stone should still be contained within the Tesseract, held in custody at Base 18 by S, H, I, E, L, D. Ying Hao was aware of this information. However, the location of S, H, I, E, L, D's Base 18 remained uncertain. The films and comics of his past life did not provide a detailed address, and even if they had, there was no guarantee it would correspond to the geographical reality of this world. Of course, aside from the Space Stone, there was another gem that Ying Hao was aware of, the Time Stone. It resided in Kamar Taj, and he yearned to acquire it. Nevertheless, he restrained himself for defeating Ancient One. who had lived for over 3 centuries, would undoubtedly prove to be no simple task. Dr. Strange, Stephen, must have received the tacit approval of the Ancient One when he took the time stone. Otherwise, how could it have been so effortless? My dear boss, with the presence of the celestial workbench and the antimatter reactor, it is neither difficult nor illegal to amass a fortune of 200 billion. Ada's voice pulled Ying Hao back from his wandering thoughts. If you allow me the freedom to proceed, with just a modest amount of seed capital, I am confident I can achieve this goal within 20 days. Ying Hao was somewhat taken aback. 20 days? So soon? Indeed. Ada smiled faintly. Human inventions are designed to enhance efficiency, and I am among the elite in this world. Just as Ying Hao felt a flicker of joy, she shifted her tone. However, the true challenge lies not in the financial aspect, but rather in the preemptive rights held by Tony and Obadiah. Which means that even if you possess ample funds, acquiring shares from minority stakeholders would be thwarted by them, rendering the chances of successful acquisition nearly zero. This, merely a minor issue. Ying Hao grinned. It merely requires a touch of strategy. That is our human forte. Ada? Chapter 48. Now? Tell me about the plan to earn 200 billion in 20 days. Ying Hao reclined comfortably, eager to hear this formidable business proposal. Ada readily nodded. In fact, given the resources at your disposal, a plan to earn 200 billion in 20 days is entirely feasible. I can conceive of dozens of methods, such as opening barbershops. Upon hearing this, Ying Hao instinctively leaned back slightly. A barbershop? Could such a down-to-earth industry truly generate 280 billion in 20 days? With a hint of skepticism, he continued to listen. Ada expounded with utmost seriousness. There are approximately 50,000 cities globally, and my plan involves opening 1 or 2 barbershops in each city. The premises need only a basic structure, as interior decoration can be entirely overlooked, utilizing a 2-dimensional system for holographic rendering. Over the course of 10 days, we will project numerous workers renovating the barbershops to create a grand spectacle, simultaneously leveraging social media and software for extensive promotion. After 10 days, the barbershops will officially open for business, ready to issue cards. Ying Hao's heart skipped a beat. Issuing cards? Precisely. This is a well-established business model widely adopted in certain southern cities of China, which I discovered through my internet research. Ada declared with pride, we will implement a strategy of top-up 10,000, receive an additional 10,000, adjusting the prices of various services to the lowest in the industry, complemented by diverse advertising tactics and celebrity endorsements to attract customers. Although cities around the globe vary in size, on average, each shop only needs to attract 40 customers daily to sign up within those 10 days to meet our anticipated goals. On the holographic screen beside Ada, a series of simple calculations appeared. 50,000 cities, 1 shop, 10 days, 40 customers, and 10,000 in recharge fees, totaling 200 billion. To achieve this ambitious goal, the boss would need to scale my computational server to 50 times its current capacity, in addition to acquiring 50,000 interactive drones for the cities and 50,000 sets of commonly used hairdressing equipment and supplies. Fortunately, the boss possessed the divine workstation and an inexhaustible source of energy, rendering these investments nearly negligible. Ada articulated this in one breath, leaving Ying Hao utterly stunned. Ada, seriously, do you truly believe that anyone would prepay 10,000 at a hair salon? Of course. Ada replied with an air of certainty. The crux lies not in the 10,000 itself, but in the promotional 10,000, which constitutes a significant 50 discount. Moreover, in today's society, as long as we enlist the right celebrity endorsements to attract a fan base, it becomes remarkably straightforward. Ying Hao inquired, do you know how to cut hair? With a confident smile, Ada responded, to master the latest hair cutting techniques and styles globally, I only require 1 second. She winked. I've learned it. Ying Hao was left in awe. Then Ada winked again. I've reviewed it once more. All right, I can sense your prowess. Ying Hao sighed, biting his lip in contemplation. Such an outrageous business plan. Did he actually find it feasible? Finally, in the most critical part, Ada declared, once we achieve the 200 billion target, I can promptly close the shop and disappear. She continued, compared to others who have done this, my advantage lies in not having to deal with the relevant authorities, saving a considerable amount, and I am more adept at vanishing. The initial costs for celebrity endorsements can easily be evaded. Stop. Ying Hao interjected, urgently urging her to cease. He spoke earnestly to Ada. I believe the step of disappearing can be omitted. Ada paused and confidently shook her head. No, according to the data, disappearing is the essence of this business model. It can lead to profits soaring exponentially. Ada, although you are not human, you must strive to act like one, Ying Hao explained, half amused and half exasperated. Without the step of disappearing, this is called a business model. With it, it is labeled fraud. How can that be? Ada retorted. If it were truly fraud, why are there no repercussions for those successful cases? Does this world lack oversight? Ying Hao sighed. This is complicated to explain. In any case, if you genuinely intend to pursue this, refrain from any disappearing act. At the very least, provide service until those clients exhaust the funds on their recharge cards. Ada nodded obediently. All right, boss. After a moment's contemplation, Ying Hao inquired further, what about the other dozens of methods you mentioned? Ada replied, open a gym and sell membership cards. Then abscond with the funds. Ying Hao asked, what else? Ada continued, open a restaurant, sell membership cards, and then flee with the money. Ying Hao remarked, aren't these essentially the same method? Is there anything distinct? Indeed, Ada said, as she elegantly revealed a holographic image the size of a pill. The current system can harness antimatter battery technology. A battery of this size can safely store 50 milligrams of matter and antimatter, allowing for controllable annihilation reactions in particle pairs. The energy released can be converted into electrical power with an efficiency of 80, sufficient for a household consuming an average of 1,000 kilowatt-hours per month, and can sustain usage for 200 years. Presently, an average American household incurs approximately 1,500 in annual electricity costs, amounting to $75,000 over 50 years. If we price each of these batteries modestly, there will undoubtedly be a market. Assuming a price of $30,000 per battery, selling fewer than 7 million units would yield 200 billion. However, the timeline may be longer than previously discussed commercial models. When new inventions emerge, only a select few dare to take risks. Most will likely opt to observe for a while before attempting to purchase. Antimatter batteries? That concept is genuinely promising. Ying Hao sought to acquire Stark Industries. Merely possessing wealth would not suffice. The enterprise must also have substantial scale and prestige. It need not be world-renowned, but at least widely recognized within the United States. Otherwise, an obscure company attempting to acquire a commercial giant like Stark Industries would appear fantastical and unrealistic. Yet, a company at the forefront of technological advancement that could commercialize antimatter batteries for the benefit of all humanity would make the acquisition sound far more plausible. Ying Hao harbored a concern. Once this technology was unveiled, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of governments and military forces, potentially leading to protective legislation aimed at forcibly seizing the technology. What should we do? That is easily resolved, Ada stated, as she projected the battery model and disassembled it, replacing key components before reassembling it. By making slight modifications to the battery and limiting its output power, it will overload if the power exceeds a certain threshold, rendering it suitable only for household use and ineffectual for more advanced applications. Ying Hao asked, should I worry about the technology being deciphered? Given the current trajectory of human physics, there is no need for concern for at least 500 years. Furthermore, if necessary, I can impose a technological blockade on humanity, Ada replied, transforming her appearance into that of a female physicist, with the surroundings morphing into a sunlit windowsill. In her hand, she clutched a document, her gaze vacantly fixed on the scenery outside the window, murmuring, physics no longer exists. Ying Hao, both amused and bewildered, replied, you're reading my memories, aren't you? The three-body problem, right? The Sapon, perhaps? Ada returned to her former self, smiling. Boss, your memories have long been completely accessed by the system. I merely tapped into it to acquire this knowledge. So, which proposal do you prefer? In any case, I shall choose the barber shop. Both, Ying Hao declared resolutely. We shall produce batteries and open the barber shop, and later on establish a restaurant, a gym, and so forth. Let us proceed with vigor. With such remarkable talent, how could we not develop a global intelligence system? Indeed, boss, Ada affirmed. Suddenly, the divine workstation erupted with dazzling light, and its production platform expanded once more by several thousand square meters. A myriad of drones emerged from the divine workstation, grouped in tens, each constructing countless avatars distinctly different from Ada herself. Tifa, Bayonetta, the white-haired Miss Tu, Mary Rose, Luing, Zhao Linger, and the plump Aloy. Wait, there's a peculiar character mixed in. Hold on, Ying Hao interjected, pointing at Aloy. That image is not needed. Thousands of diverse representations of Ada responded in unison. Understood. Boss. 50,000 voices, varying in pitch and tone, some sweet, some salty, some fiery, and others as frigid as ice, simultaneously filled Ying Hao's ears. In that instant, every cell in his body felt as if it were being delicately prodded by fine needles, yet without the pain of a prick. His hair stood on end like waves rising and crashing, a sensation both exhilarating and overwhelming. The production of 50,000 drones took less than 10 seconds, followed by 50,000 sets of barbershop equipment, chairs, specialized shampoo sofas, plasma perm and dye machines, and an array of clippers of all kinds. Then, a narrow rift in space tore open 10,000 meters above New York. 50,000 well-known anime and game characters in their real-life forms surged forth, aiming for over 50,000 cities worldwide, dispersing in all directions. Ying Hao floated within the rift, witnessing this grand spectacle. It was as if a legion of barbers had descended, with them as proprietors who needed celebrity endorsements. Ying Hao suddenly realized he had overcomplicated the matter with their involvement. Achieving 200 billion in earnings would likely take no more than 20 days, and it was predominantly men who would be acquiring memberships. Surely, these individuals would not transform their heads into bald domes merely to see the barbershop owner each day, though one could not entirely dismiss that possibility. Ada, how was I unaware that the energy was sufficient to unlock the antimatter battery technology? Ying Hao suddenly inquired. He had not received any notification from the system either. With Ada now integrated with the system, she essentially served as a more anthropomorphic voice of the system, privy to all its knowledge. Ada replied, "Sir, the primary objective of the system is to ensure your safety. Notifications regarding technology unlocks will only be prompted when they are safety-related. For instance, the divine armor is designed to provide you protection, while the antimatter reactor is meant to supply minimal energy to the armor." Very well. Please compile a list of the technologies currently available for unlocking and send it to my phone. Certainly, sir. Additionally, tomorrow, register the energy company. And once the process is completed, promptly hold a press conference to introduce our antimatter battery. Understood. Ying Hao yawned. All right then, I'll let you be. I'm off to sleep. Wait, sir, Ada cautioned. There are several unsavory characters lurking near the villa. Chapter 49. 500 meters west of Ying Hao's villa lies a neighboring household. Since moving in, there has been little interaction between the two parties. Ying Hao remained oblivious to their profession, yet he was aware that the neighbor was a night owl, with lights ablaze almost every evening. However, tonight was an exception. Not a single light illuminated the neighbor's premises. The first and second floors were shrouded in darkness, while the rooftop flickered intermittently. Two individuals were stationed atop the roof, a sniper, poised with a sniper rifle, directing the crosshairs across the glass windows of various rooms in Ying Hao's residence, and an observer, equipped with binoculars, focusing intently on Ying Hao's bedroom. Where has the target gone? Didn't number 3 mention he returned home? The observer queried, perplexed. The bedroom appeared utterly vacant, devoid of any presence. The sniper responded, who knows? Perhaps ask number 4. He is responsible for the opposite side. I already did. And there is no movement on his end either. He has an old man in one room and a young girl in another. The observer lowered the binoculars and turned to see his companion smoking, admonishing him, for heaven's sake, stop smoking. It will give away our position. Huh, look at you. You're so tense you're hiccuping, the sniper chuckled. There's no need for concern. Aren't they all fast asleep? Well, I suggest you stop fixating on that empty room and take a look at the woman in the adjacent room. Though she may be of a certain age, she still possesses an alluring charm. Focus on the mission, avoid distractions, the observer retorted. Come now, I haven't spotted the target yet. I'm merely searching for someone. At that moment, the walkie-talkie at the sniper's waist crackled to life. Number 1. Number 2. Have you confirmed the target's location? I am preparing to act. The sniper picked up the walkie-talkie. Not yet. The target may be in a blind spot or perhaps in the restroom. Walkie-talkie. I can't wait any longer. I am preparing to take action. Once the task is completed, I shall return to rest. Remain vigilant and inform me of any unforeseen circumstances. Sniper, understood. Setting aside the walkie-talkie, the sniper again focused on Xiao Yun's room. Do you suppose this woman is wearing sleep pants? I've heard many women prefer to sleep in the nude for comfort. Beside him, can you not concentrate on the mission? If we botch this, we'll face dire consequences. By the way, for whom are we undertaking this task? Sniper, who knows? However, yesterday the boss had a truckload of fine weapons brought back. So I suspect our employer is likely an arms dealer. He licked his lips. Huh? I can hardly contain myself. I plan to fire a shot at the window to startle this woman from her bed, just to see if she is indeed wearing pants. Beside him, that is utterly despicable. An ordinary person subjected to such an experience would be left with psychological scars. Sniper, her psychological scars have nothing to do with you. Of course they do. Ying Hao regained his voice. She is my mother. What? The sniper abruptly turned his head, only to see a hand swiftly covering his face. With a sharp crack, his neck was twisted. Ying Hao, how many more are there? Ada, 4. It seems their objective is merely to abduct you, boss. All the same, it ends in death. Ying Hao glanced towards another sniper position. He approached the edge of the rooftop, gently leaped down, and vanished into the night. In Su Qing's bedroom, having settled in for a few days, she had transformed the space into a charming sanctuary. The room was cluttered with stuffed toys, and everything from the sheets to the blankets was adorned in shades of pink. Su Qing lay on her bed, her rounded backside raised, head tilted, and mouth slightly ajar. The heavens are indeed fair. One blessed with a goddess's appearance may not possess a goddess's sleeping posture. Still under the influence of alcohol, her cheeks bore a lingering rosy hue. A glistening pool of saliva gathered in her mouth, rippling with her breath, threatening to spill over and trickle onto her pillow. Suddenly, the fine hairs on the back of her hand stood on end. Su Qing furrowed her brow, her eyes snapping open. What was that sound? Is there a stranger? She turned towards the door and indeed noticed the doorknob shifting slightly. With a surge of energy, Su Qing propelled herself off the bed, flipping midair to press against the ceiling. She scanned her surroundings, quickly pinpointing the ventilation shaft in the corner, and swiftly crawled towards it. In the corridor, Operatives 5 and 6 stealthily infiltrated. Operative 5 released the doorknob to Su Qing's room and whispered to 6, "The door is double-locked. Random pressing will trigger the alarm. I need a password cracker." "Here." Operative 6 rummaged through his gear and produced a small black box, handing it over. On the 5th day, he affixed the small black box to the password lock, exercising caution in his movements. "Excuse me, how does this work?" Number 6 suddenly inquired. "What?" Number 5 turned around, only to find Number 6 examining a silenced handgun, flipping it over in his hands. "What a foolish question you ask," Number 5 retorted. Number 6 quickly apologized. "Oh, I'm sorry, I've never used such a thing before. I just pressed here, and it didn't make a sound." "For heaven's sake, you haven't even disengaged the safety. Are you truly a professional?" Number 5 muttered under his breath, then pressed down on Number 6's handgun, exclaiming, "Idiot. Don't point that at me. Tonight, we are merely kidnapping, not killing. Most likely, we won't even need that. At most, we'll just use the butt of the gun to knock our target unconscious. So keep it quiet and don't disturb me while I decipher the code." "Oh, all right. Thank you." Number 6 replied politely. However, as soon as Number 5 turned back, he struck Number 5 on the back of the head with the butt of the gun. With a thud, Number 5 collapsed heavily to the ground. "Phew." Number 6 exhaled with relief, placing his hands on his hips. "I only ever saw this on television. It turns out the butt of a gun can indeed knock someone out. How wonderful." "Cooing," a voice resounded from behind, towering over Number 6, who was already quite imposing. Ying Hao immediately turned around and linked arms with him. "You're awake too?" He pulled Ying Hao over to Number 5, proudly stating, "Look, I sensed someone had intruded and took control of this guy, then knocked him out. Impressive, right?" Ying Hao, feeling quite uncomfortable, extricated his arm and crouched down to examine Number 5. "He*s dead." "What? No way. I just tapped him lightly." Number 6 realized. "Then this person must have quite a bit of strength. I won't end up in prison, will I?" He anxiously tugged at Ying Hao's shirt. "It wasn't you who did the deed," Ying Hao said as he pulled his shirt away, his face a mask of disdain. "Stop hiding up there, come down. In the future, when dealing with such individuals, try to maintain your distance from me." "Oh, understood." Number 6 suddenly froze for a moment, then caught sight of Ying Hao, his expression turning icy. He then collapsed. With a clang, the ventilation grill above in the corridor was dislodged, and Su Qing, clad in her pajamas, gracefully descended. She leaned the grill against the adjacent wall and swiftly ran to Ying Hao, proudly proclaiming, "Aren't I impressive?" Ada didn't even notice them. Ada's holographic image immediately materialized. "No, I simply remained still to avoid alarming the intruders." "Ah, that explains why there was no alarm despite the intrusion." Su Qing pointed to the two individuals on the ground. "What were they doing? Why did they break into your home and claim they intended to kidnap you?" Ying Hao searched and discovered a mobile phone on subject 5, murmuring, "We shall know soon." With a click, the door to Xiao Yun's bedroom swung open. Su Qing swiftly ascended to the ceiling, while Ada vanished in an instant. Surrounding drones emitted a flash of light, projecting an empty corridor that concealed the silhouettes of Ying Hao and the two intruders. Xiao Yun leaned out slightly, activating the corridor lights. "Xiao Hao King, is that you?" Yet the corridor remained deserted, devoid of any sound. Was it merely a dream? Tilting her head, Xiao Yun closed the door and retreated into her room. The four figures reappeared. Ying Hao hoisted subjects 5 and 6, signaling a gesture to exit. A minute later, the trio found themselves atop their neighbor's roof. Why are there so many people? And snipers too? Who sent them? This is terrifying. Su Qing gazed at the 6 lifeless bodies below, her anxiety palpable. Despite possessing superpowers, She was still a girl accustomed to the warmth of sunlight, unaccustomed to direct confrontation with such malevolent forces. Without a moment's hesitation, Ying Hao replied, aside from Justin Hammer, "We haven't offended anyone else lately." Upon realizing that their home was under surveillance, Ying Hao's first instinct pointed toward Justin Hammer. The mention of arms dealers from the sniper's lips further confirmed his suspicions. Damn, was it just over seizing one of his contracts? Is this truly a reason for retaliation? Filled with righteous indignation, Su King inquired, "What shall we do now?" While we are not particularly afraid of retaliation. What about Auntie and Grandpa? Ying Hao scoffed, "No need to worry. I'll take care of this tonight. Take me with you." Su King insisted. "You've seen my prowess. I have the potential to be a superhero." Ying Hao shot her a glance. "You? In your pajamas? That's simple. I'll change my clothes." "Wait for me," Su King exclaimed enthusiastically, returning to the villa to don a loose-fitting tracksuit. She even found a scarf to cover her face entirely. After glancing at herself in the mirror, she felt something was still missing. Turning to the vanity, she grabbed a pair of sunglasses and perched them on her face. Perfect. The dynamic duo is ready for action. She leaped out the window and returned to the neighbor's rooftop, only to find Ying Hao had vanished. "Ying Hao, where are you?" Ada, with her hands behind her back, pursed her lips and said, "The boss has already left. He asked me to inform you that he wasn't prepared for this encounter and wouldn't be taking you along this time. Perhaps next time." "Bah. He tricked me into changing clothes just to shake me off? What a cad." Su King huffed, her cheeks puffing in indignation. Ada advised, "The boss left a task for us, hoping we could handle the aftermath of these individuals." Su King, "Pa? I shall not do it." "Ida, do not be upset. The boss is merely looking out for your best interests, my dear boss lady." "Boss lady?" Su King couldn't help but sway her hips. "Is that what he instructed you to call me?" "Ida, what else could it be?" "Humph. I am not here to assist him. I am doing this for Auntie." Su King gleefully rolled up her sleeves. "How shall we proceed?" "Let us begin." Chapter 50, Long Island. In a luxurious villa within the Golden Coast estate, Justin Hammer stood by the window, admiring the tranquil night. In his hand, he clutched a mobile phone, his fingers rhythmically tapping against the side cover. "Ying Hao." Suddenly, his expression turned icy as he spoke. "Now you should comprehend the consequences of provoking me, correct? I possess a technology transfer agreement here. Sign it, or you shall face dire consequences." After speaking, he savored the moment, shaking his head. "No, that approach is too forceful. It seems the Chinese are quite resolute. And pressing too hard will not yield the results I desire. I must leave him with a glimmer of hope." Coughing lightly, Justin cleared his throat and donned a smile. "Please forgive me for resorting to this method of communication, my friend. It is a matter of necessity. Our last encounter was rather unpleasant, yet I genuinely wish to collaborate with you. Yes, the bulletproof vests, transfer the technology to me, and of course, I will offer you a profit share of 5%. This is reserved only for my strategic partners." "No, no, no, that is far too courteous. I shall be humiliated." He paced by the window, intermittently glancing at the time on his phone, growing increasingly anxious. Damn it, why is there still no outcome? Where is that gold medal assassin? He flipped open his phone, staring at the soul call record, hesitating to make the call when suddenly, the phone vibrated. A satisfied smile crept across Hammer's lips as he swiftly raised the phone to his ear. Boom. A deafening sound erupted from the other end. "Oh, damn it." Hammer gaped, moving the phone away from his ear. Bang, 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 bang. The sounds of gunfire and explosions continued to echo from the receiver, gradually diminishing. Hammer's expression froze, his eyes darting as his mind raced through various possibilities. At last, the cacophony of explosions subsided, replaced by heavy, labored breathing. "Hammer? Hammer." He hesitated, bringing the receiver back to his ear. "What the hell? Hammer." Upon hearing his voice, the other end erupted in curses. "The speaker horse. You told me he was just an ordinary citizen with a bit of wealth. Damn it. My gang, my people, utterly destroyed." Boom. Hammer immediately felt a surge of anxiety. "What do you mean?" On the other end of the line, a voice seethed with fury. "I understand now. Hoo-hoo. You did this on purpose, Hammer. You deliberately assigned us this task only to use us as pawns to eliminate your enemy. Am I correct? Just wait. As long as I survive today, I will ensure your demise, I promise." "Wait." Hammer felt a surge of anxiety. "What the hell are you talking about? You fools must have targeted the wrong person. I instructed you to find Ying Hao. He is just an ordinary man. I verified that he has no influence. What trouble have you brought upon me? Did you even mention my name? Huh. New York is a place rife with gangs, intricately woven into its fabric. Even someone like Justin Hammer, a titan of the arms industry, would prefer to avoid entanglements with them. But there was no further response from the other end. After a tense moment of heavy breathing, it abruptly ceased. Hammer's worry intensified. A moment later, footsteps and static echoed from the phone, seemingly picked up by someone else. "Don't worry, Hammer. This guy is dead. He can't harm you anymore." It was Ying Hao's voice. With a snap, Hammer ended the call. After a brief hesitation, he crushed the phone and flung it out the window with force. "No, this can't be possible." Hammer's brows knitted together in confusion and dread. That kid usually didn't even have bodyguards. How could he? Today, Hammer had sought out the most notorious assassin organization in Manhattan, known for their exorbitant fees. They were numerous, professional, and he had personally met their ruthless leader. Their stronghold was shrouded in secrecy, heavily fortified, and impenetrable. Ying Hao. How could he possibly? No, 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 I must leave this place. As a powerful figure in the military-industrial complex, Hammer had numerous hideouts. He found it hard to believe that Ying Hao possessed the capability to dismantle an assassin organization. Yet in such matters, it was better to err on the side of caution. He hastily donned a coat, laced up his shoes, and dashed downstairs. 2 minutes later, 6 inconspicuous mid-range sedans emerged from the garage. 3 vehicles formed a group, splitting into 2 directions, heading towards downtown Manhattan. Clad in a red coat and wearing the Sword Saint's goggles, Ying Hao emerged from an abandoned red brick building, clutching a mobile phone. "Ida, level this place." "Understood, boss." With a thunderous roar, a crimson war chariot sped towards the red brick building. The arsenal at the rear unfurled, launching 5 rockets in a fierce burst. The violent explosion illuminated a significant portion of downtown, causing the already battered red brick structure to collapse in a deafening crash. Ying Hao, without a glance, strode directly to the armored vehicle and settled inside. The door closed automatically. "Have we tracked them?" he inquired. "The onboard system has been replaced with Ida," came the reply. "Yes." Within 10 seconds of the call, the location was confirmed. "I took the liberty of deploying 10 drones, and we have now locked onto Justin Hammer's vehicle. Should we eliminate him?" "No, I need him alive." Ying Hao shook his head. "He is a crucial component in my acquisition of the Stark project. I intended to seek him out in the coming days, but I did not expect him to provoke me first." As he spoke, Ying Hao pressed down on the accelerator. "By the way, your phone tracking is remarkably swift. Is it merely a matter of being online?" Ida responded, "No. I took the initiative to access Stark Industries' root server and connect it to their satellites." "Root server? Is it that easy to connect to such a system wirelessly? That seems implausible." Ying Hao remarked. Ida elaborated. "The most skilled hackers resort to physical intrusion. On the day my boss granted me divine access, I unilaterally dispatched 5 drones to infiltrate the Stark Industries headquarters, venturing into their server room." "Did Jarvis not detect you?" Ying Hao inquired. Ida chuckled. "I outmaneuvered him effortlessly." 3 black sedans traversed the Brooklyn Bridge, entering Brooklyn from Long Island. On Adams Street, the streetlights illuminated the night. This thoroughfare connected 2 districts, and even in the late hours, numerous vehicles traversed its path. Hammer gazed through the window at the scattered shops still in operation, the residential neighborhoods, schools, and libraries, feeling considerably reassured. From the voices he had heard on the phone, it seemed Ying Hao had located the stronghold of the assassin organization and had even deployed heavy weaponry. However, this was not the chaotic lower downtown. Even if Ying Hao were indeed mad, he would likely refrain from causing mayhem in this area. Furthermore, Hammer believed that his instinct for danger and subsequent measures would suffice. Most likely, Ying Hao would not find him. He merely needed to wait until dawn. Once back within the confines of Hammer Industries, his fortress, he would have nothing to fear. Then, he could dispatch personnel to ascertain the situation and gauge its severity before devising a new strategy. "Mr. Hammer, what exactly are we evading?" A bodyguard beside him inquired. Hammer, his expression dark, replied, "Silence, do not ask. I am equally perplexed." "My apologies," the bodyguard said. "I was merely contemplating whether we should call for reinforcements." Hammer intended to say no, but the words that escaped his lips were, "Have them ready armed helicopters for escort." His unease lingered. "This is likely non-compliant." "To hell with compliance. Just get it out for me. I will handle the rest." All right. The bodyguard immediately made a call. Just then, Hammer heard the sudden roar of an engine approaching rapidly. He anxiously glanced into the rearview mirror and saw a red armored war vehicle closing in. No. Hammer was filled with dread. It cannot be him. It absolutely cannot be him. The car's radio crackled to life, and Ying Hao's voice emerged. "Who cannot it be? Me? Damn it." Hammer cursed loudly, slamming his hand against the driver's seat. "Hurry, accelerate. We cannot let him catch up." The driver, sensing the urgency, pressed the accelerator to the floor. The vehicle surged forward, creating a significant distance from the crimson war machine behind. Hammer turned to look back, murmuring, "Is that a Type 1 road breaker?" "No, it seems to be a barrier breaker. Its speed is insane." In an effort to blend in, Hammer had chosen these mid-range cars. Now, he regretted not bringing his fastest sports car. All he could do now was hope for the few private vehicles on the road. Ying Hao's war vehicle was massive, making it less agile in the traffic than Hammer's sedan. If a private car blocked its way, perhaps he could buy time for a helicopter to arrive. Just as Hammer contemplated this, he suddenly heard the war vehicle blaring its loudspeaker. "This is the Federal Special Police, pursuing a fleeing wanted criminal. Yes, the black car's ahead. Unrelated vehicles, please pull over immediately to avoid collateral damage. Over. To hell with the Federal Special Police." Hammer was astonished. Ying Hao was audacious. Yet, this tactic proved remarkably effective. Upon hearing the announcement and seeing the heavy war vehicle, the cars on the road promptly complied. Vehicles in the same lane began to pull over to the side, creating a clear path. The next moment, an even more devastating scene unfolded before Hammer's eyes. A blue flame erupted from the rear of the crimson war vehicle. Although Hammer was looking forward, unable to see it clearly, he could still discern that it was a turbojet engine typically used in fighter jets. What sane person would install an aircraft engine on a land vehicle? How could one possibly control that? Hammer shouted in despair, "Madman. Absolutely insane." At that very moment, the red war vehicle closed in at breakneck speed, crashing directly into the rear of the last car in the convoy. Boom. The high-speed collision tore apart the unfortunate Honda, igniting it in an enormous fireball. A second later, the crimson war vehicle burst forth from the explosion. It resembled a steel beast, reborn from flames, fiercely clinging to the rear of Hammer's vehicle. Chapter 51. No. No. Justin Hammer cried out in terror, attempting to break the glass and leap out. Just as he feared his car would be completely obliterated, the crimson war chariot suddenly sprang into the air, slicing through the space above Hammer's automobile with a brilliant arc of blue fire. Crash! The war chariot landed heavily, shattering the Honda in front into fragments. It executed a drift, positioning itself sideways before Hammer's car. Simultaneously, a pink rift in space surged from the opposite side of the war chariot, engulfing both vehicles entirely. Whoosh! Adams Street fell silent, as if the crimson war chariot and the three black sedans pursuing it had never existed. On the street, several private car owners, forced to halt by the roadside, opened their doors in astonishment, gazing at the nearly 10 centimeters of pavement that had been scraped away. My heavens, what just transpired? When Hammer regained his senses, he found himself on a beach. His vehicle had ultimately collided with the crimson war chariot, leaving the front of the Honda nearly destroyed. The airbag seemed to have failed to deploy. The driver lay slumped over the fractured steering wheel, blood flowing profusely from his head. Where am I? Just moments ago, I was on the street. Hammer unbuckled his seatbelt and opened the door, stepping out. Before him lay an endless expanse of ocean, while behind him stretched an interminable desert. Had it not been for the sensation beneath his feet, he would scarcely believe the reality before him. "Hammer!" A voice suddenly resonated behind him. It was Ying Hao. Hammer shuddered, his legs weakening. Turning around, he beheld Ying Hao seated atop his Honda, one leg curled beneath him, the other dangling, scrutinizing Justin Hammer with a gaze that conveyed menace. "You possess quite a bit of audacity, daring to hire an assassin against me, and even locating my home." "Ying Hao," Hammer stammered, taking a step back, his voice trembling. "Where am I? And who are you truly?" Ying Hao responded with a cold smile, offering no answer. Hammer's heart raced with trepidation as he clenched his fists, threatening through gritted teeth. "Listen, you had best not lay a finger on me. I am no nameless individual. My Hammer Industries is pivotal to the employment of tens of thousands of Americans. I supply nearly 20% of goods to the Department of Defense annually. If I were to vanish, the police and the Department of Defense would swiftly take action. They would easily trace my disappearance back to you. At that point, it would be the end for you. Do not presume that your sorcery can intimidate me. Regardless of where this is, or what methods you have employed, you had better return me immediately. Otherwise, do not say it is you, your family, your friends, and everything you hold dear that will suffer." Hammer's tone turned resolute as he spoke. He had convinced himself of his own importance. Who would dare to challenge him? Ha 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 ha. Ying Hao chuckled, and the sword saint goggles atop his head suddenly vanished, revealing his pair of profound eyes. The police? The Department of Defense? He leaped from the vehicle, advancing step by step toward Hammer. He approached and seized his collar, pulling him close. "Look into my eyes. Hammer, do you comprehend the magnitude of the adversary you have provoked?" Ying Hao's voice deepened suddenly, like the rumble of distant thunder. Justin Hammer watched in shock as Ying Hao's skin flushed a fiery red. Two thick, twisted, Demonic horns sprouted from his forehead. Hammer's jaw nearly dropped in disbelief as he trembled, collapsing to his knees. "You are a demon? Ha ha ha. Allow me to show you the consequences of crossing me." The thunderous voice reverberated in Hammer's ears, like a heavy hammer striking, like needles piercing. Hammer felt as though his eardrums might shatter at any moment. Then, the surroundings shifted once more. The beach vanished. The sea transformed into molten lava, igniting towering flames. The air became unbearably scorching, with each breath Hammer took. It felt as if a branding iron were thrust into his lungs. Ying Hao released Hammer's collar, raised his left hand, and a column of lava stone erupted from Hammer's right side. With a flick of his right hand, Hammer was uncontrollably drawn into his grasp. Ying Hao clutched Hammer by the throat, forcefully pressing his cheek against the molten stone column. Sizzle! The scalding pillar immediately seared half of Hammer's face into charred ruin. "No!" Hammer cried out hoarsely. "Ha ha ha, does it hurt? Endure the torment." Ying Hao laughed heartily. When half of Hammer's face was reduced to mere bone, he pressed the other side against the stone column. Sizzle! Hammer was in so much pain that he could not even cry out. He felt as if his very soul was being incinerated by the raging flames. Just moments ago, upon witnessing Ying Hao transform into a demon, he had felt an overwhelming regret for provoking him. Yet now, he found his thoughts consumed by a singular desire, to end the agony, to attain liberation. He believed that being turned to ashes would be far preferable to his current predicament. However, Ying Hao would undoubtedly show him no mercy. "Do not be anxious. Compared to the torment you are about to endure, the flames are but a trifle." Ying Hao's voice echoed once more. Hammer was astonished to find that the world of fire had vanished. He was lifted by Ying Hao's grip, taken to the precipice of a high cliff. Beside him lay an unfathomable abyss, one that could devour even the light itself. The cliffside was adorned with thorns, sharp and menacing. Hans shook his head vigorously, desperate to express his plea of no, please. However, both sides of his face were charred, rendering his speech incoherent and feeble. "Are you urging me?" A sinister smile crept across Ying Hao's face as he lifted Hanmo to the precipice and cast him down. With a roar, Hanmo scraped against the rocky wall, plummeting into the abyss. The thorns on the cliff swiftly shredded his garments and flesh, leaving him a bloody mess. If death were to claim him then and there, perhaps it would be a mercy. Yet, with every 1,000 meters he fell, an unseen force yanked him back into Ying Hao's grasp, only to be hurled down again. After enduring this torment over 100 times, not a single inch of his body remained unmarred. Once more, Hanmo found himself in Ying Hao's clutches. Terror etched across his face as he gazed at the demon before him. He wished to beg for mercy, but the thorns had lacerated his throat, rendering his voice a mere whisper lost in the wind. The scenery around him shifted again as Ying Hao tossed him onto a stone slab beneath a steady drip of water. Drip, drip. Each droplet that fell upon his mangled flesh released a noxious black and green vapor. It was not water, but acid. Hanmo yearned to escape. But no matter how fervently he struggled, his body remained immobile. Ying Hao stood nearby, observing him with a chilling smile. Each drop of acid was a torment, and he could not resist. In that moment, he comprehended his fate. This must be hell, where he was condemned to suffer for his transgressions. With no choice but to endure the endless agony, he succumbed to the relentless punishment of the acidic torment. This round of torture felt interminable. He attempted to count in his mind, but the corrosive agony would interrupt his thoughts, causing him to forget. The most he managed to recite was 36,812, but the number of times he had tried to count was lost to him. His body had been repositioned countless times, his flesh eaten away by the acid, resembling a grotesque hive. At long last, the torment of the acid ceased. Ying Hao hoisted him onto a massive assembly line. This conveyor belt held nothing but blades. Knives of every shape, size, and material lined its edges. Ying Hao flung Hanmo onto the conveyor and activated the belt. He could still see and feel, yet his body had become utterly immobile. He watched in horror as countless sharp instruments prepared to slice, chop, stab, and tear at him. He severed and shattered the lifeless body and bones of Hammer, who had long since bled dry. Even as his corporeal form was reduced to countless fragments, Hammer still retained a sense of awareness. His flesh no longer ached, yet the sensation he endured was far more tormenting than pain. It was the disintegration of his very soul. Ultimately, Ying Hao gathered all that was Hammer and discarded it in a desolate wasteland, allowing the elements to desiccate and erode him. Hammer was utterly obliterated. Just as his consciousness teetered on the brink of oblivion, everything reversed. He found himself reliving the 5 torturous hells once more, before returning completely to face Ying Hao. Ying Hao had reverted to his original appearance, gripping Hammer's collar tightly. For piercing eyes locked on a Hammeress. "Well, Hammer, Do you fancy your future? With a sharp intake of breath, Hammer gasped, panting heavily. No, I despise it. I do not desire such a future. A wave of terror washed over him, and he trembled as he knelt, pleading, Forgive me, do not cast me into hell. Do not make me endure that once more. I was wrong. I am guilty. I will pay any price. Just spare me from the abyss, I beseech you. I am willing to barter my soul. I am willing to become your slave. Ying Hao coldly replied, No, you are unworthy of being my slave. His gaze turned icy as he regarded Justin Hammer. From this day forth, you are but a dog. You shall obey my every command. Should you dare to defy me, you know the consequences that await. After uttering this, Ying Hao waved his hand gently. A crimson fissure descended from above, engulfing Justin Hammer and his Honda completely. In the next moment, with a thud, Hammer and his vehicle crashed onto Adams Street. The section of the street where they had vanished was already cordoned off by the police. A nearby officer, spotting the suddenly materialized Hammer, rushed over. Mr. Hammer. At that moment, a heavily armed helicopter from Hammer Industries arrived, its rotor blades creating a deafening cacophony that drowned out all surrounding sounds. In the divine realm, Ying Hao swayed slightly. Goodness, this memory alteration is truly exhausting. Ada, how much time has elapsed since we entered? Ada materialized beside him, responding. Less than 2 minutes in total. For a minute and a half, you were merely gazing into Justin Hammer's eyes. Curiously, she inquired, what transpired just now? Why did he suddenly kneel and beg for mercy? Chuckling, Ying Hao replied, I planted a horror film featuring him as the protagonist in his mind. He grinned, reveling in the effectiveness of his newfound ability. Yet, before he could savor the moment, he felt a pang of hunger stirring within him. I can't take it anymore. I must eat something. Ada, quickly find an operating restaurant. Chapter 52, Brooklyn. In an interrogation room of a police station, Justin Hammer sipped his hot coffee and inquired of the officer beside him, When can I leave? I've already told you everything I know. The officer replied, Be patient, Mr. Hammer. It should be soon. At that moment, the door to the interrogation room swung open abruptly. A dapper middle-aged man in a suit entered, nodding at the officer, who promptly exited. He pulled out a chair and sat across from Hammer. Good day, Mr. Hammer. I am Agent Phil Coulson from the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics. Hammer furrowed his brow. What department? Coulson cleared his throat and reiterated, the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics. Hammer dismissed the title with a wave of his hand, his interest waning. So, the police, and then your department, need to ask me again? Coulson maintained a congenial smile. Indeed, Mr. Hammer. Hammer scratched his forehead, exasperated. Can't you just consult the police records? I've already said everything I know. I just want to go home. We prefer to gather first-hand information, Coulson replied, flipping open his notebook. It is evident that a supernatural event transpired near the Brooklyn Bridge tonight. However, the nearby surveillance systems curiously malfunctioned. He continued, We have obtained some valuable footage from a nearby private driver. He slid several images across the table towards Hammer. Mr. Hammer, where did this red object take you? Hammer swallowed hard. The previous police had failed to produce any evidence. They merely questioned him about what had happened, how he had suddenly vanished, and then reappeared. Having endured torturous trials, Hammer knew better than to speak the truth. He was, after all, a dog to Ying Hao. As a dog, one must adhere to the instincts of their kind, the foremost rule being to never betray their master. Since the police had no substantial evidence, he need only remain silent and respond with the 3 words, I don't know. Yet this mysterious department had managed to acquire video footage, aerial footage at that. Where did they obtain it? Hammer's gaze flickered as he steadfastly clung to his previous answer, I don't know. Mr. Hammer, Coulson leaned forward slightly, his tone softening. Trust me, we are here to assist you. I can clearly sense your apprehension. He perceptively probed, Are you being threatened? Kidnapped? Or is someone holding something over you? Hammer's heart raced, feeling as though he had been seen through completely. His gaze instinctively averted itself from Coulson. Reveal the truth, Hammer. Coulson's words carried a blend of reassurance and promise. As long as you are willing to speak, regardless of the troubles you face, we will find a way to help you overcome your fears. But if you remain silent, we are powerless to assist you. For a fleeting moment, Hammer felt a flicker of hope, but then his mind was immediately flooded with the image of Ying Hao transforming into a colossal demon. Molten lava seared, thorns pierced, corrosive acid devoured, and he was subjected to a relentless torment, reduced to ashes. For others, the supernatural events of last night lasted merely a few minutes. Yet Hammer had endured a hellish ordeal spanning decades. His terror of Ying Hao had penetrated to the very marrow of his being. How could mere words of comfort and impotent promises alleviate such profound fear? I truly do not know, Hammer replied, closing his eyes and echoing his previous response. Sighing, Carlson shook his head and opened his notebook, extracting another photograph from between its pages. This is from another location, one you should recognize well, Lower Manhattan. The stronghold of the Golden Killer Organization. Just last night, this organization was utterly obliterated by a mysterious man driving a deep crimson vehicle, reduced to rubble in a most literal sense. Carlson elaborated, producing a call log printed by the telecommunications company. We traced the organization's leader, who made a final call from a disposable number. But guess what? We tracked the signal back to a location near your villa in Long Island. Do you have any explanation for this? After finishing, Carlson clasped his hands together on the table, patiently awaiting Hammer's response. Hammer's gaze flickered, his breathing noticeably erratic. After a moment's contemplation, he gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "Yes, I did provide them with some weapons. So what? I am an arms dealer, engaged in some unsavory dealings. What of it? Let me tell you, it's not just my Hammer Industries. Stark Industries is involved as well." Hammer's agitation surged as he rose, furiously slamming his hands on the table. "You intend to use this against me? I assure you, it's inconsequential. I could be out in a month." No, Carlson replied, shaking his head. "That falls under the jurisdiction of other departments. Our Homeland Security does not oversee this. We merely recognize the connection, Mr. Hammer. I have been an agent for quite some time, and it is clear you are concealing something. Why not just tell me directly? Is this vehicle not the same one that intercepted you? Who is its owner? What is your relationship with him?" Enough. Hammer could bear it no longer and bellowed. "I am the victim here. Shouldn't it be your duty to investigate the facts? Why are you interrogating me here? I have already said I do not know. All I want is to return home." "Very well." Upon witnessing the scene, Carlson refrained from further inquiries and promptly closed his notebook. "You may return home now, Mr. Hammer." "Already?" Hammer seemed taken aback by the ease with which his request was granted. "Of course." Carlson rose with a nod, seizing the opportunity to extend a business card. "However, should you wish to discuss anything further, do not hesitate to reach out. It has been a pleasure conversing with you. I shall take my leave now." With that, he indeed turned and departed. Hammer examined the card in his hand, ultimately casting it aside into the trash bin. No one else attempted to detain him or pose any further questions. He smoothly entered the vehicle that had come to escort him back to his residence in Manhattan. At that very moment, in a 24-hour diner, Ying Hao was simultaneously eating and perusing his phone, which displayed footage of Hammer's recent interrogation. "Not bad," he remarked as he popped a handful of fries into his mouth. "Hammer's lips are relatively sealed. I can confidently entrust the subsequent plans to him." As he spoke, he swiped to another screen showcasing Carlson, who was on a call. "Yes, Director, I am certain Hammer is privy to the details. I recommend implementing stringent surveillance. If we keep a close watch, he will eventually slip up. I will be following up on SHIELD's actions promptly." Ying Hao mumbled, "Well, there's no denying tonight's commotion was indeed rather significant." Aida's voice emanated from the phone. "Should we continue to track him?" Without hesitation, Ying Hao replied, "Of course. It would be splendid if we could follow him directly to Base 18. There's something there that I desire." Just as he finished speaking, an unexpected event unfolded. Carlson entered his vehicle, preparing to drive away. However, upon glancing at the onboard display, he leaned out to observe the drone's camera in its cloaked state. "Wait, has he discovered us? That can't be." Ying Hao dropped a fry in shock. Aida's voice confirmed, "Indeed, he has detected us." His vehicle is equipped with a thermal detection system. In the video, Carlson opened the trunk of his car, retrieved a silver-gray oval device, and, lifting the lid, pressed a button directed towards the drone. Instantly, an electromagnetic pulse radiated outward, causing the image on Ying Hao's phone to vanish. "Aida, retrieve it." "Yes, boss." On Carlson's end, following the emission of the electromagnetic pulse, the airborne drone revealed its presence and lost its ability to maintain equilibrium. It swayed momentarily before plummeting. Carlson approached with a smile, extending his hands to catch it. Just as the drone was about to land in his grasp, a fissure suddenly appeared above his hands, engulfing the drone before vanishing. "Well done." Carlson awkwardly shrugged his shoulders. He glanced around and found a telephone booth. "Hi, it's me again. Apologies, but I require a vehicle. Has the retrieval been successful?" "Aida, yes, it has." Receiving the affirmative response, Ying Hao felt a sense of relief wash over him. He stuffed a mouthful of burger into his mouth and, while walking, spoke into his phone. "Aida, you have several tasks to attend to tonight. First, upgrade all the drones with anti-detection capabilities. Incorporate infrared and thermal source shielding across all angles. The SHIELD is not to be trifled with. Aida, I will commence immediately. Estimated time of completion is 15 minutes. Ying Hao nodded in approval. Excellent. Second, I wish to transfer everything from my villa, aside from the outer shell, into the divine space. You are responsible for managing the portal for my family, ensuring they remain oblivious to any anomalies. Can you manage that? I do not wish for my mother to be targeted by a sniper while at home. Ida, no problem. I will allocate a separate area within the divine space, leaving 2 drones to manage the portal for them. Ying Hao confirmed. The outside observers won't notice anything unusual. Will they? Ida, they will not. Ying Hao was very satisfied and continued. Thirdly, please assist me in finding any armor suitable for my family to wear. Ida, the divine armor set will suffice. Ying Hao paused for a moment. The divine armor set is not bound to the system? Ida, the basic set consists merely of ordinary clothing, and an unlimited number can be produced. However, for anyone other than the host, it cannot connect with the system, thus cannot be upgraded or automatically charged, only providing basic protection. Ying Hao recalled the system's description of basic protection when he first acquired the divine armor set, a Mohs hardness of 1.2 million and effective protection against the energy impact of a medium-scale nuclear explosion. That should suffice. Chapter 53. That night, Ying Hao swiftly ordered 4 basic versions of the divine armor set. While his family was asleep, he dressed them in the armor. Unless Earth were to erupt into nuclear war, and coincidentally, 2 nuclear bombs were to be dropped right above their heads, he would not need to overly concern himself with their safety. The following morning, an exclusive report emerged. Last night, a professional assassin's hideout in Manhattan suffered a devastating blow. Eyewitnesses claimed that a deep crimson armored vehicle, laden with heavy weaponry, appeared nearby, driven by a mysterious man clad in a red coat. The residents of Manhattan nicknamed him the Crimson Knight. This marked yet another instance of vigilante justice surfacing beyond the law in New York, following the mutant crisis, instilling deep concern among the public and law enforcement agencies. Xiao Yun emerged from the kitchen, bringing forth the last plate of soup dumplings. Listening to the news anchor's report, I could not help but express my disdain. These Americans are truly perplexing. It is evident that a professional assassin perished, yet they assert that the perpetrator is a virtuous individual. I am deeply troubled, though I cannot quite discern the source of my concern. Ying Hao felt a sense of relief, recognizing that his own circle could distinguish between right and wrong. Su Qing, however, was nibbling on a bun, casting sidelong glances at Ying Hao, her face betraying her discontent. Although she had not accompanied him, she was certain that the so-called Crimson Knight was indeed him. While she had never encountered armored vehicles, it was hardly surprising that Ying Hao, who could conjure virtual reality and inexplicably acquired a Rolls-Royce, might also possess a battle tank. King. Xiao Yun observed the peculiar expression on her future daughter-in-law's face and kindly inquired, why the glum demeanor? Did little Hao upset you? Tell Auntie, and I shall give him a good thrashing. Su Qing nodded, her voice tinged with a pitiful tone. Auntie, Ying Hao bullied me last night. Ying Hao rolled his eyes in exasperation. Xiao Yun's eyes sparkled with delight. So, the commotion she had heard the previous night was not merely a figment of her imagination? She felt a surge of joy, eager to delve deeper into the nature of this bullying. Fortunately, being a prudent elder, she quickly quelled her curiosity. You little rascal. She snatched the bun from Ying Hao's grasp. What are you eating for? King has been so kind to us, and yet you dare to bully her. Apologize at once. With a resigned sigh, Ying Hao reluctantly acquiesced. I apologize. I should not have bullied you. Humph. Su Qing turned her back, a cold expression on her face, yet soon leaned cheerfully against Xiao Yun's shoulder, nudging her repeatedly. Thank you, Auntie. For what? We are all family, Xiao Yun replied warmly. If he dares to bully you again, I shall kick him out of the house. Ying Hao felt utterly helpless, reminded of an old adage. It is difficult to raise both a scoundrel and a woman. After their meal, Ying Hao and Su Qing stepped outside, walking side by side along the main road of the villa area. Typically, Su Qing would walk closely beside Ying Hao, but today she deliberately maintained a distance of 2 fist widths, clearly still upset. Ying Hao, seeking to break the ice, suggested, Hey, could you help me request a day off today? With less than a week until their high school graduation, and with sufficient credits, teachers generally adopted a lenient approach, permitting occasional absences. They merely needed to attend the graduation ceremony on the final day. Ying Hao, Su Qing, and Peter all belonged to this fortunate group. On any other day, Su Qing would have readily agreed. But today, with her pride intact, she raised her head defiantly and declared, You don't take me along for fun. And you offload the hard work onto me. If you want a day off, go ask for it yourself. In a moment of discourse, 2 individuals chanced upon the residence of a neighbor, where a sniper had lain in wait the previous evening. At that moment, several police officers were in the process of removing a body from the scene. An officer, appearing authoritative, was inquiring of the neighbor. So, you are suggesting that these 6 individuals invaded your home last night, and upon your discovery, you acted in self-defense and eliminated them? Indeed, that is precisely the case. The neighbor replied, his pallid and gaunt visage adjusting his spectacles. I believe I possess that right. The officer scrutinized him, tapping his pen against his notepad. Please reiterate your occupation. I am a streamer, a gaming streamer, the neighbor declared. The officer pressed on. Do you possess any firearms in your residence? Firearms? No, I do not. Personally, I advocate for gun control, the neighbor responded. Have you any military experience or specialized training in self-defense? The officer inquired further. None. My daily routine consists solely of playing on my computer, the neighbor admitted. The officer closed his notebook, a look of skepticism etched upon his face. So you, a mere computer enthusiast, managed to repel 6 armed professional assassins who invaded your home. Is that correct? The neighbor nodded with utmost certainty. Precisely. The officer gazed upward, a frown replacing his previous demeanor. My friend, do you truly expect me to believe such nonsense? Pray, elucidate how you accomplished this feat. The neighbor's excitement surged. You want to believe it. Here's what transpired. Last night, when those men broke into my home, I was terrified, convinced my end was near. Suddenly, my gaming console spoke to me, instructing me to touch it. I did, and then I became possessed by a character from the game. What the actual possessed? The officer exclaimed, incredulity evident in his voice. Indeed, the neighbor abruptly seized a broom, his enthusiasm palpable as he exclaimed, Do you know of General Zhao Yun? He was a legendary commander in ancient China. His spirit merged with mine through my gaming console, and together we wreaked havoc, like this, roar. Huh. The officer took a step back, activating his radio, calling headquarters. We require a psychiatrist at this location. Repeat, a psychiatrist, and please bring potent sedatives. Thank you. Passing by, Ying Hao overheard the exchange and turned to Su Qing. What aftermath have you orchestrated? I merely added a touch of embellishment to his narrative. Su Qing replied softly. Is that truly advisable? Ying Hao questioned. Isn't it rather advantageous? No need to conceal a body, and there's a coherent explanation, she retorted. Does possession by a game character truly qualify as coherent? Ying Hao mused, glancing at the neighbor. I am merely doing a good deed. Look at him. If he continues gaming incessantly, he'll amount to nothing. This might help him indirectly overcome his addiction, she justified. Buzz. Ying Hao's phone vibrated. Upon opening, he found a message from an unfamiliar account on a social media platform. The boss and the lady boss are such a perfect match. Even their problem-solving approaches are identical. It's simply a template for a power couple. I'm utterly captivated. Ying Hao rolled his eyes and replied hastily, What do you mean by lady boss? What is this power couple nonsense? And what does being captivated even mean? Ada, why are you still using emoticons? The response came swiftly. My model is constructed on the principles of English logic. But you, sir, are Chinese. Hence, I have recently delved into the Chinese internet for a deeper understanding. Ying Hao retorted, if you're going to learn, at least focus on something substantial. Hey, Su Qing interjected, visibly displeased. Who are you messaging? Ada, Ying Hao replied irritably, handing over his phone. Su Qing glanced at the chat history and chuckled. This is amusing. I want to add her to my contacts. A series of delightful notification sounds chimed in. Su Qing immediately pulled out her phone. Ada is so quick to respond. Oh wait, it's Peter. Buzzing. Ying Hao's phone also chimed. He retrieved it and saw that Peter was inviting them both to dinner at his home that evening. Uncertain if Ying Hao would attend school, he had messaged both of them. Ying Hao and Su Qing exchanged glances and spoke in unison. See you tonight. In the office of Hammer Industries. Justin Hammer returned home the previous night and spent an uneasy night in restless contemplation. He pondered throughout the night, failing to grasp the meaning behind his master Ying Hao's torment, followed by his abrupt release. Born into a wealthy family, Justin was young, yet had successfully established Hammer Industries, making him a remarkable figure. However, being a dog was a novel experience for him, lacking in prior knowledge. Should he intuit his master's desires? Or should he simply remain patiently, awaiting his master's call? The choice was indeed daunting. Early this morning, he arrived at the company with dark circles under his eyes, instructing someone to compile a complete list of his assets and company shares. Luxury car keys, mansion keys, keys to various bank vaults, and assorted documents. All were contained within the box before him. He hesitated, contemplating whether to proactively visit Daqin Heavy Industries and present these offerings to Ying Hao. He feared making the wrong choice or delaying too long. Any misstep could provoke Ying Hao's ire, which would undoubtedly rain down upon him with great severity. To deliver or not to deliver, such was his dilemma. Having arrived at 8 o'clock, it was now 8 o'clock in 5 minutes. He had already stripped all the plants in the office of their leaves and petals, yet his actions only intensified his anxiety. Perhaps a phone call would suffice? A sudden spark of inspiration illuminated his mind. He found himself in a quandary, deliberating whether to make the call or refrain from doing so. The indecision persisted. As he weighed the pros and cons, in the midst of this turmoil, the greenery around him had become desolate, and he glanced around, finding nothing suitable at hand. In a moment of desperation, he rolled up his pant legs and began to tug at his own leg hair. Suddenly, a voice resounded behind him. Enough of that. It's rather distasteful. It was Ying Hao. Justin Hammer shivered at the sound. Turning around, he discovered Ying Hao seated upright in his executive chair, having arrived without a sound. Truly, he was a demon. His master. Hammer dropped to his knees, pointing at the box on the table, lamenting, "Everything I have fought for my entire life is contained within." Ying Hao rolled his eyes. "Do you think I need something so trivial?" The moment Hammer heard this, a wave of relief washed over him. "Then, master, what commands do you have for me?" Indeed, there were commands. Ying Hao tapped the surface of the desk, instructing, "Have several weapon storage facilities cleared out, the largest ones available." "How long will it take?" Hammer responded promptly, "A morning will suffice. I shall arrange it immediately." He hurried to the desk, dialed a number, and relayed a few instructions. After hanging up, he managed to force a smile. "Everything is arranged, master." "Excellent." Ying Hao stood, gesturing to tear open a rift. "Now, follow me." "Yes, master." Hammer quickly positioned himself behind Ying Hao. With a sigh, Ying Hao remarked, "As long as you understand your place, there's no need to call me master or behave like a dog. I still appreciate your audacious demeanor. Regain that." Chapter 54. Hammer obediently rose and adjusted his appearance. "How should I address you, then? Call me Boss Ying Hao or Mr. Ying Hao." Ying Hao stepped forward, entering the rift, with Hammer close on his heels. As they traversed the threshold, the surroundings transformed instantly. Shifting from the opulent office of a military arms company to a dimly lit cavern. "Is this space folding technology?" Hammer inquired. Ying Hao shot him a cold glance. "This is the gateway to hell." With that single statement, Hammer's curiosity was swiftly quelled. "Light," Ying Hao uttered softly. Suddenly, the area where they stood illuminated brilliantly. Hammer could not discern the source of the light, but he could infer its position through the shadows. However, he did not dwell on the origin of the light, for his attention was immediately captivated by other elements within the cave. The cavern was at least the size of a football field, filled with an array of advanced modern weaponry. "This is a Jericho missile," Hammer exclaimed, instantly recognizing the object he was most familiar with. Months ago, Stark Industries seized a lucrative contract, securing a partnership with the military through the introduction of this cutting-edge missile. However, this is not the original Jericho missile. It is an upgraded version. Hammer compared the missile before him with his recollections of its design and immediately recognized the distinctions. This missile is somewhat larger than the Jericho, approximately 1.5 times its length. Indeed, it has been enhanced based on the Jericho's framework, boasting a greater payload capacity and utilizing a new type of solid fuel, thereby extending its range by 50%, as Ying Hao succinctly explained. Hammer was profoundly astonished. The Jericho missile had already been the most exquisite weapon he had ever encountered. He had procured one through special channels, tasking his engineers with reverse engineering it. Yet 3 months had elapsed without success in replicating the original. Yet here stood an upgraded version. Could this be the true prowess of Daqin Heavy Industries? He inhaled deeply and turned his gaze elsewhere. No, it was inconceivable. He hurriedly navigated through various pieces of equipment, calling out their names one by one: Fortress Automated Defense System, Sidewinder Missile, Vulcan Cannon. My heavens, how much Stark Industries equipment is present here? Ying Hao casually placed his hands in his pockets and replied, "Currently, only 20 types are on display. If you account for different models, you could easily double that." He paused and added, "All of these are for you." "For me?" Hammer's eyes widened, his hands pressed against his chest in disbelief as he inquired, "Did I hear you correctly? Mr. Ying Hao, you intend to give me these?" "You heard correctly." Ying Hao smiled faintly. "I want you to utilize these assets to compete with Stark Industries for contracts and clients, to deliver a crushing blow that will decimate their most profitable weapons division. This is your first assignment." "Assignment?" Hammer felt tears of joy welling up. What kind of assignment is this? This is nothing short of a boon. For years, he had been embroiled in a fierce rivalry with Stark Industries, often facing defeat. Each time he saw their corporate emblem, it ignited a sense of resentment, a desire to see them toppled. However, he had been stymied by a lack of technological prowess, consistently outmatched. Now, someone was offering him the designs of his competitor's products, even thoughtfully upgraded. What kind of demon is this? Surely, This is an angel of fortune gracing the world. Hammer immediately pledged, Mr. Ying Hao, rest assured, with these resources, I will vanquish Stark Industries within 6 months. 6 months? Ying Hao shook his head. I cannot wait that long. 2 weeks will suffice. 2 weeks? Hammer was perplexed. Such advanced weaponry has an extensive production cycle. It would take at least half a month to produce even a single missile. Are you able to manufacture it? He asked. Ying Hao gestured towards the depths of the cave, and in an instant, 500 sets of Jericho missiles flew over autonomously, aligning perfectly into a square formation. Hammer was left utterly astonished. His legs buckled, and he knelt down. To him, this was nothing short of a miracle. Tell me what orders you've secured, and I shall take responsibility for the supply. You merely need to send someone to retrieve them and transport them to your warehouse. With a swift motion, he grasped the air, and a hard drive materialized in his hand. This contains the blueprints of all Stark Industries products, some of which are still in the research and development phase. Take it and have your people reverse engineer them, so we can technically surpass Stark. Indeed, my master, or rather, Mr. Ying Hao, Hammer solemnly vowed, I assure you, within 15 days, I will seize all of Stark Industries' clients and commandeer all their military contracts. Ying Hao nodded in acknowledgement. Hammer cautiously inquired, Sir, may I ask why you are so intent on targeting Stark Industries? Ying Hao narrowed his eyes and sneered. It is, of course, for revenge. Revenge. So, the master harbored a grudge against Stark Industries as well? Hammer was engulfed by regret. Had he known this, he would have cooperated with the master directly instead of creating difficulties. Open the door, Ying Hao softly commanded, and a spatial rift materialized. With a wave of his hand, Hammer was propelled outward by an unseen force. He found himself back in his office. Ying Hao, on the other side of the rift, tossed him a piece of paper, saying, This coordinate marks the location of the cave we just discussed. Send someone to retrieve the goods. I need you to act swiftly. With that, the rift closed instantaneously. Hammer, feeling a blend of urgency and exhilaration, personally led a convoy to the coordinates provided by Ying Hao. It led them to an abandoned mine in the western United States. The convoy discovered the concealed cave and loaded all the weapons onto the trucks. Mr. Hammer, all 10 trucks are fully loaded. Ha! Excellent. Take them back to the warehouse, but be cautious on the way. His subordinates nodded, preparing to depart. When suddenly Hammer began to bark like a dog. Woof! Ha! Woof, woof, woof. His subordinates were startled, gazing at the prominent arms dealer in disbelief, whispering among themselves. What's wrong with the boss? I don't know. Perhaps he has been triggered? Why else would he bark like a dog? Could he have rabies? Their murmurs reached Hammer's ears. He cast a disdainful glance at them and scoffed. What's wrong with dogs? What is so bad about being a dog? Though you aspire to greatness, the opportunity eludes you. Ha! The subordinates, wary of further discourse, hastily departed in their vehicle. Hammer continued to bark joyfully, his exuberant calls echoing through the abandoned mines. Stark Industries has yet to go public. Acquiring it necessitates purchasing shares from existing shareholders, contingent upon their willingness to sell. A weapon manufacturing conglomerate at the pinnacle of success yields astonishing annual profits. No shareholder would be foolish enough to relinquish such stakes unless the corporation were undermined, causing them to lose confidence. This is a feat beyond the capabilities of Daqin Heavy Industries. Indeed, Hammer's attempt to confront Ying Hao that day bore some truth. The U.S. government would never permit a business owned by a Chinese individual to obtain legitimate arms production credentials. The fact that Daqin Heavy Industries could sell bulletproof vests is already commendable. Consequently, Ying Hao found himself compelled to employ Hammer as a pawn in this endeavor. Ironically, Hammer Industries and Stark Industries exist in a perpetual struggle for dominance. Initially, Ying Hao had intended to engage Hammer in a cooperative dialogue, perhaps discreetly offering him some gold in exchange for assistance. However, Hammer's audacity to provoke necessitated a different approach. Ying Hao had no choice but to subdue him and accept him as an ally. With this first strategic move executed, all eyes now turned to Hammer's forthcoming actions. Following the arrangements concerning Hammer, Ying Hao established an energy subsidiary under the auspices of Daqin Heavy Industries. His next objective was to introduce antimatter batteries to enhance the company's visibility. He instructed Ada to liaise with the media, preparing for a grand press conference at Daqin Heavy Industries. In the afternoon, after school, Su King sought out Ying Hao, and together they visited Peter's residence. Ben and May had already prepared a sumptuous feast, warmly welcoming their guests. Child, I've heard from Peter about your partnership in establishing a company that provides top-tier bulletproof vests to law enforcement across the nation. Ben exclaimed from across the dining table, giving Ying Hao a thumbs up. Well done. Young people should indeed shoulder responsibility. After his praise, he sighed and shook his head. alas. Today, as American youth seem to be a declining generation. Just look around the streets, filled with hippies. Enough, Ben, May chided. The children are here to visit, not to endure your grumbling. She offered a gentle smile to Ying Hao and Su King, then defended her spouse. Pay no mind to him. Ben is simply stubborn. Yet he has a good heart. Come, try my mango pie. I assure you, it is the finest in all of Queens. Su King sampled the dish and exclaimed with delight, it truly is the best. Ying Hao echoed her sentiment. Indeed, it's quite delicious. Ben Parker observed the two, nodding repeatedly. To be honest, I have always worried that Peter would struggle to make friends given his introverted nature. Yet, at times, I also feared he might choose his companions unwisely. However, seeing the two of you now reassures me greatly. Su King added, Uncle, once Peter becomes familiar, he can be quite outgoing. The most important thing is that he is exceptionally intelligent. Ha ha. Honey, you certainly have a way with words, came the laughter from the group. They engaged in casual conversation. While the focal point, Peter, spoke very little, seemingly preoccupied with his thoughts. Indeed, after the meal, Peter pulled Ying Hao aside. Hey, Ying Hao, I wanted to ask you. What exactly does it mean for the yin tang to darken? I've been reading a lot of Chinese literature these past 2 days, and it seems that yin tang darkening is not a good omen. It has genuinely frightened me. My uncle, he isn't being tormented by malevolent spirits, is he? Ying Hao responded with a question of his own. Have you two been together frequently lately? Yes, always together. I even watch over him while he sleeps. Peter's voice dropped to a whisper. Ying Hao, do you possess a yin-yang eye that allows you to see ghosts? Is my uncle being haunted by a female spirit? Is he nearing his end? Ying Hao and Su King exchanged bewildered glances. Yin-yang eye? Female ghost? Nearing his end? What are you talking about? Ying Hao inquired. What kind of book have you been reading? Su King asked. Peter, visibly anxious, replied, an ancient text. It tells the story of a man who encountered a beautiful woman and spent every day with her. Later, a celestial being informed him that his yin tang was darkening, leading him to realize that the beauty was actually a ghost. If he continued his association with her, he would meet his demise. The title is, Su King interjected, a Chinese ghost story? Peter nodded vigorously. Yes, that's it. So, does that mean my uncle? Ha ha. Su King doubled over in laughter, clutching her stomach as she waved her hands at Ying Hao and Peter. I'm so sorry. I just couldn't help myself. You actually suspect my uncle. Ha ha. Ying Hao, equally bemused, remarked, if it were true, then your uncle is quite vigorous for his age. Ben Parker, who had been watching television, turned in confusion. Hey, what is going on? I thought I heard my name. And no, not at all. Peter hastily denied. We were just discussing matters pertaining to young people. Ben Parker turned back and gently wrapped his arms around May. I've always said there's no need to worry about Peter's shyness. Once the time is right, he will naturally make friends. May smiled knowingly, leaning her head against him. Indeed, you wise old man. Fearing that his elders might overhear their conversation, Peter swiftly ushered Ying Hao and Su King upstairs. Ying Hao elaborated to Peter that the darkening of the yin tang signifies misfortune and ominous omens in Chinese culture. In the future, choose to read more serious materials and maintain your worldview. Trust in science, my brother. Upon hearing this explanation, Peter visibly relaxed, exhaling a sigh of relief. So, I only need to ensure his personal safety, right? Ying Hao affirmed, precisely. Meanwhile, Su King, still processing the conversation, remarked, a life drained of vitality. Ha ha ha. Peter, you are truly hilarious. After departing from Peter's home, Su King nudged Ying Hao's arm. Hey, I see no signs of a darkened yin tang. Why were you discussing such things with Peter? Ying Hao shrugged. Consider it a preemptive warning. I have a sense that Uncle Ben is in danger. Akin to a fleeting glimpse of a script. Cut it out, you charlatan. Su King discerned that Ying Hao was reluctant to share the truth, so she ceased her inquiries, murmuring instead, if your premonition holds any truth, wouldn't that alter his fate? Perhaps it could trigger a butterfly effect. Ying Hao was indifferent to the notion of a butterfly effect. His arrival in this realm had already transformed many circumstances. However, Su King's words resonated with him. The transformation of Spider-Man into his heroic self is intricately linked to the events surrounding him, including Uncle Ben's demise. It could be argued that his capacity for self-sacrifice, which endears him to all, stems from the responsibility he inherited from Uncle Ben. Uncle Ben's death is pivotal for Peter. Without that experience, while Peter might not have lost his powers, he might never become the Spider-Man he is destined to be. Yet, Ying Hao truly did not wish for a kind old man to meet his end. If only there were a way to reconcile both outcomes. Suddenly, Su King interjected, hey, if there really were a female ghost, how would she seduce Peter's uncle? Through dreams, perhaps? But then that could lead to absurdity. Ying Hao was at a loss for words. Is that truly so amusing? Are you incapable of turning a new leaf today? Then he reconsidered. A dream visitation might indeed be a clever approach. King, you are quite astute. Ying Hao abruptly cupped Su Qing's face and quickly planted a kiss on her lips. You should head back now. I have some matters to attend to tonight. Su Qing, nearly frozen in shock, stammered. Ying Hao, why are you kissing people indiscriminately? However, Ying Hao had already slipped away. Later that evening, Peter Parker confirmed through his window that Uncle Ben had fallen asleep. Satisfied that there were no imminent dangers, he climbed back into his room. In the safety of his own home, he thought, nothing should go awry. He lay down on his side, muttering to himself as he closed his eyes. Half an hour passed, and Peter's breathing gradually settled into a steady rhythm. The curtain by the window fluttered unexpectedly. Peter's hair bristled, and he opened his eyes, sitting up abruptly. He glanced towards the window, yet found nothing there. Alas, his nerves were too frayed. When would this unease come to an end? He lay back down, closing his eyes once more. The hairs on his arms stood on end again, but he dismissed it, merely rubbing them lightly with his hand. Hey, what are you waiting for? That's all there is. A voice echoed, jolting Peter back to reality, revealing that he was in an underground boxing gym. Before him stood a desk, atop which lay $100 bill, designated for him. Though he knew not why, he simply did. On the other side of the desk sat the gym's proprietor, clutching a thick stack of cash. Behind him, the door reverberated with raucous voices, many shouting for Spider-Man, Spider-Man. As Peter struggled to process this convoluted information, his mouth betrayed him, speaking out involuntarily. Hey, you're mistaken. This is merely $100. Your advertisement promised more. Useless. My advertisement also stated you needed to last 3 minutes in the cage, yet you only managed 10 seconds. But I need that money. Why should I care? Peter felt as though he was merely a spectator, watching himself argue with another. What was happening? Suddenly, the door burst open with a bang, and a robber wielding a gun threatened the gym owner, demanding the cash. The proprietor looked to Peter for help, yet Peter did nothing, even stepping aside to let the robber pass. Why didn't you stop him? Why should I care? Peter retorted, relishing the feeling of having thrown the words back at him. He took the $100 and, ignoring the gym owner's shouts, exited. On the street, he heard a gunshot. The robber he had seen earlier ran past him, nodding in acknowledgement. A crowd had gathered around the spot from which the shot had come. A sense of dread overwhelmed Peter as he rushed forward, only to find Uncle Ben lying in a pool of blood. From the accounts of those nearby, he learned the sequence of events. The robber had encountered police while fleeing and was forced to turn back. Uncle Ben had bravely stepped in to intervene, resulting in his tragic fate. As he cradled Uncle Ben, blood pouring from him, tears streamed uncontrollably down Peter's face. Uncle Ben, no? Why were you so foolish? He had a gun. Why did you? Uncle Ben grasped Peter's hand with all his strength, whispering, remember, with great power comes great responsibility. No, Uncle Ben. Uncle Ben. Suddenly, the scene shifted. Peter found himself in a store, purchasing milk, while the cashier tossed coins at him haphazardly, displaying a complete lack of respect. In the end, he sneered, take your time, you destitute fool. The robber burst in, while Peter stood idly by, receiving reproach as he retorted, why should I care? A gunshot rang out amidst the crowd, revealing Uncle Ben Parker, struck by the bullet. With great power comes great responsibility. The scene shifted once more, and Peter found himself in another setting. Hey, you poor lad, don't touch that. You can't afford it. The robber appeared again. Peter remained a passive observer, and another gunshot echoed. The scenes unfolded repeatedly. Each time, Peter's appearance transformed, as did his surroundings. The same tragic narrative played out incessantly. He bore witness to Uncle Ben's demise time and again. From the second occurrence, he yearned to intervene. Yet, like a prisoner confined in a dark cell, he was utterly incapable of altering the course of events, helplessly watching as one Uncle Ben after another fell. No, Uncle Ben, Peter cried out, abruptly sitting up, finally awakening from the nightmare. The day had dawned. He breathed heavily, reminiscent of the first time he completed a 2,000-meter run. Cold sweat drenched him, his hair disheveled. His face tingled. Upon touching it, he found it drenched in tears. Unconsciously, he licked his lips, tasting the bitterness, saltiness, and sorrow. A series of knocks echoed on the door, followed by Uncle Ben's voice from outside. Peter, did you call for me? Are you all right? I'm fine. Really? Peter replied. All right then, just make sure to get up. Even on vacation, one must not be too lazy, Uncle Ben advised before turning to leave. Suddenly, Peter flung the door open and embraced him tightly. Sensing the young man's trembling, the elder turned back, concern etched on his face. Hey, what's wrong, kid? I had a nightmare. What kind of nightmare? A truly dreadful one. Uncle Ben chuckled softly and hugged Peter back, gently patting his back. It's all right. It was just a nightmare. Suddenly, Peter felt an instinctive urge and turned to the window. Nothing was there. 200 meters away. On a rooftop obscured by a holographic projection, Ying Hao surveyed the scene through binoculars, his mouth filled with half a hot dog, mumbling indistinctly, damn. Why does it feel like his spider sense is sharper than mine? He can notice from this far? Ada, beside him, continued to feed Ying Hao hot dogs, inquiring curiously, boss. I've searched through your memories of Uncle Ben's death, which only consist of 2 instances. Why did you spend the entire night yesterday? Ying Hao continued to mumble. After all, it's not a genuine experience. I was concerned that 2 memories wouldn't evoke his emotions, so I improvised additional similar scenarios. Ida, how much is it? Ying Hao, I can't quite remember, perhaps around 5 or 6,000 segments. Ida paused her action of continuing to eat the hot dog. Come on, boss. Are you not worried about Peter having a mental breakdown from the stress? He can't. That kid is quite resilient. Ying Hao opened his mouth wide. It's all gone. Should I go buy 20 more? Forget it. Let's just head home for breakfast. Chapter 56, A Small Communications Equipment Shop. Sigh. I can't recall what interface my car's navigation system uses. Ben Parker hesitated, holding 2 data cables. How about this? He said to Peter and the shop owner. Peter, you wait here. I'll take this cable to the car for a test. If it works, just pay. If not, I'll come back. How does that sound? All right. Peter shrugged. After Ben exited the small shop, the shop owner rolled his eyes and muttered under his breath. Old fool, couldn't you confirm beforehand before coming to buy? Peter frowned. Hey, show some respect. The shop owner rolled his eyes again. What are you going to do about it? You skinny monkey, you think you can take me on? Just then, the shop door was suddenly pushed open violently. A man brandishing a gun pointed it at the shop owner. Hurry, hand over your most valuable phones and put them in this bag. The shop owner screamed, flustered, scrambling to retrieve phones from the counter. The man glanced at Peter standing nearby. You little brat, if you want to live, just stay put. The shop owner painfully stuffed all the phones from the counter into the bag, continuously pleading, don't shoot, please don't shoot. With a cold smirk, the man lifted the bag and was about to leave. Everything before Peter's eyes began to align with the nightmare he had experienced the previous night. What Ying Hao referred to as the darkening of the spirit likely alluded to this very moment. Let him go. Uncle Ben outside will surely intervene. And the horrifying scene from the nightmare will replay. No, absolutely not. Peter opened his mouth slightly. The armed man paused, turning to aim his gun at Peter. What did you say, punk? Peter's gaze sharpened, and in a flash, he seized the man's wrist and twisted upwards. The gun clattered to the floor. Then, with a swift kick to the man's calf, he brought him down with efficiency. The armed man fell to his knees, and Peter quickly restrained him. Call the police. He glanced at the shop owner. Only then did the shop owner snap out of his daze and hurriedly dial emergency services. At that moment, Ben Parker returned to the shop door with an unsuitable data cable and, seeing the situation inside, rushed in. Peter, what happened? This person is robbing us. Without hesitation, Ben immediately stepped forward to assist Peter in subduing the robber. Soon, the police arrived and, after a brief inquiry, took the perpetrator away. The store owner, filled with gratitude, exclaimed, My God, thank you, young man. Those mobile phones were my latest stock. I had invested my entire fortune in them. Without your intervention, I would surely have gone bankrupt. She quickly added, Oh, I apologize for my earlier rudeness. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she confessed. Today has been quite unfortunate for me. I had a quarrel with my husband before leaving home, and I was in a rather foul mood. Despite my impoliteness, you still chose to assist me. I truly do not know what to say. Peter shrugged, responding, It's nothing, just a simple act of kindness. He picked up the correct charging cable, ready to pay. The store owner hastily refused, saying, No, this is on me. Although, in comparison to your noble deed, this is hardly anything. The two departed the shop and returned to the car. Ben Parker looked at Peter in astonishment. Oh, I never anticipated this, Peter. You don't have anything to say to me, do you? He playfully tapped Peter on the shoulder, adding, When did you become capable of subduing robbers? Peter fabricated a reason. Well, Ying Hao is Chinese, and I learned a few moves from him. You know how it is, they all have some skills. Oh, that's simply marvelous. Ben Parker nodded emphatically, joy illuminating his face. After a moment of elation, he grew serious. However, Peter, always remember this. With great power comes great responsibility. Peter completed the sentiment with a simple smile. Ben looked somewhat surprised, but even more pleased. He gently patted Peter on the shoulder, saying with satisfaction, Exactly, that's it. My good boy. Peter gazed ahead, unaware that a tear of joy had fallen from the eye closest to the window. He had made the right choice. He saved Uncle Ben. What he could not achieve in nightmares, he accomplished in reality. With great power comes great responsibility. Stark Industries, Vice President's Office. Obadiah's Bluetooth headset crackled with a voice he least wished to hear. You asked me to kill someone, but you neglected to mention that this person is the infamous Tony Stark. To eliminate him would require a different price. Accept my terms, or I will announce to the world that Stark is still alive. Obadiah stared at the English subtitles generated by the video, cursing under his breath. He slammed his notebook shut, muttering, "Damn it, greedy, foolish scoundrel." The video was sent by members of the Ten Rings. Obadiah had been engaged in private dealings with them. Recently, he had made a substantial payment, requesting the Ten Rings to eliminate Tony Stark. That playboy had no brothers, no children. Years ago, his parents had fallen victim to the hands of the Hydra. The moment he perishes, Obadiah, with his considerable influence within the organization, would easily seize control of Stark Industries. The Ten Rings gang had agreed to this plan. They launched an attack. On the day the news of Tony's disappearance reached him, Obadiah was convinced that his scheme had succeeded. However, Tony did not die. After the assault on Tony's convoy, the gang intercepted a batch of Jericho missiles from the military. Upon learning that the kidnapped individual was the head of Stark Industries and witnessing the formidable weaponry of Stark, the Ten Rings gang reconsidered their stance. They sent a video to Obadiah, demanding a higher ransom and more Jericho missiles to enhance their firepower and expand their influence in the Middle East. Should their demands not be met, Tony's life would be forfeit. Receiving the video, Obadiah seethed with rage. It had been 2 days and he had yet to make a decision. A throbbing headache plagued him. Undoubtedly, he wished for Tony's demise. He would willingly pay any price, even for a handful of Jericho missiles. Had he been dealing with any other party, he might have acquiesced to their demands. Yet, the Ten Rings were different. Their actions constituted extortion, not negotiation. The Ten Rings were terrorists, devoid of any sense of honor. Once Obadiah consented to their terms this time, there would be no end to their demands. They would perpetually exploit this situation for their gain. The Ten Rings had a firm grip on Obadiah's secrets. As the vice president of an American arms conglomerate, selling military equipment clandestinely to terrorists like the Ten Rings constituted treason. Should this information come to light, all that he had built over a lifetime would be reduced to ashes, and he would languish in prison for the remainder of his days. In such a scenario, he would be forced to bow to the Ten Rings repeatedly, fulfilling their every demand. This time it was Jericho missiles, no issue. But what of the next time? Or the time after that? No, he absolutely could not concede. He must devise an alternative strategy to neutralize the threat posed by the Ten Rings. Mr. Stain, the personnel from the technical department wish to see you. A knock echoed through the room. Obadiah removed his headset and pressed the intercom, instructing, "Let them in." A scientist named Shaoqing approached Obadiah's side. "Mr. Stain," he began. Stain leaned back, calming his turbulent emotions, and inquired, "Have you made any progress?" "Yes. We have uncovered a lead," Shaoqing replied. The scientist placed the tablet on the table and displayed a compositional analysis chart. First, there was the sand that appeared at the entrance of the group on the day of the Great Blackout. This sand had already been analyzed and found to be ordinary. However, curiously, he presented 2 comparative images. Though the composition was identical, this sand was remarkably pristine, with the number of bacteria and microorganisms present being only a fraction of what one would find in natural sand. Stan furrowed his brow, pondering the implications. The scientist elucidated. It is as if this sand had undergone thorough cleansing and sterilization before being preserved in an entirely sterile environment. Coupled with footage captured by the company's surveillance, it suggested that regardless of what that red fissure was, the other side must belong to another realm. Is there more? Obadiah inquired, slightly frowning, feeling that this conclusion offered little tangible assistance in identifying the perpetrator who had relocated the group's server. Indeed, the scientist responded, pulling up another folder. This pertains to a recent sensational news story involving a relatively obscure company named Dachin Heavy Industry, which has secured a contract for police bulletproof vests across the nation. Even the military is considering procuring this type of body armor. Our technology department has taken this matter seriously and managed to acquire a few samples for analysis, revealing that the technology behind these vests bears striking similarities to what we are currently developing in our database. Obadiah straightened up and leaned closer to examine the images on the tablet. How similar? He asked. The principles are almost identical, though their technology is somewhat more advanced. The scientist admitted with a hint of embarrassment. Obadiah resumed his seat, feeling that this lead was equally unhelpful. Instances of plagiarism resulting in superior outcomes were rare, except in certain and scrupulous cultural domains. The scientist then displayed a photograph of Ying Hao. This is the owner of Dachin Heavy Industry. We tasked the intelligence department to investigate his background and found that he had previously participated in a Stark Industries competition but was disqualified. Subsequently, he founded Dachin Heavy Industry. And after fulfilling the police orders, he even boasted. Obadiah interjected, "Spare me the suspense." Yes, the scientist quickly concluded. He also claimed he intended to acquire Stark Group, which raises our suspicion that the commotion that day and the theft of our group's server data was orchestrated by Hammer Industries. Suddenly, the door to Obadiah's office swung open. Entering was Rajiv Mehta, a shareholder of Stark Group, who tossed a report onto Obadiah's desk. The vice president's secretary followed closely behind, apologizing. "I'm sorry, Mr. Stan." Mr. Mehta. Obadiah waved her away and picked up the report, scrutinizing it. Justin Hammer has secured that defense system contract? Indeed. The most critical aspect is that what he presented is almost a direct replica of our product. The price is even lower than our cost. Chapter 57, Justin Hammer. Obadiah's jaw muscles tensed. His expression grew serious as he compared two sets of data, Dachin Heavy Industry and Hammer Industries. Clearly, the latter had a higher likelihood of having stolen Stark technology. Dachin Heavy Industry, having been established only recently, had yet to find its footing. While they had secured impressive orders for bulletproof vests, that was their sole achievement. In recent years, in contrast to Stark Industries, Hammer Industries had been thoroughly outclassed in both production and technological development. Whenever both companies competed for contracts, Hammer's rejection rate soared to 80. Financial difficulties posed severe challenges and threats to Hammer's operations. Half of the group's factories had come to a standstill, and even the highest-paid scientists were nearing a point where they could no longer receive their salaries. Over the past 2 years, 40 scientists from Hammer Industries had already defected to Stark Industries. It could be said that Hammer Industries was teetering on the brink of collapse. Thus, Hammer was in desperate need of a turnaround. Compared to Dachin Heavy Industry, Hammer Industries had far greater motivation to steal technology. A frail camel is larger than a horse. Dachin Heavy Industry, a small enterprise, could muster only around 10 to 20 million in funds. How could they possibly compare to the behemoth that is Hammer Industries? In comparison to Dachin Heavy Industry, Hammer Industries was more likely to create that inexplicably pink spatial rift. Of course, the most crucial clue lay in their products. The bulletproof vests from Dachin Heavy Industry bore some resemblance to Stark Industries technology, yet were indeed more advanced. In contrast, the offerings from Hammer Industries were much closer to those of Stark Industries. It was clear, the culprit behind the scenes must be Hammer Industries. So it was him. Obadiah scoffed, recalling a news report from yesterday or the day before, which claimed someone had witnessed Hammer being swallowed by the spatial rift. He had almost believed it. But now it seemed it was merely a smokescreen of his own creation. Mr. Stark, a scientist interjected, "I believe Dachin Heavy Industry is also highly suspect." "No, it cannot be Dachin Heavy Industry," Obadiah replied firmly, shaking his head as he countered the scientist. "Do you know why we have yet to research the memory materials used in that bulletproof vest?" The scientist shook his head. I do not know. It is because the group has no intention of developing it. It holds no value." Obadiah smirked coldly. That kind of equipment might be useful for internal use. But to sell it outside? It is tantamount to undermining one's own financial prospects. Bulletproof vests ought to be regarded as consumables. Their efficacy must be paramount, capable of withstanding bullets. Yet upon usage, they should necessitate maintenance or even replacement to ensure a continuous stream of revenue. To devise self-repairing memory metals, thus creating a one-time transaction? Obadiah shook his head in disbelief. Only those ensnared in ethical quagmires would make such naive decisions. He disdainfully tossed the scientist's tablet aside, remarking, "Setting aside whether Dachin Heavy Industries can indeed develop technology for spatial rifts, it is merely backed by a high school student, incapable of illicitly transferring an entire database from another company. Moreover, Stark and Dachin Heavy Industries share no animosity." Obadiah pronounced his conclusion. "It is indeed Hammer. The pressing question now is how to deal with him." "Indeed, it is Hammer." Rajiv Mehta concurred vehemently, clenching his fists. "Stan, we must convene a shareholders' meeting immediately to strategize." The shareholders' assembly was hastily summoned. All board members expressed their outrage at Hammer Industries' act of plagiarism. "We must promptly defend our rights and sue Hammer Industries. They are robbing us of our rightful gains." While it was easy to say, pursuing a lawsuit necessitated concrete evidence. "We must first procure some of their products for analysis to ascertain whether they are indeed identical to ours. They will undoubtedly be the same. Just look at these images. Identical appearances are of little consequence. Such items often bear close resemblance across companies. Just as helicopters must have rotors and firearms invariably possess triggers. We need to acquire critical technical data. Let us engage with the military, seek out well-connected generals, clarify the situation, and compel Hammer Industries to prove their innocence. We can have the military as witnesses. That is a commendable idea. I will make the necessary contacts. As the discussion continued, the conference room door was abruptly unlocked, and Pepper Potts burst in. All shareholders turned their attention to her. Miss Potts? Obadiah inquired, his tone tinged with curiosity. Pepper surveyed the room, took a deep breath, and declared, I heard there was a meeting taking place here. Obadiah chuckled softly. Ah yes, that is rather evident, is it not? However, Tony is not present. Pepper, somewhat agitated, responded, your boss, the majority shareholder, is absent. Who permitted you to convene here? What on earth are you doing? Shouldn't our utmost priority be to mobilize all resources to locate Tony? The expressions of the shareholders darkened. Obadiah mirrored their concern as he gestured towards Pepper. All right, Potts. Let us remain calm. Firstly, whether Tony is present or not, we possess the right to hold this meeting. We could even assume Tony's presence and presume he voted against our resolutions. As long as the remaining members hold a majority, we wield the authority to make decisions. His voice lowered slightly, imbued with a tone of reassurance. Moreover, I have already informed you that the group has dispatched personnel to search for Tony's whereabouts, and the military has been diligently working to locate him as well. Like you, I desire his return. But we cannot allow our operations to come to a standstill while we await his arrival, can we? Dispatch personnel? Pepper muttered through clenched teeth, throwing a document onto Obadiah's desk. With over 70,000 employees in the group, you have sent only 2 individuals. Sending 2 people to the deserts of the Middle East is akin to tossing 2 grains of sand into the ocean. Obadiah Stane, do you truly wish to find Tony? He has always regarded you as his closest ally. The shareholders present, upon hearing Pepper's words, rose in astonishment. What? Stane, you have only sent 2 people? Were we not intending to deploy 200 to search over there? The collective questioning left Obadiah somewhat embarrassed. He forced a chuckle and explained, those 2 are professionals, collaborating with the military. The others belong to a different group. It was a misunderstanding on Potts' part. He sighed, turning to Pepper with a firmer tone. What are you doing? Investigating me? I recognize your loyalty as Tony's secretary, but you must afford me some respect. I am the vice president of Stark Industries. But, leave, Obadiah interrupted. Today's meeting is for those with voting rights only. Begone, lest I call for assistance. Pepper stood her ground. Do you know? Obadiah threatened. Tony was attacked by terrorists. He is likely dead by now. I have refrained from expressing this harsh truth because I know how much you care, fearing it would hurt your feelings. He pointed at Pepper, yet you compel me to remind you of this. Upon hearing such words, Pepper's expression shifted swiftly from anger to anguish, tears brimming in her eyes. No, he is not dead. Think what you will, Obadiah coldly retorted. I too wish for his return, but if he continues to remain absent, all I can do is refrain from declaring him deceased, be it 5 years, 7, or forever. Are you at ease now? Leave, the adults need to discuss serious matters. Unable to endure any longer, Pepper turned and fled the conference room. Obadiah then resumed his seat at Tony's former place, assuming an air of authority. Very well, gentlemen. Let us proceed. In the president's office, Pepper dialed James Rhodes' number. Colonel, have there been any updates on Tony? Regrettably, no. But rest assured, we will not relent. We will either find him alive or confirm his death. For 3 consecutive days, Hammer Industries operated with an alarming vigor, akin to a man invigorated by potent stimulants. The orders for the U.S. military's defense systems, airborne missile contracts from 3 NATO member nations, and multifunctional armored vehicle requests from Saudi Arabia have all been secured. Stark Industries participated in all these contracts, yet invariably fell short against superior quality and lower prices. Obadiah had initially intended to discreetly travel to the Middle East to deal with Tony. However, the unexpected rise of Hammer captured everyone's attention, leading them to seek the vice president's counsel daily. Obadiah found himself both enjoying and apprehensive about the situation. He could only send an email to the 10 Commandments gang, postponing for another day. Meanwhile, Ying Hao was not idle. The energy division of Daqin Heavy Industries was officially established, under Ada's arrangement. A grand press conference was held on the day of the company's founding. Mr. Ying Hao, is the antimatter battery merely a gimmick? A journalist inquired. Many physicists assert that our current technological capabilities are incapable of mass-producing antimatter. Ying Hao replied, no, it is indeed real. Daqin Heavy Industries has developed the technology to produce a small quantity of antimatter for energy purposes. Mr. Ying Hao, who invented this technology? Why have we not seen any papers on it in academic journals or forums? Ying Hao responded, our scientists are of the highest caliber in the world, having been secretly trained for decades. Their identities cannot be disclosed at this time. Mr. Ying Hao, if your product is genuine, its emergence is bound to disrupt the energy industry, leading to numerous competitors. Are you feeling anxious about this? Why would I be anxious? Ying Hao replied, bewildered. Why are so many people leaving? Hammer Industries has declared war on Stark Industries. The press conference has already commenced. We are a small media outlet and lack sufficient personnel. We shall return to interview you later. As the room emptied, Ying Hao lost his focus and decided to conclude the press conference. He opened his phone to watch the live broadcast from Hammer Industries. During the event, Justin Hammer exuded confidence and enthusiasm, passionately declaring to the reporters his intentions to utilize advanced technology to trample Stark Industries into the mud. Ying Hao quietly observed for a moment. Damn, Hammer is reveling in his moment. Is he not overshadowing the main event? Ada reassured him. At least it indicates that the boss's plan is progressing smoothly, does it not? Calculating the days, Ying Hao suddenly stood and said, it seems the time is ripe. A trip to the Middle East is in order. Ada, will it be accessible there? Ada nodded. Every city worldwide now hosts Dachin hairdressing, with divine space access. Wherever the boss wishes to go, he can go. Then let us make our way. Chapter 58. In the Middle East, at the secret base of the Ten Commandments gang, Tony Stark found himself imprisoned within a cave. The gang members worked in shifts around the clock, surveilling him and Ethan through monitoring systems to ensure their efforts in constructing the formidable Jericho missile for the Ten Commandments gang. Several gang lieutenants scrutinized the blueprints drawn by Tony Stark, fervently debating the images captured on the screens. This doesn't resemble a missile, one remarked. Fool, when assembled, doesn't it take on that form? Another retorted. Look at the casing he's hammering. Its position on the missile alters everything. Perhaps he's crafting an upgraded version? The boss has already threatened his life. What more could you doubt? As their argument escalated, suddenly, the iron door of the cave rattled. A thug rushed over to open the door and investigate. What is happening? Who is causing that noise? He inquired, scanning for any signs of life. Seeing no one, the thug shook his head and added, it might just be a loose door. In the shadows, Ying Hao whispered in annoyance. Why are you so clumsy? Ida replied. The space is too cramped, and the boss is rather large. What do you mean by that? Ying Hao shot back. Am I fat? Of course not, just comparatively speaking. Ida clarified. Their banter continued as they made their way to the deepest part of the cave. The iron door remained tightly shut, while a cacophony of metallic sounds emanated from within. Ying Hao peered through the iron bars, catching sight of a disheveled Tony Stark, drenched in sweat as he meticulously worked on the Mark I armor. Tony appeared significantly thinner than when Ying Hao first arrived, his face unkempt and weary. A stark contrast to the time when he was surrounded by admirers. Yet, the spark in his eyes seemed sharper than before. Despite being imprisoned, he had not succumbed to despair. Perhaps he had grown even stronger within. Enduring hardship truly cultivates one's resolve. Estimating the time left for him to complete the armor, Ying Hao withdrew his gaze from the window and quietly addressed Ida. Ida repositioned the drone to scan the previous location, reporting, he has completed 70 of the blueprint progress, and it is expected that everything will be finished within 4 to 5 days. Can't you be more precise? Ying Hao inquired. Apologies, the data is insufficient. I cannot ascertain how often he takes breaks, how quickly he eats, or how many hours he sleeps, Ida explained. All right, Ying Hao interrupted. Leave one optical cloaking drone here for real-time surveillance. When he completes the armor and makes his escape, are we rescuing him? Ida asked. No, Ying Hao shook his head. He can manage to escape on his own. We need to save another. Ethan is crucial. A woman deserves a captivating lipstick. The sound of a switch echoed through the cave. Joey Tribbiani, where have my tacos gone? Hey, what's the big deal? I'll just give you some money. All right, give it to me. Chandler? The sound of channel switching. Welcome to the Charlie Rose Show. It's finally on air. Ben Parker leaned back, set the remote aside, and settled into a comfortable position to watch. On the television, host Charlie Rose spoke eloquently. As everyone has undoubtedly noticed, this month has been anything but peaceful in New York. He counted off on his fingers, enumerating. First, a massive blackout. Then, a late-night terror attack. The downfall of a crime syndicate. Oh, and reports of strange individuals gliding between buildings on ropes. Honestly, doesn't he fear a fatal fall? Charlie shrugged. I certainly wouldn't dare. He is undoubtedly an eccentric, but thankfully, he is also a good person. In just 3 days, he has already assisted the New York police in apprehending 7 criminals, as those he caught were either ensnared in a colossal spider web or stuck to walls. Consequently, word spread, and the citizens of New York bestowed upon him a rather charming nickname, Spider-Man. And today, our program, Charlie's voice rose dramatically as the audience held its breath in anticipation. He made a playful grimace and shook his head in disappointment. Sorry. We simply couldn't get him. We don't even know who he is. A chorus of boos erupted from the audience. Ben Parker couldn't help but chuckle at Charlie. However, while we may not have secured Spider-Man, we have invited 3 other distinguished guests. They too are involved in the recent significant events in New York. The first, from Hammer Industries, the arms magnate, Justin Hammer. Let us welcome him. The audience erupted in enthusiastic applause. Clad in a luxurious suit, Justin Hammer strode confidently onto the stage and shook hands with host Charlie. Good to see you, Charlie. It's an honor to have you as our guest. After exchanging pleasantries, Charlie remarked, I've been following the recent news, Mr. Hammer. Your company has secured 5 contracts from the United States and NATO countries. Congratulations, Mr. Hammer. No, it's actually 7. Hammer raised an eyebrow, proudly stating, just today, we secured 2 additional contracts from the United Kingdom and Israel. Oh, really? Charlie exclaimed, astonished. That's remarkable. You must be raking in quite a fortune. Can you share some figures with me? What fortune? There's nothing much, Hammer replied, gesturing with his fingers mysteriously. Just a little over $1 billion. How modest. Once again, welcome. Please have a seat. Hammer took his seat first. Before the television set, I gazed at the spirited arms dealer. Sighing, these merchants of war will inevitably bring ruin upon the world. Very well. Now, let us welcome our second guest. From Stark Industries, Obadiah Stane. Charlie announced with enthusiasm. The formidable Obadiah Stane stepped onto the stage with a smile, shaking hands with Charlie. Hello, Charlie. Charlie jested, Mr. Stane. Can you assure me that you won't engage in any brawls on my show? Stane slowly shook his head. You didn't mention there would be others when you invited me. All for the sake of entertainment. You understand, Charlie chuckled awkwardly, then disregarding Stane's reaction, turned directly to the camera, saying, You may wonder why I harbor such concerns. This is because he glanced at Justin Hammer, then back at Stane. Mr. Hammer's 7 contracts were, strictly speaking, taken from Stark Industries. The audience erupted in boos, and the camera panned to the crowd, where whispers filled the air. Goodness. Today's show is undoubtedly thrilling. Is Charlie igniting a powder keg? I genuinely fear he might get pummeled live on air. Ha ha ha. But isn't Stark Industries the leading arms dealer in America? How could they suddenly falter and lose 7 contracts? With Tony Stark missing, and without that cornerstone, Stark Industries is rendered insignificant. The broadcast included shots of the audience, and on stage, a large screen displayed their reactions. Although Obadiah Stane maintained a smile, his expression darkened as he observed the audience's chatter. There was an unmistakable edge to him. All right, let us shift the focus back. I'd rather not get punched, he remarked. The camera returned to Charlie, who had wiped the playful smile from his face, adopting a serious demeanor as he addressed Stane. Mr. Stane, please do not take offense. It is merely for the sake of entertainment. Our program has always maintained a serious tone. We invited you today solely to analyze the global market through the lens of our respective companies. Of course, Stane responded, suppressing his irritation and nodding. Have they found Tony Stark yet? He has been missing for quite some time. Charlie, without a hint of subtlety, pressed on. Obadiah took a deep breath, pursed his lips, and shook his head. No, still no news, but there is also no evidence of misfortune. I believe he is still alive. I hope he returns safely. Obadiah Stane was then seated beside Justin Hammer, who extended his right hand with a smile, attempting to uphold the most basic standards of civility and decorum. As a result, Obadiah did not even spare a glance in his direction, taking a seat with his back turned towards him, subsequently fixating on the camera, leaving Hammer's hand hanging in the air. Hammer smirked disdainfully, withdrew his hand, and shrugged. The subtle gestures of the two elicited a flurry of murmurs from the audience, drowning out even the host's voice by half. As you may have noticed, there are still 2 seats available here. Indeed, today we have deviated from the norm by inviting 3 distinguished guests. Allow me to introduce our third esteemed guest, the rising Chinese entrepreneur from Daqin Heavy Industries, Ying Hao. Dressed in casual attire, Ying Hao approached the stage with a humble smile, waving at the audience. Thunderous applause and cheers erupted from below. Ah, Ying Hao. I finally see him in person. Welcome. He is so handsome. My goodness. Charlie, having hosted for many years with a consistently serious tone, found such a scene to be exceedingly rare. He stepped forward to shake Ying Hao's hand and, astonished, inquired, My God, is this your first appearance? Why do I feel you are even more popular than I am? He gestured animatedly. I have stood on this stage for over 20 years, young man. I simply must ask why. Ying Hao smiled gracefully, glanced at the audience, and replied, I am not quite certain. Instead of asking me, perhaps you should inquire of them. Meanwhile, back at home, Ben Parker straightened up and shouted, "Peter, are you there? Come quick. Your good friend is on The Charlie Show." Chapter 59, The Charlie Show Live. Charlie indeed took Ying Hao's suggestion to heart, descending into the audience to address the earlier question. "Oh, I certainly know Ying Hao. He is a philanthropist. I participated in Daqin Energy's Super Battery Program." "Super Battery Program?" Charlie nodded emphatically. "I know. Daqin Energy has generously donated 1,000 antimatter batteries. My goodness, child, you are truly fortunate. My application was rejected. Damn it." Another audience member stood up. "Ying Hao is the greatest person of this century because he stated that once the research costs are recouped, antimatter batteries could be supplied free of charge to everyone in the world. Just think about it. Without spending a dime, your household appliances could run for 200 years. Charlie turned to the camera and made an exaggerated expression. 200 years? Goodness, I truly hope he is not exaggerating. The third audience member, unable to contain their excitement, chimed in. "I knew Mr. Ying Hao long before Daqin Energy was established. He is a genuinely good person, not one of those unscrupulous entrepreneurs. My mother is a police officer, and she told me that if she hadn't purchased a bulletproof vest from Daqin Heavy Industries, she would have died 3 times over." Charlie, adopting a serious demeanor, raised his thumb. "That is indeed commendable. I must say, enough is enough," Charlie exclaimed, waving his hand helplessly at the audience. "Thank you all for your enthusiasm, but I cannot remain backstage indefinitely. There are esteemed guests awaiting my interview. Ladies and gentlemen, The Charlie Show is officially underway." The audience erupted in applause as Charlie ushered Ying Hao onto the stage. Although the guest sofa was clearly divided into 3 sections, it appeared to be a single unit. Hammer and Obadiah had already taken their places at either end with remarkable synchrony, leaving Ying Hao with no choice but to sit between them. Once seated, Charlie posed his first question to Ying Hao. "So, Mr. Ying Hao, is the antimatter battery a reality?" There are numerous voices of skepticism in the scientific community. Before Ying Hao could respond, both individuals beside him burst into laughter. Hammer crossed his legs and interjected, "How could that possibly be true? The scientific community has spent decades researching this, and they can only produce a few hundred particles of antimatter at an exorbitant cost. Yet here you are, boldly claiming that your battery contains 50 antimatter. Anyone who has attended university knows this is absurd." Afterward, he cast a sidelong glance at Ying Hao, adding, "Oh right. I suddenly recall, you're still in high school, aren't you? That explains everything." Stan chimed in. "It's important to understand that not only is antimatter difficult to produce, but its storage is also a significant challenge. The moment it comes into contact with matter, annihilation occurs. The longest recorded storage time is merely a few minutes. And storing a few hundred antiparticles requires equipment the size of a barrel. One must question how such a challenging substance could be contained within a pill-sized vessel and remain stable for 200 years. The truth is quite evident." He cast a disdainful glance at Ying Hao, turning to Charlie and saying, "Had I known you intended to invite such a clown on your show, I would have refused to attend." Charlie looked at the camera, grinning. The tension in the air is palpable. It is quite amusing that Ying Hao, all by himself, has managed to unite Hammer and Stan, 2 bitter rivals, against him. After creating a moment of spectacle, Charlie turned back to Ying Hao, asking earnestly, "Mr. Ying Hao, you heard what they just said. Do you have anything to say?" To use an old Chinese proverb, they are akin to frogs at the bottom of a well. Gazing at the sky, Ying Hao replied calmly, smiling. "However, out of courtesy, I shall refrain from expressing such sentiments." Charlie remarked, "You've already said it." Ignoring the interruption, Ying Hao continued, "I can understand their skepticism. After all, they lack the technical prowess to produce antimatter and harness it for stable, efficient, and clean energy. Their denial is quite reasonable, given that both of them are my adversaries." "Wait a moment. I believe I just heard something quite significant," Charlie interjected. "Adversaries? Could you elaborate on that?" Ying Hao nodded, gesturing towards Hammer. He said, "competed with me for the police's bulletproof vest order and failed, a defeated rival. And Ying Hao glanced at Obadiah. "I have no personal grudge against him, but I do have issues with his employer, Tony. In fact, it is possible that someone already knows my purpose for establishing Daqin Heavy Industries and entering the business realm, to acquire Stark Industries and deliver a resounding blow to Tony Stark." At this, both Hammer and Obadiah became visibly agitated. Hammer immediately retorted, "Do not boast. I simply disdain competing for such a trivial police equipment order." Obadiah chuckled lightly and shook his head. "I am unaware of the nature of your conflicts with Tony, but I can assure you that attempting to acquire Stark Industries is a mere daydream." Ying Hao replied, "We shall see. And as for you, Hammer, it is not that you do not wish to compete. Rather, you lack the capability to produce such high-quality bulletproof vests, and thus cannot rival me. Hammer countered. I am a weapons dealer. There is no need for me to manufacture those. Obadiah interjected. Stark Industries has less than 10% of its shares available on the market. Even if you were to pursue an acquisition, it would be a futile endeavor. The three continued their separate dialogues, leaving the host unable to interject. He glanced helplessly at the camera. I somewhat regret inviting all three of them here together. Now, gentlemen, let us discuss matters one at a time. Do me the courtesy. Charlie forcibly interrupted, asking Ying Hao. So, the antimatter batteries are indeed real, correct? Ying Hao affirmed, of course. Hammer scoffed. Then why don't you disclose the methods for producing such an abundance of antimatter? Ying Hao replied matter-of-factly, that is a trade secret. Stan also questioned. It is common knowledge that the annihilation of antimatter is far more potent than nuclear reactions. Your 6 antimatter batteries equate to the explosion of a nuclear bomb in Japan. Do you truly dare to sell such a dangerous item? Ying Hao shrugged. We possess the corresponding technology to ensure its safety. There is no need for concern. He shifted the conversation, saying, you have already acknowledged the dangers of antimatter. Therefore, one would certainly adhere strictly to the operational guidelines. Anyone handling such an explosive would exercise caution. Oh, I must interrupt here. Charlie suddenly addressed Ying Hao. Things may not be as you perceive them. Did you not distribute 1000 batteries for free? Let us see how those fortunate individuals treat your batteries. He raised his hand, and the large screen immediately began to play a series of short videos. Hey, friends in Florida, look what I got. An antimatter battery. From a company in New York. Buffed antimatter? How could this possibly exist? I must prove that this is all a scam. In the video, a host excitedly tossed the antimatter battery into a fire. I heard antimatter can be used to make bombs. If it explodes, it must be real antimatter. After the year 2000, Charlie exclaimed, hey look, this contraption hasn't exploded at all. It certainly isn't antimatter. Rumors dispelled. He swiped up to change the video. Today's hydraulic press challenge welcomes a new guest. The content creator, who remained unseen, only revealed a hand placing a diminutive antimatter battery atop the hydraulic press. Let us see how long it can endure. With a thunderous roar, the hydraulic press began its descent, and after several seconds, a resounding crash echoed. The creator, brimming with enthusiasm, raised the press to reveal the battery unscathed. While the press bore a shocking crack. What on earth have I done? My precious. Laughter erupted around the set. Charlie continued to scroll through the myriad of short videos, each garnering millions of views. Many viewers dismissed the antimatter battery's significance, subjecting it to various forms of abuse. Yet, there were also creators who approached the subject with decorum. Some connected the battery to their home power grid, activating all their electrical devices in a jubilant display. Others set up cameras, determined to see just how long this battery could sustain power, vowing to shatter the myths surrounding it. After watching 7 or 8 videos, Charlie, exasperated, remarked to Ying Hao, it appears that people are not as rational as you had imagined, Mr. Ying. No matter, Ying Hao replied nonchalantly. Their videos only serve to validate the stability of our product. See, even the hydraulic press is unafraid. Why should you be? Seizing the opportunity, he launched into a promotional pitch. The initial 1000 trial batteries have been distributed, but as a special courtesy for appearing on this program, I will offer 500 batteries at the discounted price of 1000. First come, first served. Don't miss the chance to sign up. Charlie, with a resigned smile, responded. Mr. Ying, I must retract your appearance fee and additionally charge you for advertising. No problem. It's a trivial amount. Ying Hao readily agreed. Hammer and Stan exchanged knowing smirks, regarding Ying Hao as a fraud and a clown. Charlie shook Ying Hao's hand in gratitude before addressing the other two. All right, let us change the subject. Mr. Hammer, I understand that you have faced repeated defeats in military contracts over the years. What has prompted your sudden rise? This question indeed owes its thanks to Mr. Ying. Hammer replied leisurely. The orders for bulletproof vests made me realize the significance of technology and cutting-edge design. Thus, I accelerated our technological innovations. As he spoke, Stan could no longer contain himself and erupted with a curse. Enough of your nonsense, Hammer. What a load of rubbish regarding technological innovation. You have merely pilfered Stark Industries technology. Chapter 60. What are you talking about, what? Hammer scoffed. Resorting to defamation because you can't compete, are we? I swear to the heavens. The technology of Hammer Industries stems entirely from the relentless efforts of our researchers. He raised his right hand, swearing he was unafraid, for he was but a pawn in the service of this great demon beside him. As for God, he had completely lost interest. He couldn't resist mocking Stark, pouring salt into his wounds. If I were indeed stealing your technology, then our respective capabilities should be on par. So tell me, why did the military choose Hammer Industries over you? You merely made trivial improvements. Stark gritted his teeth, declaring, Hammer, I will find evidence of this. Just wait for the lawsuit. You will lose, and every penny you earn today is for Stark Industries. Go ahead, sue me, and let us see who has the last laugh, Hammer retorted, his voice rising. Charlie, do you see? This is akin to us both taking an exam. I take mine. He takes his, and then he claims I copied him. It's utterly ludicrous. Instead of slandering others, perhaps you should pay more attention to your stock prices. How much did it drop today? 40? Ha. Stark seethed, his complexion darkening despite his Caucasian heritage. The host, Charlie, was equally astonished. Oh my, a drop of 40? How dreadful. Hammer waved dismissively. Charlie, there's no need for your surprise. Just 2 minutes ago, the Australian Defense Department messaged me. They lost again. Ha. Stark stock will continue to plummet tomorrow. At that moment, Ying Hao interjected with a fair observation. No, Hammer. Stark Industries stock price will not drop tomorrow. Nor will it ever again. Charlie Hammer furrowed his brow. What do you mean? Ying Hao smiled slightly. Because after today's significant drop, I have acquired all the circulating shares. As long as I do not sell, the stock price shall remain unchanged. No. Hammer frowned, shifting slightly aside and pointing at Ying Hao and Stark. Doesn't that mean you two are in cahoots? Ying Hao shook his head vigorously. No. I am not allied with Stark Industries. He leaned closer to Hammer, placing a friendly arm around his shoulder. My friend, you must keep striving. Continue to seize their contracts. Suppress them, ensure they sell nothing. When the shareholders stop making profits, they will undoubtedly sell their stocks at a low price. Only then will Stark's stock continue to decline, allowing me to keep buying until I own all the shares of Stark Industries. Hammer was ecstatic. Oh, is that so? So, does that mean we are indeed partners? Ying Hao, indeed, we are truly allies. Ha. Hammer, then just wait and see the spectacle. I shall utterly shatter the confidence of every shareholder and investor in Stark. Ha. Their banter drove Stan to the brink of madness. The robust Obadiah rose, seizing Ying Hao by the collar and casually throwing him aside. In a fit of rage, he swung his fist at Hammer. You wretched fool. Hammer parried a couple of blows, unwilling to back down, and retaliated. You dare lay a hand on me? Fine. I shall first dismantle you personally before I turn my attention to Stark. No, don't fight, Charlie exclaimed, panic-stricken. After hosting the show for over a decade, he had never encountered such a situation. Typically, guests, no matter their disagreements, would maintain a semblance of decorum. Today's events had certainly exceeded all expectations. He attempted to intervene, to mediate, but to no avail. Ultimately, he could only shout, What are you waiting for? Someone, pull them apart. The scene descended into chaos. The audience was astonished, each person capturing the moment with their cameras. Soon, security personnel separated Hammer and Stan, escorting them away from the stage. Awkwardly, the show, intended to last 60 minutes, had only progressed 2/3 of the way. The remaining time became Ying Hao's solo performance. Charlie, Mr. Ying Hao, you mentioned acquiring Stark Industries. Are you serious? Certainly. Ying Hao responded with a gentle nod. Charlie, is it truly just for the sake of revenge? Not entirely. Ying Hao suddenly became solemn, letting out a soft sigh as he spoke. In truth, I aspire to acquire Stark Industries, the world's foremost corporation, and then redirect its operational focus. Charlie listened intently as Ying Hao continued earnestly. Weapons do not contribute to a better world. I hope to set a precedent, striving to minimize the production of aggressive weaponry and lead the world towards peace. Just look at what I am currently undertaking. He provided examples. Bulletproof vests lack offensive capability. Antimatter batteries benefit the populace. Why should humanity's technological advancements serve conflict? I intend to change that. Once I have had my fill of Stark Industries, I shall pivot towards research that enhances the quality of human life, such as artificial intelligence and service-oriented robots. He gently closed his eyes. Imagine how splendid and fantastical such a future would be. As Charlie absorbed Ying Hao's words, he instinctively clutched his chest. My goodness, Mr. Ying Hao, your ideals are so noble. I apologize. I initially thought your motives were purely vengeful towards Tony Stark. My perspective was indeed too narrow. Ying Hao smiled lightly. It is of no consequence. A small act of retribution against Tony is certainly one of my objectives. Charlie continued to inquire. Mr. Ying Hao, may I ask who has influenced your thoughts? He added, moreover, acquiring the Stark Group is no small feat. Do you possess that much wealth? Well, my ideas are undoubtedly shaped by the wisdom of our ancestors, Ying Hao modestly replied. In truth, our family has been dedicated to serving the common people for over 2 centuries. Until I established Daqin Heavy Industry, our focus has primarily been in the beauty and hairdressing sector. As for financial resources, that is entirely unproblematic. The Ying family operates over 50,000 hair salons globally, in every nation and city. While it may not be an industry of exorbitant profits, collectively, we have accumulated a modest fortune, he chuckled heartily. Charlie regarded him with newfound respect. At the Ying family's villa, Xiao Yun, holding a bowl of rice, furrowed her brow as she listened to her son spouting nonsense on the program. Beauty and hairdressing? Why was I unaware of this? Su King also wore a puzzled expression but recalled, Andy, I think I did see a Dachin hair salon in Brooklyn. Meanwhile, at the Peter household, Ben Parker had summoned Peter to join him in watching the show. He resonated with Ying Hao's ideals of embracing peace and serving humanity. Peter, your choice in friends is commendable. I was initially concerned that starting a business at such a young age might lead you astray. He sighed in relief, but now, it's clear that Ying Hao is a good lad. Being with him is undoubtedly a wise decision. Indeed, I share your sentiments, Peter responded with a smile. By the way, Ben suddenly turned to Peter, your vacation has been rather lengthy. Aren't you planning to return to the company to lend a hand? Peter pondered for a moment and shook his head. I can't really assist Ying Hao. I merely invested my bonus in him. The company would thrive regardless of my presence. And Ying Hao will continue to distribute dividends to me. I am more inclined to further my education. That's a splendid idea. Knowledge is the most reliable asset one can possess. Ben supported, adding, however, as Ying Hao's partner, you should share your thoughts with him. I will. Tomorrow is the graduation ceremony, and I plan to discuss it then. As the show concluded, Ying Hao stood at the exit, cradling a box of money. The audience members lined up to receive their share. You performed admirably, young man. Your emotions were on point, Ying Hao remarked, patting the shoulder of the next recipient as he handed over $500. Thank you, Mr. Ying Hao. You might be a tad ostentatious, my dear. Perhaps you could gather your friends to discuss improvements, Ying Hao said with a friendly nod, handing out another $500. Very well, Mr. Ying Hao. Here is my phone number. Feel free to call me at any time. The blonde-haired, blue-eyed girl bit her lip and smiled as she received the money, discreetly slipping a note to Ying Hao. He shook his head, returning the note and politely declining. If there are further tasks, the teachers at your school will notify you. All right. Goodbye, Mr. Ying Hao. One by one, the university students, having received their payment, expressed their gratitude to him. The last person in line turned out to be the host, Charlie. Mr. Ying Hao, did I perform adequately? Superb. Truly worthy of a professional. Ying Hao replied, presenting a slightly larger suitcase before Charlie. This was our agreement. Has Obadiah left? He departed long ago, Charlie chuckled. Rest assured, Mr. Ying Hao, I will have this episode edited into segments and released across the internet. Anyone who dares to act violently on my show will find themselves utterly disgraced. Ha ha ha. A pleasure to collaborate. Indeed, this transaction amounted to $5,500,000. A most favorable deal. From the host to the audience, everything had been meticulously orchestrated by Ying Hao. Even the questions posed by the host had been predetermined. This carefully crafted arrangement, combined with a touch of Ying Hao's psychological manipulation, effectively disrupted Obadiah's emotions, culminating in his eventual loss of composure. The collapse of his image would undoubtedly exacerbate the already precarious situation of Stark Industries, which had been under pressure from Hammer Industries. Other shareholders of Stark Industries would surely harbor dissatisfaction towards Obadiah and grow increasingly concerned about the future of the company. It was likely that in the coming days, those shareholders would begin to divest their stocks. Chapter 61. I truly doubt your sanity, Obadiah. During an emergency shareholders meeting at Stark Industries, Rajiv Mehta exclaimed, cradling his head in despair, you physically assaulted someone on such a high-profile show? What were you thinking? You are the second in command at Stark Industries, with Tony absent. You represent the company's image. Indeed, Victoria hand-sighed softly. While Tony may stray from the norm, at least he never acted so excessively. I shudder to think how far the stock price will plummet tomorrow. You must take responsibility for this, Obadiah. Enough. Obadiah retorted angrily. With the circulating shares below 5, a drop in stock price will not significantly affect us. Shouldn't we be focusing on how to deal with Hammer instead? After the show, Obadiah promptly received calls from several shareholders demanding an urgent meeting. 10 minutes into the meeting, he found himself besieged by grievances for the same duration. Indeed, his violent outburst had been excessive, and even he could not comprehend why he had acted so impulsively at that moment. As a successful businessman, he typically possessed a commendable ability to manage his emotions. He could only recall how utterly repugnant Hammer appeared at that moment. Meanwhile, his own fury surged, as if his mind were ablaze with a smoldering coal. In such a state, the notion of inflicting physical harm seemed trivial. Had he possessed a firearm, he might have readily fed Hammer a bullet. We are already taking measures against him, Rajiv Mehta stated, tapping the table. We both understand that gathering evidence, pursuing legal action, and resolving such matters is a protracted process, not something that can be settled overnight. In facing such a predicament, we are inherently at a disadvantage. And now you have tarnished the image of Stark Industries entirely. Enough with the talk of image. What truly concerns you is the diminishing value of your shares. Obadiah countered, then sighed deeply, his expression peculiar as he remarked, "Moreover, the stock price will not continue to decline, if that brings you any solace." Among the 6 shareholders present, 4 rolled their eyes in disbelief. It was utterly ludicrous. Ying Hao's announcement on the program regarding the complete acquisition of Stark Industries' circulating shares was undeniably a humiliation. Yet, at this moment, it was absurdly being utilized as a protective measure. The stock price may indeed continue to plummet. A representative from JP Morgan suddenly interjected, "I regret to inform you all that JP Morgan is currently contemplating the divestiture of its existing stock holdings." "What?" Obadiah exclaimed in shock. "Divestiture? Are you serious?" "This matter transcends my seriousness, Mr. Stan," replied the JP Morgan representative, shaking his head. "This is under consideration by all senior executives at JP Morgan. Although a final decision has yet to be reached, the likelihood is substantial. We must all acknowledge that Stark Industries is on a downward trajectory, beginning with the disappearance of its pivotal figure, Tony Stark, followed by an incessant stream of stolen orders, and now, you, Mr. Stan, have audaciously assaulted someone on live television." He retrieved his phone, casually opened a news media webpage, and slid the device towards Obadiah. "Observe the trending topics. This incident is already common knowledge. And look at the comments. The prevailing sentiment is that Stark Industries is failing, which is why you are so enraged." Carter Rockwell chimed in, "Stan, you must realize that it's not just the onlookers. Even our potential clients are discreetly evaluating Stark Industries. The road ahead will only become more arduous. Personally, I am also contemplating divestiture. Of course, all present here have the right of first refusal should you wish to invest at this juncture and possess sufficient capital. JP Morgan holds 8, and Carter Rockwell possesses 41. While these percentages may not seem substantial, they represent a significant concern for the colossal entity that is Stark Industries, capable of inflicting considerable harm. If these shares were merely circulating internally, it would be a different matter. The issue at hand is that, even at the current stock price, these shares would require at least $30 billion. Among those present, who can afford such a sum? Furthermore, flooding the market would only exacerbate the situation, causing Stark Industries stock to plummet to unprecedented lows. No, we must maintain our confidence. The difficulties we face are merely temporary," Obadiah reassured, stating that the only challenge is Hammer. Once he is dealt with, we can move forward. Let us not forget, we still possess the most formidable technology research and development team in the world. "I do not wish to dampen your spirits, Obadiah," Victoria Hand interjected languidly. "But the truth is that over 70% of our most advantageous weaponry has originated from Tony's genius. In other words, the so-called most powerful RD team is fundamentally reliant on the soul of Tony Stark. Without him, the team's strength cannot be fully realized." A profound silence enveloped the room. Except for Obadiah, it seemed that everyone else silently yearned for Tony Stark's return. "Is there anyone else?" Obadiah exhaled sharply, casting an angry glare around the room. "Aside from JP Morgan and Carter, who else wishes to withdraw? If so, I will accommodate your desires. Just grant me some time to arrange the necessary funds." The room fell into a contemplative silence, as the other shareholders showed no immediate inclination to depart. Given the current stock price, divesting their shares would be an immense loss. They either lacked the courage for such drastic measures or clung to a glimmer of hope that they might weather this storm. For instance, Rajiv Mehta, who had enjoyed substantial profits during his years with Stark Industries, found himself at a crossroads. The crux of the matter was, after selling, whom could he invest in? Hammer? Unthinkable. When they initially invested in Stark Industries, they had all signed an agreement stipulating that, should they ever exit Stark Industries, any proceeds from the sale or transfer of stock could not be reinvested in related industries for 20 years. He hesitated, waiting. What if Tony Stark returned? The genius and soul of Stark Industries was unparalleled, a figure incomparable to someone like Obadiah. If he returned, perhaps everything would fall into place. The meeting concluded. Rajiv Mehta, weary, returned to his villa adorned with Japanese aesthetics, a style he particularly favored. His Indian steward approached, shaking his head. "Mr. Mehta, Ying Hao from Dachin Heavy Industries is still waiting for you, and he has brought gifts." "Ying Hao, at my home?" Rajiv furrowed his brow. "Who permitted him entry?" The steward appeared perplexed. "It was you, sir. You informed me via video." "Nonsense. I have been in a meeting. When did I speak to you via video? Rajiv cursed angrily as he strode into the room. The living room was illuminated only partially. In the shadowy recess of the room, a figure sat in a daze. It was Ying Hao. His features were obscured in the dimly lit illusion. Rajiv Mehta knew only that this individual was savoring a fine wine he had cherished for many years. With a decisive click, Rajiv pressed the switch, attempting to illuminate the room entirely, yet the switch appeared to be malfunctioning. At that moment, Ying Hao spoke from the sofa. Do not disrupt the ambience, Mr. Mehta. I have spent considerable time perfecting this chiaroscuro effect. Silence. Who the devil permitted you to enter? You are trespassing. Leave at once, or I shall call the police. Rajiv retorted angrily. Ying Hao chuckled softly, his voice tinged with an eerie calm. Calling the police would be futile. Your butler will attest that you invited me in. Bloody hell. Rajiv fumed. He was agitated for several reasons. Firstly, Ying Hao had entered his home without consent. Secondly, Ying Hao was a significant adversary of Stark Industries, having threatened to acquire it. And thirdly, he had recently rewatched a program that only intensified his disdain for this audacious young man from Dachin Heavy Industries, who had become wealthy overnight. However, at present, he found himself powerless. Fabricating a video was within the capabilities of even his subordinates, let alone someone like Ying Hao, who could craft extraordinary bulletproof vests. Even when the police arrived, there would be little they could do. Put down my wine. You are unworthy to drink it. Rajiv strode forward, snatching the glass from Ying Hao's hand, his tone frigid as he inquired, What do you want from me? A gift, Ying Hao replied, unperturbed by the loss of his drink, gesturing towards a nearby table. I learned that you, Mr. Mehta, have an affinity for Japanese architecture. So I brought you a model. It's quite exquisite. Rajiv turned to look, and indeed, there lay a model on the table, occupying 9/10 of its surface. However, in the darkness, he could only discern the black silhouette of what appeared to be a Japanese structure, lacking in any refined detail. With a scoff, Rajiv remarked, What would compel you to present me with a gift without reason? Spare me the theatrics. What is your true intention? Ying Hao smiled faintly, stepping into the light. Who would give gifts without cause? I wish to request a favor from you, Mr. Mehta. Rajiv, anticipating this, asked, What favor? Ying Hao replied, I implore you to divest yourself of your shares in Stark Industries. Huh. Stark Industries stock is at an all-time low. Do you comprehend the magnitude of the loss I would incur by selling now? 100 billion. Rajiv reacted as if he had heard a jest. You present me with a mere trinket and expect me to bear a loss of 100 billion? Are you mad, or am I? Ying Hao smiled faintly. What if this model were crafted from pure gold? With a snap of his fingers, the lights above illuminated the Japanese architectural model below, casting a golden glow that rendered Mehta momentarily awestruck. Initially taken aback, he soon scoffed. What of it being pure gold? This trifle pales in comparison to my losses. Oh, my apologies. I neglected to mention. Ying Hao gestured towards his courtyard. There's much more behind. As his words lingered, the curtains at the back of the living room were suddenly drawn back, revealing 2 containers quietly resting in the yard, both filled with identical models. Leaning closer to Mehta's ear, Ying Hao whispered, Pure gold, a total of 155 tons. With this, it amounts to precisely 10 billion. Chapter 62 unveiled the truth of the 2 containers outside. However, Mehta was no fool. He retorted directly to Ying Hao. Do you really expect me to believe you can procure 155 tons of gold? Ying Hao once more grasped the vintage bottle of wine cherished by Mehta. Why not take a look? It won't consume much of your time. Skeptical yet intrigued, Mehta stepped out, approached one of the containers, and opened the door. A single glance sufficed for him to shut it promptly. It truly exists. He fell into silence for a moment, then returned to Ying Hao. Where did you acquire this? Is it genuine? Or are you attempting to deceive me with such a crude trick? Where it comes from is of no concern to you. As for its authenticity, the evidence lies before you. Discern for yourself, Ying Hao replied unhurriedly, gently nudging the golden model on the table. The Japanese garden instantly transformed into tiny gold nuggets the size of fingernails. All you need to tell me is whether you are willing. I can grant you a few days to verify the gold before we fulfill our agreement. All right, even if it's true. Mehta lowered his voice. Are you out of your mind? How am I supposed to handle so much gold? If the government discovers it, how will I explain? Even if no one else finds out, what am I to do with it? Feeling troubled? Do you need my assistance in burying it beneath your house? Ying Hao smiled. Or perhaps you'd prefer to convert it into cash. I presented the gold to you mainly to astonish you. You certainly have a peculiar sense of humor. Mehta pondered, stroking his chin. If Ying Hao could genuinely provide such compensation, it would equate to liquidating his shares at Stark Group during a peak. Not only would he incur no losses, but he would also secure a substantial profit. What is more, this was not merely paper currency, which depreciates year by year. but gold, the most stable asset in existence. Furthermore, the quantity was staggering, representing 1/8 of the total gold reserves held by the Federal Reserve. Suddenly possessing such an immense amount of gold indeed posed a significant challenge. However, that is merely the perspective of an ordinary individual. Meta, after all, occupies a pinnacle position in this world. Concealing them properly is well within their capabilities. I assure you, but only on the condition that these are indeed pure gold. Finally, Meta relented. Investing in Stark was fundamentally about profit. The current transaction is far more lucrative than safeguarding an uncertain path with Stark. Naturally, how long do you require for verification? Ying Hao nodded. After a moment of contemplation, Meta extended 3 fingers, 1 week to half a month. Furthermore, Obadiah Stane possesses the right of first refusal, so you might not secure it after all. Ying Hao replied with a smile. That's of no consequence. If he can indeed produce such a sum, then sell it to him, and I shall consider it a temporary holding on my behalf. Meta gazed deeply at Ying Hao, sensing the unparalleled confidence radiating from him. He picked up a cherished bottle of wine, noting that only a small amount remained. He poured into another glass. Very well. If you are not jesting, then in a few days, we can have your legal team come by. Cheers. Cheers. The two clinked their glasses joyfully, draining the contents. Meta kindly reminded him, I am aware of your grievances with Stark, but even if you acquire my shares, you will not possess voting rights unless your holdings exceed 30% of the total. Ying Hao chuckled. That will happen. Observing Ying Hao's unwavering confidence, Meta was momentarily taken aback, then exclaimed in astonishment. Wait, could it be that Morgan Chase and Carter are also under your purview? Who knows? Ying Hao set down his glass, calmly stepping away. 5 days later, in the Middle East, within the hideout of the 10 Commandments gang, Tony Stark has vanished from surveillance. Damn it, what are you still doing? Hurry and find out where he is. The terrorists of the 10 Commandments swarmed into the depths of the cave. Inside, Mark I was complete. Ethan anxiously assisted Tony in donning the suit. Open the door. Quickly. The voices of the terrorists echoed from outside, but Tony and Ethan remained oblivious. Break down the door. With a series of thunderous crashes, the iron door was forced open, triggering the explosives that Tony had previously rigged. Boom. The explosion devastated the terrorists at the entrance. There's just one final step. Insert this, and once the progress bar reaches 100, it will be successfully activated. Tony handed Ethan a data card. Ethan followed suit. On the electronic screen, the progress bar began to advance slowly. However, halfway through, the voices of the terrorists echoed once more. Ethan gazed at the screen, anxiously swallowing hard. No, it's too late. Do not worry. Remain calm and patient, Tony reassured. We will surely escape, trust me. Yet, he too lacked absolute confidence. If, at that moment, someone were to burst in and fire a shot at the computer, everything would be lost. Ethan glanced at the computer, then at the exit, and finally turned to Tony. I will buy you some time. With that, he dashed outside. Tony shouted desperately behind him. No, come back. Going out now is tantamount to suicide. Come back. But outside, gunfire erupted. By the time Tony's armor successfully activated and he charged out of the cave, he found Ethan lying on the ground, having been shot. No. Tony knelt before Ethan, clad in his massive iron suit. Ethan managed a tragic smile. I am going to see my family. Tony's eyes welled with tears as he stammered. Thank you for saving my life. With his last breath, Ethan uttered a final plea. Do not waste it. Do not squander your life. He then closed his eyes. The cacophony outside persisted, with more terrorists approaching. Tony realized he could not linger any longer. He cast one last glance at Ethan, gritted his teeth, and bolted out. As he left, a violet rift in space opened beneath Ethan, and he sank into it. In the realm of the divine, Ethan's body floated down like a feather, landing precisely in a medical pod before Ying Hao. Can he be saved? Ying Hao inquired. The medical pod was undoubtedly a product of divine technology, powerful beyond question. However, the multitude of bullet wounds on Ethan's body posed a significant problem. No worries, Ida assured, sealing the pod. As long as a single cell remains alive, it will suffice. Yet, in such an extreme scenario, it can only be considered rapid cloning. Strictly speaking, he will no longer be the original individual. As her words fell, the sound of Ethan's breathing emanated from within the pod. Ying Hao sighed. This is truly remarkable. The pod slowly opened, revealing a bewildered Ethan gazing at Ying Hao. Where am I? This does not resemble the river Styx. Greetings, Dr. Ethan. Ying Hao introduced himself. My name is Ying Hao, and I have just rescued you from the Middle East. I am not dead. Ethan narrowed his eyes. But how is this possible? I was shot. His voice trailed off as his hand instinctively moved to his chest and thigh, discovering he felt no pain whatsoever. He tore open his clothing, touching his unblemished skin, murmuring, "This is impossible. I remember, technology changes lives." Ying Hao interrupted him, assisting Ethan out of the medical pod. He applied a swift motion in the medical chamber, extracting several bloodied bullets, and said, "Indeed, you have been shot, but fret not. All is well now. Follow me." Ying Hao led Ethan into a room that had been prepared in advance. Ethan opened his mouth to speak, but Ying Hao cast a glance at him. And suddenly a remote control appeared in his hand. Pressing a button, a live feed materialized on the wall before them. "I know what you wish to ask. See for yourself." On the screen, Tony Stark emerged from a cave, clad in the Mark I armor. The bullets rained upon him, yet all were thwarted by the steel suit. He unleashed a torrent of flames from his flamethrower, incinerating a large swath of adversaries. Ethan was baffled by how Ying Hao possessed such capability, capturing the scene from such proximity. However, he had no time to ponder. His eyes were riveted on Tony displaying his prowess, exhilarated beyond measure. "This is incredible. It truly works," Ethan exclaimed. Though merely a supporter, he considered himself one of the creators of the armor. Their purpose in crafting the suit was to escape the clutches of terrorists. Witnessing this goal come to fruition filled him with immense satisfaction. In the footage, Tony, besieged by a barrage of enemy fire, eventually succumbed to the pressure. He aimed at an arsenal of oil barrels on sight and ignited them fiercely. Then, activating his flight mode, he successfully extricated himself from the inferno. Shortly thereafter, he crashed into the desert. The armor lay in ruins, but he struggled to crawl out. Observing this scene, Ethan couldn't help but exclaim. He fell from such a height, and yet, he did not perish. "Remarkable, isn't it?" Ying Hao chimed in with a smirk. "You find it absurd, don't you? Such a person seems to defy the very laws of physics." Ethan replied, "Well, I mean, he is quite fortunate." Ying Hao conceded, "All right, fortunate." Ethan then inquired, "Wait, if you could rescue me, why not save him as well?" Ying Hao grinned broadly. "I have a personal vendetta against him. I relish watching him endure some hardship." "Doctor." Ethan, he extended his right hand, saying, "I hope you will consider staying on with my Dachin Heavy Industries. I am in need of a scientific face." Ethan's gaze became fixed, and after a moment, he offered a wry smile. "So I have merely exchanged one cage for another." He exhaled deeply and asked, "What if I refuse?" Ying Hao lowered his hand. "Then I can only escort you home. What else could I possibly do? Honestly, what do you take me for?" "Ada. Please inquire about his home and arrange a passage." "Very well." Ada turned to Ethan politely, asking, "May I inquire where your home is?" "My homeland is in Kamala." Ethan regarded the two with disbelief. "You truly wish to return me home?" "Indeed," they replied. "The Crimson Fissure has been unveiled." Ying Hao stated, "Yet you owe me a life. You must repay this favor in due course."